From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, Death is a Golden Arrow. And so here we are, as usual, in front of Dr. Watson's cheerful fireplace. There's a hint of spring in the softness of the air, but a fire still feels mighty comfortable after sundown, eh, Dr. Watson?
Right, Mr. Harris. It's rather like a man who wants to show off his new spring suit, but still hasn't managed to do without his overcoat.
Well, if they're both Clippercraft, chances are one is as impressive as the other, Dr. Watson.
Right you are.
And next Sunday is Easter. And because Clippercraft prices are so low, this week's a good time to buy your Clippercraft suit and topcoat. These low prices, you know, are the result of the unique Clippercraft plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the finest stores across the nation. It's a year-round operation that results in substantial economies in manufacturing and distribution costs. It puts money in your pocket, even in these days of high prices, through the tremendous savings that result. And this is important, too, at a friendly local independent store, a store you can trust. Fresh new assortments of spring Clippercraft clothes, including long-wearing worsteds, are ready now at your Clippercraft dealers. Beautifully tailored, finely styled, expensive-looking suits at only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Seeing is believing. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, it concerns a weekend Holmes and I spent at Bowman's Knock among the toxophilites.
What olites?
Toxophilites, Mr. Harris, are gentlemen addicted to the not-so-gentle sport of archery.
Oh, you mean the boys who play around with bows and arrows.
I suppose you might express it that way. Bowman's Knock was the country home of Sir Timothy Fletcher, who was at that time president of the Royal Toxophilites Society. The Prince of Wales, of course, was its patron.
Oh, naturally.
However, he wasn't present at this particular house party. Besides Holmes and myself, there were only 4 other guests. Major and Mrs. Cheltenham, Professor Philpotts, and a South American millionaire, Senor Juan Vendrigo. Little did I think when I first made their acquaintance on Sir Timothy's shooting green that before the next sunrise I should see one of them dead as a doornail.
Oh, it sounds as if your Toxophi, whatever you call them, took their sport seriously, Dr. Watson.
Yes, a bit too seriously, Mr. Harris. It was a beautiful sunny afternoon in early spring when Holmes and I alighted from our train at Helmsley-on-Wilton, which is the station for Bowman's Knock. Sir Timothy Fletcher had come to meet us in a dog cart drawn by a handsome cob.
Doctor, I thought a cob was a male swan.
In sporting circles, Mr. Harris, a cob generally refers to a small, stocky horse having a high, stylish leg action.
Well, then, a dog cart is not drawn by dogs.
Certainly not. A dog cart's a very, as you'd say, a snappy 2-wheel conveyance with seats placed back to back.
Doesn't sound particularly comfortable to me.
Oh, this mechanized age. It wasn't supposed to be comfortable. It was dashing.
Oh.
Well, as I was saying before being certain interruptions, our host piled us and our somewhat battered assortment of luggage into the cart, and off we started. The birds were singing, the sun was warm and gentle, the trees were covered with tender green foliage. Only Sir Timothy seemed at odds with nature.
Confound it, Holmes, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. There's something brewing, something nasty.
We might have known, Watson, that Sir Timothy hadn't invited us merely for a bucolic weekend.
Holmes, you know dashed well. If you had nothing but the ordinary country house party to look forward to, you wouldn't have accepted my invitation.
Got you that time, Holmes.
Yes, I gathered from your notes, Sir Timothy, that things don't seem to be entirely placid at Bowman's Knock. That seems to be the difficulty.
It's that confounded Spaniard, Juan Vendrigo. We should never have invited that bloated millionaire to join the Royal Toxophilite Society.
Why did you?
We needed new equipment. It's expensive, and he's filthy rich and a dash good shot besides, blast him. However, he insists on shooting for high stakes, worse luck. We're all heavily indebted to him.
Well, sounds to me as if it had been cheaper to buy your own equipment in the first place.
It undoubtedly would, Dr. Watson. Oh, most of us haven't lost more than we can afford, I suppose, but unfortunately Major Cheltenham has gone off the deep end. He's the crack shot of the woodman of Arden.
Oh, I see. A rival society of archers.
Exactly. He'd never been beaten until Senor Vendrigo came along. They're fairly evenly matched. Vendrigo has better direction, although the Major has more pull and distance. Well, it seems that last Monday, Senor Vendrigo went down to Meriden, where the woodmen hold their meetings. In the course of an afternoon's shooting, Major Cheltenham managed to lose a large sum of money, which he could ill afford.
And I suppose he insisted on a return match.
He did, the numbskull. Senor Vendrigo invited him to a return match at our shooting grounds, which, as you know, are situated in Regent's Park. Professor Philpotts was invited to keep score.
Oh, you don't mean Professor Winsgate Philpotts, the eminent physicist?
I do indeed. He's an exceptionally fine shot. His aim is practically infallible. If it weren't for the poor fellow's hunched back and his consequent inability to draw to a point over 38 pounds, well, he'd be the greatest archer in Europe.
Oh, hear, hear.
You must forgive Watson if he looks slightly confused, Sir Timothy. His trusty service revolver is the only lethal weapon he understands.
And you, I suppose, know what Sir Timothy is talking about.
Quite. The power to draw an arrow to the point means the measure of pull necessary to draw the bowstring to the position from which the arrow is released is measured in pounds. The power required to draw an ordinary bow for a man ranges from 40 to 60 pounds. Women's bows, of course, can be drawn by a power of from 24 to 32 pounds.
Oh, that means, I suppose, that the ladies can't shoot as great a distance as the men.
Brilliant deduction, my dear Watson. You're coming along. Pretty soon I shall have to look to my
Oh,
laurels.
go to blazes.
As I was saying, Professor Philpotts was chosen as scorer for the match. As president of the club, I was naturally on hand to see that everything went off without a hitch. These grudge matches are often quite tricky, you know.
Grudge match?
Oh, yes. Didn't I mention that Senor Vendrigo had been rather obviously attentive to Mrs. Cheltenham? And the Major doesn't like it.
Interesting, Watson.
Well, that rather depends upon Mrs. Cheltenham, I should say.
She's a charming little thing. I can't say I blame her for being flattered by the Senor. Her husband treats her abominably. But that's neither here nor there. It was agreed that the match should consist of a York round.
Yes, for gentlemen, Watson, the York round consists of 6 dozen arrows at 100 yards, 4 dozen at 80 yards, and 2 dozen at 50 yards.
By Jove, and each time the would-be Robin Hood shoots his silly little arrow, he has to use from 40 to 50 pounds pressure. I say, that's quite a bit of exercise.
Contrary to the common belief, Watson, archery is a rather rugged sport. But go on with the story, Sir Timothy.
It was a glorious afternoon for the match. Sun not too bright, the air as still as a millpot. Philpotts and I were arranging the arrows close to the south hedge, when suddenly from the other side of the bushes we heard 2 voices raised in a rather, nasty argument.
My advice to you, my dear Major, is to, cut down on the consumption of alcohol, or you will not be able to see the target, let alone hit the goal.
Mind your own business, you dirty
Gently, Major, gently. Do not make me to lose my temper, or I shall refuse to shoot the match.
Go ahead. What's it to me?
Only this. If you do not win back what you have lost to me, you must pay what you already owe. But that you cannot do. You would have to go into bankruptcy. And if you go into bankruptcy, you will be obliged to resign from the army in disgrace. No.
Why, you dirty young...
You have said that once already. To me, the repetition is offensive. It is only from the goodness of my heart, remember, that I give you the opportunity to win back your losses. What can I gain from the match?
What do you mean?
You have no money to wager. You have already lost that. You have no property you can mortgage. There is only one thing that still belongs to you of any value whatsoever.
What's that?
Your charming wife, of course.
Leave my wife out of this.
Oh, do not be alarmed, my dear Major. I do not wish to marry the lady. In my country, we do not believe in divorce. No, we will make other arrangements.
What are you getting at?
I suggest, merely suggest, mind you, that should you lose the match...
Which isn't likely. There's no wind today. I never miss when it's still.
I say, should you lose, You will arrange to neglect your wife sometime this weekend, when we are all guests at Bowman's Knock.
You think I'd stand by and see any man make advances to my wife?
Oh, heaven forbid. I merely suggest I shall we say, visit Mrs. Cheltenham. Surely, if you have confidence in your wife and your ability as an archer, what can you possibly lose?
It's outrageous, eh, Holmes? Of course, I suppose the Major refused to go on with the match.
How could he, Watson?
I had a good mind to call off the match myself, Mr. Holmes, until Professor Philpotts pointed out that if we took any cognizance of the matter, everyone would know we'd been eavesdropping, which would have been embarrassing all around, don't you know?
Very.
Moreover, the Major and Senor Vendrigo would have probably gone off and shot the match somewhere else without proper supervision.
Unthinkable. What happened?
The match was nip and tuck all the way. Senor Vendrigo had a slight advantage at the beginning.
Due no doubt to the Major's use of spirituous liquors.
Quite, but by and by, as he became more sober, his aim became absolutely deadly. Moreover, as the afternoon wore on, Senor Vendrigo began to tire.
And the Major didn't?
The Major, my dear Holmes, is an ox. Well, believe it or not, when it came to the final shot, the score was absolutely even. Vendrigo shot first and hit the gold.
The gold, that's a bullseye, Watson. Did the Major equal the shot?
They were now shooting at 50 yards. It shouldn't have been too difficult. I tell you, my heart was in my mouth, and I could see the sweat pouring down Philpotts' face. But just as the Major drew his arrow home, Senor Vendrigo sneezed.
Dashed unsporting. Well, of course, the arrow went wide of the mark.
No, Dr. Watson. If it had done so, I should have insisted the Major take the shot over. But he hit a red. Vendrigo claimed the Major had already released the arrow when he sneezed. Otherwise, the shot must have gone much wider off the mark. No, we were obliged to give Vendrigo the match. He won by a single point.
Under doubtful circumstances. Is the Major a man to take things lying down?
Why do you think I asked you down to Bowman's Knock, Mr. Holmes? I'm expecting an explosion, and I think I can promise it won't be nice. Suppose we alight here, gentlemen, and let the gatekeeper drive the luggage up to the house. Here you are, Rogers.
Yes, sir.
Tell Parsons the bags go in the tower bedroom.
Yes, sir. Get up, you.
Now then, we'll walk across the park, Holmes. I want you and Dr. Watson to meet the rest of the house party. I left them clout shooting on the south green.
Clout? What sort of bird or animal is a clout?
It's neither, Watson. A clout is a small white target placed near the ground.
Right. Clout shooting is an informal variety of archery. Don't hold with it myself, but it gives Major Cheltenham a chance to show off his confounded Norman bow. It's an atrocity, if you ask me. Nearly 6.5 feet long. And would you believe it? It takes over 70 pounds to draw the silly thing. It's been in the Cheltenham family for years. The Major claims it goes back to the Norman invasion and probably belonged to William the Conqueror.
Yes, I believe he was supposed to have had a bow that no one else could draw.
It couldn't be the same bow, Holmes, not after all these years.
Quite.
I beg you, don't say that to the Major. It would be sacrilege.
Tell me, Sir Timothy, how is your party getting on? Any signs of violence so far?
None whatever. They arrived in a group by the early morning train. Apparently the trip down had been completely amicable.
Well, maybe the storm has blown over.
I doubt it. The Major's neck is puffed up like a poisoned pup, and Senor Vendrigo keeps tapping incessantly with the fingers of his left hand.
Both, I take it, danger signals.
Right. Nearly there. Just around the next hedge.
Duck, Watson.
But I say... Oh, confound it. Someone shot my hat off. Look, there it is. An arrow straight through it.
Lucky you were wearing your top hat, Watson. Fast is a call of warning. The golfer shouts for, the archer calls fast.
Confound it! No one had any business to shoot in this direction. What silly fool...
Oh, dear, I do hope no one's hurt. I tried to stop the Major, but I'm afraid he's been drinking again.
And like a small boy with a snowball, he just couldn't resist a top hat.
Holmes, that's not very funny. I might have been killed.
Oh, no, I don't think so. My husband is really an excellent shot.
Then you, I gather, are Mrs. Cheltenham.
Yes.
Sorry, where are my manners? Mrs. Cheltenham, may I present Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
How do you do?
Oh, not Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Cheltenham.
But it's nothing to be alarmed about, madam. He's really quite harmless, you know.
To anyone who stays on the right side of the law.
Ah, here come the others.
Good Lord. I made a hash of your hat, old man. Sorry.
Yes.
But you'll admit it did fly through the air like an eagle. A golden eagle.
At least this time it is not the Latin exuberance which is to blame, Sir Timothy.
No, British lack of judgment, I'm afraid.
Gentlemen, this is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Major Cheltenham, Senor Vendrigo.
How do you do?
Oh, yes, Professor Philpott.
As usual, I am the postscript.
Which so frequently carries the gist of the communication, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. My ego could do with a bit of bolstering. These two have been putting it over me all afternoon. I can't hope to equal their archery scores, you know.
Why don't you give up, Philpott, and shoot with the women?
Arthur.
Major, really?
Do not feel badly, Professor. Even I cannot draw that great hulking bow he so brags about. It is fit for nothing but to kill cows.
That's about
Oh,
enough.
Arthur, please.
Huh? Oh, well. I can't blame you chaps for being jealous, I suppose. Here, have a look at this bow, Mr. Holmes. Ever seen its equal?
It is rather remarkable, Major Cheltenham. I've certainly never seen a self-bow this size.
Yes. It consists of a single piece of yew, as flexible as the day it was made. If you have the strength to draw it, of course.
Which you apparently have, Major.
That's right, I have. What's more, I'm the only one that has. Oh, but here, I'd best retrieve my arrow out of the doctor's hat.
Here, I say, you've torn my hat to shreds.
I'm sorry, but these arrows are valuable, you know. Can't use ordinary arrows with this bow. As you can see, these arrows are painted gold. The shaft is extra long and tipped with eagle feathers, and the cock feather is from a golden eagle. Oh, well, we best return to our mutton, Vendrigo, or we shall never finish our round by tea time.
Absolutely. It gives me not much time to prove, my dear Major, that there is more to archery than brute strength. Come along, Philpott. At least you can keep accurate score.
Holmes, I don't like those people.
Not even Mrs. Cheltenham and the Professor?
Oh, I dare say they're harmless enough.
I wonder, Watson. I wonder.
You want to do a friend a real favor. Simply tell him to hurry to the store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. Where else can he find such remarkable quality at prices so exceptionally modest? He'll wonder how in these days of high prices such values, including beautifully tailored, long-wearing worsteds, are possible. The answer is the famous Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. The plan's the reason you get these wonderful, really costly-looking Clippercraft suits at only $40 and $45. Spring topcoats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to our story. Night has fallen. It is past midnight. Holmes and Watson are hiding in an upstairs closet.
I say, Holmes, why are we sitting here in this darkened linen closet? It's past midnight and my legs are getting cramped. You must wait for an accident to happen. Why not go back to our room where we can be at least comfortable?
Impossible, Watson. This closet has a much better view of Mrs. Cheltenham's door and the two corridors which approach it at right angles.
Just what you think is going to happen.
I don't know, confound it. Wait a minute. I hear steps on the front stairs. Sounds like the Major.
Because his steps are unsteady and you know he's been drinking. It doesn't take a genius to deduce that, Holmes.
I didn't say it did. Quiet. He's turned the corner. Here he comes.
He's stopped at his wife's door. His hand's on the knob.
No. He's changed his mind. He's gone on down the back corridor.
Holmes, did you notice that bulge in his pocket? It could have been a revolver, you know.
Or a bottle.
Now everyone's turned in except the South American. The professor went upstairs directly after dinner. Mrs. Cheltenham and our host retired after we finished the third rubber of whist. Well, that was nearly 2 hours ago.
What arouses my curiosity, Watson, is why the Major retired down the back corridor.
Maybe he's gone to visit Professor Philpotts or Sir Timothy. They both have rooms somewhere along there. Maybe he felt hungry and slipped down the back stairs to the larder. I could do with a bit of cold chicken myself, come to think of it. Is that 12:30 or 1 o'clock, do you suppose?
What difference does it make? Hello. Someone else is sneaking up the front stairs.
I can't hear a thing.
He's tiptoeing. Yes. Here he comes.
Senor Vendrigo. Holmes, I don't like the look on his face. There's something evil, like a prowling beast.
Yes. He's stopping at Mrs. Cheltenham's door. He's looking up and down both corridors.
Now he's taken hold of the doorknob. Great Scott, Holmes, what happened? Vendrigo's pinned to the door, something sticking out of his back. It's a golden arrow.
Shut up, Watson, and come along.
What's happened?
Someone shot Vendrigo with one of the Major's arrows. He's dead, killed instantly.
The arrow is embedded over 2 inches in the solid oak of the door.
Could only have been my bow that made that shot. Clean through the man and into the door. Only an arrow from my bow has that strong a flight. It's gone home. The arrow's gone home. Hee hee.
Stop that laughing, you fool. You're drunk.
That is not laughing, Dr. Watson. It's the word of call of all archers from time immemorial. Hee hee. Hee hee.
Better let Dr. Watson give you another cup of coffee, Mrs. Cheltenham.
I don't need it, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm glad my husband shot that brute. I knew he wouldn't let him come into my room.
Now, my dear, we all realize there are extenuating circumstances. I'm sure the law won't punish him too severely. I hope you understand. I had to give him in charge.
I understand.
All the same, Sir Timothy, I think you were just a bit hasty in handing him over to that fool of a constable.
What do you mean?
It should have been obvious to a child of 4 that Major Cheltenham was too drunk to have made that neat a shot. Straight through the heart, wasn't it, Watson?
But it was his bow that was used. We found it at the end of the corridor. He's the only one that has the strength to draw it. Besides, he didn't deny he'd killed Vendrigo.
Again, he probably was too hazy to realize exactly what did happen. Oh, but here comes Philpotts. His cane sounds unusually staccato this morning. Good morning, Professor. You don't look as though you'd had too good a night.
I must admit that I didn't shut my eyes after I awakened and was informed what happened.
But you did manage to sleep through the murder.
Yes. Can't explain it. Usually such a light sleeper. Probably all that sun and fresh air yesterday. No, I won't have an egg, thank you. Just coffee. Can't face an egg this morning.
Yes. Committing a murder does take away the appetite. Doesn't it, Professor?
What do you mean?
I'm suggesting that you were the man who shot Senor Vendrigo at 5 minutes past 1 last night.
With the Major's famous bow? I believe it's agreed that was the weapon used, Mr. Holmes.
Indubitably.
Then don't you see how ridiculous your statement is? That bow requires 70 pounds to draw it. I'm physically incapable of more than 45 pounds.
Using the ordinary or manual method, yes. However, there are other ways of exerting pressure besides pulling.
What are you suggesting?
It doesn't take an expert physicist like yourself to understand the value of leverage.
Well, what good would that do?
I suggest that the professor's cane would make an excellent lever. It has a very handy small crook at the upper end. By hooking that through the string, and using, shall we say, the back of a chair or even the handle of your bedroom door as a fulcrum. All the professor had to do was press the weight of his body down against the cane, and the arrow could easily be drawn to the point and shot through a partly open door.
A very interesting theory, my dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes. But it takes more than theory to hang a man. It takes evidence.
I think I can provide that as well, Professor. You see, I noticed the drops of blood trickling down onto your left wrist when the constable was questioning you last night. Nasty gash, isn't it? Don't you think you'd be wise to let Dr. Watson dress it?
What's all this about, Holmes? I admit I don't understand a word you're saying.
Professor Philpotts does, however. Grab his arm, Watson, his forearm.
Right.
No, you don't. Oh!
Sorry, orders. There you are, Holmes. Old jiu-jitsu comes in handy now and then.
Now, if you'll roll up your left sleeve.
Oh, no sooner said than... By Jove, I say. That is a nasty gash.
Yes. Professor Philpotts made only one mistake in his little plan to get rid of the two men he hated most in the world. The senior, to whom he owed money, and the major, who was always bully-ragging him. His mistake was that last night he forgot to put on a leather arm guard to shield his left arm from the stroke of the string after the discharge of the arrow. Any bow as powerful as the major's has a particularly vicious backlash, don't you know?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an exciting and instructive adventure. You know, I feel I know almost as much about archery as Robin Hood.
Well, that's not so vital, Mr. Harris. The important thing is you know all about Clippercraft clothes.
Well, thank you, Dr. Watson. I hope you profit as much from my dissertations on that subject as I do from yours.
Wait till you see me next week in my new Easter suit. I think you'll agree I'm your prize pupil.
And now, Dr. Watson, how about a word about next week's story?
With pleasure, Mr. Harris. Next week I'm going to tell you how I chased all over Europe trying to find a wealthy and lovely lady who had mysteriously disappeared, and how Holmes stepped in at the last moment and prevented a double funeral. We always call the story The Disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley. The dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Wouldn't you give a lot if Jimmy, the youngster next door, could be free from crutches and join in the ball game with the gang? Well, there's a way you can help Jimmy and all crippled kids by bringing services through Easter Seals today. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, The Disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax. Well, here it is, Easter, and we find Dr. Watson all decked out in his new Easter suit.
Oh, thanks to Clippercraft, of course.
And wearing a flower in his buttonhole. I hear you were the hit of the Easter parade, Dr. Watson.
I don't imagine you fared too badly yourself. Yes, Clippercraft does bring a chap a certain amount of favorable attention, eh, Mr. Harris?
Especially if he has the bearing of an old military man as you have, Doctor.
Now, Mr. Harris, you're pulling my leg. All this flattery is making me self-conscious. You'd better pay our respects to our sponsor, and then let me get on with the story about a lady I chased all over Europe.
Uh-huh.
And how Holmes stepped in at the last moment and rescued her from a horrible death.
Oh, all right. Here we go, Doctor. Whether it was Fifth Avenue or Main Street, California or Vermont, millions of men wore Clippercraft clothes in the Easter parade today and paid remarkably modest prices for such unusually fine quality. For the millions who insist upon Clippercraft do so with very good reason. They are amazed at the values brought to them today by Clippercraft. These values are the result of the sensational Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, resulting in year-round economies in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting money in your pocket. Now, you not only pay less for Clippercraft, you buy them at a local independent store, a store you can trust. Think of it, expensive-looking new spring Clippercraft suits, beautifully tailored, at only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, I think we're ready for tonight's story.
Yes, it was one evening in the fall of, let me see. Yes, the fall of 1892. An evening clear with a little nip in the air. Holmes and I were sitting in front of the fireplace in our Baker Street lodgings. Mrs. Hudson had just cleared away all evidence of our evening meal. Holmes was playing random chords on his violin, and I was stretched out in my cane-backed chair in a sort of digestive coma, staring fixedly at my boots.
Watson, why Turkish?
Huh? What's that?
I was propounding the question, why Turkish?
Well, you mean my boots? Well, they're not. They're English. I got them at Latimer's in Oxford Street. I always get them, Holmes. You know that.
Not the boots, Watson, the bath. Why the relaxing and expensive Turkish variety rather than the invigorating homemade article?
Because for the last few days I've been feeling a bit rheumatic. The old bullet wound's been acting up a bit. Thought my system could stand a bit of house cleaning. But how the deuce did you know?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. Your boots.
What's the matter with my boots?
The deduction's perfectly obvious. I might say childish. You do up your boots in a certain way. They are now done up in an elaborate double bow, which is not your method. Therefore, you've had them off. Who tied them up again? Obviously, either your bootmaker or the boy at the bath. The shoes are quite new, so it wasn't the bootmaker. What remains? The bath. Simple, isn't it?
Huh. Why all this fuss over my Turkish bath?
I gather you're not feeling quite fit. Why not take a little trip? How would Lausanne suit you? First-class tickets and all expenses paid on a princely scale.
What are you talking about?
A trip to Lausanne with a run up to Baden-Baden and ending up at Montpellier.
Yes, but Holmes, the season at Lausanne and Baden-Baden is closed.
Unfortunately, Watson, there is no closed season on disappearing females.
What's that?
The drifting and friendless woman of means is one of the most dangerous classes in the world. She is herself quite harmless, but she is the inevitable inciter of crime in others. She's helpless. She's migratory. She has sufficient means to take her from country to country, from hotel to hotel. When she's gobbled up, she's hardly missed. She's a stray chicken in a world of foxes.
Now you can spare me the generalizations, Holmes. I see what you mean. Who is the missing woman?
Lady Frances Carfax.
What, you mean the only child of the late Earl of Ruffton? But look here, Holmes, she's tremendously wealthy.
Not so tremendously, Watson. The estates went to the male line. Her cousin's now the Earl. However, she is comfortably fixed and has some very remarkable old jewelry. Curiously cut diamonds, to which she was very attached. Too attached, Watson, for she always carried them with her.
A tempting morsel for any criminal.
Quite. The lady herself is still a beautiful woman, in her early 40s.
Yes, but what's happened to her?
That's our problem. Is she dead, or is she alive? It's been her invariable habit to write every second week to her old governess, a Miss Dobney, who's retired and lives in Camberwell.
Yeah?
It's this Miss Dobney who's consulted me. Nearly 5 weeks have passed without a word. The last letter was from the Hotel National in Lausanne. Lady Frances left there hurriedly and gave no address. She's reported as having been seen in Baden-Baden. But from there, she seems to have disappeared into thin air. Her family are upset. No money is to be spared.
Oh, yes, but Holmes, there must be other sources of information. Surely she corresponded with other people besides this Miss Dobney.
Only one we could discover.
Who was that?
Even single ladies must live, Watson. A passbook is almost as good as a diary. There's always the bank. We've just been glancing over her account.
And?
The last check but one paid her bill at Lausanne. But it was a large one and probably left her with considerable cash in hand.
And the last check, to whom was it made out, and where was it cashed?
To Marie Devine, and it was cashed at the Crédit Lyonnais at Montpellier, less than 3 weeks ago. The sum was £50.
Who is Marie Devine?
Marie Devine was the maid of Lady Frances Carfax for the past 7 years. Montpellier is her home.
Oh, then she was dismissed, or perhaps she left. But why £50? That's a large sum of money.
Those are a few of the questions I hope your researches will clear up.
My researches? Look here, Holmes, aren't you coming?
Certainly not, Watson. My health is in no need of change. Scotland Yard feels lonely without me, and besides, my absence would cause an unhealthy excitement among the criminal classes.
Pardon me, gendarme. I say, can you direct me to the home of Mademoiselle Marie Devine?
Oh, but certainly, monsieur. The little house on the corner, the one with the red geraniums in the window.
Oh, thank you very much.
Not at all.
What a wild goose chase this has been. Lausanne, Baden-Baden, and now this place. I probably won't learn any more here than I did in the other.
Monsieur Desire?
Oh, pardon me. Does Mademoiselle Marie Devine live here?
But certainly, monsieur. I am she. Will you have the goodness to enter?
Oh, thank you.
Please, will you come in here? Be so good as to sit down.
Thank you.
Bon. Now, what is it I can do for you?
You don't by any chance know the present whereabouts of your former mistress?
You mean Lady Frances?
Hmm?
But no. Is anything the matter?
Well, you see, she seems to have disappeared, and naturally
I knew it. He has got her, the black one. Oh, I knew it would happen. I should have stayed with her.
What's this? What black one?
He is bad, wicked. One day on the promenade at Lausanne, monsieur, I see him seize her by the wrist. He followed her around for days. We see him everywhere we go. It was for fear of him she left Lausanne. She ran away, that I know. He was so big, so fierce, so black. A veritable sauvage, monsieur.
Black savage? You mean an aborigine, a wild man?
Oh, no, monsieur, not like that. He was English, but I think he was wild all the same.
But you said he was black.
Yes, black, from the sun, but black.
Oh, you mean tanned.
Oui, tanned.
Oh, yes.
But his eyes, they are blue.
Do you know his name?
Oh, no. Madame, she will never speak of him. But I think she knows him from before. Oh, she's afraid. She trembles all over like a leaf every time she sees him.
So you left Lausanne to escape him?
Yes, we go suddenly, so we cannot follow. We go to Baden-Baden.
Oh, yes, I followed the trail that far. You stayed at the Englischerhof for a fortnight. Did you see anyone there that Lady Frances knew?
At first, no. But in a few days, Madame made the acquaintance of a Dr. Schlesinger and his wife. He's a missionary from South America.
Schlesinger? That must have been the man whom Holmes wired me about. Wanted to know if there was anything wrong with his left ear.
You mean he did not hear well? No, I do not think that is so.
No, I expect not. That telegram was probably a bit of Holmes spoofing. Well, go on about this missionary chap.
Poor man is very sick. He's recovering from a tropical fever. Such a good man, so brave, so patient. My lady, she helps Mrs. Schlesinger to take care of him, and all the time they talk of religion.
Sounds placid enough.
But then, one morning, Lady Frances, she come back from the baths. She has seen him again, the black Englishman. She is in a terror. She tells me she is leaving at once for England with the Schlesingers. They have promised to protect her. And so, next day, she is gone. And that is the last I see of her.
Why didn't she take you along with her?
Me, monsieur. Well, you see, I'm what you call a fiancée. I'm to be married next week.
Oh, I see.
So Madame is so good, she let me go, and she gave me a nice check for my wedding present. And now she is gone. I never forgive myself I did not take her safe to England. These poor Schlesingers, they do not know this black man. They do not realize the danger.
Oh, my dear mademoiselle, it's not your fault. You mustn't be alarmed.
Oh, but monsieur, I'm in an agony of fear until she is found.
Now, I'm sure my friend Sherlock Holmes will find her if it's humanly possible. Well, good day, Mademoiselle Devine. I must go. It's getting late, and thank you for your information.
Not at all, monsieur. It has been a pleasure. I only hope... Oh, monsieur.
Yes, what?
Look, they are coming down the street. It is he, the sauvage, the black man I told you about. He's coming here. Oh, monsieur, I am afraid. Do not let him see me.
But oh, confound the girl. She shut the door in my face. Oh, she'd only take me inside with her. Well, I suppose I shall have to brazen it out.
Can you tell me if Miss Marie Devine lives here?
Marie Devine. That's a nice name, eh? Who is she? Sounds a bit like a music hall singer, doesn't it? Jolly name, Marie Devine.
I believe I saw you talking to the lady in question just 2 minutes ago.
Who, me? Talking to Marie Devine? Oh, no, nonsense, my good fellow. That was a cousin of mine, a dear little thing.
What's her name?
Oh, my cousin? Oh, her name's Emma or Mattie or something like that. What's your name?
That's none of your business.
You're an Englishman, I take it.
What if I am?
Look here, what's the good of beating about the bush? What have you done with her?
What have I done with whom?
Lady Frances CARFAX, of course. Where is she, you swine?
You little gutter snipe, I'll break every bone in your body.
Oh, no, you won't. Not if you don't want your head bashed in.
I'll show you.
Oh, no, you don't. Take that.
Ask me a question like that, will you?
You good-for-nothing kidnapper. I'll show you.
Choke you till your teeth rattle.
Gentlemen, please.
Holmes. Good heavens, where did you drop from?
And now, sir, if you'll kindly release my friend. Watson, let go of the gentleman's tie.
But, Holmes, look here. I've got him. This is the chap who abducted Lady Frances CARFAX.
There he goes again.
Wait, stop. Gentlemen, as you may perceive, I am armed with a rather businesslike little cudgel. The first one to continue this brawl will have it cracked across his cranium.
But, Holmes, don't you realize...
Watson, come along back to the hotel. It might be a good idea to find a piece of raw beef for that right eye before it swells completely shut. Well, Watson, how does it feel to get back to Baker Street after your little, vacation?
Well, I must say, Holmes, I don't see why you had to go butting in and drag me back to London, just as I was just about to clear up the whole case.
As you were about to have your head bashed in, you mean?
But, Holmes,
Steady, Watson, steady, or you'll lose the compress over your eye. A singularly consistent investigation you've made, that I must say, Watson.
Aha, so you admit I've done rather well, eh?
Well, I cannot at the moment recall any possible blunder which you've omitted.
Now, really, Holmes, you've
managed to give the alarm everywhere and yet have discovered nothing.
Perhaps you think you could have done better.
I have done better, my dear Watson. I have done better.
What do you mean?
From the hotel keeper in Baden-Baden, I discovered the interesting fact that our missionary friend's left ear was jagged or torn.
Oh, rubbish. What can the shape of a man's ear have to do with a lady's disappearance?
My dear Watson, that mutilated ear is the crux of the whole case.
Well, what does it prove?
It proves that we're dealing with an especially astute and dangerous criminal. The Reverend Dr. Schlesinger from South America is none other than a character known internationally as Holy Peters. His particular specialty is preying upon lonely ladies by appealing to their religious feeling, and his so-called wife is a worthy helpmate. They're an infernal couple who'll stick at nothing.
I see. But then Lady Frances CARFAX, she may be dead by now.
Dead or worse. She may never have reached London. On the other hand, they may have her confined in some house in this very city.
Why not abroad?
No, I think not. The continental system of registration is too strict. All my instincts tell me she's in London.
But how can we locate her?
Patience, my dear Watson, patience. We must wait until the police spot Peters, or until he tries to market some of the jewels. Scotland Yard is working on that phase of the problem. Scotland Yard may not be any too lively, Watson, but they are thorough.
Yes, but in the meantime, Schlesinger may have killed the poor lady.
That's the Yard's responsibility, not mine.
But the black-haired Englishman, you let him slide through your fingers. Surely he must have had something to do with the disappearance.
Right again, Watson.
Then why let him escape?
Escape, Watson? Escape? The fellow's been hounding me to death. Come in. Come in, I say. Ah, there, Lestrade. Scotland Yard's unearthed something, eh? You look as excited as a terrier that smells a rat.
We're on his tail, all right, Mr. Holmes.
I take it you mean Holy Peter's.
Who else? Here, Mr. Holmes, take a look at this.
Aha. An earring. Old Spanish. Gold with diamonds and emeralds. Yes, that belongs to Lady Francis. Where did you find it?
Pawned yesterday afternoon in a shop in Westminster Road by a stout man with a piece out of his left ear.
Excellent, Lestrade, excellent.
Yes, but how does that help? I don't imagine he left his address.
No, but he will return to pawn the other jewels, mark my word. Come along, Watson. Suppose we keep an eye on that shop.
That's it, Mr. Holmes. The third shop past the corner. The one with all the junk in the window.
Yes, Lestrade. It's just about closing time, so I don't imagine we shall catch the old boy today.
I must say I'm just as glad. Looks like a storm coming up. I shouldn't really standing out here in the rain.
Wait a minute. Who's that? Yes, by Jove, I think it is.
Is what? Surely that poor, raw-boned female just coming out of the shop isn't Peters?
No, it's not Peters, but if I'm not mistaken, it's his wife. Quick, we must follow her.
Seems to be in a hurry, don't she?
Looks to me as though she might be up to something.
Wait a bit. She stopped in front of another shop. She's going in.
Lestrade, Watson, look. It's an undertaker's shop.
Undertakers?
I don't like the looks of that, sir.
Neither do I. Look here. I've got to know what she's doing in there. I can't go in. She may know me by sight. Watson, you go in and ask about a coffin for your great-aunt Matilda.
But I haven't got a great-aunt Matilda, and furthermore, she doesn't need a coffin.
Don't argue. Get into that shop and leave the door ajar so we can hear. Lestrade and I will be hiding in the next doorway.
Oh, very well, but I must say I
Don't
see
burble. You're wasting precious time. Remember, Lady Francis CARFAX may be in danger.
But it's late now and the coffin hasn't come yet. I told you it was an emergency.
I'm terribly sorry, Mum, but you see, it took longer, being a bit out of the ordinary, and what with the sauce and
Yes,
all,
but you promised to have it there today.
And that it will be, Mum. It's on its way now. Shouldn't be surprised if it was there by the time you got back.
Very well. Good day.
Good day to you, Mum, and I hope it proves satisfactory. And now, what can I do for you, sir?
Well, you see, I have an Aunt Matilda, or rather, I suppose I should say I had an Aunt Matilda, and she, well, you see, she
Watson,
was...
come along. Your Aunt Matilda will have to wait. Mrs. Peters is more important at present.
There she goes, Holmes, round that corner.
Hurry, Watson.
I'm hurrying. Feel that wind.
I don't like this coffin incident. It looks a bit too sinister to me.
But look here, Mr. Holmes, if they've murdered the poor lady, they'd be more apt to bury her in a hole in the backyard, nice and quiet.
Yes, this coffin points to an orthodox burial with all the red tape of a medical certificate and official sanction. I don't like it, Watson. I don't like it at all.
There she goes, into that house, third on the left.
Grim-looking place. All the blinds down. It looks forbidding.
I'd swear it hadn't been lived in recently.
Holmes, did you hear that?
You've got to get into that house.
But we haven't got a search warrant. You can't enter a house without...
Warrant be blasted. Watson, you and I are going to enter the house. Lestrade, you go back to Scotland Yard and have a warrant sent around with a pair of burly policemen to back it up. And hurry, there's no time to waste.
When you buy your first Clipper Craft, perhaps you'll wonder how truly fine clothes can be made today at such modest prices. Trying on a new spring Clipper Craft suit, however, is a convincing experience. You know that rich-looking worsted will give you long service. You feel the comfort only skilled designing makes possible. You're obviously dressed in the best of taste. Yes, it's difficult to believe that such handsome, expensive-looking Clipper Craft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine, only $40 and $45, and sport jackets, only $26.50. Clippercraft values are made possible only by the great Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 1,036 fine stores across the nation. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Dr. Watson and Mr. Holmes, who are about to force their way into a strange house in which a woman has been screaming.
But look here, Holmes. You're not going to ring the front door bell.
Why not?
Well,
Always try the easiest method first, Watson. Yes, someone's coming.
Well, what do you want?
I want to speak to Dr. Schlesinger.
There's no such person here. Take your foot out of the doorway.
Not until I've seen the man who lives here, whatever he may call himself.
Very well, then. Come in. You're letting in the rain standing here. And let me tell you this. My husband is not afraid of any man alive. I'll call him.
The place hasn't been lived in for some time. Notice the dust on the chandelier, Watson. Yes, and they intend leaving again shortly. Muslin covers haven't been removed from the furniture.
dreary old hole. So listen to the wind in the chimney. Ooh, it's cold and clammy. Smells like a crypt.
Shh, shh. Someone's coming.
Ah, gentlemen. Well, there must be some mistake. I fancy you've been misdirected. Perhaps if you try further down the street...
That will do. We've no time to waste. You are Henry Peters, the late Reverend Dr. Schlesinger of Baden-Baden in South America.
And you are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if I'm not mistaken.
Quite.
Your name does not frighten me, Mr. Holmes. When a man's conscience is clear, you can't rattle him.
What have you done with Lady Frances CARFAX?
Well, I should be very glad if you could inform me of her whereabouts. She gave us the slip, owing me £100. I've nothing to show for it but a couple of cheap ornaments she left in my possession.
I have reason to believe she's in this house, and I mean to find her.
Where is your warrant?
This efficient little revolver will serve until a better one comes.
Annie! Annie, get a policeman! I'll have you thrown out.
Quick, Watson, our time's limited. Peters, where's the coffin that was sent to this house?
It's in use. There's a body in it.
I must see that body.
No, you don't.
Stand aside, I warn you, you'll be hurt. Now then, Watson, first the dining room. Open that door.
Holmes, there's the coffin on the table. I don't like the looks of this.
Turn up the gas, I can't see. It's better.
Why, it's a little dried-up old woman.
Yes. It's not Lady CARFAX.
Not possibly. This poor old thing she's over 80. She's almost lost in that coffin.
You blundered badly for once, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. If you really must know, that is an old nurse of my wife's. We located her in Brixton Workhouse Infirmary a few days ago. We brought her here. Unfortunately, the doctor we called in couldn't save her. Day before yesterday, she died. Certificate says senile decay. Pick a hole in that, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
You hear that, Holmes? It's a woman in pain.
Nonsense, just the wind of the chimney. It behaves that way on bad nights.
Mr. Peters, I'm going through your house.
Oh, no, you're not. Put up your hands, both of you.
Annie, I thought I told you to go for the police.
I think this shotgun will be as good an argument as any policeman. Come along. Out you go and be quick about it.
Look here, you can't bully-rag us.
Easy, Watson, easy. I'm afraid we shall have to do as the lady suggests. She's so persuasive.
I say, Holmes, I'm drenched to the skin. How long do we have to stand here in this beastly rain?
Until Lestrade comes back with a search warrant, I'm not going to take my eyes off that house. Confounded, why does Scotland Yard always have to be so slow?
I say, look, Holmes. What's that carriage driving up in front of the house?
Great thunder, it's a hearse. Why a hearse this time of night? Why the hurry? There's something wrong about this, Watson, something I can't quite figure out.
They're bringing out the coffin. Seems to be heavier than you'd expect.
The coffin. Of course. Heavier and deeper. Special job. What a fool I've been. Quick, Watson. We must stop that coffin. It's life or death, and 100 chances to 1 it's death.
But how? I don't understand.
Put that coffin down. Put it down, I say.
You again. I thought I told you to keep out of this.
Order those men to put that coffin down, Peters, or I'll blow your brains out.
Very well, but I'll have you arrested for this.
Good. Here comes Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. You could speak to him about that.
Hello. What's up?
Catch them, Lestrade. That man and woman, they're trying to make a getaway.
No, you don't.
Here, Watson, never mind that. Help me pry the top off this coffin.
But, Holmes, you're not going to do it out here in the rain.
Don't argue. Get at it.
All right.
This side seems loose. Hurry.
All right.
That's it. Now again. Here we are. That does it.
Phew. What a beastly smell of chloroform. Well, the coffin is saturated. Look here, Holmes. There's nothing in here but the old woman.
Take her out quickly. Don't you see she's resting nearer the top than she was before? Take her out. There's a false bottom. That's it. It should lift out.
By Jove, it does lift out. Look, there's another compartment underneath.
And in it is Lady Frances Carfax. Watson, tell me quickly. Are we too late? Is she gone?
No. No, there's still a faint pulse. We'll be able to bring her round in time. Phew, but it was a close call.
Yes, thank heaven we were in time to prevent a double funeral.
Yes, but look here, Dr. Watson, you haven't explained the mystery of the dark gentleman, the one who gave you the black eye.
Well, he turned out to be the sheep in wolf's clothing, a boyhood sweetheart of Lady Frances Carfax. I believe they had had a lover's quarrel many years before, and the Honorable Philip Green, that was his name, he'd biffed off to South America, bought a coffee plantation, and proceeded to become disgracefully wealthy. After many years, he discovered that the lady had never married, possibly because she was still in love with him. So back he came to try his luck the second time. His wooing was a trifle tempestuous, I fancy. But the lady finally relented, so the story has a happy ending.
And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week's story?
Next week, I think I'll tell you about a famous family who had a monster locked up in their tower room, and how that monster later threatened the true heir to the succession, and by what quick-witted means Holmes showed up a gigantic swindle.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Return of the Monster. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Well, here we are as usual in Dr. Watson's hospitable study, all ready and waiting for our weekly treat. What's it to be tonight, Dr. Watson?
But tonight I think I'll tell you how Holmes made an unexpected and, I may say, dramatic return after many years' absence. Yes, it was so dramatic I came dash close to fainting.
Well, well.
But before we go into that, suppose you tell us about a happy surprise that's in store for the chaps who buy their first Clippercraft clothes. Surprise that won't shock their pocketbooks.
How right you are, Dr. Watson. New spring Clippercraft clothes are arriving constantly at fine stores everywhere. That's an important announcement for men who have always worn Clippercraft, and for those who will wear them for the first time this spring, because Clippercraft values are even more sensational today than ever before. And that's saying plenty. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting those savings, even in the face of today's high prices, where they belong, in your pocket. And don't forget that your Clippercraft dealer is a friendly local independent store, a store you can trust. Handsome new Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine are only $40 and $45. Sport jackets but $26.50, and superb tropicals but $33.75 to $40. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to get back to Mr. Holmes' dramatic reappearance.
Right. I've always said it's a good thing to absent yourself from time to time. Makes people appreciate you when you come back. That's what Holmes said the time he was missing for 3 years.
3 years? That's a pretty long lapse of time.
Yes, it was rather. Everyone thought he was dead. What a horrible time that was. I couldn't bear to live in our old lodgings in Baker Street. Associations and everything.
Yes.
It's funny how sentimental we all are underneath. I'd taken up my quarters in a more fashionable part of town and resumed my medical practice. It was after Holmes had succeeded in driving Professor Moriarty out of England. We all believed Holmes had sacrificed his life to rid society of that evil spirit.
That sounds terrifically exciting, Doctor. Won't you tell us how Holmes managed to put a finish to Moriarty?
What? Kill off Professor Moriarty before I've told you the rest of our adventures with him? Well, I should say not. Never catch me throwing away good material, but let's get down to cases.
Fair enough.
Very well. It was in the spring of the year 1894, when all of London, the fashionable world in particular, was dismayed by the death under most unusual circumstances of the Honourable Ronald Adair. That likeable young gentleman was the second son of the Earl of Maynooth. He lived, together with his mother, the Countess of Maynooth, and his sister Hilda, at 427 Park Lane. The youth moved in the best society, but was very fond of cards, played continually.
Aha, piling up gambling debts he couldn't pay.
Well, as a matter of fact, it came out in evidence that he had actually won as much as £420 in one sitting at his club the week previous, from Godfrey Miller and Lord Balmoral, I believe it was. His partner was a certain Colonel Moran.
But then he must have been well ahead of the game.
Oh, quite. And yet it was to this easy-going, likeable, I might even say lucky young aristocrat that death came in a most strange and unexpected form on the night of the March the 30th. He returned from his club shortly after 10, his mother and sister having gone to the opera. The butler, Peter, swore that he heard him enter the front room on the second floor, generally used as his sitting room. The night being chilly, he had lit a fire, and as it showed a tendency to smoke, one of the front windows had been opened about 4 inches. Nothing further was heard from this sitting room until 11:30, the hour of the return of Lady Maynooth and her daughter. Peters testified that her ladyship seemed rather agitated.
Gracious, Hilda. I declare I'm chilled to the bone.
Oh, sorry, Mama.
Oh, Peters, will you help me with my carriage boots?
Certainly, milady. You've returned so early. I trust the opera was not a disappointment.
Oh, no, indeed, Peters. It was heavenly. Only Mama can never bear to stay for the death scenes at the end.
So depressing, I always think.
Why, Mama, I've always thought Carmen was terribly gay. Just because he knifes her in the last scene doesn't
No, I know. But so primitive, so brutal. And that bit in the gypsy camp, where Carmen keeps turning up the ace of spades, the card of death. I had the queerest foreboding during that scene, as though Ronnie needed me. Oh, dear, I do wish he wouldn't play whist so often. I'm sure it's not good for him. A boy his age should have other interests. I wish I could get that ace of spades out of my mind. I can't help feeling it means something.
Oh, nonsense, Mamma. You've just given yourself another case of the fidgets. It's the English climate that's depressing you, that's all. One day of sunshine and you'll be as gay as a lark.
I'm sure I hope so. Oh, dear, listen to that wind. Fog and rain, rain and fog. Peters, has Mr. Ronald come in yet?
Yes, milady. Over an hour ago. He's upstairs in his sitting room.
Well, thank heaven for that. I think I'll just go up and say good night to him.
That's right, Mamma. Make sure he isn't sitting in a draught.
Hilda, really? I declare I don't know what children are coming to nowadays. No respect for their parents.
Good night, darling.
And you're not to sit up till all hours, mind.
No, Mamma.
Really, I don't know how young girls nowadays expect to keep their looks if they never go to bed. Oh, dear, that wind, it's so eerie. Ronnie? Ronnie, dear, it's Mother. Why, it's locked. The door's locked. Ronnie, are you all right? Ronnie!
Mother, what's the matter?
Ronnie, he's locked himself in. He doesn't answer. Peters! Hilda! Oh, come quickly, I'm afraid.
Okay, Mother.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie! Why don't you answer?
No, don't worry, milady.
It's all right, Mother. He's probably fallen asleep.
Ronnie! Oh, Hilda, I'm frightened. Peters, can't you break the door down?
I can try, milady.
Here, let me help. Now then, both together.
There, here, milady. Fallen asleep at the desk.
But he looked so strange. Cards scattered everywhere, and look there. The ace of spades. There's blood on it. Blood dripping onto the carpet. Ronnie!
Oh, Peters, quick, help me. She's fainted.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Here, put her on the couch.
No, poor Lady Maynooth.
Oh, dear, Mother.
Shall I call the doctor, miss?
Oh, never mind, Mother. It's Ronnie we have to worry about. Maybe it's not too late. Oh, Ronnie. Oh, his head. How horrible.
Shot with a soft bullet. Better not look, miss. It's not nice.
Oh, Ronnie, darling, why did you do it?
He didn't, miss.
Oh, but Peters, he must have. The door was locked on the inside.
It's not suicide, Miss Hilda. It's murder. Mr. Ronnie couldn't have done it. There's no weapon anywhere in the room.
But look here, Dr. Watson. Ronald Adair was in the second-story sitting room with the door locked on the inside.
Exactly, Mr. Harris. Furthermore, he was in the room alone.
Yes, but if someone else shot him, how is that possible?
That's what puzzled the authorities. No one could have climbed up to the open window without leaving traces of some sort. The outside wall was perfectly smooth, no ivy, no water pipes. Furthermore, there was a drop of over 20 feet from the window to the ground.
Well, then, the murderer couldn't have been in the room with young Adair. He must have shot at him from the street below.
Remember, the window was open only 4 inches, and the glass was not shattered.
That would be a pretty remarkable shot, Doctor.
Furthermore, Park Lane is not an unfrequented thoroughfare, and there is a cab stand within 50 yards of the house, and yet no one heard a shot.
Nice little problem.
Yes, exactly. Scotland Yard was at its wits' end. Our old friend, Inspector Lestrade, even went so far as to consult me in the matter, knowing how familiar I was with Holmes' methods of deduction. And so I promised to have a look at the facade of Lady Maynooth's house in Park Lane to see if anything suggested itself to me.
And did it?
Now, Mr. Harris, you're anticipating again.
I'm sorry.
Well, so it was. But around 6 o'clock that evening, I found myself at the Oxford Street end of Park Lane. A heterogeneous collection of loafers on the pavement, all staring up at a particular window, directed me to the house I had come to see. Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, Dr. Watson, sir. I was told you might be dropping around for a look at the scene of crime.
Yes, nice little crowd you've collected here.
Yes, sir. Nothing like a good murder to bring him out of their owls. Hey, look at that old codger up there with the white whiskers. Pushing his way up to the front. But he ain't been out of doors for months. Looks fair dusty, he does.
Oh, you mean the bibliophile.
The what, sir?
Book lover.
Oh.
Notice the titles of the volumes under his arm. Say, let's have a look. Origin of Tree Worship, Sign Language of the Druids, Life in Early Crete. Evidently collects obscure volumes, either as a trade or a hobby.
Well, I never would have noticed. Well, I'll hand it to you, Dr. Watson. You're almost as good with your deductions as Mr. Sherlock Holmes himself.
Elementary, my dear constable, elementary. Poor old fellow. He's got a bad cough. Lung condition, probably. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything much to discover. No possible way of scaling the front of the building from below. How about the roof? Could he have come across from another building?
No, sir. Inspector Lestrade looked into that first thing. Roof's all divided off with iron bars. Spikes on them. About as easy to break into as the Bank of England.
Well, may as well be getting on home. Yes, I dare say even Holmes couldn't solve this.
Here, look where you're going, you clumsy fool.
Oh, I say, I'm terribly sorry. I hope you're not hurt.
Who cares about me? It's my books that matter. Struck them right out of my hand. There they are, lying all over the road. Mud on their covers.
Oh, please, let me pick them up.
No, you don't. And don't you touch them. You've done enough damage already. Mercy on us. Such a mess. Nobody appreciates good books nowadays.
Well, at least let me apologize. I'm
really
go
away, Donna. Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? Go home, can't you? You're no use standing around here.
Well, maybe he's right. Good night, Constable.
Good night, Doctor.
Lestrade knows where to find me in case he wants me. Any calls while I was out, Rosie?
No, sir.
Oh, good. Maybe my luck is in tonight. Well, it's about time I had a peaceful evening at home. Oh, I spoke too soon. See what it is this time, Rosie. Croup or measles?
Yes, sir, right away.
No more privacy than a Siamese twin. Dr. Codcall his soul his own. And as for ever Oh, yes, Rosie, who is it, and what does he think he has?
It ain't a patient, sir.
No? What then?
I don't rightly know, sir. He's an old fellow with white whiskers, like a billy goat. Said to tell you it was your bibliophile calling.
What? Oh, the bibliophile.
You're surprised to see me so soon, eh?
Well, how do you do? Come in.
Thank you.
That's all, Rosie.
Oh, yes, sir.
Please sit down. I hope you're recovered from the bump I gave you.
Well, that's what I came to see you about, Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes?
I've got a conscience, sir, and when I chanced to see you come into this house, I came hobbling after you because I said to myself, I'll just step in and see that kind gentleman and tell him I'm sorry I was a bit gruff a while back and no harm meant. And I'm much obliged for offering to pick up my books.
Oh, not at all.
Maybe you collect books yourself?
Well, no, I can't say that I do.
Never too late to learn. Now, here's a copy of British Birds, and here's a very fine Catullus.
Yes, but...
Or perhaps this Holy War would be more in your line.
Well, really, I don't think...
A bargain, every one of them. With 5 volumes, you could just fill that gap on the second shelf. So untidy, my dear Watson, quite unlike your old self.
Holmes!
Obviously. I wondered how long it'd take you to penetrate my disguise.
You're not dead.
Your reasoning, my dear Watson, as usual, is faultless.
Well, for heaven's sake,
Easy, Watson, easy.
My dear Holmes, I think I'll sit down.
It's a very good idea. I'd better have a nip of this brandy.
Yes, I could do with a bracer.
My dear Watson, 1,000 apologies. I had no idea you'd be so affected.
Well, I'm not made of chilled steel like you, Holmes. Where's my brandy?
Here you are.
That's better. So it's really you standing here in my study. Well, thank heaven, why, you old reprobate, you. How in heaven's name did you ever come back alive out of that dreadful chasm where Professor Moriarty met his death?
It's quite simple. I was never there.
Yes, but good heavens, Holmes, it's been 3 years. You let us believe you were dead all that time. Now, was that nice, I ask you?
Not nice, Watson, but necessary. You see, Moriarty's gang was still to be dealt with. I was much safer if they believed I'd met my death at the same time as their
illustrious leader. For 3 years, I've been living in disguise, tracking the members of that foul brotherhood to the ends of the earth. And now I'm happy to say there's only one left to be dealt with.
But look here, Holmes. Why didn't you let me know who you were when I bumped into you in Park Lane just now?
Because, my dear Watson, you were being watched by the man I'm after. The last of Moriarty's gang.
Good heavens, who is he?
Someone you doubtless know, Watson. You may have even played whist with him on numerous occasions. And lost. Most people lose when they play with the tiger, as Moriarty used to call him. A clever man, Watson. Very clever. He not only suspects that I'm alive, he even guesses I've returned to London.
Good Lord.
Yes, but I mean to take advantage of this cleverness. I've set a trap for him. I expect to catch my tiger tonight.
Tonight?
Exactly. I, don't suppose you'd care to come along?
You just try to prevent me, that's all I have to say. Just wait till I get my hat and stick.
I think you'll find your old army revolver a little more appropriate, Watson.
And now, while Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson start tracking one of London's master criminals, suppose we tell you how to track down one of the most satisfactory bargains in the clothing business. Clippercraft concentrates on delivering exactly what you want in your clothes at remarkably low prices for such fine quality. You want long wear? Well, examine the rich, staunchly woven Clippercraft fabrics. You want comfort? You get it in Clippercraft through the most skillful designing experience can bring you. And you want the smartness your friends will admire? Clippercraft brings you all three. Smart styling, long wear, solid comfort, at unbelievably modest prices. It's the result of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, and bringing you amazingly fine suits at only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine for only $40 and $45. Sport jackets for only $26.50, and smart tropicals at only $33.75 to $40. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now back to Holmes and Watson. We find them slinking down a dark and sinister little alleyway.
I say, Holmes, do we have to do all this pussyfooting down dark mews and through smelly stables?
Absolutely, my dear Watson. It's essential that we should not be followed at this stage of the game. Yes, we've passed Manchester Street and Blandford Street. Here, down this narrow passage.
Good Lord. It's as dark as the black hole of Calcutta.
Here, scale this fence.
Scale the fence?
Now, don't tell me you've let yourself get out of condition during my absence.
Certainly not, only, do you think it's quite dignified?
Probably not, but who'll ever know? Up with you.
All right. A little better. I've ruined the knees of my trousers.
Oh, stop burbling, Watson, and come along. We've got to get into this house.
Yes, but look here, it's an empty house.
Quite. That's why I selected it. Now, where did I put that key?
Well, don't tell me you're not going to pick the lock. Holmes, you're losing your grip.
Quiet. Come in. Easy does it. Shut the door after you. Gently, my dear Watson. Gently.
Well, I'm doing my best. It was a draft. Well, now what?
Come along upstairs. We should get a good view from the windows of the upper front room.
You know, Holmes, there's something spooky about an empty house. Strange noises, boards squeaking.
Easy. We turn a corner here.
Are you with me?
Oh, absolutely.
Ah, this is the room. Excellent. The light from the street lamps, all the illumination we shall need.
Look here, Holmes. There's something familiar about this street out there. Why, of course, it's Baker Street.
Exactly. We're in Camden House, which stands opposite our old quarters.
Jove, no wonder it looked familiar. But why station ourselves here?
Because it commands an excellent view of our historic dwelling. Might I trouble you, my dear Watson, to draw a little nearer to the window, taking every precaution not to show yourself.
Right.
And then look up at our old rooms. We'll see if 3 years of absence have entirely taken away my power to surprise you.
Well, the windows of our sitting room are lighted. I see there's a man sitting in front of one. Well, look here, it's you. Well, that is, at least it's your silhouette.
It's a bust of me, to be exact. Anything else of interest in Baker Street?
Let's see. There's two disreputable-looking fellows leaning against a lamp-post.
Excellent, Watson. I expected them.
Holmes, good heavens, your head. I mean the dummy. It moved.
Of course, our old friend Mrs. Hudson has orders to move it from below from time to time. Listen, what was that?
Sounded like a door closing.
Yes. I felt a draft. By all that's holy, he's going to operate from inside this building. I expected he'd work from the street as he did before. Quick, Watson, we've got to get out of here. You'll probably want this window.
You mean whoever we're after, he's coming in here?
Of course. Quick, Watson, into the next room. Here. Stand in the shadow where we can watch him without being seen.
I hear footsteps. He's coming.
Quiet if you value your life.
Standing in the doorway. His face is in the shadow of his hat. Great Scott, his eyes blaze in the dark like a cat's.
Like a tiger's, Watson.
He's crossing to the window. He's raising the window.
Not very far, Watson. That won't be necessary.
His stick. His walking stick. Where is he pointing it out of the window?
It's a gun, Watson. Devilish invention. Doesn't make a sound. He's going to take a shot at my silhouette. When we hear the window across the street crash, we know he's fired.
He's aiming.
Get him, Watson, get him!
I've got him! Don't move, you want...
The gun, I thought you had me. Well, not before I squeeze the life out of you.
Oh, no, you don't. Watson, are you all right? I knocked him out.
Absolutely. What's that for?
There's two men from Scotland Yard down in the street leaning against the lamppost. I must say I thought our friend here would do his dirty work outside so they could deal with him firsthand. Ah, here come the regulars. Well, if it isn't Lestrade.
You bet it is. It took the job myself. And maybe we weren't glad to get your message at Scotland Yard half an hour ago. Although I must say we've done pretty well down there in your absence.
Really? Solved the Ronald Adair mystery yet?
Oh, well, that is...
our sleeping beauty seems to be coming too. Gentlemen, allow me to present Colonel Sebastian Moran, late of Her Majesty's Indian Army. I believe I'm correct, Colonel, in saying that your bag of tigers still remains unrivaled.
You go to blazes.
Yes, a remarkable shot. You and your air gun were invaluable to the late Professor Moriarty, eh?
I might have known that wasn't you in the window.
Quite. I'm surprised that such a simple stratagem could deceive so old a shikar.
What do you mean by that?
How often, Colonel, have you tethered a goat to a tree, lain above it with your rifle, and waited for the bait to attract your tiger? This empty house is my tree. You are my tiger. The only difference being that I did not care to be the goat myself. Take him away, Lestrade.
Just a moment. You can't arrest me for taking a shot at a dummy, not even if it's the dummy of Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, quite right. I arrest you for the murder of the Honorable Ronald Adair, because you are the only man alive capable of shooting a man through the slightly opened window from the street below without being heard. A truly remarkable shot, Colonel. A bit too remarkable. That's how I knew you were the murderer.
Now come along, you. Frank, bring that stick along.
Right, sir.
We'll need it as evidence.
Well, Watson, What do you say? Shall we step across the street to our old quarters?
Right-ho.
I think you'll find everything just as it used to be. And I'm sure Mrs. Hudson is anxiously awaiting us with sandwiches and a steaming pot of coffee.
Ah.
You see, I remember your weakness.
My weakness? I like that. And that, Mr. Harris, is the story of how I went to live in Baker Street again and started another series of incredible and amazing adventures, which I shall tell you about, if it won't bore you.
Well, what do you think, Dr. Watson? You know, there's just one thing I don't understand about tonight's story, though. Why did Colonel Moran kill Ronald Adair?
Because Adair had discovered Moran was cheating at cards and threatened to expose him. You remember that I said Adair had won £400 at whist the week before with Moran as his partner.
Yes.
That amount made Adair suspicious. He discovered the cards were marked. The very cards, by the way, which were found beside the dead body. He was examining them again to be sure he'd made no mistake. That's why the door was locked on the inside. He didn't want anyone to interrupt him.
I see. Well, what about next week's story, Dr. Watson?
Let me think. Next week, suppose I tell you about a rather curious dinner that Holmes and I attended in order to see if we could discover if a world-famous violinist was trying to poison his wife.
Did you succeed?
In a way, yes. Of course, there was a death, and I'll tell you all about it next week.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Miser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Very Best Butter. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Melvin Elliott with a 15-minute summary of the latest news.
WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. A Longines Whitnor product.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, The Case of the Very Best Butter. Well, here we are once again on the threshold of Dr. Watson's cheerful study. The lamplight streams over the handsome bindings of his library, and the fragrance of many bowls of hyacinths fills the room. The curtains move gently in a slight evening breeze. And I, for one, am glad to sit down and just listen, Doctor.
Sounds like a bad case of spring fever, Mr. Harris. Yes, I have an idea tonight's story may make you forget that. But before we discuss the case of the highly emotional lady who took a violent interest in butter, suppose you say a few words on a subject every self-respecting male takes quite an interest in nowadays.
You mean how to present a well-groomed appearance without bankrupting his budget. Well, this is an important announcement because it affects the cost of your living. You know very well that the cost of many things you buy has risen considerably. Some costs are still rising. The reasons are many. Increased costs of material, increased labor costs, and so on. Now, it's true manufacturing costs are higher. However, in the face of sharply mounting costs, Clippercraft brings you superbly tailored suits at only $40 and $45. Beautifully made top coats, including fine coverts and worsted gabardines, at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Tropicals, too, at $33.75 to $40. Clippercraft offers these amazing values even today because of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, effecting tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Only comparison will prove what this means in money saved on your spring clothing budget. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to the lady who was so interested in butter.
Yes, it occurred while I was sharing lodgings with Holmes at 221B, Baker Street.
Honest, Injun, was there ever really such an address as 221B Baker Street?
Oh, this modern generation. Nothing but doubting Thomases. You know, would you believe it? There are people who go so far as to suspect that Sherlock Holmes is nothing but a figment of my imagination.
Why, sacrilege, Doctor.
Well, it's worse than that. So to silence all skeptics once and for all, I'd like to read a small item from that guidebook to end all guidebooks, the well-known Baedeker. It's right here on the first shelf somewhere. Yes, Baedeker's Paris, Baedeker's Rome. Oh, here we are, Baedeker's London and the environs.
Don't tell me Baker Street is actually mentioned in Baedeker.
Oh, it is indeed. Yes, I have the page marked somewhere. Yes, just Marylebone Road, Queen Charlotte's Maternity Hospital. No, that's not it. Baker Street Station. Yes, here we are. Baker Street. Chief thoroughfare between Oxford Street and Marylebone Road. Mrs. Siddons lived from 1817 till her death in 1831 at number 27 Upper Baker Street. House demolished. Tablet. Lord Lytton, the novelist, was born at number 68 in 1803. Tablet. And William Pitts lived in 1802-04 at number 120. Tablet. Sherlock Holmes also had rooms there.
Don't tell me there's no tablet at 221B, Doctor.
Oh, well, not yet. Give us time. After all, Holmes is still mortal. Tablets are for the immortals, Mr. Harris.
Well, that certainly should settle any doubts about Mr. Sherlock Holmes' reality once and for all.
I certainly hope so. Well, as I was saying, it was in the good old Baker Street days. It was rather latish of a gloomy afternoon. I'd remained indoors all day, for the weather had taken a sudden turn to rain, and my practice wasn't too thriving at the moment. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I listened with growing irritation to Holmes as he practiced interminable scales, roulades, glissandos, and what have you on his violin. At last, a particularly screeching dissonance was more than my frazzled nerves could bear. Holmes, must you do that?
Calm yourself, my dear Watson. I was not responsible for that last bit of cacophony. It was caused by the scraping of a carriage wheel against our curb. Yes, we are about to receive a client. A rather portly lady of means, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh, how can you possibly tell? You haven't even bothered to look out of the window.
The outraged creak of the carriage springs as its passenger descended to the pavement indicates a person of substance. The tap of French heels on the pavement indicates the person's a lady. And the fact that the vehicle remained at the curb indicates that it's either a private carriage or a public conveyance that's been told to wait. Either eventuality indicates a person of means.
I swear I heard nothing except the first scrape against the curb. I must say, Holmes, you have ears like a hawk.
Your metaphor is a trifle mixed, my dear Watson, but I accept your tribute. Come in.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Naturally. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Thank heavens you're at home. You must dine with me tonight, both of you. I may need a doctor as well as a detective.
Interesting. I mean, what brings you to that rather startling conclusion?
I am in grave danger, and you are the only person who can save me.
How, madam?
My husband wishes to be rid of me. I am being poisoned, systematically, cold-bloodedly poisoned. That is, I was, until I hired an old nurse of mine to do the cooking, and refused to eat anything that wasn't served to everybody in the house on a common plate, pot or tureen.
So that if poison were present, all members of your household would be in equal danger.
Exactly. I'm no fool.
How many members of your household are there, Mrs.
I am Madame de Pavane. My husband is Pubis de Pavane, the famous violinist.
Oh, yes, I've heard him in concert. Remarkable technique. They tell me his trills compare favorably with Paganini.
Oh, yes, Pubis is a great violinist. If you've heard him play, you have doubtless also seen my daughter, who plays his accompaniments. My husband, my daughter Therese, and myself. There are only 3 of us in the household. We are, I may say, the eternal triangle. Puvis is infatuated with Therese.
Well, really?
Your daughter, I gather, Madame de Pavan, is the child of a previous marriage.
Yes and no. As a matter of fact, she's my stepdaughter, the child of my first husband by his first marriage.
Rather a complicated ménage, Watson?
Quite.
Huh, I was a fool to marry a man so much younger than myself. But Puvis was, well, ardent. You know what these Latins are, Mr. Holmes. Swept me right off my feet. Would you believe it, he refused to eat or sleep until I named the day. It all happened in the south of France, that land of languor and romance.
Oh, I see it all. The courtship, the honeymoon, the return home, the meeting with the daughter of the household, the inevitable call of youth to youth.
Puvis isn't that young, Dr. Watson. I'm not a cradle snatcher. And besides, he'd known Therese long before I met him. She accompanied him on a concert tour, much against my better judgment, I will say. I sometimes think their romance may have blossomed even then.
Yes, but in that case, why did Monsieur de Pavan marry you, or not your stepdaughter?
Because, Dr. Watson, I happen to be the one who has the money.
These realistic Frenchmen, eh, Watson? Tell me, Madame de Pavan, when did you first suspect you were being poisoned?
About a month ago. I began to have a marked distress after every meal.
You don't think it could have been flatulence brought on perhaps by overeating?
Certainly not. I have an extraordinarily good digestion plus an excellent appetite.
Obviously.
I will say Puvis has tried to persuade me to eat less of the fattening foods, but I tell him that here in England men appreciate fine figure of a woman. No, Mr. Holmes, I know the difference between flatulence and a definite and even painful burning sensation in the pit of my stomach. And I can guess what causes it when I see that the weed killer I keep for the garden is disappearing in the middle of the winter.
Weed killer? But that's full of arsenic.
I know that. I'm no fool. That's why I sent for Nanny 3 weeks ago to do the cooking.
What a pity you didn't come to me instead. I should have enjoyed making the Reinsch test on the contents of your stomach. Now, of course, after 3 weeks, it would be very difficult to prove the presence of arsenic in your system. Short of an autopsy, of course.
Well, I'm not giving anyone a chance for that. Not if I can help it.
I take it you've had no further distress since your nurse was brought in to do the cooking?
No, that I haven't.
Then why do you come to me at this late date?
Because I think Puvis is getting set for another try. He leaves tonight for a concert tour of the continent. I have forbidden Therese to accompany him. But just half an hour ago, I heard them plotting together. I was counting the silver in the butler's pantry when I heard them come into the dining room. They didn't know that I was listening.
I don't care what she says. I can't. I won't go without you.
But you'll have to, Puvis. You have a week before your first concert. You'll be able to find another accompanist in Paris.
But I don't want another accompanist, Therese. I want you. You know I can't do anything if you aren't with me. You've got to come with me. Sneak out of the house when she's not looking.
But I can't do that, Puvis, dear. She'll disown me. I'll be disinherited. We'd both starve.
Oh, confound the woman. If she only weren't so big-headed and so rich.
I've tried to persuade her, Puvis, but she won't listen.
She won't listen to words, perhaps. But there are other ways of persuading people. Therese, promise me that if anything should happen, you will come to me by the next boat.
Of course. But what could happen?
Don't worry. I have a plan. A neat little plan. And it shouldn't take too long to work out.
A rather ambiguous conversation, if you'll permit me to say so, Madame de Pavan. What makes you so sure your husband will try to poison you at dinner tonight?
First, because it's his last meal at home. The boat train leaves at 9:30. And second, because I found this bottle in the waste paper basket in his study.
A pharmacist's bottle with a label partly torn off. The letters P-O-I-S still visible.
P-O-I-S. Holmes, if you add O-N, that spells poison.
Brilliant, my dear Watson. Positively scintillating. There seems to be a small bit of white crystalline powder still left at the bottom of the bottle. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, from the look and the smell, it might be Epsom salts. Holmes, what are you doing?
Tasting it.
What?
Just the slightest suspicion of a taste, Watson. Yes, it's slightly acrid and metallic. That, too, might be Epsom salts. Want to try it, Watson?
No, thanks. I'm not interested in tasting anything that comes in a bottle marked poison.
Perhaps you're right. Yes, I think perhaps we should try some more extensive tests before we make up our minds about the contents of this bottle, madame.
I don't care what you do, but don't be late for dinner. We dine at 7:30. The address is 49 Rathbone Place. You enter from Oxford Street. It's close to Tottenham Court Road.
We shall be there, madame. On the dot.
Well, here we are, Holmes. Rathbone Place. The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yes, you may have heard me mention it, Watson. The street is named after a distant, connection of mine.
I say, just what did you find in the bottom of that bottle, Holmes?
Antimony.
Antimony? But that's deadly poison.
Quite. It's also a constituent of many crack pills. Monsieur de Pavane may be dosing himself for anything from blood pressure to hangnails.
Well, just the same, it doesn't improve my appetite to know we're dining at a house where there's poison about. What if he gets in the wrong person's soup?
Perhaps we should have brought your stomach pump.
Don't be indelicate, Holmes. Personally, I shall follow Madame de Pavane's example and eat or drink nothing that doesn't come from a community dish.
Very sensible, Watson. Very sensible indeed. Yes, here we are. Number 49. Give the bell a pull, Watson. There's a good chap.
Righto. Well, I must say there's nothing particularly sinister looking about the house, eh, Holmes? Nice, cheerful little ruffled curtains.
Yes. The poisoners have been known to live in the most innocuous surroundings.
Holmes, I do wish you'd refrain from indulging your sepulchral sense of humor.
Yes, sir.
That is, if Madame de Pavane lives here, I believe we're expected.
But this is a great honor. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Who will believe me when I say I have the honor of entertaining the world's master detective and his ami, the good doctor?
Oh, then you recognize us?
Naturally. Who does not know the great Sherlock Holmes? Besides, my wife has taken great trouble to impress upon me just who it is she has invited to dinner.
Oh, that's certainly forthright of her, eh, Holmes?
Madame is a forthright person. She says what she thinks, even when she changes her mind. But will you not step into the parlor? We shall have a glass of sherry. Madame and her charming daughter will be down directly.
Thank you, but, I don't think that is... not before dinner. I mean, it might take away my appetite.
Oh, come, Dr. Watson. It is such excellent sherry. Here, I pour from the decanter for you, for the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and for myself.
Oh, well, in that case, eh, Holmes?
Sunday, monsieur, to your continued good health. But what do you wait for? Bottoms up, as they say. I see. You wish to see if I drink first. Very well, so. You see, it is quite harmless.
Well, that's a relief.
May I say, monsieur, it is no secret to me why you are here. My poor wife thinks she is being poisoned, and she suspects me.
Well, that's dashed frank of you, I must say.
Why not be frank, monsieur docteur? I have nothing to hide. Yes, you are a medical man. You must realize that many women, particularly if they are well-bred, and shall we say, a bit high-strung, when they come to a certain age, they develop curious ideas. You do not know how quickly Madame Pavane recovers from her little eccentricities. You know how these things are, Dr. Watson?
No, yes. I must say, if the lady is suffering from, an idée fixe, you're very wise to go away and give it a chance to blow over.
You are planning to go alone, Monsieur de Pavane?
But of course.
What about an accompanist?
Oh, you mean Therese. I think at this time it is best she stay with her mother. After all, I do not want to leave her entirely alone. She might develop a melancholia.
Very understanding of you, Monsieur de Pavane.
But I am a man of the world. I have traveled. You see, I know many women. I understand them better, perhaps, than you, Englishmen.
Perhaps.
And now, if you will excuse a moment, I must see if Madame needs my assistance. Her maid is not very strong, and since Madame has put on a few pounds, she needs a man to, what you call, hook her up the back. Please do pour yourself more sherry in my absence, now that you know it is safe. Au revoir, monsieur.
Well, Watson, what do you make of our friend, the violinist?
Well, Holmes, he may be perfectly right. Madame de Pavane may be suffering from a slight form of female hysteria.
Then in that case, why has he booked 2 passages to France? See, here are the tickets sticking out from beneath this blotter. One is for tonight. The other is for a week from now.
So, Sherlock Holmes didn't think Monsieur Pavin was as innocent as he pretended to be, Doctor.
No, Mr. Harris. Don't ask me what Holmes thought. No one ever knew that, not even I, until afterwards. Well, pretty soon the maid announced...
Here you are, sir.
What's that?
The sherry flips you ordered, Dr. Watson, for you and Mr. Harris.
Oh, yes, thank you, Kitty. Right on cue.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is what I call hospitality.
Yes, I thought we might take a breather and drink a toast to our sponsor's continued success.
Righto. Fine local independent stores in every community report increasing demand for Clippercraft. So every day, even more millions of men are becoming acquainted with unrivaled Clippercraft values. These values are the result of the Clippercraft plan, which is just about the best possible example of the true American way in production. The famous Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 136 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Perfectly amazing economies result, and here's the answer. You can secure truly fine Clippercraft suits this spring for only $40 and $45. And superb top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, sport jackets for only $26.50, and tropicals at $33.75 to $40. See these remarkable values tomorrow. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, now that we've had our pause for refreshment, suppose we return to our story, huh?
Fair enough, Doctor.
As I was saying, pretty soon the Pavin's little parlour maid announced dinner. Holmes and I repaired to the dining room where we found Madame de Pavin and her stepdaughter, a rather toothy female, already seated at either end of the table. Monsieur Pavin stood in back of his chair at the far side. Madame, who was ladling soup out of a large tureen, her napkin tucked well over her bodice, turned and pointed imperiously to the two empty chairs at the near side.
You sit here, Mr. Holmes, next to me. Dr. Watson, you sit there, next to Therese.
Oh, delighted, I'm sure.
I'm afraid this soup isn't as thick as it should be. Old Nanny isn't the best cook in the world, but at least I know that it won't give me a stomachache.
Oh, darling, you have such a delightful sense of humor. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. You know the songs from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes? They have been so charmingly set to music by Lisa Lehman.
Never mind Alice in Wonderland, Pubis. You may pour out the claret.
Certainly, my dear.
No, not from that bottle. The one that's not been opened, with the cork still sealed.
Perhaps Dr. Watson will do the honors. He looks like a person who could handle a bottle.
What, sir?
I confess quite freely that I have never been able to master that little object you call the corkscrew.
Oh, of course, if you like.
Here it is.
Aha, a magnificent vintage, madame.
My father laid down quite a respectable cellar before he died.
Bravo, bravo. And now to add further to the festivity of this occasion, I have a special surprise for my dear little wife.
Oh? What's that?
Butter. You may not know it, Mr. Holmes, but ordinarily I do not approve of butter on the dinner table. Bread, I believe, should be eaten in the continental fashion, with just a pinch of salt. My wife, however, bless her dear little heart, has a weakness for butter, even though it is forbidden by the doctor. However, tonight, being my last meal at home, and to honor two such distinguished guests, I myself went out and bought a roll of butter. And here it is, in a beautiful silver butter dish.
Oh, it is pretty. But I really don't think I ought to...
Come, my dear, there is no possible danger. It is all in one piece. You can cut off your portion for yourself, and we will all follow suit.
Does look so good.
I assure you, my dear, it's the very best butter. That, too, is from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, that tea party. Another, shall we say, unusual meal?
Ah, delightful, delightful. Allow me, my dear, I'll cut you a piece of butter from this end.
No, thank you. I'll do it myself. from the other end.
As you please. And now, for our guests. 1, 2 pieces. And another piece for little Therese, who is almost as fond of butter as her charming mamma.
Oh, Pubis.
And last but not least, I too shall indulge. There. Now, my dear, if you will pass the bread.
Oh, allow me.
Oh, my gown.
Watson, how could you? You've spilled your wine all over Mr. Range's frock.
Clumsy fool.
But I wasn't anywhere near the
Your
glass.
best blue frock, Therese. It's not rain.
That will do, Pubis. Therese's frock isn't that important. If it's spoiled, I'll buy her a new one.
I apologize to my friend, madame. There are times when he's like a great big Newfoundland dog.
What?
I know you didn't mean to, old boy.
No, as my wife says. What is a dress? Therese will have many more. I apologize if I have been hasty. My nerves, you understand, before a concert tour are always a little on the edges, as you say in English. But come, let us enjoy the meal. If I may trouble you for the bread, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly. Well, bon appétit, as you say in French.
Another cup of coffee, Pubis?
No, my dear. Many thanks. Excellent meal. I only hope I shall not regret crossing the channel.
Let us hope that you will not regret many things crossing the channel.
A very cryptic remark, Mr. Holmes. But if by any chance anything should occur, you are here to prove my conscience is clear, n'est-ce pas? Nothing like having the greatest of all detectives as a witness to one's innocence.
You two may know what you're talking about, but I assure you it's gibberish to the rest of us.
Beg pardon, madame.
Yes, what is it?
The master's carriage, the one he ordered to take him to the station, is waiting outside.
Yes, I must not miss my train. Pardon my hasty departure, but you know how it is. My dear, did you pack my goggle?
It's in your medicine case, Pubis, with your toothwash and your hair tonic and your bismuth and your eye wash. My husband, Mr. Holmes, is a veritable traveling chemist shop.
I hope he carries the antidotes for all of his medicines.
Antidotes? You speak in parables, Mr. Holmes. And why should I use an antidote? I have merely one of my wretched sore throats coming. Ah, well. Au revoir, Dr. Watson. Au revoir, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Bon voyage, Monsieur de Pavane.
Morning, Holmes.
Morning.
Well, I must say that was a curious dinner party last night. What's for breakfast?
Kippers, and don't monopolize them.
Tasty. Well, I gather Madame de Pavane survived the evening. I left word that she was to send for me immediately if she felt the slightest qualms. And if you ask me, Monsieur de Pavane was quite correct in his diagnosis. Pass the toast, please.
Yeah.
The old girl's stomach aches and suspicions were probably a mild form of female hysteria.
I wasn't concerned in the least for Madame de Pavane's safety, Watson. It was her husband I rather wondered about.
What do you mean?
You haven't read the morning papers, I take it. Here, take a look at this item.
Famous violinist dies in channel crossing. Puris de Pavane succumbs to nausea and convulsions. Good Lord, what?
Yes, I rather thought he might. As I suspected, the butter was poisoned. Antimony.
Poisoned?
Careful, Watson, you spilled your coffee.
But I ate some of that butter. You ate some of it. So did everyone else.
Calm yourself. The poison was all in the end portion where Monsieur de Pavane so carefully put it. The piece that Madame de Pavane cut off for herself.
Yes, but he offered her the other end.
Naturally, Watson. He knew she'd be contrary. Monsieur de Pavane was a very shrewd judge of his wife's character.
Oh, but great Scott, suppose she hadn't turned it around. One of the rest of us might have had the poisoned slice.
No, Watson, I rather imagine if that had happened, Monsieur de Pavane would have continued serving from the harmless end and left the poisoned bit instead of serving from the other end. It was this, shall we say, change of direction that made me suspect he was up to no good.
Yes, but look here, Holmes, it still doesn't make sense. It wasn't Madame de Pavane who died, it was her husband.
Naturally. Why do you think I upset that glass of claret over the daughter's dress?
I might have known it was you.
I did it in order to create a diversion, so I could shift Monsieur and Madame's butter plates without anyone being the wiser. Of course, even there was no proof that the butter was poisoned. I did it just in case.
Then you didn't actually know the butter was poisoned until you read the morning's paper?
Oh, no, Watson, but antimony, as you doubtless remember, is rather a slow-acting poison. One of the first symptoms, however, is a soreness of the throat. I suspected the little Frenchman had taken a dose of his own poison when he inquired about his gargle.
That's why I advised him to use an antidote, remember?
You think he understood that warning?
Quite.
Well, but then why didn't he take the antidote?
He knew we were onto him, Watson. Rather than face the consequences of his crime, he decided to let nature take its course. Yes, spare me another kipper, Watson, if you can spare it.
Well, that was a lurid dinner party, Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Meals with Sherlock Holmes were often rather rough on the nervous system. Oh, the doses of bicarbonate I used to consume. Well, that's neither here nor there. I dare say you'd like to inquire about next week's story, Mr. Harris.
That's right, Dr. Watson. What are we to have next week?
No more poisoned butter, that I can promise you. No, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I encountered a strange 17th century highwayman on the wilds of Hampstead Heath. He was known as Jack-o'-lantern because he carried a lighted skull for a lantern. There was another Jack in the story as well, a Jack of Diamonds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Return of the Jack of Diamonds. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Return of the Jack of Diamonds. Well, hello, Dr. Watson. Seems like today spring is really here. All the windows open, why, you can just smell things growing.
It is just possible part of that aroma comes from the crushed mint in the glasses on this tray. Help yourself, Mr. Harris. I thought the weather called for something long and tall and frosty.
Well, thank you. I must say this is a pleasant surprise, Doctor.
Yes, I also thought tonight's story might appropriately be, what is it you call it, a chiller diller. So I decided I'd tell you about a ghostly highwayman who returned after many centuries to hold up a stagecoach on Hampstead Heath. It was one of those eerie...
Hey there, Dr. Watson. Whoa, slow down a minute now. Don't forget we're supposed to just sort of mention something else that's kind of appropriate this spur of the season.
I do, of course. You mean Clippercraft's lightweight spring and summer clothing. I have my eye on a certain new tan outfit myself.
At the rate you're buying new suits, Dr. Watson, you wouldn't be planning a trousseau.
No, but at the rate Clippercraft charges, I can finally afford all the clothes I'd like to have.
All right, you are, Dr. Watson. The Clippercraft plan makes it unnecessary for you to pay high prices for clothes of high quality. We've built one of the great names of America by sticking to our guns, by insisting that you get the world's most outstanding value in every Clippercraft you buy. All this, despite rising costs of manufacturing materials and labor. Now, many have asked, how do they do it? Well, the famous Clipper-Craft plan is the answer, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. A carefully planned operation that makes you the gainer by ensuring distribution and manufacturing savings the whole year round. That's why you can buy beautifully tailored Clipper-Craft suits for only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine for only $40 and $45. Smart tropicals, only $33.75 to $40. And sport jackets for only $26.50. Only comparison will prove what this means in money saved on your spring clothing budget. Yes, compare Clipper-Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now back to our chiller-diller, Dr. Watson, and the highwayman who appeared on Hampstead Heath.
Let me see. It was one evening in the latter part of June. Holmes and I were celebrating a decidedly rare event.
Which was?
Just the previous day, I had picked myself a winner. The race was the Gold Cup at Ascot. The horse was a filly named Fabulous Fanny. And Holmes and I were having a bit of a celebration at Jack Straw's Castle, which is an old coaching inn which still exists on Hampstead Heath.
Look, isn't that the tavern Dickens frequented and wrote about?
It is indeed. Well, Holmes and I were sitting in the courtyard over our after-dinner brandy. We were watching the daylight fade and the lights of London come twinkling on in the hazy distance below. The pleasant aroma of two excellent cigars flowed around us in a delicate smoky nimbus. Oh, who would believe that such a completely bucolic, not to say wild and rustic spot, should lie so close to a great metropolis? Oh, you might almost believe you were on some deserted heath in the North Country.
Well, actually, Hampstead Heath, my dear Watson, is a public area of approximately 869 undulating acres. The flagstaff on a hill immediately ahead marks the highest point on the heath, 445 feet above sea level, to be exact. Commands a view which includes 10 counties. Hello, who's this coming across the courtyard in our direction? What? Carrying a smallish piece of paper in his hand. Yes, the hand shaking. Wonder what ails it?
Oh, probably palsy. It's mine host who took our order. The slip of paper's probably our bill, and well, I do think he might have let us quietly sit for a moment.
No, I hardly think that paper's our bill. There's nothing about that to occasion his worried frown and improperly buttoned waistcoat. The third button's in the fourth buttonhole.
So it is. By Jove, I never even saw it.
You saw it right enough, my dear Watson. You merely didn't notice.
Pardon me, but they've just informed me that one of you gentlemen is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
My friend has that distinction.
Oh, sir, I wonder if you could help me. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know whether I should warn Sir Harry and get myself dressed down proper for being a ninny, or whether I should let him ride across the heath to his death, maybe.
Tossed on the horns of a dilemma, eh?
Yes, sir, at least. I'm all of a dither, if that's what you mean.
What exactly has caused this perturbation?
Well, sir, it was last night. We was closing up a bit late. It was after midnight when me and old Timothy made the rounds, locking the doors and making sure the windows were shut tight.
Sensible precaution, eh, Holmes?
Don't interrupt, Watson.
I'd just blown out the lamp in the bar when suddenly I felt Timothy freeze onto my arm like a woman that felt a mouse run over her foot. He was so scared he could hardly speak. Just pointed out the bay window. I looked, and there I saw a man ride into the courtyard like the devil was after him. Horse and rider was both black as night, and the horse's hoofs struck sparks from the cobblestone.
Not an unusual phenomenon.
Yes, sir, but it wasn't the sparks that set Timothy's feet to scattering. It was the way the man was dressed. We got a good look at him when he drew rein at the old well and come a-striding up the porch.
Oh, sir, look at him. He's got boots above his knees and a back cape clear down to the ground and a big hat with a feather in it. And he's carrying a lantern. No, he's coming this way.
No, he stopped at the top step of the porch. He's hammering something to one of the posts.
Something about him makes my blood run cold.
Now he's raising his lantern to look at his handiwork. The light shines in his eyes. Good Lord, he's wearing a mask.
Never mind the mask. Look at the lantern. It's a human skull. No, heaven help us. It's Jack-o'-lantern himself. Come back to haunt us.
And with that, Mr. Holmes, he strolled back to his horse and rode off into the night.
Who in thunder is Jack-o'-lantern?
My dear Watson, Jack-o'-lantern was a notorious highwayman who held up mail coaches and the like on Hampstead Heath of the late 17th century. A human skull with a bit of tallow candle inside was his trademark.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. They finally caught him red-handed, they did, and hung him high on a divot on Flagstaff Hill there. Hung him there and left him till his bones rotted.
How jolly.
Yes, sir. And now they say you can still hear his hoofs come pounding along the high road whenever there's a death on the heath.
Ever seen or heard this apparition before?
Seen him? No, sir. This was the first time ever. But heard him? Well, maybe sometimes I have when the wind howls across the heath. There's plenty of things to be heard on the heath at night, Mr. Holmes.
Any idea why he came in here and hammered on the pillar of your porch?
Oh, yes, sir. He was nailing up a message. This paper. If you step over into the light of this window, you can read what it says.
Interesting. Paper is an ancient bit of parchment, right enough. Script and language also in character.
Never mind the deductions, Holmes. What does it say?
Let no coach cross the heath this fortnight, lest its passenger forfeit his heart's desire. There's no signature.
No, sir, but this here was fixed with the same nail, like it was a sort of calling card.
Righto. The Jack of Diamonds. Jack-o'-lantern left the Jack of Diamonds as identification, eh, Holmes?
That could be its significance, Watson. What's this coat of arms on the back of the card?
Oh, that's Sir Harry Bleveridge's coat of arms. He was knighted year before last. He bought the Marbury mansion that's up the Spaniards Road, past the inn they call the Spaniards. The Marburys have all died off, so he took over their coat of arms as well.
Yes, the design is interesting, not to say instructive. I should enjoy examining the rest of the pack.
You'd have to go to Marbury Mansion for that, Mr. Holmes. They do say he's got that coat of arms all over the place. On the silver and the linen, and even on the butter patty.
I see. You think Sir Harry would be at home tonight if Dr. Watson and I were to pay him a call?
Oh, no, sir. He'll not be getting back from Ascot till late tonight. Always drives to the races in that old coach and four he's bought off the Kenwood estate.
Well, by Jove, of course, Sir Harry Bleveridge. I was wondering why that name sounded familiar. Oh, Mr. Harry Bleveridge is the owner of the horse I bet on.
That's right, sir. Won the Gold Cup, and it is. This is the first winner he's had. And to think it should be Mr. Devitt's prize racehorse. Her that he loved almost as much as he loved Sir Harry's daughter. It broke his heart when he lost it. He was drunk for 3 days after it happened.
You say he'd lost the horse? Just exactly what do you mean?
At cards he lost it. Sir Harry do like his game of physique, and any young man that comes a courting the Lady Alice has to play cards with her father. It's an expensive pastime, courting Lady Alice.
I take it Sir Harry's luck is generally good.
Good, Mr. Holmes. It couldn't be better if he'd sold his soul to the devil.
I take it, what was his name?
Johnny Devitt, sir. He owns Devitt House. It's down the other way, North End Road, a mile past the Bull and Wood.
I take it young Devitt's luck wasn't so good.
Oh, no, sir. He lost everything he could lay hands on to Sir Harry. Luckily, the estate is entailed, or he'd have lost Devitt House as well. None of us thought he'd ever wait a penny, though. Oh, I guess he must have been gone on Lady Alice, all right.
Did she return the compliment?
They say she did, but she's pretty much under her father's thumb. And now that Johnny Devitt's been forbidden the house, her father's gone and announced her engagement to a French Viscount or something.
Forbidden the house?
Yes, sir. The last time Johnny Devitt was at Marbury Mansion playing physique with Sir Harry, it ended in a frightful row. Sir Harry had Mr. Devitt shown to the door, and then he locked up his cards in the desk in the gun room and hasn't played it.
I see. How many coaches cross the heath in a fortnight?
Why, there ain't any in use in these parts anymore but Sir Harry's, Mr. Holmes. And that only when he drives off to some big shindig.
Oh, then the message was obviously meant for him, eh, Holmes?
Hello. There comes a large lumbering conveyance up Heath Street now.
That will be Sir Harry's coach and four. Oh, dear. How will I ever break it to him that a ghost has left him a letter?
Suppose you let me tell him the bad news.
With pleasure, Mr. Holmes, sir. If you'll excuse me, I'd best go and get out my pewter mugs. Sir Harry always stops for his mug of ale, and he won't bring out nothing but shit.
Just look at Sir Harry's conveyance as he comes swooping along the road, Holmes. I must say, there's something dashed elegant about a coach and four. Even the old coaching horse.
Yes. I was just considering the road he must take to reach his so-called mansion. Jack Straw's castle, as this tavern is called, is rather strategically situated, Watson. For at this point, the main road divides. The left-hand branch, called Spaniard's Road, which is the one he must take, crosses the most desolate part of the heath. It's also over rising ground, which means the progress of the coach will be slowed down.
Well, obviously.
North End Road, on the other hand, which is the other branch, goes to the right over gradually falling ground. Pity he can't take that one.
Oh, but it would be considerably out of his way. There's no connecting road you can drive a coach over.
Put the situation in a nutshell, Watson. Here comes Sir Harry.
Welcome, Sir Harry, welcome. Will you step inside and refresh yourself?
Wash down this confounded dust if there's something fit to drink. Come along, Ellis. Bring your fiancé with you.
But they cannot drink, you seem to share.
You'd better learn.
Hello. There comes another customer. A horseman riding up the North End Road. He's hell on leather, as they say in the States.
You don't suppose he's...
The notorious jack-o'-lantern? Calm yourself, Watson. His costume is quite up to date.
Father, wait a minute. Please, someone's riding up the road. I think it's...
If it's that young scoundrel Devitt, I forbid you to speak to him. I will take her in the house.
But, Father...
Do as I say.
Come along, Harry.
Ah, Sir Harry. They said you were expected.
Well, here I am, Devitt. What do you want?
My horse. I want to buy Fanny back. I got the money, pawned everything I had to bet on her, and I won. I got the £100 right here. You said I could have her back if I paid the money I lost.
My dear boy, that was before she won the cup. £100? She's worth 20 times that to me now. No, you'll never be able to buy her back, I'm afraid. But if you like, I'll let you see the cup she won for me.
You go to the devil.
No love lost between them, eh, Holmes?
Quiet. Sir Harry's coming over here.
Now then, you there with the tall, spindly legs standing by the window. I understand some fantastic character is supposed to have nailed a message for me to the doorpost.
Quite. Here it is, Sir Harry.
Let's have a look.
The parchment is the proper vintage. So is the script.
And the fellow was dressed like a certain famous highwayman, complete the mask and the skull lantern.
Gentlemen, it takes more than a Halloween masquerade to frighten Harry Blevin.
All the same, I wouldn't advise you to cross the heath tonight.
Save your advice, sir. I've never paid any heed to anonymous messages.
This message was not unsigned, Sir Harry. The horseman left a card to identify himself.
It's his card, eh?
I said a card, not his card. It was the knave of diamonds, commonly called the Jack.
Jack?
Yes.
Jack of diamonds, did you say?
Does that mean anything to you, Sir Harry?
No. No, of course not. Well, why should it? Ridiculous, huh? What to think? Where is my drink?
Sir Harry needs a drink. Why do you suppose he got so upset when you mentioned the Jack of diamonds?
I'm not sure, Watson, but I have a rather definite suspicion. Yes, I saw 2 bicycles just outside the kitchen entrance. Wonder if our innkeeper could persuade the staff to let us borrow them.
Oh, why bicycles this time of night?
I think a ride on the heath is indicated, Watson. Yes, if we're lucky, we may just possibly be witness to an old-fashioned hold-up.
When you insist on Clippercraft clothes, you're protected all along the way. You're buying truly fine clothes for considerably less money than you ever believed possible. A miracle? No, it's just American manufacturing ingenuity, combined with good old-fashioned common sense. Clippercraft's remarkable values are the result of the unique Clippercraft plan, the plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, and makes values like these available in your own favorite local store, the store you can trust. Here they are. Superbly tailored Clippercraft suits for only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine covert and worsted gabardine for only $40 and $45. Sport jackets for only $26.50, and smart tropicals for only $33.75 to $40. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, who are bicycling along a moonlit road. Going is not too smooth.
Oh, why is it cycling always seems to be up two hills every when you go down?
Save your breath, Watson, till we reach the top of the next rise.
Oh, I don't know how you manage, Holmes. Confound it, I always have to get up and walk the silly thing on the last few yards.
Too much avoirdupois and too little leg muscle, Watson. Yes, this is the best spot for the show, I imagine. The road falls away on both sides. Yeah, let me hide the bicycle behind the bushes. No, not in the bushes, Watson, behind. We may want to use them again in a hurry.
See, someone's riding down the road to meet us.
Quick, Watson, down behind his hedge.
He's coming like a bat out of hell.
He has to, Watson. He expects to keep his rendezvous. Yes. Now he's reined in his horse. He's waiting in the shadow of that large tree. He's putting on his cloak. A large plumed hat. Now the mask.
Oh, you have eyes like a cat. I can't see a clear thing in this shadow.
It's your imagine.
Is that a lantern? Oh, it's a skull. And that is jack-o'-lantern.
Or a reasonable facsimile thereof. Yes, look down the road in the other direction. Here come the rest of the dramatist personally, being brought to the scene of our little drama, and Sir Harry's coat.
That man's the lantern. Aren't you going to stop him?
Stop him from what, Watson? If you look closely, you'll notice he has two ancient but none the less effective pistols in his belt. I have no desire to stop a 17th century leaden bullet.
Here comes the coach up the hill.
Yes. Slowing down. Yes, my guess was correct. This spot should prove better than a stage box.
The man with the lantern. He's coming out of the shadow. He's riding to meet the coach.
Halt, or I fire.
He's grabbed the lead horse by the bridle.
Halt, I say. That's better. Now then, Sir Harry, you'll step down out of that coach and bring the gold trophy with you. No, leave the lady behind.
Look out, this is robbery.
It's not so amusing when one is the victim, eh, Sir Harry?
But he said afraid.
Shut up, you idiot. Don't stand between me and this cup. You value your health.
No, I did not realize he was hiding behind me. Do not point that pistol at me. It might go off. I am making the turn.
Now then, Sir Harry, the cup.
Here it is in this box. Confound it.
You'll open the lid so I can see inside.
Very well. There.
Wait till I turn my lantern round. Yes, that's it, right enough.
Jack! It's Jack!
Confound it. Give me the cup.
Oh, Sir Harry's been shot. You'd better go to his assist.
Nonsense, Watson. The old boy's not hurt, just frightened. He fell flat on the ground where the pistol went off by mistake. Yes, I think our young highwayman was feeling rather more nervous than he let on.
And now he's gone back up the road toward the Spaniard's Inn.
Yes, the other way would have been quicker, of course, but at least he had the good sense to keep up the farce.
Holmes, what are you blithering about?
No time for explanations, Watson. You hauled Sir Harry back into the carriage. Now they're driving off up the road. Hurry, Watson. Get out the bicycles. We must recover the gold trophy cup before it's too late.
But confound it, Holmes, you deliberately let the man get away. At the rate he was riding, we'll never catch up with him.
On the contrary, Watson, by pedaling like mad back in the direction we came from, we may just possibly head him off.
Oh, another rut. Oh, Holmes, this North End road is as uneven as the other.
Cheer up, Watson. We've reached our destination. Here's the gate to Mr. Devitt's estate. Yes, I think we'll go the rest of the way on foot.
Oh, very well. As a matter of fact, walking would be a pleasant change.
Devitt's house is dark.
Naturally, young Devitt returned home hours ago.
Ah, but did he stay home?
Dear Holmes, you don't by any chance suspect that young Mr. Devitt is jack-o'-lantern? Why, it's preposterous.
Why?
Well, for one thing, you saw him ride away from Jack's Force Castle down this road. And where did the highwayman appear from? From beyond the Spaniard's Inn on the other road. And he was coming towards us. The two roads are almost at right angles to each other, and there's no connecting road between them.
A clever horseman can make his way along a footpath, Watson. There's a little-known footpath across the heath, which runs between the Bull and Bush Inn and the Spaniard's Tavern. There's the
house is dark now. There's a light over there under the stable door. Light on the stable just on high. There it comes.
Never prove a keyhole. Carrying a large competitive.
Good evening, Mr. Devitt. Isn't it rather late in the evening to be indulging your interest in ornithology?
Who in blazes are you? Why are you trespassing on my property?
Allow me to present myself. I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
What's that got to do with me?
We've come to relieve you of tonight's duty.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My dear Mr. Devitt, your own disguise was very neat. But don't you think it was rather stupid of you not to disguise your horse? Even the Lady Alice recognized him when your lantern shone on his white forefoot. I rather think you realized the jig was up when she called you by name. The rest of your intimates may call you John or Johnny. The Lady Alice, you'll always be Jack. Right?
So she left the cat out of the bag. Well, I'm not going to give him back his stupid cup. It's mine by rights. He didn't win my horse Fanny honestly, Mr. Holmes. I realized it later.
He plays physique with marked cards, eh? Hence the Jack of Diamonds.
That's right.
Just the same, I think it would be wise to let me return the cup.
Never. I'll never give it back to him.
Not if he agrees to give you something you want in return. Say your horse or his daughter.
You don't know him. He'll never do that.
You might be surprised at my persuasive power, David. Yes, I suggest Dr. Watson and I pay a call on the gentleman after breakfast tomorrow and take along that birdcage.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, the butler just told me you've come to see Father about the missing gold cup.
Yes, Lady Alice, I think we can promise to recover it for him.
Oh, but please, you mustn't. He mustn't ever know who took it. Mr. Holmes, I just can't bear it if anything happens to...
Mr. Jack? I mean, Jack-o'-lantern, of course. Or should we say Jack-o'-diamonds? I have here a solitaire in things to fit the proper finger.
Oh, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I want to so much. I can't accept...
Oh, fiddle-faddle, just put it on and leave the rest to Sherlock Holmes.
What's going on here? They tell me you're Sherlock Holmes.
Quite. Dr. Watson and I have come this morning to interest you in a bird. A lovely golden bird. It's here in this cage.
Bird?
Yes.
Who's hated bird? They squawk.
Not this one. Its name is Jack. Jack of Diamonds, shall we say.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can I take a look at the animal?
In the gun room.
Very well. Very well, this way. In here.
After you, Sir Harry. That's better. Now that we're alone, Watson, I think you may uncover the bird cage.
Right, there we are. For the little golden canary, eh, Sir Harry?
It's the cup. The Ascot cup. Where did you find it?
Dr. Watson and I are returning it to you with the compliments of Mr. John Devitt.
Oh, thinks he can soften me up, does he? Well, he can think again.
I have here another little token of Mr. Devitt's esteem. The knave of diamonds with your coat of arms on the back. A marked card. Notice the third leaf here on this trefoil.
He did it. He took it away with him the last time he was here. He had plenty of time and opportunity to do anything he pleases to that card.
Possibly, but he couldn't have marked the other knave on the two queens of spades, which, unless I'm very much mistaken, are in the locked upper drawer of that desk. Will you unlock it, Sir Harry? Or shall I have Dr. Watson take it over?
You win, Mr. Holmes. Well, I do like to play cards, and I do like to win.
It's a habit I suggest you give up from now on. And as regards the horse, Fanny.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Holmes. After all, I didn't tell the lad he could buy her back.
I'm not suggesting you sell Fanny to Mr. Devitt, Sir Harry. I'm assuming you want to give it to him. As a wedding present.
It's blackmail. I won't do it.
Oh, but you will, Sir Harry. Society may condone your sharp practices in the business world, but never forgive you for cheating at cards.
Very well. You win, Mr. Holmes.
And you will, of course, give up the cards.
If you insist. I don't suppose you could have one last game. You might enjoy having you as an opponent.
You only think so, Sir Harry. No one ever wins. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I must say this is most undignified, Holmes. Two of us on one horse.
Well, I thought we ought to escort Fanny safely back to Mr. Devitt. I should have thought
all the peddling you did yesterday, riding pillion would be a relief.
There's one thing about this whole affair I still don't understand, Holmes. It's the business about the knave of diamonds.
The combination of the queen of spades and the jack of diamonds rates rather high in the game of physique. Sir Harry won Fanny from her owner by a double physique, which is both spade queens and diamond knaves. Rather rare and counts 500 points.
Hello, what's wrong with the animal?
Fanny's just realized she's headed for home. Hold on, Watson. She wants to go.
Well, that was certainly an active adventure for you and Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson.
It was indeed, Mr. Harris. I was saddle sore for a week afterwards. I never knew whether to blame Fanny or the confounded practice.
And now, how about giving us a hint about next week's adventure?
Next week? Oh, yes, next week. Suppose I tell you how I developed a violent dislike for cabbage. And I had a personal encounter with arch enemy Professor Moriarty, in which I flatter myself I came off rather well. I call it the adventure of the sinister fate of cabbage.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanton, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lockman, with special music by Albert Berber. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Sinister Crate of Cabbages. This is Harris speaking for Clipper. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Sinister Crate of Cabbages. Well, here we are, ready for our usual weekly tete-a-tete with our favorite storyteller, Dr. Watson. Our genial medico sits in his well-worn armchair with 2 telegrams spread out on his knees. One only seems worn, and the other is fresh and new. Not bad news, I hope, Dr. Watson.
Oh, no, Mr. Harris. Just a pair of cryptic communications from Sherlock Holmes. That one arrived today while I was enjoying a late breakfast.
What's it say, Doctor?
No, wait till I find my glasses. Here we are. Why not tell the radio public about your aversion to the Oleracea capitata? Regards, Holmes.
Olera, whatever you said. What's that, Doctor?
Cabbage, Mr. Harris. Plain garden variety cabbage.
Oh, I know plenty of people who can't cope with boiled cabbage, Dr. Watson, but why Sherlock Holmes should suggest you give us a treatise on your particular weakness.
Well, my aversion to cabbage, Mr. Harris, has nothing to do with my digestion, which is excellent.
Oh?
Oh, no, indeed. It's concerned with a crate of garden produce with which I came in rather intimate contact after a personal tussle with Professor Moriarty.
You had a hand-to-hand battle with Professor Moriarty?
Oh, I did indeed. As a matter of fact, the case is one in which I acquitted myself with a certain degree of distinction.
Good for you. Why not tell us about it?
I think I shall, after you tell our listeners how they can acquit themselves with distinction, as far as personal appearance goes, I mean.
Right. If you want to put your best foot forward, if you want to look neat, self-confident, and
Ship-shape is the word, Mr. Harris.
Yes. Why, naturally, you'd be interested in Clippercraft clothes. When it comes to a man's clothes, you want to get a real run for your money. And you're entitled to it. You're entitled to clothes that are honestly made, fairly priced. Well, these days, with increased costs of materials and labor, The best way to make sure of getting full value for your dollar is to deal with people who make a business of giving you more for your money. That's the fine store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. Teamwork does it. 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast concentrate their buying power in the unique Clippercraft plan. This gives a steady year-round operation, reduces manufacturing and distribution costs, gives you truly amazing values. That's why fine Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45, superb tropical suits only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets only $26.50. These days, the Clippercraft plan really goes to work for you, and you can prove it by comparing Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, how about that struggle with Professor Moriarty that developed into such a dislike for cabbages?
Yes, it was shortly after my marriage. Mary and I were seated at breakfast one fine spring morning when the maid brought in a telegram. This one here, to be exact. It reads, have you a couple of days to spare? Have just been wired for from west of England in connection with Upper Tottingham mystery. If convenient, meet me Paddington at 11:15. If inconvenient, come all the same. Holmes.
What did your wife say to the summons, Doctor?
Oh, she urged me to go as usual. I suspect she was even more interested in Holmes' cases than I was. Consequently, in no time at all, she had me hustled into a cab with a hurriedly packed valise, and away I rattled to Paddington Station.
I suppose you arrived long before Mr. Holmes.
No, on the contrary. I found him pacing up and down the platform, his tall, gaunt figure made even gaunter and taller by his long traveling cloak and close-fitting cloth cap. As it turned out, the train was not too crowded, and by dint of giving the porter a scandalously large tip, Holmes managed to obtain us a first-class carriage to ourselves.
The autocrat as usual.
Oh, quite. He acknowledged my presence with a snort and surrounded himself with an immense litter of newspapers and periodicals. Among these he rummaged and read until we had passed Reading. Then he suddenly rolled them into a gigantic ball and heaved them up onto the rack.
The London press has almost completely overlooked the case, as usual. Have you read anything about it, Watson?
Oh, my dear Holmes, I'm a busy man. I haven't seen a newspaper for days.
The whole affair is one of those simple outbursts of antisocial behavior which is so extremely difficult to get to the bottom of.
That sounds a little paradoxical.
Yes. The local banker, who up until the age of 63 has led an exemplary life, elopes with his wife's hairdresser and most of the bank's funds. The vicar of St. James's, Tottingham's most conservative church, kicks over the traces and joins a band of gypsies. The president of the Ladies' Temperance League delivers a speech on the joys of Bacchus on the village green. And the head of Miss Mellish's select seminary has taken to moonlight bathing in her shift.
Good Lord.
Yes. How would you go about explaining such an epidemic of unconventionality?
Well, that sounds like a pack of horses that's gotten into a patch of local weed.
That explanation is not as fantastic as it sounds, my dear Watson.
Holmes, you're not serious.
When the mayor of Upper Tottingham called for help from Scotland Yard, they were inclined to pooh-pooh the whole affair, until I suggested that Inspector Lestrade send down one of his bright young men to have a look around. I suggested they search for a hoard of a certain rare and little-known Oriental drug, which has the curious habit of taking away the willpower of anyone who takes or is given a dose of it.
Sounds like one of the hypnotics.
It is, Watson. In the hands of a reputable doctor, it can do much to relieve hysteria and depression. If administered by a scoundrel, it's capable of doing great harm.
Yes, but who would want to?
My dear Watson, there are unfortunately a great many people with warped minds who delight in instigating mischief, or worse. Well, to make a long story short, young Balcom, the man Scotland Yard sent out to investigate, sent word yesterday in code that he'd found something suspicious. Not only has he discovered a cache of the stuff, but he believes it's now being shipped to some laboratory in London. In other words, Upper Tottingham's just the proving grounds for a much larger and more sinister project.
Oh, so you decided to come and investigate yourself,
Exactly. But better get your coat on, Watson. The next stop's ours. Just a small way station. Upper Tottingham itself's half a mile away. Hello, what's up? You all right, Watson?
That's a fine way to stop a train. Nearly broke the bottle of iodoform I carry in my hip pocket.
No wonder you smell so antiseptic these days, Watson.
Well, the practicing doctor never knows when he's going to need his iodoform. I came away in such a hurry I forgot to leave it behind.
He's got a doctor. He's got a the doctor on the train.
There's someone running back along the tracks. There's been an accident.
I suspected as much.
I say there, my good man, I'm a doctor.
Oh, thank God for that. A man's been hurt, run over. He's under the engine.
But I'll be right along. Oh, confound these doors, the way they lock me. These compartments blasted. I can't get out. I've got to crawl through the window.
Calm yourself, Watson. You forget I can manage any lock. All I have to do is use this little tool and open sesame. After you, my dear Watson.
I say, let me through, will you? I say, I'm a doctor.
Thank the Lord you've come. Not that there's anything you can do for the poor chap, I'm afraid.
Well, I'll take a look anyway.
I couldn't stop the train. Whistle I didn't. Shoved on my brakes the first thing I saw him lying there across the tracks. Why did he have to go and pick my train if he wanted to commit suicide?
Then you, I take it, are the engineer.
That I am, sir. Tim Gregory, that's me. Been driving this here train for 27 years. The first time I ever had an accident like this. If a man wants to commit suicide, why don't he go and drown himself or take poison or something neat and tidy? Why throw himself under a body's train? I blew my whistle, you heard me, you all heard me.
Yes, it wasn't your fault.
There he lay across the tracks. He had plenty of time to get out of the way.
He was lying on the tracks? What makes you think he wasn't dead already?
His arm. When I whistled, he moved his arm.
Moved his arm? Yes, I think I'll just take a look at that body myself.
And what good will that do?
My good man, I happen to be Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes, the detective? Well, why didn't you say so before? Here, you clear the way, clear the way. Sherlock Holmes wants to take a look at the body. Here he is, sir. Poor chap.
Well, Watson, what's the verdict?
Dead, right enough. Not too badly mangled, however. Here, have a look, Holmes. Well, what's the matter? Why do you look like that?
Did you know the man? Maybe then you can tell us why he committed suicide.
This isn't suicide. It's murder.
Murder?
But that's ridiculous, Holmes. There are no wounds except those made by the train.
And yet he was unconscious when the train ran over him. He must have been.
You mean drugged? But there's no smell of chloroform, no sign of drugs. The pupils of his eyes are neither dilated nor contracted.
Maybe if you look in his pockets, you'll find a clue.
I doubt it.
Well, here's his wallet. No identification papers.
No, there wouldn't be.
But there's quite a bit of money. And his watch is here in his pocket. At any rate, it wasn't robbery.
What makes you so sure it wasn't suicide, Mr. Holmes?
His glasses.
But he isn't wearing glasses.
Exactly. Young Balcom always wore glasses. Couldn't walk 2 feet without them.
Balcom? You mean this is young Balcom?
The land agent who was going to show us the property we were interested in. Yes, Watson.
Good Lord.
Yeah, but look here, Mr. Holmes. Even if he wore glasses, they could hardly be on him now. Why, they'd have been knocked off and crushed like as not.
And the fragments of glass would be scattered about. There is no broken glass and no rims. Mr. Balcom always wore gold-rimmed glasses. Watson, you'll go ahead to the station. It's only 200 or 300 yards up the track.
Righto.
Tell the station master to send a stretcher. I'll be along in a minute. Wait for me in the waiting room.
A deserted little station. Looks as if a good wind would blow it over. I say, station master. Hey there, I say, station master. Probably gone on down to have a look at the accident. Hello. This platform is crowded with crates. Crates of cabbages. From the looks of it, Upper Tottingham could be the cabbage-producing centre of the world. Phew, I feel a bit dizzy. Oh, probably too much sun. All that blood. That's stupid of me. The doctor should be used to blood. Oh, I'd better go into the waiting room and sit down for a bit. Door's open. Looks cool in there. Deserted as the tomb. Smells musty in here. Everyone's gone down to enjoy the accident. What a rotten way to spend a beautiful day. Sit down, Watson, old boy. Stop thinking about it. Over there on the bench. Hello? Stepped on something. Pieces of glass. Broken glass. Wait a minute, let's have a look at it. Yes, by Jove, broken lens. Broken spectacle lens. There must be more somewhere. Yes, over by that door. Doors lead into an inner room of some sort. Probably baggage room. Let's have a look, Watson, my lad. Yes, baggage room, right enough. More crates of cabbages. Let's see. Yes, by thunder, more bits of glass. Quite a lot, and something else. Bits of twisted wire. Good Lord, yes, it's the rims of young Balcom's glasses. The gold rims. This is where he lost them. Broken to bits.
Quite right, my dear Dr. Watson.
Who are you?
Around here, I'm known as Old Pennyfield, the station agent. But if you take a closer look, I think you will recognize an old acquaintance.
Good Lord! Professor Moriarty, what in blazes are you doing here?
Seeing that the cabbages from a certain local farm reach their proper market in London, they are very valuable cabbages, my dear Watson.
It's good of you to take an interest in them. But you don't keep the station very tidy. All this broken glass lying about. Some messy.
Yes, I thought you might notice that. I was just coming back to attend to it. One cannot be in two places at once, you know. As it was, your young friend from Scotland Yard nearly missed his train.
So you hit him over the head in here and dragged his body out and laid it on the tracks.
It was only a tap. He was just coming to when the train arrived. What you would call a close squeak, eh?
Well, you murderer! Why did you kill him?
He was becoming too interested in my dear little cabbages. I don't like people who come in here and poke around my cabbages.
Well, I'll tell them about the cabbages. I'll tell them who killed Balcom. I'll tell them you're the notorious Professor Moriarty.
Oh, no, you won't, my dear Watson.
Oh, I wouldn't try to kill me if I were you, Moriarty. I'll shout the house down. There's quite a crowd gathered. They'll hear me down by the train. You wouldn't have time to dispose of the body before they came pouring in here. Led by my friend Sherlock Holmes,
Don't
too.
alarm yourself, my dear Dr. Watson. I have no intention of killing you. Oh, no, I'm not that stupid.
Oh, well, now you're showing some sense.
No, I shall reserve you for another purpose. You shall be my prize guinea pig.
What?
You may have heard of my little experiments down here. The banker who eloped, the minister who became a gypsy, they served as the first examples of my new process.
What's that?
I have perfected a new drug. It can remove a man's willpower. It makes his conscience, his sense of right or wrong, completely inoperative. I shall take you to my laboratory in London, where I shall remove your willpower. Yes, I have come far in my study of the human brain. I can remove your willpower as easily as I can remove your tonsils.
Now look here, you scoundrel.
Don't be perturbed. I shall allow you to retain your own personality. In fact, I can promise you that you will be back among your friends inside of, shall we say, 5 days. The only difference will be that you will have no scruples about reporting everything to me, particularly the activities and investigations of our mutual friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I won't do it, and you can't make me.
You have very little choice.
Oh? Well, I'll yell the roof off.
You've missed the chance for that, I'm afraid. Yes, I was waiting for the 4:10 train to pass through. Here she comes. Yell your head off. How convenient. One of my cabbage crates was still open. How neatly the good doctor fits inside. Ah, so cozy. Looks quite comfortable. Now a few cabbages to cover him up, so he won't catch cold.
Of course, you want fine quality in your clothes. Indeed, you owe it to yourself, and what's more, it can be yours without paying a premium for it. Because we concentrate on giving you outstanding value, you can't go wrong at the fine store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. We planned it that way a long time ago. Your local independent store is part of the remarkable Clippercraft plan, the plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's greatest stores from coast to coast. That's why you can buy beautifully tailored suits at only $40 and $45, handsome tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city. And remember, that's one of the 1,036 leading retail stores across the nation, where courtesy and friendly service are always yours. The store that is proud to add its fine name to that of Clippercraft Clothes in the label of your suit, topcoat, sport jacket, and tropical. And remember also, not every pattern is always available in your size, but keep on trying. It will pay you to wait for Clippercraft Clothes. And now back to the little railway station at Upper Tottingham. Holmes has just arrived on the platform with the local constable and 2 men carrying a heavy pine box.
Thank you, Constable. Have the men put it there.
Yes, sir. Hey there, lads. Put the coffin there on the platform so Mr. Sherlock Holmes can take it up to London by the next train.
Right, easy now, Albert.
It do seem such a pity. You coming down here on purpose to see the poor chap, Mr. Holmes. Worried about something special? One of your cases, perhaps?
Nothing like that, I'm afraid, Constable. Just a friend of mine going to show me a piece of property he thought I might be interested in.
Then why do you suppose he had to go and get melancholy and do away with himself at a time like that?
I'm sure I wouldn't know. I say, would you be good enough to step inside the station and see if you can find my friend, Dr. Watson?
With pleasure, Mr. Holmes, sir. What would he look like now?
Rather settled sort of chap. Top hat, slight moustache, getting a bit portly. Oh, yes, he had a flower in his buttonhole. Married man. His wife grows pansies and stuff.
Righto, Mr. Holmes. I understand, sir. Waiting room's empty as my pocket. Hey, you station master. I say, Pennyfield.
What you want now? I'm busy counting up before the night man comes on.
Have you seen a fat man about? Top hat with a pansy in his buttonhole?
I have that. Said he was a doctor. Said he'd been to see the man they killed. Told me all about it. Nasty accident it must have been.
Well, it wasn't nice.
Yes, must have been right unpleasant. He acted like it had turned his stomach. So I told him why not have a bit of a lie down over there on the bench by the window.
But the bench is empty. Where's he gone off to?
How, didn't I tell you? Well, when the 412 came along, I helped him aboard. He said he'd best be getting back to London. Said to tell his friend Mr. Sherlock Jones not to wait for him.
Sherlock Holmes, you ninny, not Jones. The Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Who's he?
The greatest detective in the world, that's all. Why, he can deduce your whole life history by looking at your pocket handkerchief.
Well, then why don't he come and deduce his friend has gone back to London when he sees me waiting room's empty?
He's got more important things to do. That's why. He's taken the victim of today's catastrophe back to London in a pine box. Seems he was an acquaintance.
Well, he'll have a bit of a wait. There won't be another train until the 6:10.
Well, I'll go tell him. Right. Mr. Holmes, sir.
Yes, Constable?
It seems your friend Dr. Watson got tired of waiting and went back to London by the 4:10.
Confound it, why do you suppose he did that?
Well, the station master said he looked a bit wonky. Sent word you wasn't to wait for him.
That's not like Watson. To leave me sitting here alone with a coffin. By the way, how long do I have to wait for the next train up to London?
Well, I'm afraid there won't be one along until the 6:10. That's a bit of a wait, sir. Maybe you'd step down the road and have a dish of tea with me and the missus. She'd be that bucked up to be entertaining Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you, Constable, but it's not possible, I'm afraid.
Well, why not, sir? You've got a good hour and a half wait.
I know, but I can't leave the body. I don't want anything else to happen to it.
Good Lord, what else could happen to it?
I don't know, Constable. I don't know. But I have a very definite suspicion that today's adventure isn't finished. I must say it's very decent of you to let me ride up here in the luggage van.
God glad of the company, sir. It's lonesome sometimes with nothing but trunks and crates of cabbages and things, rolling away through the countryside at night with no one to talk to. Sometimes I get to wondering what's in all those boxes. It's good to have someone around, especially when there's a coffin aboard.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm not very good company tonight.
I understand, sir. It's not what you might call cheerful, accompanying the remains of a friend. I say, the old whistle do sound eerie tonight, don't she?
Yes.
I always says there's nothing so lonely as a train whistle going along across country after everyone else is safe in bed. Excuse me. Was it a close friend of yours, sir? I mean the deceased.
No, I knew him only slightly, but I felt responsible for him, don't you know? Confounded, I'm the one that suggested he come down to Upper Tottingham. If he hadn't come, he'd probably be alive and well.
Now, don't you take on about it, sir. It's fate, that's what it is. When a chap's number's up, why, it's up, that's all. I was wondering if...
It's a bad cold you've got there.
It's not a cold, sir. It's just that whenever they ship those fool cabbages up from London, they makes me sneeze.
Aha! You're probably allergic to cabbages.
What's that?
A new theory of sensitivity I'm working on. Mark my words, in a few years from now, people will be bragging that they're allergic to all kinds of things.
Great Scott, aren't there enough plagues in the world now that you scientific chaps have to go and think up more? Why, time was...
Yes, it certainly is draughty here. No wonder you get the sniffles. I feel a bit sneezy myself.
Here, I'll fix your place out of the breeze. Here, on this crate of cabbages. Between these eye trunks.
Yes, that's better. More sheltered. I could almost swear... I say, guard, do you smell something over here? No, I suppose that's asking too much with that cold.
Yes, sir. With me nose in this condition, I couldn't smell a pig pen if I was standing smack in the middle of it.
Pity.
What's the trouble, sir? You look worried.
That smell, slightly medical. Reminds me of my friend. We came down on the train together this morning.
Is it the body in the coffin?
Oh, good Lord, no. Someone I know very well. We lived together for years. If I could only be sure my friend got home safely. I had the strangest foreboding, as if my friend were, well, trying to tell me something.
That's what happens to a man. Just like me and Emmeline. That's my wife. And when first I met her, everywhere I looks, there was Emmeline. I sees her in the soup. I sees her in the butter. When I go out, when I come in, asleep, awake, there's always her face in front of me.
Horrible.
Oh, then I liked it, sir. But by and by we gets married, and now we has 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. They all looks like Emmeline. Everywhere I looks, I sees Emmeline, eating porridge, swinging in the apple tree, making snoots at me when I says, go to bed now. That's what love does to a man.
My case is not similar, I assure you.
I know, you just live with your friend. Believe me, there's very little difference.
Believe me, there's a great deal of difference. My friend happens to be a man. A happily married man.
With children?
No.
Oh.
I just can't understand why he left me in the middle of an emergency and took the 4:10 from Upper Tottenham back to London.
People gets notional sometimes. You know... Say, did you say the 4:10?
Yes.
From Upper Tottenham?
Yes, of course.
But that's impossible.
Why?
Because today's Wednesday, and on Wednesdays the 4:10 don't stop at Upper Tottenham.
Doesn't stop? What's the next train that does?
This one, the one we're on. Upper Tottenham isn't an important stop. Only the locals make it, and not all of those.
But then, confound it, what's happened to Watson?
Watson? Who's he?
My friend, bastard. The one this smell reminds me of.
I don't smell nothing.
What was that?
Sounded like someone smashed a glass.
The smell's getting stronger. By Jove, it is iodoform.
You're right, sir. Even I can smell it now.
Look here. Something's dripping out of this crate of cabbages.
It's dark. Maybe it's blood.
No, it's the stuff that smells. What's iodoform doing in a lot of cabbages? Here, help me get the top of the crate.
But why do you...
Don't argue. Help me, confound it. This crate was put on at Upper Tottenham, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right, but I don't see what that's got to do with the price of cheese.
I'll show you in a moment.
Here comes the lid. Here you are, sir. Nothing but cabbages.
Get them out of there. Help me.
But I say, sir, you can't go chucking cabbages about like that. But... Glory be, what's that under him? It's a man, all trussed up like a New Year's goose.
Give me your knife so I can cut the gag.
Right-o.
Easy, Watson. We'll have you out of there in a jiffy.
And about time. There I sat listening to you two drivel on about your private lives like 2 schoolgirls. Here, I'll untie my feet. If I hadn't finally managed to smash the iodoform bottle in my pocket, you probably never would have found me.
Watson, how in heaven's name did you manage to get yourself in this predicament?
I discovered young Balcom's glasses smashed in the baggage room at Upper Tottenham.
Oh?
Holmes, the station master is Professor Moriarty. He's shipping drugs into London in the leaves of those confounded cabbages. I was being sent on to his laboratory. Holmes, he was going to make an experiment on me, like a guinea pig.
Splendid.
What's so good about that?
Moriarty may have slipped through our fingers again, but thanks to your efforts, Watson, we've discovered the whereabouts of his famous laboratory.
How so?
Elementary, my dear Watson. It must be the address on this crate. The one you're using as a bed.
Well, I must say I don't see anything so funny about it.
When I was very young, I had a nurse who used to tell me that new babies were found among the cabbages. My dear Watson, I never dreamed I'd find you under similar circumstances.
that was an experience, Dr. Watson. No wonder you don't like cabbages.
Yes, I did acquit myself rather well under the circumstances, don't you think so, Mr. Harris?
Oh, brilliantly, Dr. Watson, brilliantly. And now, do you think you could be persuaded to give us a hint about next week's story?
Next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes rescued a young lady of quality, very much against her will, I may say, and how it was managed with the help of a priceless Ming saucer and another lady who was not above throwing vitriol.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Miser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in the adventure of the illustrious client. Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Adventure of the Illustrious Client. Well, here we are again in Dr. Watson's famous study. He has just given us a tall frosted glass that clinks pleasantly and is now rearranging his notes and papers.
There now, Mr. Harris, we're all set, as you say in America.
Good. Then let's get on with it, as you say in England, Doctor.
Yes. But tonight I think I'll tell you how Holmes disillusioned a charming young lady and consequently saved her from what is commonly called a fate worse than death. Oh, yes, but before we begin to get too involved in that rather complicated affair, Mr. Harris, you'd better say a few words on a subject that's very appropriate at this particular season of the year.
A very good idea, Dr. Watson. Here's a fact you ought to know. There's no reason in the world for you to pay high prices for a beautifully tailored, smartly styled suit of clothes. Not with Clipper Craft available. Clipper Craft clothes feature long-wearing fabrics, are superbly made, and better than fairly priced, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing. There's a big reason Clipper Craft clothes are priced so modestly. It's the famous Clipper Craft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, lowering manufacturing and distribution costs. It makes available the finest suits you've ever seen for only $40 to $47.50. Handsome tropicals at $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Naturally, more fine stores than ever are welcoming the Clipper Craft plan. These are the days it really goes to work for you. Compare Clipper Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, back to the young lady who was about to be rescued by Mr. Sherlock Holmes, no less.
Right. It was September the 3rd, 1903. A few years after my marriage, if you remember. Well, I dropped around to Baker Street in the middle of the afternoon. There was Holmes lying on the sofa, pipe in hand, a piece of letter paper dangling from his long, lean fingers. But the thing that surprised me most was the appearance of the room itself. Hello, I say, Holmes, what's up? Have we reached the millennium?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm alluding to the unprecedented tidiness of the room.
Huh, that. It's Mrs. Hudson's doing.
Oh.
She's got wind of the fact that I'm expecting a call from Sir James Damery this afternoon, and she took a mean advantage of my being out of the house this morning to commit this atrocity.
Oh, not a bad idea, either.
I won't be able to find anything for weeks. And my hair, look at it.
Oh, don't tell me Mrs. Hudson made you brush it.
Women are tyrants, Watson. Tyrants.
Oh, rubbish. I say, what's all this about Sir James Damery? What does he want?
Beyond this charming note which says he'll be here at 4:30 and that the matter is extremely delicate and important, I know about as much about the matter as you do, which is absolutely nothing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you admit it. I say, look here, Holmes, isn't this chap Damery a pretty important person in the diplomatic service?
Quite.
Oh.
Hello? Isn't that a carriage I hear drawing up in front of our house?
Oh, by Jove. It's a handsome turnout, Holmes. 2 men on the box.
Yes, I don't imagine that carriage belongs to Sir James himself. He must be acting for someone else. By Jove, the crest on the door. Aha, so it's as serious as that.
I say, Holmes, you've got deuced good eyesight. I can't make out the crest at all.
That's just as well, my dear Watson. Just as well. Ah, here comes Damery himself.
Oh, I say, he is a handsome fellow, eh?
Yes, a splendid fellow. Honest and understanding and clever. Deuced clever, my dear Watson.
Oh, I suppose you say that because he had the intelligence to come to you instead of going to Scotland Yard.
Oh, rubbish.
Oh, look at Mrs. Hudson opening the door to him. All starched up, her face as red as a beet.
Yes, she'll talk about this for weeks. Dear, dear women. She'll go into raptures over the colour of his eyes, the fit of his coat. Come in, come in.
It's Sir James Damery to see you, sir.
Well, ask him to come in.
Yes, sir. Just be so good as to step this way, your lordship.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to close the door, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, no, sir.
You've created quite a little flutter in our household, Sir James, as you can see.
It's so good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes, and... Oh, this, I take it, is Dr. Watson. I hope to find you here. Delighted to make your acquaintance, my dear doctor.
The pleasure's mine, I'm sure.
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Dr. Watson's collaboration may be vital, Mr. Holmes, for we are dealing on this occasion with a violent and ruthless man. I may safely say there is no more dangerous man in Europe.
I have outwitted several opponents to whom that flattering term has been applied. Who is this paragon, Sir James?
Have you ever heard of Baron Gruner?
The Austrian murderer.
So, you have already sized him up as a murderer.
It's my business to follow the details of continental crime. I'm as sure that he killed his wife at the time of the so-called accident at Flugen Pass as if I'd seen him do it.
Yes.
I knew also that he'd come to England and was convinced that sooner or later he'd find some work to do.
Then you sympathize with the client in whose interest I'm acting?
Yes. And I guessed you were only an intermediary. Who's the principal?
Mr. Holmes, I must beg you not to press that question. It is important that his honored name should not be dragged into the matter.
I'm accustomed to have mystery at one end of my cases, Sir James, but not at both. I fear I must decline.
May I at least lay the facts of the case before you?
By all means.
You have no doubt heard of General de Merville?
Oh, de Merville, the Iron General of Khyber fame, the old bulldog. Why, I remember the great day of...
Watson, don't interrupt.
Oh, very well.
Well, the old bulldog has a daughter, Violet de Merville, young, rich, and beautiful. It is this daughter, this lovely, innocent girl whom we are endeavoring to save from that fiend Gruner.
He has some hold over her?
She's in love with him, Mr. Holmes. At least she thinks she has a mad infatuation. She's obsessed by the man and proposes to marry him next month. Oh, there's very little her family can do as she is of age and has a will of iron.
Oh, her father's daughter, eh?
Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Does she know about the Austrian episode?
The rascal has told her every unsavory public scandal of his past life.
Foolhardy, eh, Holmes?
But always in such a way as to make himself out to be an innocent martyr.
Cunning devil.
But surely, Sir James, you've let out the name of your client. It must be General de Merville.
I could deceive you, Mr. Holmes, by saying so.
My dear Damery, it takes more than that to deceive me.
Yes, I suppose so. Let us say, then, that my client is an old friend who has known the General intimately for years and has taken a paternal interest in the girl since she wore short frocks. It was his suggestion that you should be called in.
Very flattering. Your problem interests me, Sir James. I'm prepared to look into it.
Excellent. In case of developments, you can reach me at the Carlton Club.
And the Baron's address?
Vernon Lodge near Kingston. It's a large house. He has been fortunate in some shady speculations and is a rich man, worse luck.
Yes, that makes him all the more dangerous as an antagonist. Can you give me any further information about him? His personal habits, I mean?
He has expensive tastes. A horse fancier, plays polo, collects books, women. And is a recognized authority on Chinese pottery. Has even written a book on the subject.
Chinese pottery. A complex mind, like most great criminals. Well, Sir James, you will inform your client that I am undertaking the case of the Baron Gruner.
I am exceedingly grateful, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all.
Well, good luck, gentlemen, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, dear me, this is a delicate situation, eh?
Well, Watson, any news?
Well, I should think you'd better see the young lady herself.
De Merville's daughter? No. That's more or less of a last resort. No young woman in love is ever very reasonable. And Violet has her father's determination in all probability. No, first of all, I think I shall consult Shinwell Johnson.
Shinwell Johnson? Who's he?
Well, suppose we meet for lunch tomorrow at Simpson's. I'll ask him to drop around with any information he's been able to pick up. Don't disappoint me, Watson.
Oh, no.
I think I may be able to introduce you to a colorful personality.
Oh, I'll be there, never fear.
Another glass of claret, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Well, Watson, Johnson's on the prowl. He may pick up some garbage in the dark recesses of the underworld. But it's down there that we must look for Baron Gruner's secrets.
Yes, but who's this Shinwell Johnson fellow?
An ex-convict whom I've succeeded in reforming. Served 2 terms at Parkhurst.
Oh.
Consequently, he has the entree to every nightclub, doss house, and gambling den in town. An ideal agent for gaining information, Watson.
Yes, but if Miss Violet's not affected by what she already knows, why should any discovery of Mr. Johnson's change her mind?
Who knows, Watson? Woman's heart and mind are insoluble puzzles to the male. Murder might be condoned or explained, and yet some smaller offense might rankle. As Baron Gruner remarked this morning, you can't...
So you've seen him?
Well, to be sure, didn't I tell you?
No.
Oh, dear me, how careless of me. I always like to meet my adversary eye to eye and find out for myself the stuff that he's made of.
But didn't he recognize you?
Naturally, I sent in my card.
Oh, you are a character, Holmes.
An excellent antagonist, this Baron Gruner. A real aristocrat of crime. Cool as ice. And as poisonous as a cobra.
I rather thought I should see you sooner or later, Mr. Holmes. I understand you have been engaged to prevent my marriage to the daughter of General de Merville.
Quite, Baron Gruner.
My dear fellow, you will only ruin your famous reputation. Let me advise you to draw off at once.
Dear me, that was the very advice I was about to give you. If you persist in this marriage, you'll raise a swarm of powerful enemies. Is the game worth it? Surely you'll be wiser if you let the lady alone. You can hardly wish certain facts about your past to be brought to her notice.
Oh, pardon my amusement, Mr. Holmes. But it's most amusing to see you trying to play a hand with no cards in it.
So? You think I hold no cards, my dear Baron? Let me assure you I have several aces up my sleeve.
Bluff, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps you don't realize that I hold the affection of this lady in spite of all the unhappy incidents of my past. I've also told her that certain wicked and designing persons, I hope you recognize yourself, would come to her and try to poison her mind against me. I also told her how to treat them. You've heard of post-hypnotic suggestion? If you call on Violet, you'll have an opportunity to see how it works. Dear little Violet. Such a delightful subject for hypnotism.
The hypnotic spell can be broken, my friend.
Only by a stronger personality. Oh, by the way, Mr. Holmes, did you know Lebrun, the French agent?
I did.
Do you know what happened to him?
Yes, he was beaten and crippled for life.
Quite true. Mr. Holmes, by a curious coincidence, he had been inquiring into my affairs only a week before. Don't do it, Mr. Holmes. It's not, lucky.
Nasty brute. I say, Holmes, you better watch yourself. He'll stop at nothing.
Quite. 2 attempts have already been made on my life, Watson. I always disregard the blusterer, but this is the sort of chap who says rather less than he means. Oh, but look, here comes Shinwell Johnson.
Huh?
The red-faced fellow with the beefy jowls and the tremendous gold watch chain.
But I say, who's his companion? The young woman, I mean, with a pale, intense look. She looks as if she'd lived a bit, Holmes.
Yes, a dark page from Baron Gruner's past, I imagine. Ah, good afternoon, Shinwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes.
Waiter, bring an extra chair for the lady.
Yes.
It's better.
This here is Miss Kitty Winter.
Oh, how do you do?
What she don't know about the Baron, but she'll speak for herself. I found her within an hour after I heard from you. Quick work, eh, Mr. Holmes?
I'm easy to find. The gutter, London, gets me every time. Same address for Porky Shinwell, but by cripes, Gruner ought to be...
Yes. Then I gather we have your good wishes, Miss Winter.
Look at me. What I am, Albert Gruner made me. If I can help put him where he belongs, I'm yours to the death rattle.
You know how the matter stands?
He's after some other poor fool. Wants her to marry him this time, eh? Don't you know enough about him to keep any decent girl in her senses from...
She's not in her senses. She's in love. She knows pretty much all about it.
She knows about the murder?
Yes.
Good Lord, she must have a nerve.
And she puts it all down to slander. We want proofs. Can you help us?
Proofs? I think I'm proof enough. Let her take a look at me and listen to what I can tell her.
Would you be willing to do it?
Wouldn't I, though?
Remember, he's told her most of his past.
I'll wager he didn't tell her all. I'll bet she don't know he's got a book. A brown leather book with a lock. He must have been drunk that night or he wouldn't have showed it to me.
What kind of a book?
That devil collects women, Mr. Holmes, like some men collect butterflies. And he's proud of his collection. He's got it all in that book. Snapshot photographs, names, details, everything. If you could only lay hands on that book. He's probably got her in there with the rest of us by this time. She'd like that, wouldn't she?
Where is this book?
It's more than a year since I was in his study. I knew where it was kept then. Do you know his house?
I've been in his study.
I'll hand it to you for being on the job. Maybe he's met his match this time.
Well, the outer study is where he keeps his Chinese crockery. A big glass cupboard between the windows. Then behind his desk is a door that leads to the inner study. It's in there that he keeps his papers and things.
Well, isn't he afraid of burglars?
Say what you like, he's no coward. He can look after himself. Besides, there's a burglar alarm at night.
I see. If we could get into that study, Miss Winter, do you think you could show us where that book's hidden?
Sure.
Oh, but look here, Holmes, you can't go breaking into a strange house. It's against the law.
Quite, and I wouldn't dream of doing it, except as a last resort. But come along, Miss Winter. We'll see how far our legal efforts get us before we turn to other tactics.
What do you mean?
Suppose we just drop in on Miss de Merville for a little chat.
What a pretty drawing room. It's been a long time since You won't believe it, Mr. Holmes, when I tell you I once had a nice home, too.
Obviously, my dear, I can tell by your hand you were a lady. The rough talk you assumed to cover it up didn't fool me for a minute.
Oh, sir, I'm so nervous. I don't know if I can go through with it.
Courage, Kitty. It'll be over in a minute. Quiet, someone's coming. Ah, Miss de Merville, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Holmes, I presume.
Quite.
Pray be seated. I've been expecting a visit from you. You have called, as I understand, to malign my fiancé, Baron Gruner. It's only fair to warn you, Mr. Holmes, that you're wasting your time. Nothing you can say will have the slightest effect on my mind.
My dear young woman, I wonder if you realize what it means to be married to a murderer. And worse. His reputation will bar you from decent society in any civilized country. How can a woman of your upbringing consent to...
Mr. Holmes, I'm aware that my fiancé has had a stormy life, in which he has incurred bitter hatreds. You are only the last of a series to slander him. Don't think that I don't know your motive. You're a paid agent who would have been equally willing to act for the Baron if he'd consented to pay your price, but he refused.
Really, Miss de Merville?
Moreover, Mr. Holmes, I am not clear why you should bring this person into my drawing room. I haven't the slightest notion who she is.
No? Well, I'll tell you who I am. I'm his last victim. He'll kill you, that's what he'll do. It may be a broken back or a broken heart, but he'll break you one way or the other.
I don't need your protection, thank you.
Oh, it's not for love of you I'm speaking. I don't give a tinker's curse if you live or die. It's because I hate him, do you hear? And you needn't look at me like that. God knows you may be lower than I am before you're through.
Let me say once for all that I'm aware of 3 passages in my fiancé's life when he became entangled with designing women.
3 passages? 3 passages, she says. Oh, you fool. You fool. Wait till you see that book.
Compare Clippercraft with suits, tropicals, and sport jackets, selling for many dollars more. It's a wonderful way to prove to yourself how much you save with Clippercraft. The fine local independent stores who sell Clippercraft clothes from coast to coast make a business of giving you more for your money. Your favorite store, the store you can trust, is back of the remarkable Clippercraft plan. The plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. And that's why you can buy luxurious long-wearing fabrics in Clippercraft suits for only $40 to $47.50. Fine tropicals at $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets for only $26.50. Ask any of the millions of men who wear Clippercraft clothes. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now to return to our adventure. In front of Sherlock Holmes' lodgings at 221B Baker Street, we find an excited crowd of people.
I say, have you heard the news, she?
This is where he lives, the poor man. Oh, the poor man.
Look at the papers. A murderous attack on Sherlock Holmes.
They've murdered him? Do you hear that? They've murdered him.
It's an outrage. A man's not safe in the streets anymore.
But how did it happen?
2 ruffians outside the Cafe Regal. They beat him with sticks. He was picked up for dead.
Oh, he's dead. Isn't that dreadful? Sherlock Holmes is dead.
Let me through, I say. I'm a doctor.
Oh, he's a doctor. Let him through. He's a doctor.
Oh, confound it, the bell won't ring. What?
Oh, here you are at last, Dr. Watson. Praise be. Come in, come in.
Yes, I've been out all afternoon, Mrs. Hudson. I've just got word. Is he badly hurt?
Oh, sir, they brought him in here all bleeding. They had to have that surgeon fella, Oakshott.
Oh, Sir Leslie Oakshott. Oh, then it is serious.
Yes, sir. He's been taking stitches in him and giving him morphine.
Do you think I can go up for a moment?
Well, that Sir What's-his-name said as Mr. Holmes was to have absolute quiet. I had to stuff the doorbell on account of the newspaper fellows.
Oh, yes, sir, quite right.
But Mr. Holmes kept saying he had to see as soon as you came. So that surgeon fellow said, all right, but only for 10 minutes, mind.
Oh, good. I'll go right up.
Yes, sir. And let me know if he's wanting anything.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. It's all the Baron's doing, of course. Wait till I lay my hands on
Walk on tiptoe, Watson. It's not as bad as it seems.
Oh, thank God for that. Of course it's that rascal who set them on. I'll go and thrash the hide off him if you say so.
Good old Watson. No, it's not necessary. But there is something you can do for me.
Anything at all.
We haven't much time. I've just discovered that the Baron is planning to elope to South America with Mr. Merville day after tomorrow. Must be losing his nerve.
Well, what can we do in that short time?
You are to spend the next 24 hours in an intensive study of Chinese pottery.
Me? Chinese pottery? Holmes, you're delirious.
Not at all. Hand me that little box from the mantelpiece.
Which way? This one?
Yes, that's right. Only open it for me, will you, Watson? These clumsy bandages. I don't want to run any risk of breaking it.
Oh, I say. It's a beautiful little deep blue saucer wrapped in silk.
That is the real eggshell pottery of the Ming dynasty. A complete set of it would be worth a king's ransom. The Baron would sell his soul for a set like that.
Well, what am I to do with it?
Here is your card.
Oh, yes, but this says Dr. Hill Barton, 369 Half Moon Street.
That is your name for tomorrow evening. You will call on Baron Gruner at 8:30. A note's already been set making the appointment and saying that you're bringing a specimen of an absolutely unique set of Ming china. You may as well be a medical man since you can play that part without duplicity. Don't want to put too much of a strain on your acting ability.
No, now, look here, Holmes.
Watson, you're not going to go back on me at a time like this.
Well, no, of course not. But I say, what if he won't see me?
He'll see you right enough. He has the collector's mania in its most acute form. The important thing is to cram up on Chinese pottery so you can carry on an intelligent conversation.
Well, I'll do my best.
Good. 8:30 tomorrow.
Righto.
Now, perhaps you'd better go. I'm afraid I feel a trifle weak.
I'll find out if the Baron will see you, sir.
I believe he's expecting me.
Very good, sir.
Dear me, I wish my knees had stopped wobbling about. Hung Wu and Young Lo, the writings of Tang Ying, the primitive periods of Sung and Yuan. Oh, dear me, this is dreadful.
This way, the Baron is in his study. The Chinese room, we call it. Dr. Barton, sir.
Oh, pray sit down, Doctor. Pray sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I was just looking over my treasures. Have you ever seen a richer glaze than this little Tang specimen, eh?
Oh, delightful, delightful.
Yes. Oh, have you the Ming saucer with you?
Oh, yes, indeed. I thought you might want to see it. Here it is. Let me unwrap it for you. There we are.
Oh, fine. Very fine indeed. And you say you have a set of 6 to correspond?
Oh, yes.
I only know of one in England to match this, and it is certainly not on the market. Would it be indiscreet, Dr. Barton, to ask how you obtained this?
Well, does it really matter? You can see the piece is genuine.
Oh, undoubtedly. But suppose I should discover later that you had no right to sell.
Oh, I'd guarantee you against any claim of that sort.
And what is your guarantee worth?
My bankers would answer that.
Yet on the whole, this business is very mysterious.
Well, you can do business or not as you like. I've given you the first offer because I understood you were a connoisseur.
Who told you so?
Well, you wrote a book on the subject, I believe.
Have you read the book?
No.
You are a collector with a valuable piece in your collection, and yet you have never troubled to consult the one book which would give you the real meaning and value of what you hold. Now, how do you explain that?
I'm a very busy man, a doctor in practice.
That's no answer. You said in your note you were a connoisseur.
So I am.
Well, what do you know of the Emperor Shomu? How do you associate him with the Shoso Inn near Nara?
Well, as a matter of
fact... Does that puzzle you? What about the Northern Wei dynasty?
Oh, this is intolerable. I came here to do you a favor, not to be examined as if I were a schoolboy.
You're here as a spy. Sherlock Holmes sent you. Now, what's the game? You've made your way in here without leave. But you're not going to find it so easy to get out again. I thought the beating he got yesterday would be enough to scare him off. But if he wants a corpse to prove to him... Oh, what's that? Someone's in the inner study. Someone... Sherlock Holmes himself. Now, what in blazes are you doing here?
Just glancing through your diary. Rather lurid reading, my dear fellow. I wonder what Miss Violet will think of it.
Put that book down. Put it down, I say, you fool. My men bungled. I told them to kill you. Well, I'm going to complete the job myself.
Look out, Holmes, he's got a knife.
Oh, no, you don't. I've got a little score of my own to settle.
Oh, Kitty, what are you doing here?
Surprised to see me, eh? Thought I'd killed myself by this time. Well, I'm going to fix you.
Oh, now, really, Kitty. You're most amusing.
Go ahead and laugh. It'll be the last time. Very well, then. Take
Stop her! Stop her, Watson!
What can I do?
Watson, why didn't you stop her?
She's blinded me.
Vitriol, it's burning my eyes out. Water, for God's sake, water!
That'll spoil your looks.
The pain, I can't stand the pain. It's driving me crazy.
Now laugh. Why don't you laugh?
What a story, Doctor. And did Miss de Merville break off the engagement when she saw the Baron's love diary?
Oh, dear me, yes. Sir James came and collected it and the little saucer of Ming China the afternoon after her encounter with Gruner. The diary was in the Baron's own handwriting. There was no way of getting around that. The wages of sin, my dear Mr. Harris. The wages of sin. Be sure your faults will find you out.
Say, Doctor, apropos of nothing at all, was Mr. Holmes arrested for housebreaking?
Now, what an idea. Well, there was some rumor about a prosecution, I believe, but when the purpose is good and the client sufficiently illustrious, even the rigid British law becomes human and elastic. Holmes is yet to stand in the dock.
And the illustrious client, Doctor, did you ever find out who he was?
Well, I could make a good guess. On Sir James' second visit, I escorted him down to his carriage, and Quite by accident, mind. I caught a glimpse of that coat of arms before Sir James threw his overcoat half out of the window to cover it.
And who was it, Doctor?
Oh, I couldn't dream of telling. Beyond the fact that he was a loyal friend and a chivalrous gentleman, and his coat of arms had 3 ostrich plumes on the top.
And, of course, you haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, certainly not.
And now, Doctor, how about giving our friends and listeners a hint about next week's story?
Next week, now let me see. Oh, yes, next week I think I'll tell you about some yellow roses that refused to die, and how they nearly caused the death of a lovely young second wife, who heard the voice of her husband's first wife calling to her from a watery grave.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Ever-Blooming Roses. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's adventure, The Case of the Ever-Blooming Roses. Well, here we are again in Dr. Watson's delightful study. Just outside the open window, a black-winged pinobler is singing his evensong from a branch thick with blossom.
We would say it is heavy with May, Mr. Harris. It's the charming custom in England to refer to all the lovely flowering that bursts into bloom at this time as the May.
Of course, I never thought of it, Dr. Watson, but that must be where this month gets its name.
Right. In the British Isles, May is also a very charming and popular feminine given name. Yes, I think I'll tell you of a particularly lovely young thing called May who narrowly escaped death, and all because of a spray of yellow roses that refused to wither.
Sounds quite poetic, Dr. Watson.
Macabre would be a better description, Mr. Harris. It all occurred in May. May, when nature sheds its winter garment.
Yes, and nature isn't the only one to feel that urge, I gather.
I was wondering how long it would take you to notice my new spring outfit.
Well, I noticed it the minute I came in the door. The fit, the quiet authority that's achieved only with good tailoring and fine materials. All the talk about high prices doesn't affect you at all if you wear Clippercraft clothes. Yes, if you wear Clippercraft, you haven't a worry in the world about getting the most for your money. You're certain of long-wearing fabric, superb tailoring, and smart style. You've always been sure of these from Clippercraft. But today, Clippercraft's old-fashioned values are all the more remarkable. They're made possible by the famous Clippercraft Plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting the savings in your pocket. If you've never worn Clippercraft, we guarantee you the finest suits you've ever seen for only $40 and $47.50. Luxurious tropicals from $33.75 to $40, and handsome sport jackets at only $26.50. So join the millions who enjoy Clippercraft clothes. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. Now, Doctor, back to the charming lady who was named for this verdant month.
May. Yes, it was rather late in May, as I remember. The year was 1909 or 10, I believe. Holmes had retired to a small property he'd acquired on the coast of Sussex and was deep in bee culture.
Leaving you alone and deserted.
Except for a delightful and devoted little wife. Yes, exactly. Well, to begin at the beginning, I'd gone down to Sussex for a long weekend of fresh air and relaxation.
You might have known better than to expect relaxation around Sherlock Holmes, Doctor.
Oh, how right you are, Mr. Harris. Well, it was Saturday morning. Holmes and I were finishing a leisurely breakfast which had been served up on the east terrace overlooking the channel. I had just filled my pipe and was offering my tobacco pouch to Holmes when, to my surprise, he refused.
Never touch the stuff.
Never touch tobacco, Holmes, you prevaricator. When I think of the tons I've watched you consume, a regular inferno.
Just the same, I've given it up.
What, anything wrong with your health?
No, I've given up nicotine because my bees don't like it, you know. You go out among the hives reeking of nicotine and see what happens to you, Watson.
I have no intention of going near the silly things.
Bees, my dear Watson, are not silly. If the human race conducted its affairs with half the discipline and intelligence, we'd have fewer fools like the latter-day Jehu, who is at this moment scorching up the cliff road in this direction.
What? Oh, you mean the chap driving the automobile, I take it.
Naturally. The blithering idiot must be courting death at close to 40 miles an hour.
Holmes, he's coming in here.
Made the turn on 2 wheels. It's a wonder he missed the gatepost.
Phew, look at the dust he's kicking up. Well, at least he did manage to stop the juggernaut. For a moment I thought he was going right on through the kitchen.
Well, this is a bit of luck. I'd hoped to see Holmes, of course, but to find Watson as well.
My dear fellow, the pleasure's mutual. Isn't it, Watson?
Huh?
You know, Holmes, I don't believe the old boy remembers me.
How can I tell if I remember you or not, all done up in that cap and goggles?
My dear Dilly, you'll have to forgive Watson. I've never been able to teach him to recognize people by their immutable features, the shape of the ears, the set of the jaw.
Dilly? Don't tell me it's old Peter Dillinghurst.
Now, the Reverend Dr. Dillinghurst, rector of Basham Church, I believe.
Yes, worse luck. That's what I've come to consult you about, Holmes. Things have been happening at Basham Church. Every morning, there are fresh roses on the late Lady Elfrida's tomb. And the old bell in the tower has started to ring again.
Well, but look here, Dillinghurst. People often place flowers on tombs, and church bells are quite frequently rung, you know.
Yes, but the people didn't place the roses, Watson, and people didn't ring the bell. Matter of fact, the bell hasn't been rung for 5 years. Not since the time it was hit by lightning and badly cracked. The stairs to the bell tower were destroyed by fire at that time and never replaced. No one can reach the rope.
Oh, well, then, what...
It's those confounded roses that are really the most disturbing phenomenon, Holmes. Basham Church is locked up. It's locked up every night after evensong. I attend to the locking up myself. Every night when I make the rounds to extinguish the candles, I notice the day's spray of yellow roses on Lady Elfrida's tomb. And every night they are faded and drooping.
Well, yellow roses always seem to be particularly perishable, Holmes?
Don't interrupt, Watson.
The next morning, when I unlock the door and air out the church, there are the roses, as fresh as though they'd just been plucked. And no one has set foot inside the church.
Amazing, Holmes?
My dear Dillinghurst, what makes you so positive that no one had entered the church?
I'm not a fool, Holmes. On several occasions I have scattered ashes, not only around the doors, but around Lady Elfrida's tomb as well. There's never been so much as a mouse tracked through them.
By Jove.
Furthermore, a group of schoolboys who've joined that new organization, what is it they call it? Oh, yes, the Boy Scouts.
Oh, I've heard of them, Holmes. Remarkable lads. They can rub 2 sticks together and make a fire, don't you know?
They didn't invent the process. Go on, Rector.
Well, as I was saying, the boys and their scoutmaster, the local librarian, volunteered to spend the night in Basham Church to see if they could find out who was responsible for the blooming roses and the ringing bell.
What did they discover?
Nothing, Holmes. Absolutely nothing. At exactly midnight, the bell rang and the roses bloomed afresh. Nobody, absolutely nobody, was within arm's reach of either.
Why are you so perturbed about all this, Dilly?
Because this occurrence is killing May, the present Lady Danesfield. May was the late rector's daughter, Holmes. I've known her since she was a child, and I came to Basham to act as her father's curate. May is, of course, much younger than Sir Albert, and Elfrida his first wife. In fact, I think May was always afraid of Elfrida, who was a strange, cold throwback to her Danish ancestors. It's on Lady May's account that I ask you to investigate this matter, Holmes.
Well, what do you say, Watson? Shall we take a run over to Basham and Dilly's newfangled perambulator?
I'll go and get my coat and hat.
Oh, you won't need them, Watson. I've brought along caps and dusters for both of you. Come along. We shall have to drive like the devil if we're going to get back in time for choir practice. Hens. I never realized the utter imbecility of barnyard fowl until I started to drive a car.
Dilly, look out! There's a boy on a bicycle.
Never touched him.
No.
Tell me, Dillinghurst, first about the church bell. You say it sounds at midnight. How often has this occurred?
Every night since Lady Elfrida's birthday, the day those confounded yellow roses were placed on her tomb. That's nearly 2 weeks ago.
Yellow roses. Is there any significance to yellow roses?
Oh, yes, Holmes. Sir Albert Danesfield's first wife, the Lady Elfrida, came from Castle Odo, which is famous for its yellow roses. When the Lady Elfrida married Sir Albert, she brought along a half-dozen of the rose bushes in the family garden to plant them.
What happened to him?
Hugo, that's his name, still lives at the Hall, although he must be well over 80 by now.
Oh.
Well, he was always particularly devoted to Elfrida. And somehow he always managed, whether the season was early or late, to have those rose bushes covered with blossoms for Lady Elfrida's birthday. And every year, after his mistress died, on her birthday he'd bring a sheaf of yellow roses to Sir Albert, who'd carry them to Basham Church and place them on her tomb.
But every year up to now, the roses have withered in due course of time.
Well, not every year, Holmes. That is, the Lady Elfrida's been dead over 10 years.
Oh?
3 years ago, when Sir Albert decided to take a young wife, well, you know how it is. He sort of neglected to keep up the custom of decorating his first wife's grave on her birthday.
Thoughtless of him, eh, Holmes?
Possibly.
Well, this year on Elfrida's birthday, old Hugo stopped Sir Albert and his young wife as they came out to take their morning stroll in the gardens.
Morning, Hugo.
Oh, Hugo, how beautiful. Look, Albert, the lovely yellow roses. Are they for me, Hugo?
No, Mum. Begging your ladyship's pardon. They're for her whose birthday this is. They're for her who loved and tended them, and who lies in her grave in Basham Church, buried there before her time was due.
That will do, Hugo.
If you take my advice, sir, you'll not forget to take her the flowers she loved this day. The Lady Elfrida was not one to take a slight without getting her own back.
Rubbish! You can't bullyrag me, Hugo. Life is for the living.
But we all must die sometime, Sir Albert.
Give me the flowers, Hugo. I'll see they're placed on Lady Elfrida's grave.
Thank you, ladyship. And may heaven protect you better than it did her.
Really, May, my dear, this is a bit ridiculous.
Oh, please, Albert. I'd like to put these on Elfrida's grave. They're beautiful this year, and it means so much to poor old Hugo.
Are you sure that's why you're doing it, my dear?
What do you mean?
Are you sure it's not because you're still a bit afraid of Elfrida?
Well, maybe it's for both reasons, Albert.
That's the second time, Dillinghurst, that you've mentioned the Lady May was afraid of her predecessor.
That's not as startling as it sounds, Holmes. Oh? Confound that man with his sheep. Does he have to take up the entire road? Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yes. Everyone was terrified of Elfrida. She was a cold, forbidding sort of woman, even in her affections. She should have had children. That might have made a difference. You see, she knew how desperately her husband wanted them, and, well, when the years went by and there were no heirs to carry on, Albert turned rather cold towards her.
Unfeeling of him, eh, Holmes?
I've often suspected that Lady Elfrida's drowning in Sea Creek that runs past the Hall wasn't as accidental as we were led to believe.
You mean, you think it was suicide?
There was no autopsy, I suppose.
Oh, good Lord, no. They just pulled her out of the weeds. She'd been missing for 3 days before the grappling hooks found her. They were afraid she'd done away with herself when they found the note.
What did it say?
I have gone to answer the call.
You say that May was always afraid of Lady Elfrida. What was the older woman's attitude toward the girl? Did she suspect her husband felt an attachment for her?
Oh, good heavens, no. May was only 12 years old when Lady Elfrida drowned. She was 19 when Sir Albert asked her to be his second wife.
You say they've been married 3 years. Are they happy?
I suppose so. Of course, Sir Albert's disappointed again that there are no children.
Maybe it wasn't entirely the Lady Elfrida's fault the first time, Holmes?
Don't interrupt, Watson. Then Sir Albert's family may die out with him.
Oh, no, Holmes. There's Robert, Albert's brother, a half-brother, as a matter of fact. He's much younger, but he's rarely at home, always off hunting big game in India, Africa, some other outlandish place. He's just returned from Canada about 6 weeks ago.
How does he get on with Sir Albert's new wife?
Hardly has a word to say to her. Just keeps looking at her with those strange black burning eyes of his. His mother was Spanish, you know. They do say he takes after her.
I say, look at that magnificent sunset there, over in back of that steeple.
That's the steeple of Basham Church, Watson. We're nearly home. The town begins on the other side of the railroad tracks at the foot of the next decline. Would you care to drive to the church immediately, Holmes?
Oh, I say,
Oh, control yourself, Watson. I know you're famished. Suppose we pay a visit at the local inn first, Dillinghurst, and postpone our investigation of Basham Church until the witching hour of midnight.
Despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, you still get the most for your money if you insist on Clippercraft clothes. Clippercraft's values are so remarkable that people constantly ask us how we do it. Well, the answer is the Clippercraft plan, which, from a production standpoint, simply has modernized the fine old craft of clothes making. It brings you these amazing savings by concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Your own leading local establishment, the store you can trust. When you see these remarkable suits at only $40 and $47.50, fine tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50, why, you'll be high on Clippercraft forevermore. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Basham Churchyard. It is a few moments before midnight. The good rector, followed by two silhouettes, one tall and lank, the other rather more substantial, is picking his way through the moss-covered tombstones by the light of an old-fashioned lantern.
Careful, Watson. One of the headstones has fallen over. Some of the graves are very old, and their families have died out. The more important families, of course, have their tombs and vaults inside the church proper, where the local historical society cares for them.
Dashed undemocratic, Holmes?
What difference does it make when you're dead?
Now, up these steps. Just a moment till I find the key to the side door.
I say, listen to the wind. Sounds like a lost soul.
Here we are. I'll go first and light the way.
The hinge could do with a bit of oil, Dillinghurst.
Good Lord! Phew. Something just swooped past my face.
Probably a bat, Watson. Old churches are often inhabited by them. Yes, there's another hanging from that clerestory up there.
This way, Holmes.
I say, the old place looks much bigger and gloomier from the inside, Holmes?
Quite. Now we're standing directly under the belfry. If you look up, you can see the bell and the rotted end of the bell cord up there, completely out of reach.
He's right, Holmes. No human hand could ring that bell. Oh. Hello, I slipped on something.
Yes, there seem to be quite a few pebbles here on the floor.
Bits of masonry are always coming loose, I'm afraid. One of them rather ruined the postmistress' Easter bonnet. The Danesfield vault's up this way, to the left of the chancel. Basham Church is one of the oldest in all England. Here at the entrance to the choir lies the daughter of Canute, folded in her golden hair. It's still growing, they say. Every 100 years or so, they open up the tomb and cut a length of it off.
I say, do you believe that?
I don't know, Watson. I wasn't here at Basham at the beginning of the century. I'll let you know in the year 2000.
At that ancient altar, Harold knelt before setting sail on his ill-fated voyage to Normandy.
Here we are. The entrance to the Danesfield vault. One of the oldest family vaults in the entire church. It was completely filled long ago. The more recent members have been buried in the floor beside it. This is Lady Elfrida's tomb, here, with the wilted roses lying against the wall.
Yes. Give me that lantern, Rector.
Holmes, what are you doing with your stick?
Testing the wall behind Elfrida's grave. Yes, quite solid. And the door leading down into the vault. Yes, hasn't been opened for years, I should say. No rust or dust on the grating. The grill works sound as the day it was made.
Those old dames could teach us a thing or two about ironwork, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Suppose we take up our places in the first pew over there. It's nearly midnight. We may as well wait in comfort for this phenomenon of the roses.
No, I have the strangest feeling that someone is watching us.
Considering all the ancestors who lie buried here, is it any wonder?
Oh, Holmes, really, you...
Sit down, Watson, and stop fidgeting. Let's see. 20 seconds to midnight. This church is, of course, one of the old foundation.
That's right, Holmes.
10 seconds. The important thing is to watch the roses. Don't take your eyes off them. 5 seconds. I hope this occurs on time. 3 seconds. 2. 1. Now.
Midnight exactly.
Holmes, look at the roses. They're fresh. They're absolutely blooming.
Why, so they are. Let's have a look at them. Did either of you take your eyes off them?
Well, just for a second, perhaps, when the bell rang.
I'm afraid I'm guilty of that lapse as well.
Lucky I was along, assuring us of at least one person who can concentrate. Yes, these roses are as fresh as they look. Remarkable. I think I'll take this one along for my buttonhole.
Holmes, look here.
Tomorrow morning, Rector, I think we shall take a look at the bushes that are supposed to have produced these very remarkable roses.
That can be arranged, Holmes.
Excellent. You know, Watson, there's only one thing more remarkable than the freshness of this rose.
What's that?
The time it chose to renew itself.
But it was midnight exactly, as the rector told us.
That's right, Holmes. You yourself said it was midnight by your own watch.
That's what makes it so remarkable, my dear Rector. You see, my watch is 5 minutes fast.
It's very good of you, Mr. Holmes, to take such an interest in our little problem of the everlasting roses, but after all, I imagine a person of your reputation has many more important crimes to investigate.
It's not the importance of a case that interests me primarily, Sir Albert. The Shah of Persia might be murdered in cold blood in Trafalgar Square, and I should probably pass by without a glance. But if a well-known member of a county family should, shall we say, go about popping off his neighbor's top hats with a slingshot, I might just possibly consider that worth investigating.
What a droll fellow you are, Mr. Holmes.
Am I, Sir Albert?
Oh, yes, here we are. These are my former wife's yellow rose bushes, Mr. Holmes. Now quite bare of blossoms, as you can see.
I thought they might be. Yes, let me see. Yes, basically a rugosa with a later grafting of something. Yes, I rather imagine the rose these bushes produce resembles that early flowering yellow rose now called the Father Hugo.
Why, yes, Mr. Holmes, that's absolutely correct.
By the way, Sir Albert, you have a gardener named Hugo.
Oh, yes, poor old Hugo. He's failing fast, I'm afraid. This business of the yellow roses is preying on his mind almost as much as on my wife's.
My favorite rose is a Frau Druschke, which blooms about now. It's a pure white rose, as you know, and should remain so.
I agree. I quite agree. People who are forever cross-breeding and grafting...
Robert, are you sure? Are you sure you didn't hear it? Last night it called again, just shortly before dawn. It was down by the bend of the sea creek where they found Elfrida. It was a woman's voice, and it kept calling my name. I had an almost irresistible urge to go to it.
What rot, May? You must have been dreaming.
It wasn't the first time I heard that voice. It called to me 3 nights ago. Oh, Robert, I was terrified. I knocked on Albert's door, but he didn't answer. Then I knocked on yours, but you didn't hear me either. And all the time that voice kept calling to me?
The men in this household must be remarkably heavy sleepers.
Robert, who's that?
Some confounded eavesdropper on the other side of the head.
May, my dear, come round the hedge here a moment and bring Robert. I want you to meet two distinguished guests, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, my wife and my half-brother Robert.
We've come to solve the riddle of the yellow roses.
Oh, no!
Leave her alone. Leave her alone, all of you.
Why you dragged me out here, Holmes, to sit in this blasted insect-ridden duck blind in the middle of the night? That rat, the blasted things! It's not even the duck hunting season.
Exactly. Our object, my dear Watson, is to discover who and why someone's trying to frighten the Lady May out of her wits.
Well, then you don't agree with her husband and her brother-in-law that the voice calling to her from the water was only a dream?
The ringing bell and the ever-blooming roses weren't a dream, Watson.
Very well, then why not solve that mystery first?
Oh, but it is solved, Watson. It's been solved since 5 minutes to midnight last night.
How so?
I was quite convinced that the trick of the bell and the roses were not two, but one. Any sleight-of-hand artist knows that the important thing is to divert his audience's attention at the moment his stunt is pulled. Hence the bell.
Oh, I don't understand.
My dear Watson, those smooth pebbles, one of which unbalanced you, those were what rang the bell. They were projected by a noiseless weapon, in short, a powerful slingshot. Our sleight-of-hand artist aimed his pebble through the grating of the Danesfield family vault. A second later, he shoved the fresh roses through with his foot as he picked up the old ones with his hand. Very quick, very neat.
But how did he get inside of the vault? You saw the ashes around the entrance. There were no footprints but ours.
Basham Church, as I said before, belongs to the old foundation. The Danesfield vault was undoubtedly used as a priest's hole during the religious wars. There's another entrance from the fields directly under the chancel.
And you deliberately tricked the fellow into going off half-cocked 5 minutes ahead of time? Holmes, you are a wonder.
Yes, I rather imagine there'll be no further nonsense in Basham Church. But that doesn't mean that Lady May is out of danger. The roses were meant to terrify her, you know. The poor woman's on the verge of a nervous breakdown, or worse.
Well, then, why not let me take over?
No, Watson, not until we can prove who it is who's threatening her.
By Jove, of course. The brother. He wants her out of the way so there can be no possible heir except himself.
The roses, by the way, were white roses dyed yellow, inasmuch as the yellow rose bushes had ceased to...
Good Lord, Holmes, did you hear that?
Yes, I suspected as much. It's coming from the marshes on the other side of the stream. The tide's high now. The stream's deep. He would wait for that.
Here she comes now. The Lady May. She's all in white, Holmes. She looks as if she were sleepwalking. Look, she's heading for that boat tied to the landing.
Yes. Yes. Now someone's following her into the shadows.
It's Robert, the half-brother. He's carrying a gun. Holmes, we must stop him before he does her any harm.
Leave him alone, Watson. He knows what he's doing.
May, come to me. May.
The Lady May's getting to the rowboat. She's poling it out into the stream.
She's in trouble, Holmes.
Yes. There were fresh holes bored just above the waterline. When she stepped into the boat, it started to fill.
Help me! Somebody! Help!
Holmes, we must save her.
It's all right, May. I'm coming.
Relax, Watson. Robert's going after her. The situation's well in hand. That's what I was waiting for. Now, Watson, we can go home.
But you heard that scream. A man was shot over there in the marshes.
Right. It was Sir Albert who was luring his second wife to her death by the same means he used to do away with his first. He was shot by the one person who suspected that death was not suicide. When he saw him try it again, he killed him.
But Robert couldn't have shot his brother, Holmes. He left his gun on the bank when he went to rescue the Lady May.
Right, Watson. Yes, I think that when Sir Albert's body is discovered, it will be found he was shot by his own fowling piece at close range. The coroner will probably decide it was a hunting accident.
Well, the Lady May was rescued, I take it, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harris.
But why did her husband want to do away with her?
Because she, like his first wife, had produced no sons, and because he suspected his brother had fallen in love with her. As a matter of fact, the Lady May married Sir Robert, and in due course of time they had 5 bouncing offspring, all boys.
Well, good for her. But, Doctor, who did shoot Sir Albert?
Well, Holmes took no interest whatever in solving that mystery. Of course, I always had my suspicions.
You mean the old boy who had the same name as the yellow roses?
Possibly, Mr. Harris, possibly.
I see. And now, Dr. Watson, what story are you going to tell us next week?
Now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell how Sherlock Holmes outwitted two of Europe's most famous jewel thieves and confidence tricksters by beating them at their own game on the platform at Waterloo Station. Yes, the story concerns a missing parrot and a lady who played a nasty trick on me by means of her false teeth. I call it the case of the accommodating valise.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Accommodating Valise. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Case of the Accommodating Valise. Well, here we are again, about to step over Dr. Watson's well-worn threshold.
Yes, that doorstep has seen a good bit of coming and going since I first began my radio reminiscences of the great Sherlock Holmes.
How long ago was that, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just yesterday to an old codger like me, Mr. Harris. But I imagine you were still in knee pants at the time. It was October the 20th, 1930. How well I remember. Many of the experts said our adventures were a bit too dated to interest the present generation.
Little did they realize that Sherlock Holmes is indestructible, Doctor. It's not for nothing your stories have been translated into every printable language, Dr. Watson. It's not for nothing Sherlock Holmes has become the world's most famous fictional character.
Fictional, my foot. I suppose you're going to sit there and tell me I don't exist.
Oh, good Lord, no. But after all, I've never actually met Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, this modern generation. Seeing is believing. You know, I might fool you someday, Mr. Harris. You know, there are a few of the Sherlock Holmes adventures in which I do not figure. For the most part, they occurred before I had arrived at Baker Street to be Holmes' fellow lodger and Boswell. Yes, I sometimes must get Holmes to relate these stories in person.
Well, that would be an event. Not that you're not our favorite storyteller, Dr. Watson, but, well, actually, to meet the gentleman in the flesh, that is, I hope you understand, Doctor.
Quite. The doer outrates the teller. After all, what would I be without Sherlock Holmes? An obscure and not too successful medico, I'm afraid.
Yes, but what would Sherlock Holmes be without you, Dr. Watson? A brilliant, yes, but unknown consulting detective.
Yes, possibly. But before you use up all that emollient lather on me, suppose you save a few glowing phrases for Clippercraft Clothes.
Emollient lather? Oh, yes, you mean soft soap. Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Watson. There are two products you can sell the public without using soft soap, and I mean Sherlock Holmes Adventures and Clippercraft Clothes.
There I'm inclined to agree with you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir. Those are two times when we seeing is believing guys, as you call us, Dr. Watson, we kind of go off the deep end, and for good reason. These days, $40 to $47.50 for a truly well-tailored suit, $33.75 to $40 for fine-looking tropicals, and $26.50 for luxurious sport jackets are mighty low prices. As soon as you see them, you'll know at once they're remarkably modest for Clippercraft's fine quality. Such value, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, makes Clippercraft a must if you're determined to get the most for your money. Without the unique Clippercraft plan, we couldn't bring these top-drawer Clippercraft values to you, because this plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs, putting the savings in your pocket. All of this at your own friendly local store, the store you can trust. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, suppose we get back to Baker Street and Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes. The adventure I am going to tell about began rather early one rainy spring morning. Holmes and I were dawdling over some excellent kidneys Mrs. Hudson had prepared for our breakfast. I had just poured my second cup of coffee, and Holmes was about to fill his pipe from the dilapidated old Persian slipper he used in lieu of a tobacco pouch.
The trouble with you, Watson, as I've so often remarked, is that you see, but you do not observe.
Oh.
Any intelligent person who contemplates his fellow man should be able to deduce his occupation, his habits, and previous history after having observed his subject for 30 seconds.
Oh, fiddle faddle. You see a man, you make all sorts of wild guesses about his past and personality, and even if you guess right, what of it?
My dear Watson, the science of deduction, as I practice it, is not guesswork, but a precise and accurate compilation and interpretation of minutiae that has unraveled many crimes and saved countless lives and reputations.
Oh, bother. One of your clients, Holmes. Why do they always have to try to pull the bell out by the roots?
Because they're harassed, Watson. People rarely consult Sherlock Holmes except in extremis. Yes, here he is. Watson, suppose you see what you can deduce from a first impression of the fellow.
All right.
Come in, come in.
Which of you gentlemen is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
I have that somewhat dubious honor. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Here, now, take this armchair. You've come to consult me, I gather.
That I have.
In that case, make yourself comfortable. Won't you remove your hat?
Oh, beg pardon. I'm that fashed I clean forgot where I was at.
Well, Watson, what do you make of him?
Well, I should say, obviously, late middle-aged, bald, past injury to the left leg or hip, which occasions a limp, and the thickness of his speech and the use of the word fashed indicate he's of Scottish origin.
I am not. Born and brought up in Sussex, I was.
Naturally, the thickness of the speech is caused by a faulty upper plate. The use of the word fashed was picked up in his railroading days. In all probability, he was engineer on the run-up to Edinburgh. But now he's been promoted to a somewhat more sedentary position, still connected with the railway. Oh, incidentally, Watson, the limp is not due to a leg or hip injury, but to a rather painful corn on the little toe of the left foot. Am I right, Mr.
George Hogarth. And right you are, Mr. Holmes.
In addition, Mr. Hogarth, you are a Freemason, you smoke a pipe, and you cut your nails with a pair of clippers that have seen better days.
Oh, that's God's truth, Mr. Holmes. But how in the name of all that's holy you found out that
it's all quite simple, Mr. Hogarth. Once Holmes elucidates, which he will now proceed to do.
The damaged nail clippers I deduced from the somewhat jagged outline of the nail edge.
That's right, sir. It's been like that ever since Nellie, she's my wife, pinched it to cut some picture wire to hang up her mother's picture.
See, the pipe is also self-evident when one contemplates the somewhat charred and discolored forefinger on the right hand, which we use to tamp down the tobacco. The Freemason bit I gathered from the emblem on your watch chain.
Aye, that's not so remarkable now you explain it. But how did you know I used to be a railway engineer?
From the peculiar slant of your shoulders and the way you hold your left arm, acquired through years of leaning out of the cab of your engine to view the track ahead. Furthermore, the callosities of your right hand and the muscular development of the forearm are typical of a man who's held a throttle in his hand for many years. Furthermore, a railway engineer develops the habit of keeping his hat on to protect his hair from soot and grime.
By the Lord Harry, you're right about that, Mr. Holmes.
And last but not least, I deduce the fact that you've not completely severed your connection with the railway from the tiny bits of railway soot which have settled on your stiff white collar and cuffs.
Right again. Just last year they made me station master down at Waterloo Station. And it's sooty enough there, so I still keep my hat on, in spite of the fact that it's a bowler and not too comfortable. As a matter of fact, Mr. Holmes, it's concerning what's going on at the station that I've come to consult you.
Oh? And what's going on? Trains off schedule, wrecks, disorderly conduct on the platforms?
If it was anything like that, me and the station police could handle it ourselves, Mr. Holmes. Oh, no, sir. There's been nothing that you could lay a finger on. And yet, every time one of the new deluxe boat trains comes in with a load of toffs from Southampton, somebody's luggage turns up missing. Mostly it's a valise belonging to some rich American lady with a fine mess of jewels in it.
Well, surely it's not too difficult to keep track of the luggage that's taken off the station platform. Everyone has to go through the small gate at the end.
That's right, Dr. Watson. And no one's allowed on those platforms except in the passengers from the train and them that has platform tickets. And my porters and the police have been keeping an eye on them. You can bet your life.
And yet, each time the boat train arrives, a valuable piece of luggage disappears, eh?
Vanishes, it does. Into thin air.
Sounds like a bit of legerdemain, eh, Holmes? You don't suppose Mr. Houdini has taken to crime?
Houdini? Who's he?
The American magician who's come over. They say he's come to consult that writer chap. What's his name? Oh, yes, Arthur Conan Doyle.
Mr. Houdini and Mr. Doyle are both reputable gentlemen, Watson. In fact, there's some intimation that Doyle may be knighted for his literary activities.
Oh, Fodderall is no better than I am.
That's as it may be. To return to the robberies at Waterloo Station, Mr. Hogarth, objects do not vanish into thin air, even for Mr. Houdini. There must be some logical explanation of the phenomena. Tell me, have there been any other unusual occurrences at the time the thefts took place?
Well, that is nothing you could call unusual, Mr. Holmes. But the robberies always do seem to go along with a small commotion of some sort.
I suspected as much. Go on.
Well, there was the ladies' Pekingese that got away. And another time, a steamer trunk got shoved off the platform. The porters just got it back before the 10:40 from Plymouth came roaring in. And another time, an old codger fell and twisted his hip. They had to bring a wheelchair.
And each time after the turmoil had subsided, a valuable piece of luggage was missing.
Yes, sir. And in spite of the fact that I had had the exit gate closed till things got under control. No one got away with a piece of luggage that didn't belong to him, I'd swear. He just vanished into thin air.
Interesting, eh, Watson? And when do you expect your next trainload of jewel-bearing passengers from overseas, Mr. Hogarth?
The Aquitania docked at Southampton this morning early. There's at least 6 American ladies aboard, sir, who are to be presented at court.
I see.
And you know what that means, Mr. Holmes. They'll be bringing enough jewels to outdazzle the Milky Way. The train's due in 37 minutes, sir. I have a cab waiting outside.
What do you say, Watson? Shall we see if we can discover the particular brand of abracadabra used in the disappearing act at Waterloo Station?
Right, I'll get my revolver and my umbrella.
Never mind the firearms, Watson. Just be sure you bring your wits along. Wits and a keen sense of observation will be indispensable in solving this puzzle, I fancy.
Now then, if you stand there, Mr. Holmes, you can get a view of the entire platform. The boat train is due any minute now.
You're sure all the porters who handle the luggage are reliable, Mr. Hogarth?
I've given orders, sir. Only the ones that have seen at least 10 years' service are to be allowed on the platform today. And all of them will be checked as they come out the gate besides.
Well, what about the people who've come onto the platform to meet the train?
Now, there are only 4, Dr. Watson. We couldn't keep everyone off, I'm afraid. The fat gentleman with the top hat and the large bouquet of roses is a famous theatrical producer. He's meeting his new star, Miss Edna Levy, who's coming over from New York. The nervous young man with the monocle and the gold-headed cane is the Honorable Cecil Heatherton. He's meeting his fiancée, a daughter of a Pittsburgh millionaire. And the lady with the tremendous doll and the box of chocolates is meeting her 11-year-old daughter that she hasn't seen for 2 years.
Why not?
Well, the child's been visiting its father in America. It seems the parents are divorced. And then there's the imposing-looking gent in the Prince Albert, carrying the Gladstone bag. He's come to meet his grandmother.
It seems she's over 80 and deaf as a post.
Well, certainly nothing suspicious about any of those people, eh, Holmes?
On the contrary, my dear Watson, one of those 4 persons is extremely suspicious, for a reason which Mr. Hogarth has been good enough to point out.
I did? Blessed if I know what it was I said that...
Never mind, haven't time to discuss it now. Here comes the train. Keep your eyes open, Watson. If you notice anything unusual, anything at all, report it to me immediately.
Well, the producer has located his star, the Swain his fiancée, and Mamma has discovered her offspring. But where in thunder is Grandma?
That's what I was wondering.
I have 2 more pieces, Porter, and I've seen her out in a green hat box. No, leave the alligator bag there. I don't want to let that out of my sight.
I say, look, Holmes, that must be Grandma, the old lady coming along the platform in the checkered greatcoat and bonnet. By Jove, she's carrying a parrot in a cage.
Yes, her imposing grandson has just sighted the old girl.
Here I am, Granny. Over here.
She's seen him. She's waving the bird cage.
Hannibal!
Good Lord, the parrot has got loose.
Hannibal! Oh, the beautiful Hannibal. Catch him, Freddie, catch him.
No, Granny. Don't get excited. We'll get your parrot for you.
Oh, dear, whatever shall I do?
Now, Granny, remember your blood pressure. I'll just put you safe in the ladies' waiting room, then I'll come back and get Hannibal for you.
Yes, you take care of her. Poor old woman. She looks so frail and...
That's right, Granny. You come along with Freddie. Now, don't you worry. I'll come back and catch Hannibal. He won't get away.
Come along, Watson. We mustn't lose sight of them.
Lose sight of who?
Granny with the bird cage and her grandson Freddie with the Gladstone bag. Above all, we mustn't lose sight of that Gladstone bag.
Holmes, have you lost your senses?
My bag! My alligator valise is gone. It's been stolen. My emeralds are in it. I've been robbed.
Holmes, you heard that? A woman's been robbed.
Naturally, I knew it 2 minutes ago. Let Hogarth take care of her. That's his job. Ours is to follow the grandmother and the man with the Gladstone bag.
He said he was taking her to the ladies' waiting room, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Now, you wait here, Granny. I'll be back as soon as I've caught Hannibal. It won't be a minute. Here, take my bag.
Don't be long, Freddie.
I won't. Take care of my bag now.
Don't you fret.
After her, Watson. Don't let her out of your sight. And above all, keep your eye on that Gladstone bag.
Yes, but what about you?
I'm going after Freddie.
Oh, well, you...
And where do you think you're going?
Well, that is a friend of mine just came in here. An old lady with a parrot cage.
Well, you'll have to wait outside. This is the ladies' washroom. No gentlemen permitted.
Yes, but I mean a sergeant, you know, and all that sort of thing. I'm Sherlock Holmes' assistant.
I don't care if you was the Prime Minister and the Archangel Gabriel all rolled into one. You'll not step into my washroom. Now, be a good chap and wait outside.
Yes, but what if I lose her in the crowd?
What crowd? She's the only one that's come in here this last half hour.
Well, what if she goes out some other way?
There ain't no other way. Now, you look here. I've been matron here for 15 years, and I've never had no trouble. But if you don't shut that door before I count 3, I'll whistle for the police. 1, 2...
Now, look here, you... Oh, the obstinate female. Oh, well, the old grandmother can't very well get out of the door without my seeing her. I'll just sit here on the bench and wait.
If clothing values finer than Clippercraft are obtainable, we've yet to see them, and we've done a lot of looking. You see, the whole idea behind Clippercraft is to concentrate on bringing you out-of-this-world values. That's why we developed the famous plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. You won't find anywhere such evident fine quality in suits for only $40 to $47.50. In beautifully styled tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, in handsome sport jackets at only $26.50. See them tomorrow at your favorite local store. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Dr. Watson, who is still playing the patient watchdog outside of the ladies' waiting room at Waterloo Station. 45 minutes have passed before Holmes returns, looking rather disconcerted.
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. What happened? Did Freddie catch the parrot?
To blazes with a parrot. I lost Freddie in the underground. He dodged down into the Bakerloo tube and boarded a train for Queen's Park. I was right on his heels. At Baker Street, he got out rather suddenly, and by sprinting, he managed to catch the metro. I wasn't more than 2 yards behind him, but the door slammed in my face.
Oh, then you mean he never even tried to recapture his grandmother's parrot?
Certainly not. The parrot was merely the means by which the crowd's attention was diverted, so Freddie could annex the alligator bag containing Lady Margrave's rather famous emeralds.
Yes, but neither Freddie nor his grandmother were carrying an alligator bag as they came off the platform. She had an empty parrot cage, and he had his own Gladstone bag.
Exactly. Lady Margrave's alligator bag was inside the Gladstone, which is an ingenious affair with a disappearing bottom and 2 clamps, which catch and hold any object over which the Gladstone bag's placed.
Oh, you mean he just put the Gladstone down over the alligator bag and walked off with it?
If you would only learn to observe, Watson, you would have noticed how much heavier the Gladstone was when Freddie left the railway platform than it was when he arrived.
Well, Holmes, it seems my turn to crow. Freddie may have eluded you, but his grandmother and the notorious Gladstone bag haven't managed to give me the slip.
Oh, by the way, Watson, that is not his grandmother, but his lady friend, Flora the Flim.
The what?
Freddie is known as Freddie the Fop. They're 2 of the smoothest confidence operators in all Europe. You're quite sure Flora and the bag are still in the waiting room?
Oh, positive. There's no one in there but the old lady when I interviewed the matron. And the old girl hasn't come out yet.
Has anyone else gone in?
Oh, I see what you mean. You think she may have passed the loot on to someone else? Oh, no one else has gone in. Well, wait a moment. Someone else has come out, though, now you mention it.
Oh, my aunt. My sacred aunt.
But it wasn't the old lady. It was rather a flashy woman with red hair.
A wig, Watson.
Wearing a purple greatcoat.
Granny's check coat turned inside out.
And a good 30 years younger than the old lady.
Flora had merely slipped her teeth back in. Flora and Freddie are also famous quick change artists, Watson.
Yes, but she was carrying an alligator bag. That Gladstone affair must be still in the waiting room.
Watson, old boy, the Gladstone is also collapsible. This time the Gladstone was inside the alligator bag, not vice versa.
Oh. Yes, but look here, Holmes. How was I supposed to know that auburn hussy would turn out to be Freddie's grandmother?
My dear Watson, you have a frog in a box. The frog represents the waiting room attendant, let us say.
Oh, go on, be allegorical.
Into that box goes a caterpillar. The box is closed. Nothing else enters the box.
Yes, continue.
In due time, a butterfly emerges. The frog still remains. No matter how different the appearance, the butterfly must be the caterpillar that went into the box. It couldn't possibly be anything else.
Oh, I see what you mean, Yes. Well, but look here, Holmes.
Now what?
Suppose the frog had eaten the caterpillar.
Oh, let's go home to tea.
Well, yes, I suppose we may as well. We have rather bungled things. I don't suppose we'll ever catch up with Freddie and Flora now.
Oh, they'll be on hand for the next elegant boat train, in other disguises, of course. Yes, next time, I think we shall play the game their way and see what happens.
Confound it, Mr. Hogarth. The next boat train is overdue, and Holmes hasn't shown up yet.
You're sure he said he'd meet you here, Dr. Watson, on the station platform?
Oh, that's what his note said. Mrs. Hudson brought it to me with my eggs this morning. She said Holmes was up and away before she'd even had her early tea.
I do wish he'd show up. That big steel millionaire, Mr. Ramsgate McGregor, was on that boat. It's rumored he's bringing some pretty valuable papers along with him.
It's got something to do with an invention of some sort that'll astound the world, they say.
What will they think of next? Wireless central heating, illuminating gas.
Aye. First thing you know, they'll be flying without wings.
Not in our lifetime, Mr. Hogarth. Well, I don't see anyone resembling Freddy waiting on the platform this time. Just that fat old man who's a good foot shorter and twice as big around. And the horsey-looking woman with the Gladstone bag. By Jove, you don't suppose Freddy and Flora have reversed roles and she's carrying the bag this time?
I thought of that, Dr. Watson. But you can't arrest anyone just because she's carrying a Gladstone bag. Why, there must be hundreds of them just like that going through Waterloo Station every day.
Yes, you're right, confound it. It doesn't look very heavy.
And a woman that's as robust as that one could carry the Nelson Monument and never feel the weight of it. Hark, here she comes now.
Yes, and no Sherlock Holmes.
Now keep your eye peeled for Mr. Ramsgate McGregor. He's the one they'll be after this time if we give him the chance. There, look there. There's Mr. McGregor now. Him with the cap and the muffler of Scottish plaid.
He's creating quite a commotion.
No, I don't want a porter. Leave my bags alone. My man Jones will carry them. I'll take this one myself. That's right, Jones. Put them down there. Yeah, now give me a cigar.
Now what's happened? Hello, a tall, bearded man seems to be having trouble getting out of his compartment. He smashed the glass.
Get me out of here! Get me out, confound it!
Impatient old duck, Hogarth. The guards unlocked the door for him.
My bag. What's happened to my black bag?
Good Lord, it's happened. McGregor's been robbed. We'd best go see if we can help him.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. You're sure that Gladstone belongs to you?
Certainly, my good man. I've had it for years.
Now, no offense, ma'am. Just wanted to make sure. Wouldn't want anyone to get my bag by mistake. I'm Ramsgate McGregor, and I've got a new kind of high explosive in my bag. I wouldn't want any stranger to go carrying it around. It's too liable to go off.
Why,
However, if that bag belongs to you, I guess it's not dangerous. Just run along, that's a good girl, and get it out of my way.
Well, really, I've never been so insulted in my life.
Follow her, Watson.
Holmes! Great Scott, it's not Mr. McGregor. I could
Save it till later. After her. Don't let her get out of your sight. I'll keep an eye on Freddie.
Come along, Hogarth. She's not going to give me the slip this time. Better motion some of your police to follow.
Aye, they're right with us. Good Lord, look at that Gladstone bag. It's beginning to smoke.
Flora's starting to panic.
It'll blow up in her hand.
Freddie, where are you?
Flora! Right away, you fool! Right away, Flora, before it explodes!
Yes, I rather suspected the glass-smashing gentleman would turn out to be Freddie.
You're not Mr. McGregor? Who are you?
Allow me to present myself, madam. Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Sherlock Holmes?
Who is almost as good at charades as you and your friend, Freddie the Fop.
Well, I don't understand.
Have your policeman take them away, Hogarth. I think you'll find Mr. McGregor's black bag inside the Gladstone.
Take your hands off.
It should be all the evidence you need.
But great thunder, Holmes, look at it. It's about to explode.
Calm yourself, Watson. The bag contains an innocuous little smoke smudge. The only thing it could possibly harm is a mosquito.
Well, that was an interesting adventure, Dr. Watson. It seems Holmes spotted Freddie almost the minute he laid eyes on him. Well, what was it that made him suspicious?
Well, the Gladstone bag, of course, Mr. Harris. It's rather unusual for a person meeting a train to carry luggage, don't you know?
Oh, of course. Why didn't I realize that in the first place?
Yes, I was always saying that to Sherlock Holmes. But now suppose we give our listeners a hint about next week's adventure. Yes. Next week, I think I'll tell you a case that Holmes solved without stirring from his armchair. I propose to give you and our listeners all the facts and see if you can do the same.
That's a bit of a challenge, Dr. Watson.
Yes. The case concerns a young lady who had two suitors, one of whom disappeared on the way to the church the day of their wedding. I call it a case of identity.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of Identity. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's adventure, the case of the complicated poisoning at Eel Pie Island. Well, here it is, time for our weekly visit to Dr. Watson, but hello, his study's empty. Say, don't tell us the good doctor has forgotten his appointment.
Certainly not. I'm out here on the terrace.
Oh, yes, now we see him on the other side of the French door, stretched out in that deck chair.
Come on out.
Thank you.
There's another for you, Mr. Harris. Make yourself comfortable, and I'll divide a very superior sunset with you.
Fair enough, Doctor. Hello, what's this you've got on? Joseph's coat of many colors certainly couldn't rival that one, Doctor. Don't tell me that's one of Clippercraft's new sport jackets.
Well, no. This is what we called a blazer in my younger days.
Oh, yes.
The sort of outfit Holmes and I used to wear punting on the Thames. As a matter of fact, my wife was going through an old trunk and ran across it the other day. Puts me in mind of the adventure of the poisoning at Eel Pie Island. A case at once violent and diabolically complicated. Yes, having decided to tell that story this afternoon, I appropriately donned the old blazer for the occasion, don't you know?
Well, what does Mrs. Watson think of it?
Oh, she's threatened to leave me if I step off the premises in it.
I see what she means, Doctor. It is a bit, shall we say, spectacular?
Oh, that's the trouble with the rising generation, Mr. Harris. No individuality. No dash, no style. How do you expect to impress the young ladies of your acquaintance on summer picnics or beach parties and boating expeditions?
Well, by wearing Clippercraft sport coats, of course, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I seem to have led with my chin that time.
Oh, not at all. Just you take Mrs. Watson along when you go down to look at the new Clippercraft tropical suits and sport jackets. She'll be pleased to take you anywhere in any of them, I'll bet you. And she'll be doubly pleased because they won't knock holes in the family budget either. The man who insists on Clippercraft clothes says goodbye to high prices insofar as his clothing budget is concerned, for Clippercraft clothes have never been anything but high in quality and low in price. And that goes for today, too, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing. But great values like Clippercraft's would not be possible without the famous Clippercraft plan. The plan's the reason you can buy high-quality Clippercraft suits for only $40 to $47.50. Find tropicals for summer wear for only $33.75 to $40, and smart sport jackets for only $26.50. Yes, the great Clippercraft plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast provides steady year-round operation, reduces manufacturing and distribution costs, and delivers the savings to you. Now, for your own sake, we urge that you compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. But now, back to the fatal poisoning on Eel Pie Island. The title sounds indigestible to begin with, Dr. Watson. Eel Pie Island. Look, is there really such a place?
Oh, the ignorance of the man. If you'd ever been boating on the Thames, you'd know it well. Yes, Eel Pie Island lies in the prettiest stretch of the river between Richmond and Hampton Court. Furthermore, it has a very popular inn which is famous for its ale and its eel pie.
Oh, naturally.
A cold, refreshing mug of ale after a pull up the river in the hot sun and a delicious slice of cold eel pie.
I could certainly go over the first item, Dr. Watson, but I'm not quite so sure about the second.
You know, Mr. Harris, that's exactly what Holmes said some 20 or so years ago. It was Sunday afternoon, and Mary was expecting some relatives for tea. Noticing my agonized expression, she handed me this blazer and suggested Holmes and I go for our annual June boating expedition up the Thames. Consequently, 4 o'clock found us in a 4-oared skiff, briskly skimming past Ham House, the Jacobean seat of the Earl of Dysart, back in 1610, of course.
Oh, obviously.
Yes, we were skimming. Holmes was as fresh as a daisy after a mile's pull up from Richmond. I'm afraid I had begun to melt.
Get you back into it, Watson. Stroke. Watson, that's the third time you've missed count.
Stroke. Sorry, Holmes. My stomach keeps getting in the way.
That's what comes of being a married man. Meals at regular hours. Nothing to jolt you out of your rut.
I was jolted out of it 4 years when I rejoined during the late war. I enjoy my rut, thank you. I don't wish to be jolted out of it again.
You mean you don't ever miss the old Baker Street days? The excitement, the suspense, the danger?
I enjoy it all in retrospect. I say, Holmes, that's Eel Pie Island up ahead. What do you say we pull under those willows for a bit of a breather, eh?
I don't need a breather.
I wonder if the ale at the inn is as cool as I remember it. Brown, tangy, I can just feel it trickling down my throat. And the eel pie, crust all flaky and tender.
I have no interest whatever in eel, Watson. Nasty, slimy fish. Besides, we're in duty bound to demolish the contents of the hamper Mrs. Watson prepared for us with such loving care. From the contents, I suspect she hoped we'd be gone a week. No, Watson, no eel pie. Stroke.
Holmes, you unfeeling.
However, I do think I could be interested in a mug of ale.
Yes?
Yes, Watson, they're right. Stroke.
Thank God you have some human weaknesses.
There we are, all tied up in shipshape. Watson, you unpack the hamper while I go for the ale.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'll go. I want to stretch my legs.
No, Watson, I'll go. I thought of it first.
Oh, so you can have an extra mug while you're waiting. No, you don't. We'll both go for the ale.
Come along, then. Oh, careful. You nearly landed in the river.
Oh, it's these white trousers. They must have shrunk since last summer. Can't go bounding about like a mountain chamois the way you do.
That's a perfect day. What is more charming than the Thames on a Sunday in June? The little boats filled with the flower of the countryside, the dainty parasols, the airy dresses, the lacy petticoats so coquettishly displayed.
I thought you were supposed to be a woman-hater.
I was admiring the scene quite impersonally, Watson, from the artist's viewpoint. I have artistic blood in my veins, you know, on my mother's side.
Oh, balderdash.
Help!
I've been poisoned.
Holmes, did you hear that?
Yes, it's a fat woman in the purple bombazine of the next punt. She's managed to terrify completely the little wispy man who's her escort.
Walter, you fool. Get a doctor. You want me to die?
I'm a doctor, madam. May I be of assistance?
Oh, yes, please. Please help us. My sister thinks she's been poisoned.
I know I've been poisoned. It's in my tea.
I just made us a nice pot of tea. It was quite all right, Minnie. I drank some too, you know.
My cup wasn't all right. It tasted bitter.
Then why did you drink it?
I didn't. Just a mouthful. Oh, my stomach. The pain in my stomach. My neck felt stiff all day. The pain in my stomach. Here, the diaphragm is contracting.
I shall want hot water.
The tea kettle is still half full. I can light the spirit lamp.
We haven't time. Salt. Have you some salt or mustard?
We have both. Minnie always brings everything.
Good. We shall have to give her a good emetic. Clean out her stomach.
An emetic? No, I won't take it. I won't.
Minnie, don't. Oh, good Lord. She's having convulsions.
Yes, marked opisthotonos.
That grin. That horrible grin.
The rhesus sardonicus, Watson. Chronic spasm. I'm afraid we're too late.
Oh.
Oh, dear. I do wish the police or the coroner would get here. It seems so awful to leave poor Minnie stretched out in the boat. Oh, that dreadful grin on her poor dead face. If only she hadn't suffered so before she died.
She was very fortunate, Mr.
Weatherby. Walter Weatherby. Minnie was my sister.
Miss Weatherby was very fortunate, Mr. Weatherby. She died remarkably fast, all things considered. If she'd been a younger, stronger woman, death might have been delayed for hours, even days. I take it she had high blood pressure and a weak heart.
Yes, sir. And diabetes, too. We all have it in our family. That is, all but Robert.
Oh?
Thank heaven she went quickly. I can't bear to see anyone suffer. I can't even bear to kill a fly. The only reason I keep that vermin killer in the potting shed is because the nasty things have been destroying my tulip bulbs, don't you know?
Oh, so that's where the strychnine came from.
What strychnine?
The strychnine that made your sister's cup of tea taste so bitter.
Of course, Holmes. That's what brought on those convulsions. Strychnine. They're quite typical.
Were they, Watson?
But of course. The gasping for breath, the protruding eyeballs, the rigidity and convulsions.
But there couldn't have been any strychnine in the tea. I drank 4 cups myself.
Tell me, Mr. Weatherby, did your sister have anything in her tea that you didn't share? Cream? A drop of rum? Bit of mint?
No. Nothing like that. We both took it weak with a lot of milk. Oh, Minnie did have strychnine, of course. That is saccharine, I should say. I prefer to go without sweetening myself. We aren't allowed sugar, you know, because of the diabetes.
Saccharine, of course. She carried the pills in a box, a reticule?
Oh, no, sir. She had a plain paper envelope. Here it is on the floor of the punt.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it, I say.
Oh, no, sir. Not if you say not.
Hand it to me, Watson, with your handkerchief.
Very well, Holmes.
Empty.
She used up all the pills, I guess. No wonder she had 6 cups of tea. Minnie did enjoy her afternoon tea. She did enjoy all her meals. Poor Minnie.
Holmes, how do you account for the fact that the 5 previous cups were drunk without complications?
Probably because only the 6th saccharine pill was poisonous and bitter. The shock of finding it poisoned, you know, to a woman with her heart. That certainly helped to bring on the convulsions. It was undoubtedly pure accident that pill was saved to the last. You say your sister suffered from diabetes, Mr. Weatherby. She doesn't look it.
Oh, that's because my brother Robert took such good care of her, of all of us. He gives us injections of that new drug, insulin. They discovered it last year. It does wonders for people with diabetes, Mr. Holmes. My brother's been lecturing on it at all the medical schools all over England.
By Jove, of course your brother must be the famous Dr. Robert Weatherby.
Obviously, Watson. Tell me, Mr. Weatherby, how long have you and your sister suffered from diabetes?
Oh, only about 4 months. My other sister, Nellie, had it too. She died 2 months ago. Oh, dear, poor Nellie. She was really my favorite, you know.
Too far gone for the insulin to do much good, I suppose.
Oh, no, sir. We none of us had any symptoms of diabetes before last year. I did have my dizzy spells, of course, but we never thought it was anything like that. Oh, no. Thank heaven insulin was discovered in time for us. Not that it seems to have saved Minnie, or Nellie either.
But surely you must realize that your sister didn't die of a diabetic seizure, Mr. Weatherby.
Oh, no. Minnie went the same way as Nellie went, of poison. Only I didn't do it. You must believe me. I didn't do it.
I say, Holmes, here comes a boat. It's turning in here.
Yes. It's the police launch.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I thought they'd never get here.
Hello there! Is this where there's been a murder?
Well, well, if it isn't our old friend, the bellowing beagle of Scotland Yard, Inspector Lestrade himself. Welcome, Lestrade. Welcome aboard. We have quite a cargo for you to inspect.
Hold! How in thunder did you get here?
I am a bird of ill omen, Lestrade. I'm attracted to a crime like a vulture to carrion.
Oh, Holmes, really?
So you admit it is a crime, eh?
A murder, Lestrade. A beautifully staged little murder.
But look here. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. I wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oh, so it's Mr. Walter Weatherby again. And I suppose this is another sister you've done away with so you could inherit her share of the Weatherby mills?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't hurt Nellie either. I swear I didn't.
I know. You slipped through our fingers the last time. We had our suspicions right enough, but we couldn't prove anything. The jury thought you looked so meek and mild butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, so they brought in a verdict of suicide. And the poison was found in her cough medicine that time.
Which poison, Lestrade?
Strychnine, Holmes. What else gives people convulsions like the woman just had here, they tell me? This chap's got a potting shed of vermin killer all full of strychnine.
But I've kept it locked up ever since Nellie killed herself. I carry the key with me.
Interesting.
We don't need any of your fancy deductions this time, Holmes. This time we caught him red-handed. There was no one in the boat but him and his sister. He gave her a cup of tea and it killed her.
He gave her 6 cups of tea, Lestrade. Only the last one seems to have contained anything suspicious. There it is on top of the hamper, and still 3/4 full.
Oh, really? I'm surprised you didn't empty it out.
I never tamper with clues, Lestrade. I merely point them out. It's up to you to draw your own conclusion.
Well, don't worry. I've done that already. This Weatherby chap's guilty, and he won't wiggle out of it this time.
By the way, Lestrade, what do you make of the wool scarf wrapped around the victim's neck? It's a hot day, but Minnie's wearing a purple scarf.
Next, I suppose you'll tell me she wasn't poisoned, she was strangled.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not strong enough. Minnie was suffering from a stiff neck. It came on this morning. Robert suggested that I take her out on the river to see if the sun would bake it out.
Nevertheless, the scarf is significant, Lestrade, and the violent contractions of the diaphragm. Don't forget those. I suggest you have your best surgeon perform the autopsy.
We won't need any autopsy if we find strychnine in that teacup.
Oh, you'll find strychnine, Lestrade, never fear.
What makes you so sure?
I tasted it, you know. I tasted it.
Talk things over with any of the millions of men who wear Clippercraft clothes, and you'll soon find out why Clippercraft clothes have won more friends than any other label in America. Well-dressed men are loyal to Clippercraft because Clippercraft is loyal to them. Clippercraft is devoted to just one thing, giving you the best clothing value in America. Through the famous Clippercraft plan, you get the benefit of tremendous savings made by concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Locally owned, independent stores. Stores you can trust. It's the biggest idea that ever hit the clothing industry and eased your clothing budget. Where else can you get such remarkably fine quality in suits for only $40 and $47.50, in tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and in sport jackets for $26.50? The answer is nowhere else, except in the fine stores everywhere that feature the Clippercraft label. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find them in the waiting room of the famous Dr. Robert Weatherby. Watson is decidedly ill at ease.
Holmes, I don't know why you insisted on coming here.
To present our condolences, of course. After all, we were in at the death, as you might say.
Holmes, really?
And to find out more about this new drug. What's it called? Oh, yes, insulin.
Yes, I might have known it was your insatiable thirst for information that brought you, not your humane instincts. Of all the cold-blooded...
Shh, quiet, Watson. Someone's coming.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Quite.
The doctor will see you now. Step this way, please.
Oh, thank you. After you, Holmes. This was your idea.
Well, well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. This is indeed an honor. I'm indeed grateful for your efforts on my poor sister's behalf.
My colleague, Dr. Watson, was the physician on the case, Dr. Weatherby.
That is, everything possible was done, you understand. I can't begin to express my regrets.
Oh, please don't blame yourself, Doctor. I couldn't have done more for her myself, I'm sure. An overdose of strychnine is so violent and so sudden, don't you know?
Then the autopsy showed strychnine.
There was no autopsy necessary, Mr. Holmes. The contents of the teacup proved the case. And then, of course, when my brother confessed...
Confessed?
Yes. It seems he had one of his dizzy spells while my sister was drinking her tea and lay down in the boat for a moment. He must have been unconscious for several moments. At least he doesn't seem to remember what happened during that length of time.
Of course, a trance. Somnambulistic. He must have administered the poison while in a semi-conscious condition.
Yes, poor Walter. I've always known he subconsciously resented both his sisters. They were so big and robust. Walter was always rather frail. I suppose I should have had him committed after Nellie's death, but, well, somehow I couldn't persuade myself that he was really dangerous.
I see. Would it shock you very much, Dr. Weatherby, if I were to assure you that your brother did not kill either of his sisters?
But, Mr. Holmes, the evidence. The death struggle indicated strychnine. Now, strychnine was found in the teacup. He was the only person with her all afternoon. And then his confession. You can't get around that.
I imagine your brother Walter takes rather easily to any form of suggestion, Dr. Weatherby. With your permission, I should like to have a talk with him. He's in Bow Street Jail, I understand.
That's correct, Mr. Holmes. But I'm afraid you must postpone your interview until later in the day, when he's had time to recover from his insulin injection.
He's already had it?
No. As a matter of fact, I was just about to go around to the jail and give it to him.
Splendid. We'll go with you. Dr. Watson is particularly anxious to learn this new technique of administering insulin.
Holmes, really not.
Some other time I shall be delighted.
But what better time than the present? We promise not to discuss your sister's murder, Dr. Weatherby.
But I understand... Well, that is, Scotland Yard is in charge of the case. Would they permit interference?
Scotland Yard has learned it's always wise to allow me to interfere, Dr. Weatherby. It so frequently saves them from making fools of themselves.
This way, gentlemen, please. Get in here. Wait a moment till I unlock your cell. Step inside, please, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, Walter, we've come to see you.
You remember us, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, Robert, I didn't think you'd ever want to speak to me again. And these kind gentlemen, Robert, they did all that they could, Robert. Oh, it was too horrible the way she died.
Easy, old chap, easy.
Oh, but how could I? Oh, my mind is all blurry. Everything is all confused.
Yes, that's because you haven't had your incident.
That's right, Walter. Now, you just wait till I fix the hypodermic. You'll feel better in no time after your injection. Just sit down, Walter. Roll up your sleeve.
Well, quite a little party we're having here this morning. They told me you'd crashed in again, Holmes.
Morning, Lestrade.
Well, if it's against the regulations, Inspector Lestrade, I mean, it was his idea, not mine. He assured me...
Quite all right, Dr. Weatherby. Scotland Yard grumbles a good deal about Sherlock Holmes's interference, but we found out it's sometimes a good idea to let him rave.
Many thanks, Lestrade. As a matter of fact, you came just in time. We are about to witness a very interesting demonstration.
Oh, an injection of insulin isn't as drastic as all that, Mr. Holmes. In a few years, thousands of people will be getting insulin daily, injecting it themselves in all probability. Now, hold out your arm, Walter.
Then it's really quite harmless. I mean, even to a person not suffering from diabetes.
Oh, yes. It might accelerate the rate of metabolism slightly for a time, but nothing to worry about.
Then Nellie's death and Minnie's death couldn't possibly have been caused by the injection you gave each of them the morning of the day in which they died.
Good Lord, no. What a fantastic idea.
Not so fantastic, Dr. Weatherby. I'm quite convinced that neither Minnie nor your brother here suffer from diabetes. Your sister Nellie I didn't see, unfortunately.
My dear Mr. Holmes, without a blood test, how can you possibly tell?
I had the eye of the trained diagnostician, Dr. Weatherby. The tone of the skin was too healthy, particularly in Minnie's case. No. I suggest you were giving your brother and sister injections for a much more sinister reason, Doctor.
But that's preposterous. Even if they proved not to be diabetic, insulin injections wouldn't harm them.
I grant you all but the final injections were harmless, Doctor.
Nonsense. My sister certainly didn't die from any injections I gave them. Death in both cases was later, much later.
You're positive those injections were harmless?
Positive.
You wouldn't care to prove it by giving yourself the injection you've just prepared for your brother.
Why, that is, if I do, I won't be able to give him his dose. I only have one with me. As you can see, Walter is near collapse. I won't be responsible if he doesn't get his insulin.
I prepared for that emergency. Dr. Watson's brought along a small amount of the drug. I'm sure it'll suffice.
Well, this is really too ridiculous.
Well, now, I'm not so sure. You say it won't hurt you to take that insulin. Go ahead and take it.
Why, I know it sounds silly, but I've never had the nerve to give myself an injection.
Oh, I'll be happy to oblige.
No, Watson, let me. I'm quite good at it. And I don't want any accidents with the contents of that hypodermic. Now then, give it to me. Give it to me, I say.
No, you can't make me. You can't!
Stand back. Don't anyone touch that broken hypodermic or the fluid it contained.
Good Lord. Why not?
Unless I'm very much mistaken. It's a particularly deadly culture of tetanus bacteria. I'll just take a sample. Carefully. Between these glass slides. Now, Lestrade, if you'll tell the guard to bring the strongest carbolic acid he can find, I'd say we'll have this case just about washed up.
A nice fellow that Robert Weatherby turned out to be, eh, Dr. Watson? But look, why the strychnine in the first sister's cough medicine and the second sister's teacup?
Because the symptoms of tetanus poisoning and strychnine poisoning are so remarkably similar. Tetanus takes much longer, of course, to develop. Robert could be sure of being at a safe distance when the death occurred.
Diabolical, I'd say.
Yes. Holmes suspected tetanus when he heard of Minnie's stiff neck and noticed the contraction of the solar plexus. Those symptoms do not occur in strychnine poisoning. Of course, I should have noticed them too, but what with the presence of strychnine in the cup, it's so easy to jump to the wrong conclusions, which is what Robert Weatherby had counted on.
But again, why did Dr. Weatherby plant the strychnine?
To implicate his brother, who was known to have a quantity in his possession.
Nothing like killing off the whole family in one fell swoop.
Yes, and he would probably have gotten away with it if Sherlock Holmes hadn't happened along. But now, isn't it about time for that suggestion about next week's story?
It certainly is, Dr. Watson.
Well, next week now, let me think. Suppose I tell you about a visit Holmes and I paid to Castle Mortlake, and how I was splattered with blood from a famous silver chandelier that was supposed to bleed whenever a catastrophe occurred in the family. It wasn't ordinary blood, however. Yes, that was an adventure in which Holmes' knowledge of bee culture came in very handy.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Bleeding Chandelier. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Case of the Bleeding Chandelier. Well, here we are once more in Dr. Watson's familiar study. Outside, a drowsy June day is drawing to a close. It's too warm to do anything but just sit and relax.
Yes, a fine mood that is, Mr. Harris. However, I know two things that I think will snap you out of it.
Well, what's that, Dr. Watson?
Well, the first is the adventure which Sherlock Holmes always referred to as the case of the bleeding chandelier.
A bleeding chandelier, Doctor?
Right. It was made of old Russian silver, and whenever a catastrophe was due to happen to anyone of the house of Mortlake, the chandelier was supposed to shed tears of blood. Well do I remember sitting in the crumbling old banqueting hall of Mortlake Castle, listening to the ominous beat of the sea on the cliffs outside and waiting for the first spatter of blood. Yes, I think that story may just possibly help to dispel the heat.
I'll say so. I'm feeling chills up and down my spine already, Doctor.
Oh, good, but that isn't going to keep me from giving you my second suggestion about making the summer heat bearable.
Now, Dr. Watson, you wouldn't by any chance be leading up to a few remarks about that new tropical weight Clippercraft suit you're wearing?
And why not? Yes, sir, it not only feels cool, unlike most tropicals, it keeps its shape. It stays neat and natty.
In short, shipshape. To use your own expression, Dr. Watson.
Right, Mr. Harris. And you know, when you look crisp and tidy, it helps you feel cool and comfortable.
It certainly does. And Clippercraft prices won't raise your temperature either. Remember that. When things proceed according to plan, it means efficiency. When clothing is made according to plan, it means the same thing. The Clippercraft plan is dedicated to just one thing, giving you the best clothing values possible. If you join the millions who insist on clothes made according to the Clippercraft plan, you buy high-quality Clippercraft suits for only $40 to $47.50. Fine tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets for only $26.50. Such values would not be possible unless they were planned values. In the Clippercraft plan, 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores voluntarily concentrate their buying power to provide steady year-round operation, to reduce manufacturing and distribution costs in order to deliver the savings to you. In days like these, every penny you save is important to your budget. So, may we suggest that you compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to Mortlake Castle and the chandelier that shed tears of blood. Or did it refuse to live up to its reputation?
As a matter of fact, yes, it was rather curious blood, as it turned out. But to begin at the beginning, let me see. It was a murky midsummer day in the late 90s. When Holmes came into breakfast, he found a large envelope addressed in a scrawling, rather flamboyant hand and with a decidedly grandiose purple seal affixed to the back flap.
Morning, Watson.
Oh, Holmes, I thought you were never going to get up. I see there's a tremendously important-looking letter waiting for you.
Really? A communication from the court chamberlain, I presume, telling me I'm to be knighted.
Oh, don't be an ass.
What's so asinine about that? What did I do with my tobacco? Plenty of pompous nonentities without 1/10 my brains have managed to get themselves on the honours list. Confound that tobacco pouch. Where is it?
Oh, never mind your tobacco pouch. Here, have a cigar and sit down and open your mail.
Oh. Thank you, Watson. Yes, your practice must be improving. Your cigars are becoming quite respectable. Yes, quite respectable.
Holmes, you old fraud. I don't think for 1 minute you mislaid your tobacco pouch. There it is in the pocket of your dressing gown.
Well, so it is. Now, fancy that.
Yes, you were just trying to wangle one of my new cigars. I say, how in blazes did you know I'd been given a box of Coronas?
My dear Watson, the Morning Times lists the birth of another son to Mr. Harrage, the hair tonic millionaire, and to Mrs. Harrage, too, of course. He always gives you Coronas on these occasions.
Holmes, will you stop blithering and open that letter?
Dear, impatient this morning, aren't we? Yes, Watson, you're as anxious and high-strung as any prospective father when you think you see a new case in the offing.
Holmes, will you please open?
Very well, very well. Now, what have we here?
The postmark says Mort's Bay. That's in North Devon, if I'm not mistaken.
No, for once you're correct.
I believe Mortlake Castle overlooks Mort's Bay.
Correct again. Your average is rising, Watson.
Well, then the letter must be from Lord Roger Mortlake, the 7th Baron Embers. Only the man who's head of the family would have such a dashing handwriting and would seal his letters with the family crest.
Back to normal, Watson.
What do you mean?
In the first place, it's not the Mortlake seal. It's a much newer crest, the one invented by the late Samuel Pridgett, 1st Baron Waterhole, the ginger beer tycoon. Furthermore, the letter was written by a woman, his widow to be exact, so you're wrong on both counts. However, it was sent from Mortlake Castle, where it seems Lady Pridgett is visiting.
Well, what does the old girl want?
Us, Watson, or more specifically, me. You may come along if you can manage to tear yourself away from the Harrages and their progeny.
What's up at Castle Mortlake?
Here, read the letter for yourself.
Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I'm not easily intimidated. However, when I find a note pinned to my pillow which reads, "Beware, if you proceed with the marriage, the chandelier will drip blood." In such an event, Mr. Holmes, I deem it wise to seek counsel and possibly protection. Will you come to Mortlake as my guest, incognito, of course? I shall introduce you as my cousin, Sherwood Jones. I suggest you arrive at Barnstable by the 3:10 on Thursday. I myself shall meet you. The walls of this old mausoleum called Mortlake Castle have many years, it seems. However, the drive to the castle is a long one. I shall be able to give you all the details of a thoroughly sinister situation in the privacy of the carriage. Furthermore, the family coachman is quite deaf. Do come and relieve the anxiety of a troubled woman. Yours in desperation, Amelia, Lady Pridgett. P.S. I understand you have a medical secretary or helper. By all means, fetch him along. He can be my husband's cousin, Dr. Botsam. Well, I refuse to be called Botsam.
Very well, then. Stay and minister to the Harrages. Personally, I shall go and pack.
Yes, we haven't too much time if we're to catch today's train. I say, Holmes, if there's a wedding house party at Mortlake Castle, it should be all rather posh, eh? Shall we take white tie or black, do you think, huh?
You may take your entire trousseau, my dear Watson. Personally, I shall be content with a rather complete chemical kit and your army revolver.
See, these old family carriages are quite comfortable and roomy, eh, Holmes?
We shall be lucky if this ancient omnibus doesn't fall apart before we return to Castle Mortlake.
Yes, I gather, Lady Pridgett, that it's been in the family for some time.
It has indeed, Mr. Holmes. It's the famous old Berlin in which Roger's great-great, well, I can't remember how many greats, grandfather made his famous grand tour of Europe. It took him 3 years, I believe. He even went as far as St. Petersburg.
That's where the trouble began.
What trouble, Lady Bridget?
Well, the young fool met a Princess Olaf and fell head over heels in love with her. It seems she was a favourite godchild of Catherine the Great. Lord Mortlake managed to marry her, and they returned to England with an enormous Russian wolfhound and that cursed silver chandelier in this very carriage.
This chandelier, I take it, Lady Bridget, is the same one which is now supposed to drip blood whenever there's to be a catastrophe of the Mortlake family.
That's right, Mr. Holmes.
When is this colourful phenomenon first supposed to have occurred?
Well, it all began with the death of the Russian princess herself. She had a bit of a temper, it seems. No one could polish her silver chandelier to suit her. She had the habit of hitting anyone who didn't please her with a nasty little riding whip. One morning there was a new red-headed girl up on a ladder working away at the silver chandelier when her ladyship swept into the banquet hall. One look and the Russian burst into her usual torrent of rage. She hit the redhead across the face. Now it so happened the girl was Irish. And if there's a stronger temperament in this world than the Russian, sure it's the Irish.
Right you are there.
Well, Bridget or Nora, or whatever her name was, snatched the little whip from her mistress's hand, and then looking her straight in the eye, she laid on her the terrible strangler's curse of Donegal. Then she strode from the room and slammed the great door after her.
Good for her.
The Russian could be heard screaming that she'd polished the chandelier herself. They heard her bolt the door. All afternoon, she could be heard laughing and singing wild Cossack songs. As evening came on, the singing ceased. The Russian princess didn't appear at the supper table, but no one dared go fetch her. As the evening wore on, her wolfhound began to whimper outside the locked door. Shortly before midnight, he started to howl. Finally, Lord Mortlake could stand it no longer.
It's midnight. She's sulked long enough. I'm going in after her. Quiet, Boris. Down, boy. Sonia! Sonia, let us in! Sonia, unbolt the door! Sonia! Confound the woman. We shall have to break in the door. Boris, stop that. Door's heavy. We need a battering ram. Bring that long bench. That's it. That should do the trick. Now then... 1, 2, 3. That's done it. Good Lord, it's black in there. Sonia, come out. Sonia, do you hear me? Someone give me the torch. Boris, what's the matter? The animal's trembling like a leaf. Hand me the torch. That's better. Now then we'll see. The ladder's lying on the floor. Good Lord. The chandelier. She's hanging from the chandelier. She's strangled by her own hair.
Well, that was the end of the Russian princess, Mr. Holmes. Of course, she had thoughtfully provided the Mortlakes with an heir before her fatal accident.
Consequently, there is a streak of violent Russian blood in the present inhabitants of Mortlake Castle, I take it.
Right, Mr. Holmes. And whenever there's to be a death in the family, that blood is supposed to flow from the Russian chandelier. Personally, after Roger and I are married, I shall insist he get rid of the ugly eyesore. Yes, and I shall see he buys a new carriage, too. He pretends the family still uses this ancient relic for sentimental reasons, but everyone knows it's because he can't afford a new one. Well, you look shocked, Dr. Watson.
No, not at all.
To be brutally frank, gentlemen, it is the accepted opinion in all the drawing rooms and public houses of Devonshire that I am marrying Lord Roger Mortlake for his social position, and he is marrying me for my money.
Well, I'm sure that...
Well, they're wrong, Dr. Watson. Roger and I have been in love ever since we first attended Miss Hermione Tilsbury's dancing classes. We should have been married 20 years ago, but his father broke off the match. You see, we were both as poor as church mice, and it takes a whacking amount of money to run Mortlake Castle.
One of the blessings of being nobody, Holmes? You can marry to suit yourself.
Don't interrupt, Watson.
The irony of the situation, Mr. Holmes, is that Roger was persuaded to marry one of the Burdock girls, whose father was supposed to have quids. The father managed to go through his fortune shortly afterwards and died bankrupt.
Poetic justice, eh, Holmes?
I, on the other hand, married Henry Pritchett, a jolly, good-natured little man with no prospects whatever, and he up and acquired millions. Dear Henry, we had a very pleasant life together.
So now you're determined to marry your first love.
We females are curiously single-minded creatures, Mr. Holmes. It's always dangerous to frustrate a woman.
Quite. Tell me, Lady Pritchett, is there anyone at Mortlake Castle who's opposed to your marriage to Lord Roger Mortlake?
Quite a few, I should imagine, Mr. Holmes. The First Lady Mortlake's personal maid, old Buffon. She glares at me as if I were a mongrel that had wandered in off the streets. And James, he's Roger's son. He resents the fact that we didn't wait at least 2 years after his mother's death. The girls, I must say, are more realistic. Possibly because they realize my money will buy them quite a few social opportunities they should not otherwise enjoy. Yes, on the whole, I have more respect for James's attitude. Although I shall pay it no heed, mind you.
I quite understand.
And then, of course, there's Hubert. He's Roger's younger brother, still a bachelor at 57. He's the only one that's really enthusiastic about the match. But then I've always been able to wind Hubert around my little finger.
Even more easily than Lord Roger?
Oh, good heavens, yes. Roger's a mule. And besides that, he has principles. He absolutely refused to run away with me 20 years ago, and I had the devil of a time persuading him to propose after we were both free again. He has scruples about accepting my money, it seems. I finally pointed out that it was pure selfishness. He might enjoy being a pauper and watching Mortlake Castle crumble over his head, but was it fair to the children?
And that persuaded him?
Well, of course I was wearing my new Paris shirtwaist at the time, the one with the peekaboo bodice.
I see.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me. I must warn you about one thing, gentlemen. There's to be the usual big wedding rehearsal dinner at the banquet hall tonight. The Mortlakes are great ones for drinking toast.
Oh, bridal champagne and all that, eh? Jolly, eh, Holmes?
Champagne, my foot. At Mortlake Castle, toasts are drunk in Mortlake mead. The recipe for it goes back to their Saxon ancestors. Look out for it, I warn you. It's liquid dynamite.
Ah, yes, mead, or metheglin, to use the ancient term, was a drink supposed to promote health, long life, and vitality. It's made from honey. I'm a bit of a bee fancier myself, you know.
Oh, then you'll have something in common with Hubert. He takes care of the bees at Mortlake. Won't let anyone else go near the hives. Not that anyone wants to, heaven knows. The bees at Mortlake are notoriously short-tempered.
Interesting. I shall see if I can't persuade Hubert.
Oh, dear.
Oh, what's up?
Something's frightened the horses.
Oh, dear. Look, they're running away.
No, the coachman has them under control.
He stopped the carriage. What's the trouble, Benjamin? Oh, dear, I keep forgetting he's deaf. He's getting down off the box.
Sir Holmes, there's something lying in the road up ahead. The driver's gone to investigate. It's getting so dark I can't wait.
Watson, you stay out here with Lady Pritchett. I'll go and see if Benjamin needs help. Wind rising. That pounding up ahead, that will be the sea. It must be close to Mortlake Castle. Yes, let's see what we've got. Lantern! Benjamin, give me the lantern. A sheep. Quite dead. Still bleeding. Nasty series of gashes across the throat.
There be evil coming to Mortlake. It's a sign. When that Russian ghost dog comes back and kills a sheep, it's a sure sign. Mark my word, tonight the chandelier will drip blood.
Men take real pride in the Clippercraft label, for not alone is it the mark of fine quality, it's proof positive that you're alert enough to get the most for your money. Few have the follow-through that makes really great values possible. The famous Clippercraft plan, our follow-through, literally assures you of satisfaction. Through it, you get the benefit of great savings made by the fact that 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast have voluntarily concentrated their buying power. It's the reason your Clippercraft dealer shows you such remarkably fine quality in suits for only $40 to $47.50, in tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and in sport jackets for only $26.50. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Mortlake Castle, where Dr. Watson and Sherlock Holmes, all done up in their stiffest shirts and highest colors, are being given a personally conducted tour around the castle by its future mistress, Lady Pridget.
And this is the banquet hall.
Good Lord, it's enormous.
The early Mortlakes took their banqueting seriously, it seems. That's the old maid, Butham, arranging the flowers. Oh, Butham, you might draw the curtains and open the glass doors a moment. I want the gentlemen to have a look at the view from this room.
Obedient, but grudging, eh, Holmes? The surf sounds ominous.
Aye. There's a sound of doom in it tonight. You do well, my lady, to leave before there's harm done.
What do you mean by that, Butham?
She's just trying to frighten me off. It won't work, my girl. It takes more than dead sheep, pounding surf, and dripping chandeliers to get rid of me. That's all. You may close the doors and go.
By the way, that is the chandelier, I take it. The enormous silver one near the great center window.
That's right.
Well, it's certainly spectacular, eh, Holmes? Must hold nearly 100 candles.
122, to be exact. When they're all lit, it creates quite a show of light.
And heat, too, I imagine.
Butham expressing her disapproval. Well, I'm glad she's gone. She was giving me the fidgets.
I see there's a ladder under the chandelier.
Yes, they're about to light the stupid thing, I imagine.
I think I'll just mount it and take a closer look if you've no objections.
None at all. I'll hold it steady for you.
Thank you, Lady Pridget. Yes, I thought I recognized it.
You mean you've seen the chandelier before?
No, it's twin sister in the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. It's supposed to have been made for Catherine the Great to eliminate any suitors who had lost their charms.
What do you mean by that?
Both chandeliers are hollow. The one in St. Petersburg was so hung that boiling lead could be poured into it from the room above. It eventually found its way out of the mouths of these little silver dolphins and poured itself over the guest of honor seated below. Yes, the mouths of these particular dolphins seem to be stopped up, however.
Well, thank heaven for that.
Oh, balderdash. That chandelier doesn't reach to the ceiling. It's too high up. It's hung to a great hook by a long velvet cord.
Yes, the cord looks rather frayed.
Furthermore, there's no room above this. Nothing but that vaulted ceiling up there. Oh, if you think anyone can make the chandelier drip blood by crawling around on the roof, you're very much mistaken.
Yes, it doesn't seem very practical. Who is due to sit at these places directly below the chandelier, Lady Pridget?
Why, that is Roger and I suppose. It's the head of the table, you know.
Yes. Now, suppose we shift things around a bit. Help me, Watson.
I hope.
If we pull the table to one side... a little further, Watson. That's better. Yes. Now, if you'll seat Watson and myself to your left, Lady Pridget.
Now we'll be directly under the chandelier. I say, Holmes, do you have to...
Quiet, Watson. Someone's coming down the hall.
Ah, there you are, Amelia, my dear. Roger's looking all over for you. They're having sherry in the pink drawing room.
Oh, we'll go right along, Hubert. Thank you for telling me. I was just showing my cousins the chandelier.
Oh, how do you like the old monstrosity?
To be quite frank, I don't.
Neither do I. Ah, well, I came in to light the candles on the silly thing.
Tell me, Mr. Mortlake, do you believe this chandelier drips blood whenever there's to be a catastrophe in the family?
Well, something of the sort did happen, you know, when my Uncle Edgar was drowned. I was quite young at the time and terribly impressed by the great brownish drops. Of course, looking back, I realized there was a terrific rainstorm and there may have been a leak in the roof and the water splattered through onto the chandelier and gathered rust and dripped off or something of the sort.
But it's a silver chandelier, Mr. Mortlake.
Why, that's right, Hubert. Silver doesn't rust.
Oh, well, maybe there's some other explanation. I'd better start to light it or they'll be ready for dinner before I've finished. Our butler's getting old, you know. Letters give him vertigo, I'm afraid, so it's up to me.
May I help you? Let me take that silver pitcher you're carrying.
Thank you, no. I'll just put it here on the sideboard. It's the famous Mortlake Medianoff. I was just decanting. But you'd better run along, Amelia, and take along your cousins, my dear, or Roger will be wilting his collar out of sheer anxiety.
I say, Holmes, I hope you don't have to drink many more toasts. This meal is too dashed potent.
Yes, it has what you might call authority.
Confound it, Holmes. Did you have to put us under the chandelier? Another drop of wax just splashed down my shirt front.
Yes, but this time it's slightly brownish. Yes, the chandelier's really getting hot.
Oh, wax doesn't turn brown with heat.
This wax does, Watson. It's beeswax.
Beeswax? Yes, but the candles are tallow.
Interesting. Very interesting.
What's so interesting about it? Oh, confound it, there's another blob on the back of my hand.
Yes. Yes, it shouldn't be long now.
And now a toast to the happy couple.
Oh,
long life and joy in the living.
Yeah.
Now, Amelia, my dear, I'm sure you'd like to say a few words.
Well,
Holmes, there's blood. Blood dripping on the tablecloth.
Oh, look! The chandelier, it's bleeding! The chandelier!
Amelia, my dear, I do think you might have told us your guests were the famous Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, not passed them off as your cousins.
Do be quiet, Hubert. Heavens, how long does it take the man to finish his chemical experiments? He looks like a great sinister raven crouched over that retort, with the light from that spirit lamp shining up into his eyes. I almost wish I hadn't asked him to come.
Yes, you may turn down the lamp, Watson. The tests are conclusive.
Mr. Holmes, is it blood?
It is blood, Lady Bridget.
Oh, dear.
Not human blood, however. Sheep's blood. As a matter of fact, it's blood from the same sheep we saw on the road this evening. More blood from that sheep is spattered here on this mackintosh I found rolled up in a chest in the front hall.
Roger! That's your Mackintosh.
Don't be alarmed, my dear Lady Bridget. Your fiancé hasn't stepped foot outside all day. The polish on all of his boots is quite untouched. The polish on Hubert Mortlake's brown Oxford has been splotched, however, by blood. Sheep's blood. It's quite easy to borrow a Mackintosh, you know. Shoes, however, aren't so adaptable.
You mean Hubert is responsible for the gaudy chandelier?
What?
Yes, Hubert. You filled the hollow interior with sheep's blood from that silver pitcher when you came in to light the candles.
But why didn't it drip through at once?
Because he had stopped up the silver dolphins' mouths with beeswax, which only melted from the heat of the candles after they'd been burning for some time. I suspected Hubert was up to something the moment I discovered the dolphin's mouth had been stopped with beeswax.
Hubert, why did you do it?
Because I've always loved you and hated Roger. I was glad when Father made him marry that ugly Burdick girl. But you wouldn't look at me even then, Amelia. Well, I made up my mind he'd never get you, never. And now I've lost. Out of my way. Everything's lost.
He's running along the tabletop. Stop him.
The chandelier!
He's swinging for the window.
Hubert, look out! You'll crash!
The rope's broken.
It's crashed! The chandelier and Hubert, they've crashed through the window.
Gone over the cliff. He'll be pounded to death on the rocks.
I'm afraid so.
I warned you, milady. I said it was the sound of doom.
You wouldn't have a nice hot cup of soup handy, Dr. Watson.
No, but I can lend you my last winter's overcoat, Mr. Harris.
Well, that was certainly a real old-fashioned chiller-diller, Doctor. But now, could you give us a hint about next week's story?
Well, let me see now. Next week is the last broadcast of the season, Mr. Harris, so I think I'll pick a good old-fashioned hair-raiser.
Fair enough.
Yes, I think I'll tell about a double murder that occurred in Ronda's circus. It concerned a clown and a savage lion and a certain strong man whose courage failed him at the crucial moment. Holmes always called it The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger.
The makers of Clippercraft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Miser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane, with special music by Albert Berman. John Stanley, known best to you as Sherlock Holmes, has turned author. Be sure to read his article, Powder Smoke at 221B Baker Street, in the current issue of Black Mask magazine, now on your newsstand. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger. Well, here we are again, about to enter Dr. Watson's familiar study. But, wait, what's this? Boxes and suitcases and trunks. Fishing rods and nets and reels piled up in the hallway.
Oh, don't let it upset you, Mr. Harris. It simply means Mrs. Watson and I are about to start off on our summer vacation. Personally, I'd just as soon stay comfortably at home. But you know how women are. Have to have an excuse to buy a lot of new summer clothes, and then they have to go off somewhere to show them off.
Oh, yes. Seems to me I've heard you'd bought quite a few new Clippercraft suits and sport jackets yourself, Dr. Watson.
Well, you wouldn't want me to embarrass the little woman, would you?
Oh, good grief, no. And there's one way of making sure the women of the family will be proud of you.
Of course, buy Clippercraft.
All right, you are, Dr. Watson. And now, before you begin the story you promised us, The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger...
Which has to do with a very horrible murder that interrupted a fishing trip Holmes and I were enjoying. It was brought to our attention by little Jojo, the clown who traveled with Rhonda's circus. It seems that Sahara King, the lion, had got loose.
Hey, hold on a minute, Dr. Watson. Before we meet these clowns and lions and circus murders, suppose I say a few words on behalf of the generous gentlemen who have footed the bill for this long and delightful series of Sherlock Holmes reminiscences.
That is a motion I second with pleasure, Mr. Harris.
Very well, then, Doctor. You can buy clothes for almost any price you wish to pay, but it's hard to believe you can buy such really magnificent suits for only $40 to $47.50. Tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets for only $26.50. We're speaking of Clippercraft clothes, of course. The only way you can prove this to yourself is by seeing Clippercraft for yourself, and by comparing them with suits selling for many dollars more. Clippercraft clothes are made according to a plan that makes these out-of-this-world values possible. In the Clippercraft plan, 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast, stores you can trust, voluntarily concentrate their buying power to provide steady year-round operation, reduce manufacturing and distribution costs. Despite rising manufacturing costs, you make a real saving. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to our final story.
Well, Mr. Harris, when I was packing my fishing paraphernalia this morning, it put me in mind of the horrible catastrophe that interrupted a certain trip Holmes and I were indulging in. Fishing was one of the few sports, you know, that Holmes enjoyed. Yes, the last character in that tragic episode died just last winter. The poor lady who lived in a lodging house in total seclusion, going out only at night, and then always heavily veiled. Yes, I have finally decided to tell the case of the double tragedy at Abbas Parva.
Abbas Parva. That's a curious name, Doctor. Was it in Italy?
No, Mr. Harris. Abbaspower is a small village in Berkshire. Ronda's circus had halted there for the night on its way to Wimbledon. They were simply camping and not exhibiting, as the place is so small it wouldn't have paid them to open.
Ronda's circus. I don't believe I've heard of it, Doctor. Was it a big one?
Well, for those days, yes. Ronda was at one time a household word in England and on the continent. I don't believe he ever went to the United States. He was the rival of Wombwell and of Sanger, perhaps the greatest showman of his day. There is evidence, however, that he took to drink, and that both he and his show were on the downgrade at the time of the great tragedy. Well, it was spring, and the trout season was on. Holmes and I had gone to Berkshire to a place we knew for a bit of fishing. Late one afternoon, we received a message from Ronda's circus that it was encamped in the neighboring hamlet of Abbaspower. It seems Jojo wanted to see us. It was a fine evening, so after supper, Holmes suggested we stroll over and have a chat with him. Jojo was an old friend of Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes certainly had a great variety of acquaintances, Doctor. Everything from clowns to cabinet ministers.
Yes, quite. And I rather suspect he preferred the clowns. He always said they were more human. Well, we found Jojo behind the cook tent smoking his evening pipe. The peculiar, exhilarating smell that a circus carries with it hung heavy in the still air.
I know. It's made up of animals and peanuts and sawdust and canvas and pink lemonade.
That's as good a description as any, Mr. Harris. Well, everything looked peaceful enough, but there was an undercurrent of excitement about. Somewhere in the distance, a lion roared.
What's wrong with that lion, Jojo? He sounds uneasy.
Oh, you mean Sahara King? Getting near his feeding time.
Sounds vicious, eh, Holmes?
That he is, sir. Vicious. Came near to mauling Jeannie when she went into his cage for last night's show.
Who is Jeannie?
Well, now, don't tell me you don't know Jeannie, Mr. Holmes. Well, Belle Eugenia, the greatest artist on a slack wire this country ever had, until she cut a ligament in her right leg one night last year when a drunken roustabout hadn't put up her equipment proper like. Yes, a fine girl, Jeannie. Born and brought up on the sawdust and doing springs through a hoop before she was 10. The prettiest youngster you ever did see. Hair like red gold and cheeks as pink as roses. Well, she's only 28 now and an handsome woman still, but she's seen a bit of life, Mr. Holmes, and it's left its mark, I guess.
Oh? What happened?
Well, when she was going on 18, she married Ronda.
You mean the man who owns this outfit?
Yeah, that's him. August H. Ronda. And there ain't a wild animal in any of his cages can touch him for pure downright meanness and cruelty.
Well, didn't the young lady know that when she married him?
Oh, she knew it right enough. Ain't anyone in show business to know about Ronda. She married him to save her dad from going to prison. You see, Ronda got him for forging a check. Some say it was a put-up job. And I'm not saying it wasn't likely, seeing as Jeannie's father never learned to read or write. Howsoever, Ronda seemed to think he had a case, so Jeannie married him to keep things hushed up. Yes, sir, that check was for £100, but I guess Jeannie has had £1 million worth of suffering since then. Ronda kept getting worse and worse. First it was drink, then women. And then he took to beating her up.
The unmitigated blackguard.
Yes. I kind of figure he hated her because he knew he wasn't fit to clean her boots. Always figuring out new ways to torture her. And when she fell and cut her leg and couldn't walk the wire anymore, he said she had to do something to earn a living. He put her in the cages, doing an act with the big cats.
You mean the lions and tigers?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, Jeannie's always been afraid of them ever since she was a baby. Couldn't even stand the sight of a common, ordinary house cat. Some folks are like that, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it's a not uncommon phobia.
Yes, sir. And so when Ronda made Jeannie work with the big cats, it was pure torture to her. And maybe he didn't know that. Yes, sir. He even makes her feed them. Says it's because they'll feel more friendly toward her if she does. But between you and me, it's because they always roar so at feeding time, and that terrifies her. You see?
Pleasant medieval gentleman. He should have lived at the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Look here, why didn't someone in the circus interfere? Go to the police.
Well, we don't dare for fear of losing our jobs. Well, besides, what could we prove?
Watson, the circus is a world of its own, and the people in it are born, brought up, and finally die under canvas. They travel here and there, never making any real contact with outside life. If one of the performers had stepped in to protect Mrs. Rhonda, he'd have lost his job and never been able to get into a circus again, in all probability.
Yes, sir, that's right.
As I said, the circus is a world of its own. It has its own loves and hates, its own laws and standards. And Rhonda is its Tsar, its Caesar, its God. The circus performer, there is no life outside the circus. Take him away from the sawdust and the circus smells, its eternal wanderings, its audiences, its hardships, and he's as lost and out of place as you would be on Mars.
Yes, sir. And that's why no one's ever called in the police. First, because we don't dare, and second, because we don't like outsiders poking around our affairs. But you're different, Mr. Holmes. You understand us. Besides, you're not a regular blue nose.
Yes, that's what he's always saying, not one of the official police.
Yes, sir. And so that's why, Mr. Holmes, I thought maybe you'd kind of take a look around. Maybe you might be in time to prevent something.
What do you mean by something, Jojo?
Best if I know, Mr. Holmes, but something's going to happen. It ain't going to be pretty. I got a feeling, a kind of warning, and I ain't the only one. The rest of them, they got the wind up, too. We don't know exactly why.
Yes, I noticed that everything was unnaturally quiet as I came past the tents tonight. No singing and shouting, none of the usual couples walking around arm in arm. Everyone seems to be undercover.
Yeah, that's what they are, sir. Undercover. And listening. Waiting for something to happen. Some people say we circus folks are superstitious. You call it what you like. But we always knows when something's going to happen. The night before the big blowdown, outside of Dover, when 20 people was killed, there was a feeling like this, all through the camp. The same way when Lillian Deland's trapeze snapped and she broke her neck. Even the animals seemed to feel it. I tell you, Mr. Holmes, something's going to happen. But we don't know what.
Perhaps you do. Subconsciously.
I'm afraid I didn't get that, Mr. Holmes. That's a pretty big word, so whatever it was.
Subconsciously. All I mean is this, Jojo. We are aware of a lot of things in the back of our minds that we don't actually think out. The back of our minds notices a lot of little things we don't even remember. And it adds all these little things together and reaches some rather surprising conclusions. Now and then, these conclusions amount to a knowledge of danger. And the subconscious mind tries to flash us a warning, and we feel uncomfortable because we cannot go back into our unconscious minds and dig out the items that have gone to make up the total.
Well, if you can't, you can't, I guess.
But sometimes you can, if you have help. Now then, Jojo, you say you're worried, and Jeannie Rhonda is obviously uppermost in your mind.
Yes, sir, I don't feel right about Jeannie. Not since Sahara King tried to maul her last night. That's a fact.
I see. But she doesn't have to go into his cage again until you reach your next stand. Am I right?
Well, no. Well, that is, she's supposed to feed him tonight. But I heard her say to Rhonda this afternoon she wasn't going near the beast again, ever.
Defiance. Rather unusual after all these years, eh, Jojo?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. It's an hour past Sahara King's feeding time. He's getting worse every minute.
Jojo, what has happened lately to give Jeannie Rhonda the courage to defy her husband?
Well, sir, that is, I really don't know, by rights.
But you suspect something.
Well, that is, I really wouldn't like to say, you see. Well, I'm fond of Jeannie.
Someone has joined the circus lately. Someone who isn't afraid of Rhonda, but who is fond of Jeannie. Am I right?
Well, I wouldn't say he's really fond of her. Maybe it's just because if Rhonda dies, the circus belongs to his widow. And anyone can see that Rhonda's liable to have apoplexy any day if he don't give up drinking like a sponge. But, well, bless me. How did you guess, Mr. Holmes?
Nothing persuades a woman to defy one man as quickly as the knowledge that there's another man to back her up. And who is this chap who isn't afraid of Rhonda?
It's Leonardo, the new strong man. He's handsome, all right. Strong as an ox, but I don't trust him, Mr. Holmes. He don't look you straight in the eye. Oh, I'm not blaming Jeannie. I guess compared to old Rhonda, he looked like the angel Gabriel, and besides, he's the first man that ever did show her any attention. She's been pretty lonely sometimes.
Do you think Rhonda suspects this attachment?
That I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I wish to heaven I did. Seems he came home unexpected last night. As a rule, he sits drinking in some pub or other until closing time, but last night he came home early, and Jeannie wasn't in their wagon. He liked to tore up the place. But whether he found out something, I couldn't say.
I wish someone would feed that beast so he'd stop that caterwauling. It gives me goose flesh all up and down my spine.
And well it may. If he ain't fed soon, it won't be safe for anyone to go in his cage.
Yes. Come along, Watson. I think the sooner we reach it, the better.
Oh, you mean you're going to interview that lion?
What do you think it is, Mr. Holmes? What's going to happen?
I'm not certain, Jojo. But doesn't it strike you as curious that if Rhonda isn't going to force his wife to feed the beast, he hasn't sent someone else to do it?
You think he's just letting her put it off until the beast's in a filthy, dangerous rage?
In a killing rage, perhaps.
By Jiminy. That'd be just like him. To make her go in there, and not a chance of
Exactly. And no one could ever prove he meant to kill her.
Oh, we must be almost there. That beast sounds unpleasantly close.
Just around this tent, sir.
Holmes, why are you cocking a revolver? You don't actually think...
Listen, someone on the other side of the tent talking.
Oh, yes, you will. Think you can defy me, my girl? I'll show you.
But I'm afraid. Oh, Augustus, please, just this one.
It's them, Rhonda and Jeannie.
Open that cage and get in there. I'll flog the skin off your back. I'll show you who's your master. Thought I didn't know you were sneaking out nights. Unlock that cage!
Oh, hurry, we must stop her. She can't go in there.
Help! Help! Sahara's loose! Help! Help!
There they are. Sahara's out of the cage.
Got her down. You're in her face. Stand back, Watson. I'm going to shoot.
You got him! You got him! Jeannie. Jeannie. Are you hurt? Her face. Oh, it's torn to pieces. She's covered with blood. Oh, Jeannie. Jeannie.
Easy
Jeannie.
there, Jojo. Easy. Watson, is she dying?
No, I think we can save her, but she'll be horribly disfigured.
And this man over here, I take it this is Rhonda.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Sahara must have got him, too.
He's gone, I'm afraid. Back of the skull completely crushed. Good Lord, that animal must have had a paw like a sledgehammer. Look how the claws tore the scalp.
I wonder.
Well, I must say I don't see anything to wonder about, Holmes. The lion escaped from the cage and went for both of them.
Yes, but why not the other man as well?
What other man?
The one who screamed and ran away.
Oh, coward. He could have saved me. Coward. Oh.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes are thinking not only of the suit you'll buy tomorrow, but of the suit you'll buy next year and in the years to come. That's why you can always depend on the Clippercraft label. Why Clippercraft makes a business of bringing you one of the greatest values in America. Behind that smart-looking Clippercraft suit is the amazing Clippercraft plan, responsible for Clippercraft's unique values. You get the benefit of tremendous savings through the Clippercraft plan, whereby 1,036 of the nation's finest independent local stores from coast to coast voluntarily concentrate their buying power. Because of this plan, your fine new Clippercraft suit costs only $40 to $47.50, your tropical only $33.75 to $40, and your sport jacket only $26.50. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. Be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find Holmes smoking his pipe deep in contemplation as he waits for Dr. Watson to finish caring for Mrs. Rhonda. The night is black and breathless. Even the animals are hushed. A heavy-footed figure approaches.
Well, Watson?
She'll live, but she won't enjoy it, I'm afraid.
Horribly disfigured, eh?
Look here, Holmes, it's getting late. Let's be getting on home. There's nothing more we can do here. After all, you can't arrest a lion for murder, you know.
If it was a lion, Watson.
Oh, what do you mean, if it was a lion? We saw him, didn't we, tearing at that poor woman's face.
I'm not thinking about the woman, Watson, but her husband. He was lying fully 10 paces from the cage. I doubt if the lion ever got that far.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You're trying to build bricks without straw. This isn't a case for the police.
Perhaps not. It may very well be a case for Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that's conceit, pure and simple. Come along, Holmes. I'm nearly dead for sleep.
So you don't think it's a case, Watson?
No, I don't.
Then would you mind telling me what, to your way of thinking, did happen?
Well, it's all rather obvious. Jeannie Ronda opened the cage, the enraged lion jumped past her, killed her husband with a blow, and then returned to finish her off.
It was the back of Ronda's skull that was crushed, remember?
Well, naturally, he turned and ran when he saw the beast coming for him.
And the man's voice, the man we heard shouting for help?
Oh, Holmes, don't be pig-headed. Of course Ronda called for help when he saw the lion was out of control.
You mean to tell me a man can still cry out with the back of his head battered in?
Well, no, that is...
And we could still hear his voice after his wife's cries had been stilled?
Well, of course...
Furthermore, Ronda's body was lying with the head pointing towards the cage, not away from it, as would have been the case if he'd been running away and attacked from the rear. No, Watson, Ronda was facing the cage when he was struck down. Struck down by the man who called for help but ran away when the lion, infuriated by a smell of human blood, turned on Mrs. Ronda.
Yes, but...
That's why she kept saying, coward, he could have saved me. That man could have driven off the lion with a weapon used to kill Ronda if he hadn't lost his nerve.
Yes, but look here, Holmes. Ronda was killed by the lion. He must have been. The marks of his claws were left on the skull. You saw that yourself.
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Jojo. What does she say? Did she see who killed her husband?
She won't talk, Mr. Holmes. I can't get a word out of her. But I think she knows right enough. Oh, it's terrible. She just lies there, moaning and crying for Leonardo.
And where is that gentleman?
I tried to find him for her, but they tell me he went off to town soon after supper. What? Yeah, there he is now. Coming up the road from Abbott's Parlour. Yeah, I was trying to tell him what's happened. Jeannie wants to see him. He's the only one who can comfort her.
That should be an interesting interview, Watson. Suppose we wander over to Mrs. Ronda's wagon. I believe it has a convenient window.
You mean you're going to eavesdrop?
That is my intention.
Holmes, have you no moral scruples?
None whatever, my dear Watson. None whatever. Here, Watson. Get down behind these bushes, out of the light of that window.
Yes, but I shan't be able to see anything.
Have you no moral scruples, Watson? Oh. We don't have to see. All we have to do is hear. Quiet. Here come Leonardo and Jojo.
Hello, Jeannie.
Leo, why did you do it? You promised
Shut
me.
up, will you? Jojo's here.
Oh, I didn't know. I can't see with these bandages.
Yeah. Just told me what happened. Met me on the road coming back from Abbot's Powder. I'm sorry, Jeannie. You got pretty badly mauled.
Yes, but that doesn't matter. Oh, Leo, we won't have to run away now. Rhonda, he's gone. We can get married, decent-like.
Married? What makes you think I'm going to marry you?
But, Leo, you promised.
You think I want to be tied up for life to a woman with only half a face left? You might as well expect me to marry one of the freaks.
Leo. Leo, don't laugh. It's your fault that Sahara mauled me. You could have driven him off with a club you used to...
Shut up, you fool. Shut up.
Don't you do it. Don't you touch her, Leo. I'll warn you.
Well, listen to who's talking. Jojo, get out of here before I cripple you so you can't walk. Now, get out, you hear?
Leo, don't hurt him. Jojo, please go. You can't do any good. We get on better if we're alone. Please, Jojo.
All right, Jeannie. But just you let me know if you don't treat her right.
Go on, get out before I kick you out.
I'm going.
You ought to see him run.
Nasty brute. I'd like to...
Quiet, Watson. Quiet.
Leo, you didn't mean what you just said.
Oh, didn't I? I'm pulling out of here tomorrow.
But Leo, the circus, it's mine now. You can have it if we're married. You've always wanted to run a circus.
No, sir. I'm sensitive, I am. I never could stand looking at an ugly woman. Why, I'd as soon as marry a gargoyle as a woman without a face.
Leo, I can wear a mask.
No, it's no good. I'm clearing out of here tomorrow.
No, you're not.
Well, who's going to stop me?
I will. I'll go to the police. I'll tell them that you killed Rhonda. They'll arrest you.
And what about you? Your hands aren't any too clean, remember?
But I didn't kill him. I didn't know you were going to. All I wanted you to do was keep him from sending me into that cage.
And who's going to believe that? We're in this together.
You can't hand me over without putting a rope around your own neck.
But I didn't do it. I didn't. I never wanted him killed. You can't do that to me.
Shut up, you hysterical.
You can't leave me like this, Leo.
Now let go of me and stop screaming. You want everybody in camp to hear?
I can't. I don't care. I won't let you go.
That's good, that is. Won't let me go. How are you going to stop me? And another thing. I never did love you.
Oh!
Now, do you get that? Never. All the time I was after the circus. But now I don't want it. Not if I've got to have you along with it.
I'll kill you, Leo. I'll kill you for this.
Go ahead. You haven't got the nerve. Well, I'm going.
Leo. Leo. Oh.
Holmes, you're not going to let him go like that. He's guilty.
Curse him. Curse him.
Holmes, she shot him.
Quick, Watson, we've got to see him. Perhaps he's not dead yet.
I wish we'd stayed home tonight.
Here he is, Watson. Help me turn him over.
Righto.
Yes, he's dead right enough. Hit between the eyes. Nice shot.
So, she did have the nerve after all.
No, Watson. Jeannie Rhonda did not shoot Leonardo.
But Holmes, look
She
here.
couldn't. Her eyes were bandaged. Come along, Watson. We're going home. I think I could use a bit of sleep myself.
But I say, Holmes, look here. Aren't you going to stay around and find out who shot him?
I don't think I want to know, Watson. We solved the first murder. That's enough for one evening. Besides, did I ever tell you that Jojo's father was famous for his tricks with a rifle? Yes, I believe his sons weren't half bad either.
But, Dr. Watson, didn't the police ever discover who killed Leonardo?
No, Mr. Harris, they didn't. His body was discovered on the road to Abbas Parva. I dare say some of the circus people suspected the culprit, but circus people are notoriously close-mouthed.
Well, Doctor, there's one more point I don't quite understand. How did the marks of the lion's claws happen to be found on Ronder's skull if Leonardo killed him?
Well, it was really rather simple, Mr. Harris. Holmes eventually found a club with 5 spikes in it at the bottom of the scum-covered pool in the neighborhood. I don't believe he ever mentioned the fact to anyone, however.
Well, that was certainly a very powerful story, Dr. Watson. In fact, Doctor, I'd say it was one of the best stories you've ever told.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I like to finish on a high point, don't you know?
But you're not going to go away and leave us for good, are you?
You really want me to come back in the fall?
You know we do, Dr. Watson. Why, the week would be kind of empty without a Sherlock Holmes adventure to look forward to.
Well, in that case, I think it could be arranged. All I wanted was a little coaxing, you know.
Well, then consider yourself coaxed, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And a most heartfelt thank you to all our radio friends who have so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a venerable medico who was fortunate enough to become the biographer of Sherlock Holmes. And last, but by no means least, thanks to our generous sponsors who have made these half hours possible.
You know, Dr. Watson, I sometimes suspect they are Sherlock Holmes fans, too.
I hope so, Mr. Harris. I certainly hope so. And now a pleasant vacation to you and all our friends.
The same to you, Dr. Watson, and have fun in your new Clippercraft wardrobe. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. John Stanley, known best to you as Sherlock Holmes, has turned author. Be sure to read his article, Powder Smoke at 221B Baker Street, in the current issue of Black Mask magazine, now on your newsstand. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Well, cheerio, Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, and members of the Clippercraft radio audience until the fall. Best wishes for a most pleasant summer from the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast. Remember, we'll be on the air again next fall when Clippercraft will again bring you the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is a mutual broadcasting system.
Following station identification, you'll hear Melvin Elliott reporting the latest headline news.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,203 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, the case of the unwelcome ambassador.
Really, my dear Watson, you're being most discourteous. We have a guest waiting outside. Fetch him.
But Holmes...
Go on, open the door. Bring him in.
There's hardly any reason for such haste. He can well afford to wait. It happens that our guest is a corpse.
And so once again we visit Dr. John Watson, who is at work on his memoirs.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Well, come in, sir, come in.
Thank you. How's your writing coming along, Dr. Watson?
Oh, splendidly. Sit down, my boy.
Thank you very much. Which of the famous Sherlock Holmes cases are you working on now?
Well, it's the case of the unwelcome ambassador. A very colorful affair involving a most undiplomatic murder.
I'm very anxious to hear about it, Dr. Watson.
And so you shall. But I am very anxious to hear from you first, Mr. Harris. The fall weather is upon us, and you must make some suggestions for my fall wardrobe.
Why, certainly. Many millions of America's best-dressed men have discovered Clippercraft, acknowledged to be the finest clothing value in America. Here's why. By a voluntary concentration of their enormous buying power, 1,203 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast provide Clippercraft's great tailoring plants with the advantages of steady, year-round operation, and pass along to you the savings that result from lowered manufacturing and distribution costs. That's why you're certain of getting more for your money in distinctive styling and skillful tailoring in fabrics of lasting good looks. You'll find an outstanding selection of smart new fall clothes by Clippercraft at the leading store in your community, at the store you can trust. Really expensive-looking Clippercraft suits at only $47.50, with some styles at only $40. Also, Clippercraft sport jackets at only $26.50, and Clippercraft top coats at only $40 and $45. Some with removable zip-in linings at only $47.50 and $52.50. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, who was the unwelcome ambassador?
This story, Mr. Harris, goes back to the days before my marriage, when Holmes and I shared 221B Baker Street together. We were returning from a Sarasota recital at St. James Hall. We were approaching our lodging in a hansom. It was rather late in the evening. This is 221B, driver. Driver, I say, this is 221B. Holmes, he's passing it. He isn't stopping.
A beer slave?
But how can you just sit there and do nothing whatsoever? Driver! Hello up there, driver. Stop at once, I say.
Sorry, Governor.
Either he's kidnapping us or he's insane.
Both fascinating prospects, Watson, so you suppose you regain your composure.
I hope you don't mind, Governor. I was told to... let me see now. To give you this.
What the devil?
Now, careful, Governor. Tain't a salt biscuit that's wrapped in that oilskin. Open it up, why don't you?
Well, let me see. Great Scott. It's a precious stone, a ruby.
Yes, fabulously valuable, my dear Watson. I should say from casual examination that it's the very rarest type. A pigeon's blood ruby, found only in the Mogok stone tract of Upper Burma. Of course, to be certain, one would require instruments.
Who gave this to you, driver?
Oh, please, Governor, you'll only confuse me. Now, let me see now. I'm to say the ruby's for you, Mr. Holmes. It's by way of an invitation to stay in me cab and allow me to drive you to the docks, where you're to board the good ship Java Belle.
Indeed, well, I'd have none of it.
Oh, if you'll allow me to finish, Governor. I'm to say your safety aboard the Java Belle is guaranteed. You're just invited for a bit of a chat.
Oh. And who extends this curious invitation?
That, Governor, I'm not to say.
It's a trap, Holmes. I'm for commanding an about-face.
Not at all. Either our host is a gentleman of fantastic means whose plight is so desperate that he's been obliged to employ the ruby to attract us to his ship, or else he's a remarkably successful criminal, and the ruby is a mere trinket in his bag of loot. I anticipate making his acquaintance with relish. Faster, driver. We'll play your master's game.
Right up that gangway, gentlemen. He's in the cabin, what's all lit up on the main deck. You see it?
Thank you, driver. Shall we go aboard, Watson?
I say, it's sinister-looking vessel, don't you think? There's all the aspects of a pirate ship.
This would be our host's cabin.
Come. Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, you've accepted my invitation. I'm delighted. Be seated, won't you?
Thank you.
Huh? What's that?
I said thank you.
Now, sir, beyond the fact that you've spent considerable time in the tropics, that you've been in London for 6 days, and that you're an exporter of spices, what information do you wish to impart?
How on earth do you know all that?
The shipping page of the Globe listed the Java Belle as arriving 6 days ago, if I recall correctly, out of Macau, the Portuguese East Indies. As for your cargo, the odor of cinnamon aboard is inescapable. And it's clear that you've been in the tropics for some time because you suffer from a slight defect in your hearing, symptomatic of prolonged use of quinine.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. I do come from Macau. It is on the South China Sea, separated from China proper by an ancient wall. There you may see Maharajas of India and jeweled countesses of France mingling in its twisted streets with riffraff and scum from 100 ports. It is the most lawless city on earth. It's a legend.
I imagine your problem concerns Macau?
It does, sir. My problem concerns the newly arrived ambassador to England from Macau, Senor Rui.
Well, what of him, Mr.
Mr. Edwards, Watson. The Globe was also conscientious enough to list the owner of the Java Belle.
Mr. Holmes, the ambassador is about to be murdered.
What? Oh, how do you know?
There is a delicate political situation in Macau, Dr. Watson. Fanatic extremists would benefit greatly if the ambassador were to die. I have heard rumors that they have dispatched emissaries here to London to carry out the unpleasant task.
And you've sent for me to prevent the crime?
Exactly. If the ambassador should die, there would be an upheaval in the Indies. I should lose control of my export business, an immeasurable loss. You may consider that ruby a gesture on my part, Holmes. Keep it with my compliments. And besides, you may name your own fee. I have but one proviso.
Pray continue.
Our understanding must be absolutely confidential. That's why I had you brought here. I did not want to be seen entering your flat. It would add to the unfortunate rumors already circulating in London about the ambassador.
Are you personally acquainted with him?
Oh, we've met, social occasions, tea in Hong Kong, military ball in Ceylon, that sort of thing.
What is his address?
2 Lancaster Gate.
Does the ambassador know of the threat to his life?
Certainly, but he refuses a bodyguard. Deeply ingrained sense of Oriental fatalism.
When did you last see him?
Oh, it's been months. 3 at least. I take it you'll accept the case, Holmes?
Definitely.
Then, if and when you discover the would-be killer, please turn him over to Scotland Yard before revealing his identity to me.
By Jove, that's a strange request.
Dr. Watson, I feel the man who would deprive me of my industrial empire should suffer. But I want him to suffer legally. If he were to fall into my hands personally, I am a collector of strange Oriental objects. Some of them include torture devices beyond Western man's imagination. I could not resist using them.
Now, my dear Watson, I shall have a pipe and consider.
Oh, dear. Visitors at this hour?
Welcome visitors, Watson. If they arrive at this late hour, it must be on an intriguing mission. Oh, remind me to enter Mr. Edwards in my index.
Edwards. I don't care for that man, Holmes. The ship bespeaks the man, you know, and the Java Belle is a saucy, wicked lady of the sea.
Come in.
Mr. Holmes.
Let me tell him, Philip. Mr.
Easy,
Holmes.
my dear girl, easy. Suppose we begin with a proper introduction.
Yes, but we're desperate. We can't wait.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Mr. Holmes.
My dear young lady, if you'll remove your cape, the mud on it's dripping to the floor, and Mrs. Hudson, our housekeeper, will be furious in the morning.
We mustn't lose a second.
Your coat, sir, it's in the same deplorable condition as the young lady's.
Oh, very well. I'm Philip Randall. This is Edith Norton. I'm secretary to Ambassador Ruiz from Macau.
Aha.
Edith and I were out for the evening.
Where?
The theater. Then we decided to walk to her place through Regent's Park. We were by the lake.
And we saw a body floating in the lake. It was horrible.
I recognized the face of the corpse. It was the ambassador. I refused to send for the police.
Philip's afraid the ambassador's death will create international complications. He didn't think we could persuade Scotland Yard to keep the awful news a secret.
The body was floating close to the edge of the lake. I could reach it. We pulled it on shore.
We hailed a cab. Philip bribed the cabbie to keep his mouth shut. We managed to place the dead body in the hansom.
Where is the corpse now?
Propped up in the cab, right outside this door.
Good heavens.
How very crude. Fetch him inside. It's rather chilly tonight, and we have a nice warm fire here. Watson, give young Randall a hand. Bring the late ambassador in here where I may have a look at him.
Come along, Randall. We two can manage. But hurry, you can't just leave him there.
I must apologize for my disheveled appearance, Mr. Holmes. May I remove my hat and straighten my hair?
Certainly. Did you know the late ambassador, Miss Norton?
Yes, I'd been out with him a few times.
Was he fond of you?
Yes.
Terribly?
Very.
Propose?
Oh, no.
Oh, you have a piece of confetti in your hair.
Here?
That's it. And a speck of mud on your neck. That's better. How did you regard the ambassador?
Why, I adored one. He was a darling.
Does young Randall stand to profit by his employer's death?
Well, I don't want to place Philip in a difficult position, but there was talk that the ambassador was somehow preventing Philip from receiving a vital diplomatic post.
According to the social columns, Miss Norton, which I read solely to remain au courant, and with extreme distaste, the late ambassador was not your sole darling.
I resent that, Mr. Holmes. If a girl cannot be popular without having people...
Here's the body. Easy, Randall.
Yes, but...
Place the ambassador in my armchair. It's most comfortable.
Ah, that's it.
Handsome, wasn't he?
Really, Holmes, your macabre sense of humor is...
Bullet wound in his back. He was shot, then pushed into the lake. Watson, the bullet wound of entrance is at the 6th left intercostal space. Path of the bullet, oblique, downward.
Mr. Holmes, what shall we do?
Since it's extremely late, Miss Norton, if I were you, and I'd ask my escort to see me home.
But the body, we...
Our lodging is not what I would term extravagantly commodious. But I believe we can accommodate the cadaver as a guest, temporarily.
Shall we come tomorrow? How will we know what...
You must be exhausted, Miss Norton. Good night. Good night, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Holmes, if you'd only let us know
Good night.
Well, I must say you might have handled the two youngsters with less effrontery, Holmes.
We haven't time for the amenities.
Randall,
I beg your pardon.
Did you forget something?
No. Edith's gone downstairs. I just stole back because I have a suggestion. It's about a man named Jack Singh.
And why are you telling us about him?
Well, he knew the ambassador quite well. He's an incredible chap, a mixture of Chinese, Malay, British. He spent a good deal of time in Macau at the gambling tables.
Where is this Singh?
In Limehouse. He operates a gambling spot there. There was talk of a wager he'd made on the mathematical chances of the ambassador's being assassinated. You might look into it, Mr. Holmes. Well, I must run. Good night.
Now, why would young Randall want to keep Miss Norton from hearing that?
You're wasting time in idle speculation, Watson.
Well, perhaps. Holmes, why are you putting on your coat?
Because we're off to Limehouse, Watson. I must meet this gentleman who equates mathematics with death.
Well, Dr. Watson, Jack Singh sounds like a very intriguing suspect. There should be a wealth of clues in visiting him in Limehouse.
Should there, Mr. Harris?
Well, I may be wrong about that. Of course, I'm always right about another subject, though, Doctor.
And from that sparkle in your eye, Mr. Harris, I deduce that you're about to discuss your favorite subject. And a favorite of mine, too. Clippercraft clothes.
That's right, Dr. Watson. There's no mystery about this country's most sensational clothing value. You see, there's a great big American idea behind Clippercraft. The famous Clippercraft plan. Now, this plan gives you the benefit of group purchasing because it concentrates the vast buying power of 1,203 of this country's leading stores from coast to coast. It gives you the opportunity of purchasing truly fine Clippercraft clothes at your local independent store in which you enjoy really friendly, courteous service. You know how much that means when you're buying clothes. And Clippercraft clothes are correctly cut and tailored of superb long-wearing materials. And the savings. Fine Clippercraft suits cost only $47.50 with selections at $40, too. Clippercraft topcoats cost only $40 and $45. Featured are several models with removable zip-in linings at only $47.50 and $52.50. And Clippercraft sport jackets are only $26.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, shall we return to our story, Mr. Harris?
Oh, by all means, Dr. Watson.
Very well, then. Holmes and I dashed into a hansom and soon reached Limehouse. The streets were too crowded for a horse and carriage, so we were obliged to go the last portion of the way to Jack Singh's gambling establishment on foot. I say, Holmes, what sort of celebration is this?
Limehouse is celebrating the Chinese New Year, Watson.
This confetti gets all over one's clothes. The blasted noise is deafening.
We shall escape it in a moment. There's the building that houses Jack Singh's gambling establishment.
Yes, so it is. And Lord knows what will become of us in there. It's probably swarming with criminals. And murderers.
I regret the necessity of disturbing your game, Mr. Singh.
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. I am delighted that you have brought the news of the ambassador's death. It is magnificent news.
Well, I must confess, Mr. Singh, you have a curious attitude. Not even a trace of regret.
Dr. Watson, my interest in the ambassador was purely professional.
What was the nature of the wager you made regarding his death?
I heard rumors that fanatics were planning to kill him. So I took a chance. I have wagered on the turn of a card. Why should I not wager on a twist of fate? I visited Lloyd's.
Oh, yes, and you purchased assassination insurance, I venture to say.
Exactly.
What on earth is assassination insurance?
The policy of Lloyd's, my dear Watson. The original policy was issued on the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. Lloyd's underwrites the sudden death of any illustrious personage as a protection to businessmen who might suffer substantial losses.
I paid a premium on the life of the ambassador. Now he is dead.
I have won another wager. I have again guessed the correct number on the wheel.
From your highly pleased demeanor, Mr. Singh, I should say you've won a gigantic sum.
I have. I am quite frank about it.
Mr. Singh, when did you last see the ambassador?
10 days ago.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good night, gentlemen. You may use that side door going out.
Good evening,
Goodbye, Mr. Singh.
Where to now, Holmes?
To the ambassador's residence.
But young Randall said the place is deserted. There won't be a soul there.
Precisely why we shall pay it a visit, Watson.
Randall told you no one's at home here at the ambassador's, Holmes.
Then we're obliged to enter the ambassador's home in unorthodox fashion, Watson.
And how might that be?
The window. These absurd English window fasteners won't delay us. This way. Shall we try this window? Superb. Opens in a jiffy. Up she goes. After me, Watson. Leap over the sill. So.
Righto. There we are.
I wish to see the ambassador's study first. This way. Tiptoe, Watson, tiptoe.
Sorry.
This is the study. Here is the ambassador's desk. His papers. Like that small lamp, Watson.
Wait a minute, Holmes. Shh. I hear someone.
Uh-huh. The late diplomat has another visitor at the front door.
Who could it be?
Step behind this clothes horse with me. Good.
I can see the front door. Someone stepped in. Tall, thin chap. He's lighting a candle. Wait a minute. He's holding the candle toward his face. Why, it's young Randall.
Quiet, Watson. I have already examined those papers, Randall. You'll find them rather dull.
Holmes, shall I send for the police, Holmes?
No. Don't do that. Please. Really, I haven't done anything. I just came back to...
You were the ambassador's secretary. Therefore, you made use of your pass key to return and have a look at his private papers. Papers he undoubtedly never allowed you to see.
Yes, I was hoping to find out who killed him on my own.
Confound it, man. It appears to me as though you killed him.
But I didn't, I tell you. Why don't you ask Edwards who killed him?
Oh, no. You can't avoid suspicion by accusing someone else,
But
Randall.
I told you all I know. Edith Norton and I found the body in Regent's Park Lake. I had not seen the ambassador for a week. He had taken a week to relax. Edith told me that she had not seen him in a few days herself.
A few days?
Yes.
Are you quite certain Miss Norton stated she had not seen the ambassador for a few days?
Quite. 2 days, she said.
Watson, have you your army revolver?
Yes.
You'll have need of it.
Oh, where are we off to now?
Back to Limehouse. The pieces of the puzzle fit together neatly. But we must hurry. If we're too late, Jack Singh will have killed Edith Norton.
I'd hoped by now the Chinese would have finished celebrating their New Year. You think we'll get through this crowd in time, Holmes?
We must, Watson.
That poor girl will be dead, and we shall be to blame.
This corner. It's not far now. Your revolver ready?
Yes, ready, Holmes. I'd keep up with you, but the old wound, you know, my leg.
This is the side entrance.
Someone is purposely not answering. Knock again, Holmes.
Open! Open, I say! Open or we shall shoot the lock off.
Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Singh. Good evening, Miss Norton.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm
Mr.
so
Singh,
glad to
I'm
see you.
obliged to detain you with this revolver until we fetch the police to charge you with the murder of the ambassador.
Oh, not quite, Watson. Actually, the ambassador was killed by you, Miss Norton.
Why, that's
Quiet, Edith.
preposterous.
Go on, Holmes.
When you first arrived at Baker Street, Miss Norton, there was almost imperceptible bit of confetti in your hair.
What of it?
Exactly. The question occurred to me, of course. I had the answer when I first visited Limehouse tonight. The Chinese have filled the air with confetti. You remarked about it, Watson. Therefore, I knew Miss Norton must have been in Limehouse earlier this evening, before her engagement with young Randall, since he said they'd only attended the theater.
And so you knew, Holmes, that she was in this with Mr. Singh.
That doesn't prove that I killed the ambassador.
Patience, dear girl. Everyone who could have done away with the ambassador said they hadn't seen him in at least a week. In one case, not for 3 months. But you claim to have seen him just 2 days ago, Miss Norton.
I did.
That's not the truth. It's utterly impossible for you to have seen the ambassador alive in the past 48 hours. I believe Dr. Watson will support the authenticity of my medical information in this instance. The ambassador's body was found floating in Regent's Park Lake, and it requires a minimum of 5 days in the water for a human body to become sufficiently buoyant to float.
You have a Holmes.
We will collect a great deal from Lloyd's, Mr. Holmes. If you would forget this, you might...
Ah, yes. And you, Mr. Singh. You purchased a weighty premium guaranteeing the ambassador's life. But you wanted to wager to be a certainty. You could not commit the crime yourself. You required the services of someone familiar with the ambassador's habits here in London. Someone who knew him intimately, who would be with him alone and often. So you made arrangements with Miss Norton, a ruthlessly ambitious young lady who's striven desperately to marry into wealth.
Why, of all the nuts...
I hurried here because I realized that now that the money is forthcoming, Mr. Singh might decide to do away with you, dear girl. Why should he share it now the work is done?
Keep your hand out of that drawer, Mr. Singh. Don't reach for your gun.
Jack!
Oh.
Jack!
Oh.
Worthy marksmanship, Watson. Merely a shoulder wound, Mr. Singh. Try not to look as though you'd been mortally wounded. You too, Miss Norton, that expression of despair is most unbecoming. I suggest you save your melodramatic performances. Scotland Yard will provide the perfect stage for them soon enough, with a well-constructed gallows. Oh, I did forget. A Happy New Year, Mr. Singh. A Happy New Year, Miss Norton.
Well, Dr. Watson, the case of the unwelcome ambassador was very intriguing. Now, may we have advance information about next week's adventure?
Mr. Harris, I've called it The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle. I can see him now, standing on the north tower of the castle, black against the red sun, an axe on his shoulder, looking down and laughing at his work.
For what work?
Murder, Mr. Harris. Murder.
Well, we shall certainly be knocking at the door of your study next week, Dr. Watson, to see the Black Guardsman at work. The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,203 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Ian Martin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In a moment, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater.
Eastern Airlines now ready for departure.
Dependable airliners, dependable pilots. That's double dependability. Eastern Airlines dependability. Fly Eastern, tried and proven over hundreds of millions of passenger miles.
The present temperature 81 degrees. The Bamberger Broadcasting Service. This is WOR, New York.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Hangman and the Book.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Good thing the gendarmes brought along torches. It's terribly dark.
This way, Watson. Follow the inspector.
There, Monsieur Holmes. Just before you. In the torchlight.
Aha. The dead body hung from the limb of the tree and dancing grotesquely in the wind.
Not every man has the broad shoulders and slim, tapering waist of an athlete, but it's a fact that men who wear Clippercraft suits look like they do. That's the result of careful Clippercraft styling, of design that emphasizes good points and minimizes bad ones. You don't ordinarily find such styling in $45 suits, but a Clippercraft worsted suit at only $45 gives you styling plus expert workmanship and fine quality materials. It's the same with Clippercraft topcoats at from $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes actually look like they cost much more, and they would, except for the fact that over 1,200 established independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to get them for you at such low prices. Compare Clippercraft clothes yourself. Put on a Clippercraft suit and a Clippercraft topcoat and see how good you feel. Your friends will all say, "Gee, but you're looking swell." And you will be. Now, Dr. Watson, we await our rendezvous with the adventure of the hangman and the book.
It was at the turn of the century, Mr. Harris. The enormous pressure of work upon Holmes had become too much for him. He suggested we steal away to Paris for a week of relaxation. Holmes and I were in Paris at our hotel when this criminal began his operations. It was at the Bon Temps bookstore, a world-famous Parisian shop noted for its collection of rare works. In the cellar beneath the shop was a thin, drawn, nervous young chap, Albert the clerk. He was poking about the bookshelves with a candle in his hand. Then suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up, terribly frightened.
Who is it? Who's going down?
I am, Albert.
Oh, Monsieur Bontemps.
Didn't I forbid you to come into the cellar?
Yes, you did. I had to know the secret. I had to know what you kept down here.
I ought to thrash you, snooping about when I forbade it. I told you I did not want anyone in this cellar. I won't allow my own wife. I won't allow Alice down here. Let alone a miserable, sniveling clerk. How long have you been here?
Just a few minutes.
Long enough to look about, eh? To see what I keep here.
No, I'm terribly sorry. My curiosity got the best of me. I'll never do it again. You won't punish me, Monsieur Bontemps?
We shall see what I'll do about you, Albert. We shall see.
Is the shop closed, Marcel?
Yes, Alice, darling. Going out again for the evening?
I am.
You have left me here alone every night this week.
Oh, don't be tiresome. You know I'm bored to distraction when I'm home with you.
Then I'll go out with you. I'll take you wherever you wish.
Marcel, we've gone over this so many times. Help me find my jade earrings like a dear, won't you?
You're staying home tonight, Alice.
Oh, stop pawing me. Let me alone.
I am so loathsome to you.
Yes, you know you are. You never did attract me, you know that. I've told you before I married you for prestige and financial purposes. You accepted that. Now you insist upon being as romantic as a schoolboy.
Stop it. I don't want to hear that. I can't stand that.
You insist upon forgetting that you are more than 20 years older than I am, Marcel. You refuse to face that. You're old and withered and repulsive.
Albert, my clerk, is more appealing to you, isn't he?
Oh, nonsense. Where did you get that notion?
Don't lie to me. I've seen you together. After you thought I left the store, I saw you take him upstairs to the apartment.
Just to chat.
Oh, really?
Get out of my way, Marcel. I'm late. Go downstairs, to the cellar. To whatever fantastic secret down there intrigues you so.
If you go out again tonight, Alice, I'll put an end to it. I won't be disgraced and thrown aside this way. I have some pride, although you've used every device on earth to destroy it.
Let's not quarrel, dearest. Here. Here's a kiss for you. Now, help me find my earrings, won't you?
All right, Alice. Anything you say.
Alice, wait.
Yes, Albert.
I ran after you to ask if I'll see you tonight, Alice. I waited for you at the cafe last night, but you never came.
I shan't see you anymore, Albert. Except at the shop, of course. On business.
You what?
Marcel knows about us. We must stop.
But you can't just dismiss it.
Oh, yes, I can.
I risked my job because of you. I risked Marcel dragging me to court, possibly putting a knife into me.
We've had some rather pleasant times together, Albert. Now suppose we forget them. You're capable of that.
Oh. You're going out with another man, aren't you?
That does not concern you. Let go of my cape. Go back to the store. Marcel will be upset.
Do you think you'll ever come to the end of it, Alice? Do you think you can go on forever like this?
Albert, call me a carriage like an angel.
You wouldn't be very attractive to other men, Alice. Lying in the morgue with your neck broken.
Oh, Albert, that's impetuous. That's very, very foolish. Go on, sweet. Call me a carriage. Who is there? I saw you behind that tree. I know you've been following me through this park. If you don't stop, I shall call a gendarme. I said I know you are behind that tree. I can see your silhouette. Oh. So you will show me who you are. I might have known it would be you. What are you doing with that rope? You've made a hangman's noose of it. Let go of it. My throat. God, please.
We of the Sûreté, the French police, we are delighted to have you with us in Paris, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you, Inspector.
Your accommodations here at the hotel are satisfactory?
Quite.
We're very comfortable, Inspector. Enjoying our visit immensely. Superb, Dr. Watson. I am happy you have relaxed, Monsieur Holmes, because, 1,000 apologies, the relaxation is over.
Precisely what do you mean, Inspector?
Just a few moments ago, a gendarme discovered the body of a woman hanging in the Tuileries. She had been hung to a tree by a rope.
Routine police matter.
Ordinarily, Monsieur Holmes, yes. However, the case is most extraordinary. The woman was the wife of Marcel Beautin, the distinguished owner of the Beautin bookshop.
Really? I know Marcel. Remarkable shop, one of the best. Marcel and I correspond frequently.
Monsieur Holmes, the journalist will create a great crisis over the death of Madame Beautin. I must find the killer immediately. I need your help, monsieur.
Have you questioned Marcel, her husband?
Well, as best we could. He is grief-stricken. Where's the body? Well, I have closed the Tuileries, Dr. Watson. I have ordered that the body be left, hanging from the limb, exactly as it was found. It awaits your arrival, Monsieur Holmes.
Very wise, Inspector.
Oh, then you will help us move toward the solution?
I will arrive at the solution, my dear Inspector. Watson, a cab to the Tuileries.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Glad the gendarmes brought torches, too. It's terribly dark.
Yes.
This way, Monsieur Holmes.
You may see the guard we have stationed about that huge tree. Yes. And there, in the torchlight...
Aha. Swaying from the limb of the tree, the body of Alice Bontemps.
Horrifying sight.
Let's have a closer look, shall we? Inspector, has Marcel, this dead woman's husband, any notion as to how this occurred?
Oh, he is too ill. He is prostrate. It will be a few days before we can question him thoroughly.
Uh-huh.
What is it, Holmes? What do you see?
I see, my dear Watson, that I must pay a visit to Monsieur Charles Guillaume, the eminent French publisher.
Yes, what on earth does he have to do with this grisly crime?
More than he would imagine. In the obscure records of that publisher, there's a forgotten entry which contains a clue as to who is responsible for this homicide. That entry speaks the name of the criminal just as if this dead body before us were whispering it too. Whispering the killer's name as it executes a macabre dance in the moonlight.
It's pleasant to shop in your local Clippercraft store, wherever you live, because your Clippercraft merchant is an established, substantial hometown businessman who is anxious to win and keep your friendship. To please you and give you more value for your money, he has joined with over 1,200 outstanding merchants in a vast pool of buying power to make Clippercraft values possible. Clippercraft genuine worsted suits for $45 and Clippercraft topcoats for $40 to $47.50 would not otherwise be possible. For Clippercraft quality is the traditional quality of New England, the same careful craftsmanship that built the famous Yankee Clippers, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. You can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, shall we return to the adventure of the hangman and the book?
Well, Mr. Harris, after Holmes examined the body of Alice Bontemps in the Tuileries, he noticed a small detail he would not disclose. Next morning, he dashed to the offices of Monsieur Guillaume, the publisher. He returned with a Cheshire cat's grin that indicated he was close to his prey. Then some time later, we visited Monsieur Bontemps at his bookshop. The shop was dismal, dilapidated. Funereal. Indeed, a frightening place. Monsieur Bontemps came toward us.
Monsieur Holmes, I am honored.
I hardly expected to see you on this trip, Marcel. You know Dr. Watson?
You have mentioned him to me frequently. Delighted.
How do you know?
You have heard of my tragedy?
Yes, Marcel. Could you recount what occurred the evening of your wife's demise?
She left me here to visit someone. She seemed untroubled, so I allowed her to leave and did not escort her to where she was going. Evidently, on her way home late that night, she chose to walk through the park, the Tuileries, alone. I would say she was attacked by a night prowler. She resisted him, and he did away with her. I was awakened by a gendarme who brought the terrible news. You have a theory, perhaps, Monsieur Holmes?
Perhaps. I see you still have a magnificent collection of books.
Oui, certainement.
Is this your entire stock here in the shop?
Yes. Our apartment is upstairs. Our books here.
And below the shop?
The cellar is locked, Monsieur Holmes. We have not been to the cellar in many years.
Anyone work for you here, Monsieur Bontemps?
I employ a clerk, Albert.
Where is he?
That is a problem. He did not report for work these past 2 days.
Were your relations with Albert on a pleasant basis?
Not entirely.
How long has he been in your employ, sir?
Oh, approximately a month.
What trouble have you had?
I do not like to place the young boy in a bad light, but I have reason to believe he was more than fond of my wife, Alice.
I see. A chat with Albert, then, might be very enlightening.
Please, Monsieur Holmes, I am not accusing the poor clerk.
You have his address?
27 Rue Cerise. Albert Joliot.
Come, Watson.
To talk with the boy?
Yes. Perhaps this romantic young clerk, in his leisure moments, is a hangman.
Well, Holmes, what's our next step? His landlady said the clerk Albert hasn't been home for a few days.
We shall return to the Bon Ton bookshop, Watson.
Yes, we've been there.
Oh, we shall return much later this evening. Midnight, I should say. When the owner has left, we shall again visit the mysterious bookshop.
But, Holmes, you looked at it.
There is one spot we did not see. By far the most interesting, too.
What spot is that?
When I inquired about it, Bon Ton turned white. He trembled.
What spot, Holmes?
The cellar, Watson. We shall pay a midnight visit to the cellar.
Well, there's the door to Bon Ton's cellar, Holmes. It'll be locked, of course.
That is why I brought a few instruments with me, Watson, to force the lock. It's childishly simple for me. I've made an extensive study of continental locks.
Well, here we are. Now...
Quietly, Watson. I shall work at the cellar door. You keep an eye out.
Yes, right you are.
Shouldn't take but a moment. See anyone? Hear anyone?
No, all clear. Go on.
Simple lock. Just another moment.
I hear someone, Holmes. Coming down the street.
I must finish.
Hurry, Holmes, you'll be seen.
One more second. There we are.
Good.
Quickly, the door.
Yes.
Follow me. Be careful. Rickety wooden steps.
Righto.
Match, Watson. Light the candle we brought.
Yes, certainly. Holmes, what do you expect to find down here? Good Lord. I've never seen so foul and musty a place. You see the rats?
The answer is here, Watson. The answer must be here.
Yes, but what sort of shocking secret lies in this cellar?
I'm looking for it. Looking for it.
For what? Listen. Someone's down here.
That direction, Watson. Left. Bring the candle.
I am not afraid of the dark, Mama. But why is it dark at night? Tell me, why it is so dark at night, Mama?
It's the clerk, Albert. I know him from his landlady's description. He's been tied up, Holmes. Look, he's bound to that pillar there.
Yes, so he has, and apparently he's gone insane.
Yes, by Jove, yes, look over his head. Isn't that a form of ancient torture?
It is the water method. Accomplished in this case with a large pitcher and a funnel, which is replenished now and then by his captor. Albert was bound to that pillar, but a steady drip of water strikes his head, and he's gone mad. Tortured also by the darkness, by hunger and thirst, and the huge rats against which he's been defenseless. Untie him, Watson.
Yes, of course. Just 1 minute.
The water.
There we are.
The water doesn't stop, you see. Only your mind stops. Rats are cruel animals. Perhaps not as cruel as men. They enjoy human flesh.
He must be rushed to a hospital. Maybe years before his sanity is restored, if ever.
Water is a colorless compound of hydrogen and oxygen. It is very helpful to man. It is beautiful. In the form of mighty oceans, lakes, and rushing rivers. It has many uses. All of them essential to life.
Where are you going, Holmes? What are you looking for?
Ah, there we are, this shelf.
What is it?
A book, faded to illegibility in parts, very dusty.
A book?
The book, Watson. Though not outstanding in this surprising collection, I see.
You mean you originally stole into the cellar simply to find that book?
Yes. Now we must find Marcel Bontemps immediately.
I will spare you the effort, Monsieur Holmes.
Not very hospitable of you, Marcel, to greet us with a pistol.
I'm familiar with your reputation, Monsieur Holmes. I realized you would become suspicious, so I've been waiting for you with this pistol, which I shall use.
You have come to put more water in the pitcher of my head, Monsieur Bontemps. Please, no more water.
May I ask, Monsieur Holmes, what book intrigues you so?
This work in my hand is entitled Rare Techniques in Homicide. It includes an exact reproduction of a Persian manuscript written in the time of Darius I. The subject of it? Techniques of torture and murder used during the Peloponnesian Wars.
Holmes, why that book?
When I observed Marcel's wife hung to the limb of the tree, Watson, I noticed she'd been tied with a special knot. I recognized it immediately. It was the very peculiar knot for garroting, described in the Persian manuscript. There was just one place on earth where that knot is described, in this book. I knew there were just 2 copies of this work left in the world.
I see you have one at Baker Street, I dare say.
Of course. I therefore asked Guillaume, the publisher, an expert bibliophile, where the other copy was.
He told you I had it, eh, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, he did. Therefore, I paid you a visit to look for it. I found it, Monsieur Bontemps.
That, unfortunately, does not prove that I had Alice.
Why not?
Because Albert, my clerk, gibbering there in the corner, could have read it too. He has been to the cellar before. I found him here prior to the night of the murder.
Yes, Marcel, when I saw the knot, I immediately realized the killer must either have been you or Albert, your clerk. But Albert could never have read this book and learned to tie the fatal knot.
Why not? He was here. He had access to it.
Observe the book, sir. It's faded to the point of being illegible.
He still might have read it before it faded.
Could he? Call upon your excellent knowledge of printing, sir. Has it not been at least a year since this type was legible? Look at the pile of dust accumulated upon this book. Has it not been at least a year since the book was touched at all? And did you not say to me yourself that you've employed Albert for only a month?
Remarkable, Holmes.
Marcel, you executed the contents of the book to the letter. The book relates that the ancient punishment for adultery was physical death for the wife. So you murdered Alice. And the punishment for the lover was more subtle. It was mental death, torture to the point of insanity. So you pounced upon Albert, tied him to that post in this cellar, and arranged your diabolical water pitcher. Yes, you've been deeply affected by this amazing collection of books.
You see before you, gentlemen, the great secret of my cellar, which I have concealed all these years. Every book on the subject of crime ever written.
I noticed you've the secret records of Caligula, of Torquemada during the Inquisition, the blood-stained memoirs of the Borgias.
This was my real world down here. The world upstairs, my shop, my wife. I was unhappy there. This began as a hobby, an intellectual pursuit, but then I grew to absorb it, to revel in it.
Yes, I'd say you've become intoxicated with crime.
Time and again I was tempted to try committing a crime. It was always in the back of my mind. Then, when I found Alice was making a puppet of me, when I found how she hated me, when I found out about her and Albert...
You satisfied your desire and accomplished what you believed was justice by enacting what you read in this strange book.
And now I've a wonderful opportunity to know the satisfaction of committing a great crime, Monsieur Holmes, of killing both of you, and then leaving Albert as I planned to rot away in that corner of my cellar in living death. My own memoirs will be a glorious new addition to my collection.
He'll do it, Holmes. He's going to pull that trigger.
My leg.
Are you all right, Monsieur Holmes? Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector.
I am coming down.
I have Bontemps' gun. Here, Inspector.
Oh, it was very foresighted, Monsieur Holmes, to tell me to come by. Should you meet Bontemps unexpectedly?
Unexpectedly? My dear Inspector, it's obvious my reputation here on the continent is not what it is throughout the British Empire. You may inform your associates that there is nothing unexpected to Monsieur Sherlock Holmes. Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very thrilling story indeed.
Well, I'm delighted that you found the adventure so exciting, Mr. Harris. And I do believe that next week's story is just as gripping. It is called The Adventure of the East End Strangler. It concerns a city in terror, a scream in the night, a bit of blue thread, and an old lover.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Felton. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Money can help the fight against heart disease. Send a donation to your local Heart Association campaign or to the American Heart Association, Box 500, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes, in The Adventure of the East End Strangler. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the East End Strangler.
Holmes, what do you expect to find here at this house?
A killer, Watson. A fiendish and diabolical killer seeking another victim. A prince of crime, as shrewd and as vicious as Jack the Ripper.
Good Lord, Holmes, what's that?
Quick, Watson, into that house. That scream came from a victim of the East End Strangler.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. And what memoir are you compiling tonight, sir?
Tonight, Mr. Harris, I am hard at work on an adventure that for sheer terror is unparalleled in my memoirs. If you can imagine a lurking shadow in the dark, the agonized scream of a stricken woman, all London held in a grip of dark horror. I'm afraid I'm a bit ahead of my story here, Mr. Harris.
Well, you've got me on the edge of my chair now, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
My old friend Holmes always refers to it as the adventure of the East End Strangler. And after you give our audience a few hints on Clippercraft Clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with our story.
Regardless of what the weatherman says, the calendar tells us that now's the time for a new spring suit. A good-looking spring suit that lifts your spirits and makes you feel the way you look, like a new man. In short, a Clippercraft suit, styled to make you look your best, broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the tapered-down look of a well-dressed man. Now, don't say that you can't afford that kind of suit, because you can. Yes, a genuine Clippercraft suit of pure worsted costs only $45. And that beautiful Clippercraft topcoat in all-wool gabardine or covert costs from $40 to $47.50. But Clippercraft clothes look like much more, feel like much more, actually make you look like the best-dressed man in any company. So tomorrow, visit your Clippercraft dealer and treat yourself to a spring suit you'll be proud to wear. A Clippercraft suit. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the East End Strangler?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in September of 1898. Exactly 10 years after Jack the Ripper had left his blood-drenched trail through the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. The memory of Jack the Ripper was growing dim when a new nocturnal prowler, a shadowy terror, began to haunt the dark streets of London. A woman was throttled to death in Shadwell, another in Wapping, and soon the name of the East End Strangler was enough to strike terror in every heart. The official police were helpless against this cruel, pitiless, and devilishly shrewd marauder. And then one foggy night in Ratcliffe, near the Thames, a lady came running through the fog when...
Constable! Constable!
Here now, lady, what's up?
The strangler. He just accosted me on Ratcliffe Highway.
Steady now, ma'am. Easy does it. You're sure it was the strangler?
Oh, yes, Constable, I'm sure. He ran after me in the fog. I lost him just a moment ago.
Ma'am, listen. You see that lane there?
That dark little street.
Right. You just go down it till you come to Commercial Road East. You'll be able to get a cab there.
Oh, Constable, no. Don't leave me.
Nothing to worry about now, ma'am. You just follow my instructions. I'm going back and look for this East End Strangler. There isn't a man on the force who hasn't been itching to get him.
Who's that? Who's standing there in the fog? Who are you? What?
Good evening, my dear.
You.
That's a lovely throat you have, my dear. So graceful and white like a swan's. Yes, my dear, the Strangler. The East End Strangler. And your throat. Ah, yes, your throat is smooth. So smooth, like silk. And graceful. So graceful.
No.
It's a pity. Such a pity to mar the whiteness of that throat. But what can I do? What else can I do?
Oh, please. Oh, no. Oh, don't.
How soft to the touch. How it yields to the caress of my hands.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't.
Don't cry out, my dear. Don't fight and struggle. The others have tried to cry out, too. But it was useless. In a moment, you will feel no pain. Now it is all over, my dear. And it's such a pity. Such a pity. But then, my dear, what else could I do?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this affair of the East End Strangler, I'm forced to admit, has got out of hand.
So we have observed in the newspapers, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. I must say, Inspector Lestrade, it's rather late in the game to summon my colleague and myself. The official police have bungled this affair badly.
I should say. Lady Wyndham last night was his third victim. I've no doubt he's plotting the fourth.
Dr. Watson, the man's uncanny, a genius, I might say. He moves about like a shadow, strikes and vanishes.
Yes. You've doubled the constables, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But the beggar seems to be on to the police every step of the way. He's eluded every trap we've set for him so far.
Then we must bait the hook with a more subtle lure, my dear Lestrade. Now, suppose we examine the facts.
Yes?
First, the Strangler chooses only women as victims. We know that these women are of high breeding and good circumstance.
Yes, but what are they doing in the slums of the East End, Holmes?
That's an excellent question, my dear Watson, and a curious circumstance which will bear investigation. But now, let us examine the exact geographical area of the Strangler's operations. You have a map of London, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Right here on my desk.
Capital. Now then, gentlemen, observe. The first victim was found in Shadwell, here. Yeah. The second in Wapping, here. Yeah. And the third and latest, Lady Wyndham, here, in Ratcliffe. Yes. Now, let us draw a circle around these points.
By Jove, Holmes.
They're all in the borough of Stepney.
Precisely, Lestrade. The Strangler, for some pertinent reason, has limited his activities to Stepney in the East End. A whim, perhaps. But I'm more inclined to believe it's either design or circumstance. Now then, let us proceed with our investigation.
What now, Holmes?
Now, Watson, we shall examine Lady Wyndham's body in the mortuary. It's extraordinary, Watson. This East End Strangler is not only wanton and cruel, but infernally clever. He struck and left no clue on the body.
Yes.
Inspector Lestrade, a question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I note Lady Wyndham's purse is torn open and empty. Was this true in the case of the previous victims?
Yes.
Yes, ostensibly the motive is simple robbery, but I have an idea there's much more to this than meets the eye. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
I'm afraid we're in for some rather routine investigation for a day or two. We must investigate the personal lives of the Strangler's 3 well-to-do victims and ascertain why they went to Stepney in the dead of night.
Any suggestion for myself, Mr. Holmes?
I have indeed, Lestrade. I suggest that you place a curfew upon all of Stepney Borough. Order all residents to be indoors by 9 o'clock.
Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret, ma'am.
Oh, it's you, Mary.
What? You're all dressed, milady. Surely you're not going out at this time of night alone?
Yes, I must. It's urgent.
But it's dangerous, Mum. What with the Strangler walking the streets and all?
I've got to take the chance, Mary. It's a foggy night outside, and I don't think anyone will see me.
Lord love us, Mum, but it's all too much for a poor girl like me. Why should you be going out on a night like this and all alone?
Mary, you remember my confiding in you about George?
You mean...
Yes, the man I almost married 20 years ago. I just got a letter from him this morning.
Lady Margaret, then he's alive. He's come back to London.
Yes, but he's in desperate straits, Mary. Oh, you understand. Hiding in the slums of Stepney. The police are pursuing him for something he didn't do, and he needs money. Money to get away. I must bring it to him tonight. Alone. And Mary,
Yes, Lady Margaret?
You're not to breathe a single word of this to anyone. Everything I've told you now and before is in the strictest confidence. You understand?
Yes, Mum.
Very well. I'll go back to the servants' quarters and go to bed. I won't be back until early this morning. George! George, open the door. It's Margaret. George! How this house seems dark, deserted. Who?
I'm afraid you won't find anyone home, my dear.
Who are you?
Don't you know Lady Margaret?
No. No.
Yes, my dear.
Don't.
Such a lovely throat, such a pretty white throat, such a soft, warm throat. What can I do? What can I do? Now then, my lady, first the letter from George and then the money, and we'll be off.
All! Stand where you are!
The police!
All!
Well, Dr. Watson, this is one adventure I'm going to remember for a long time.
Yes, Mr. Harris. What you've heard is only the beginning. In a few moments, after you give our audience some facts to remember on Clippercraft clothes, I shall relate to you what happened.
You don't have to pay a lot of money to get real styling in a suit. The kind that makes a man look his best. A Clippercraft worsted suit at $45 or a Clippercraft topcoat from $40 to $47.50 have styling you usually associate with clothes costing much more. You see, Clippercraft can afford the country's foremost designers because of the tremendous volume of Clippercraft clothes Americans buy. Over 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast have joined in a gigantic buying pool to make possible the amazing values Clippercraft offers today in styling, in fabrics, in fine tailoring. And speaking of fine tailoring, of workmanship, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Yankee clipper ships, also New England built to superb standards of craftsmanship. Yes, when your Clippercraft merchant invites you to compare Clippercraft with clothes costing many dollars more, he really means it. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were telling us of the adventure of the East End Strangler.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. Holmes and I were at Baker Street late that night, going over the results of our routine investigation, when we received an urgent message from Inspector Lestrade. The East End Strangler had been abroad on the dark streets of Stepney again. He'd struck again, and he'd vanished like a ghost in the fog, leaving his dead and mangled victim behind him. This time, Lady Margaret Blencroft. Naturally, Holmes and I lost no time in getting to the scene. Then Holmes asked,
Who discovered the body, Inspector Lestrade?
Why, one of my men heard a scream, Mr. Holmes. Constable Wilson. He ran up, but the Strangler took to his heels and made off in the fog. Constable Higgins joined Wilson a moment later, and the two of them searched the area.
And found nothing, eh, Lestrade?
Oh, nothing, Dr. Watson. The Strangler vanished like a phantom. I still don't see how he got through my police guard, what with curfew and all.
A remarkably clever fellow, the Strangler, Lestrade. I do not admire his calling, but I must confess a certain grudging respect for his ingenuity.
Jove, yes, the fellow is almost fiendishly clever. What next, Holmes?
A careful examination of the body, Watson. The same wanton attack, as you see. And one moment.
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
I note that the contents of Lady Margaret's purse are untouched. It contains £200 and a letter.
Well, the Strangler must have been surprised before he could make away with the money, eh, Holmes?
Quite, Watson, quite, but it's this letter that interests me at the moment. The request for funds from someone named George. An old admirer, according to the text.
Holmes, you think that letter...
Is bogus, Inspector, and so is George. Obviously a pretext to lure the victim into this area. Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson. You too, Lestrade. Observe. There are some small blue threads clutched in the fist of the victim.
Blue threads?
Yes. You consider them significant, Holmes?
I do indeed, very. But come, Watson, it's late. Let us find a cab and return to Baker Street. There'll be time enough tomorrow to track our men down.
Holmes, I must confess I'm completely baffled by this Strangler fellow.
Are you, Watson? I cannot say the same for myself. Consider the results of our investigation today.
What about them?
We found that each victim, on the day of her murder, had withdrawn a large sum of money from the bank.
Yes, Holmes, I know.
We know that the killer lured his victims to the slums of the East End, and specifically to Stepney, through the use of bogus letters purporting to be from old friends or lovers.
Well, what about it, Holmes?
Obviously, this fellow who's taken the mantle of Jack the Ripper must have had access to intimate and personal information concerning his intended victims.
Yes, that seems reasonable, Holmes.
Quite. And therefore, our next step is to pay a visit to the home of the latest victim, Lady Margaret Blencroft, and question her personal maid.
Well, Holmes, all the maid could tell us was that she was asleep. Didn't hear Lady Margaret go out. I'm afraid we didn't get very far here.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
Eh? What do you mean?
The contents of her sewing basket. They were significant. Very. But come, let's be off to Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? Why?
I wish to talk to Inspector Lestrade, and then to inspect the police who will be on the lookout for the Strangler tonight. So these are the lists of the Metropolitan Police assignments, eh, Lestrade?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. As you see, London is divided into police areas, and the names of the constables assigned to each area are listed.
Yes, quite. I cannot say that I'm impressed by your techniques of criminal investigation, my dear Lestrade, but I must say these police records are in excellent order.
Holmes, what the devil does all this mean? Why are you taking such an extraordinary interest in the affairs of the police here?
Because, Watson, it's only by way of the official police that we can hope to arrest the East End Strangler.
Oh, now, Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to know you're going to require our close cooperation. For once.
Quite. Now then, Lestrade, I understand you've requested a special inspection of the police constables before they venture into Stepney tonight.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Come, Watson, let's view this inspection. You may find it most interesting.
Well, here we are, gentlemen. As you see, the men are waiting for inspection. Attention!
Oh, fine-looking squad of men, Inspector.
Finest on the force, Dr. Watson.
Suppose we review the constables now, Lestrade.
As you wish, Mr. Holmes. After you.
Yeah, I must say, Holmes, this reminds me of the old days with the Army. I recall one day the General reviewed my brigade at Bombay.
One moment, Watson. You there. What is your name, Constable?
You mean me, sir?
I do indeed. What is your name?
Higgins, sir. Edward Higgins.
Oh, yes. I read your report, Higgins, on what happened last night. Very neat. Very concise.
Thank you, sir.
I cannot say the same for your personal appearance, however.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Your tunic, man, your tunic. It's been torn in the collar and re-sewn with new thread. Perhaps you can explain the reason for this.
Oh, no, you don't.
Holmes, Constable Higgins is running away.
James, what's the meaning of this? Come back.
Stop that man, stop him.
He's running straight for that big window. There he goes! Holmes, he's made good his escape.
He has indeed, but only for the moment. We must anticipate his moments from now on. Yes. Come, Watson. There's no time to lose.
Right.
Edward Higgins.
Shut the door, Mary, quick.
Edward, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be on duty.
It's Holmes, Mary. He's found me out. The game's up, and I've got to get away to the hideaway on the continent.
Edward, well, I'll go with you like we arranged. We'll go together. Wait till I pack my bag.
Don't bother, Mary.
What do you mean?
The East End Strangler still has another job to do. Another neck to twist.
Edward, what do you mean? Whose neck?
Yours, my dear.
No, no!
Yes, Mary. You know too much about me and our little game. You know where I'm going to hide out from here. This Detective Holmes will be sure to worm it from you.
Edward, for the love of heaven!
Besides, why should I share all the money I took from those fine ladies with you? I've got plans of my own, dearie.
Oh, Edward, no, please, don't! Ah!
Such a lovely throat, my dear, so graceful, so smooth. A pity, Mary, but what can I do? What can I do?
Take your hands from her, Higgins.
Holmes! Look out, Holmes! He's going to rush you!
I'll teach you to interfere. Suppose I teach you a little jujitsu, Higgins. Away you go.
Jove, Holmes, you flung him right over your shoulder. Well, he's unconscious.
Yes, quite, Watson. He made the mistake of being off balance on the attack. Now, while this constable lies here, Watson, suppose you go out and find another constable to arrest him. And this woman as his accessory.
I see. So Mary the maid, through the gossip of other servants, learned of those women with past love affairs, and then told the Strangler, eh, Holmes?
Precisely.
But how did you know that he was a member of the official police, Mr. Holmes?
Obvious, Lestrade. Remember, Constable Higgins had an intimate knowledge of police strategy, and therefore was able to elude the patrols. Furthermore, Lady Margaret Glencroft was strangled during a curfew, when only police constables were allowed on the streets. Recall, too, that Higgins, by a curious coincidence, was close to Lady Margaret when she was murdered.
Ah, and Higgins' patrol area had always been the Stepney district.
Quite.
But the blue threads in Lady Margaret's clenched hand, what about them, Holmes?
Oh, yes, the blue threads, Watson. They were the same color as the tunics worn by the London bobbies. She tore Higgins's collar in the struggle, and he hurried to his accomplice Mary to have it repaired. I had only to inspect the police line and pick out a man with a ripped collar newly resewn.
Holmes, I must say you've conducted a rather sound investigation here. Very professional.
Thank you, Lestrade. I appreciate the compliment. And I hope you will not hesitate to call on me in the future. It's always a pleasure to rescue the official police from their own mistakes. Hey, Watson?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was some adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris, and I'm happy to say that while the personal maid Mary received a life sentence for her part, the East End Strangler was hoisted by his own petard, so to speak, on a rope in Newgate Prison.
I see. And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you relate to us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall tell you of an adventure which I have entitled Murder on a Wager. It concerns two dead bodies floating in the Mediterranean, and an unbelievably odd wager that made history at Monte Carlo.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in Murder on a Wager. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, Murder on a Wager.
There's the dead body, Holmes, washed up on the beach.
Yes, Watson.
Obviously drowned, I should say.
Yes, quite. Yet the death is not as simple as it would seem, Watson. I should say our two visitors to Monte Carlo, our two brilliant criminals, have concocted a special brew for me. I should say, quick, behind that tree.
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down, Watson!
I'm sure you've overheard people say, who is that handsome man? Well, now, of course, everybody can't be handsome, but every man can look his very best, and it does not cost you a lot of money. The secret is this. Get a perfectly styled Clipper Craft suit and topcoat, and you're the best-dressed man in any group. A Clipper Craft all-worsted suit in smart spring patterns at only $45 makes your shoulders look broader, your waist trimmer, gives you that tapered-down athletic appearance, makes you feel important. And then topped off with a beautiful all-wool covert cloth or gabardine Clipper Craft topcoat at $42.50. Well, people will say, who is that handsome man? Clipper Craft clothes look like they should cost much more, and they would too, except that more than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make Clipper Craft's low prices possible. Compare Clipper Craft yourself with clothes costing many dollars more. Dr. Watson, you've titled this evening's adventure, Murder on a Wager. But who would commit such a murder?
It does seem an extraordinary motivation, doesn't it, Mr. Harris? Well, it was a summer evening in the late 1890s. We were at our flat at 221B Baker Street. We had a call.
You represent the bank at Monte Carlo, Monsieur Guillere?
I do, Monsieur Holmes. Most remarkable spot, Monte Carlo. I'm terribly curious to know what prompts this visit, Mr. Guillere.
I am extending an invitation to you, Dr. Watson, and to Monsieur Holmes to visit Monte Carlo. At our expense, of course, and for whatever fee you wish to name.
Surely not to admire the scenic beauties.
No, Monsieur Holmes. We anticipate trouble.
What sort of trouble do you expect?
Are you acquainted with the names of Roger Douglas and Georges Anetrios?
Oh, Roger Douglas, renowned gambler, isn't he?
Yes, Watson. As for George Anetrios, he's an incredible character. A Greek, Douglas's counterpart in the Near East. Given to wagers of gigantic sums, though not always upon cards or dice or chemin de fer, rather on curious events and feats of daring.
We maintain a secret service for the bank, Monsieur Holmes, and they told us that for the very first time these two treacherous gentlemen, Douglas and Anetrios, will meet. And at Monte Carlo.
Each, of course, with his entourage of double dealers and professional killers.
Exactly.
I should enjoy the spectacle.
Both gentlemen are experts at every conceivable form of gambling. We wonder, therefore, when the two meet, what game they will play. Might they make a wager of some sort that would endanger the interest of the bank? Might they join forces against us? We fear that the meeting of these two may lead to a disaster. We implore you to join us, Monsieur Holmes.
Hardly necessary to implore me, sir. Since this is a meeting of supremely sharp minds, it'll be hard to keep me away. Let us prepare our luggage for a trip to Monte Carlo, Watson.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Anetrios?
I am delighted to meet you. The moment I heard you were coming here to Monte Carlo, I was most anxious to see you.
Thank you. You know Miss Deborah Stevens, I believe?
I know George very well. We're old friends.
We miss you, Deborah. Deborah lived in Athens and Constantinople for some time. She and I were very close. I first met her when she was dancing professionally.
We'll all miss her soon. She's to be married. I thought you wouldn't mind my bringing Deborah to this meeting. We required a witness for whatever wager we shall make, or whatever game you choose to play.
Oh, I am so pleased you did bring her, Mr. Douglas. Shall we close the door and begin? most considerate of the management to provide this private room for our game.
As you may see, Mr. Anatrios, the management has provided us with equipment to play whatever we choose.
Your naivete is charming, Mr. Douglas.
Why do you say that?
It would be extremely dull for either of us to indulge in a contest of an ordinary sort. We would merely exhaust ourselves, only to end with a negligible gain of a few £1,000 by one or the other.
Then what on earth did you expect to play, George?
I do not know, Deborah. Perhaps together, Mr. Douglas and I may conceive of a game or wager of truly fabulous stakes, of infinite excitement.
I have a suggestion that might intrigue you.
Yes?
Did you know that at this moment Mr. Sherlock Holmes is on his way here to Monte Carlo?
Certainly.
Mr. Holmes has a magnificent reputation as a criminologist.
Well, Roger, what of it?
Mr. Holmes's mission is undoubtedly to prevent either of us from committing a crime. Mr. Anatrios, I will wager whatever sum you wish on the fact that you cannot commit a crime, of whatever nature you specify, and elude Mr. Holmes. In short, that you cannot commit a crime while he is in this city and go scot-free.
Wonderful suggestion. I accept.
Witness, Deborah?
Yes, Roger.
To make the wager even more alluring, I shall allow you to name the sum and the crime.
£50,000?
100,000.
Agreed.
And the crime?
No pedestrian crime will do. It must be a major crime. Arson on a gigantic scale, embezzlement for an enormous sum, or better yet, murder.
Whatever you like. I control a great and efficient organization. I have years of experience in these matters. My performance should be inspired. Sufficiently to baffle Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Anatrios. Murder.
Roger, you're going too far. I thought you two would play a very exciting game of cards or wage a battle together against the bank. But murder...
For your £100,000, you have a potential victim?
Yes, I believe I do. Have you heard of Leslie Dixon?
Dixon. Yes, a magician. I've seen him at cabarets.
He is no longer a magician. I discovered he had a more valuable talent for manufacturing.
Oh, manufacturing?
Yes, he had designs for wheels, bird cages, marked packs of cards, where the results would always be in my favor. I placed him in business.
But why do you want Leslie killed, Roger?
He wants considerably more money. Oh. He's threatened to go to the newspapers. Of course, I can't afford that. Nor could you, Anatrios. It would keep the public away from our houses.
This Leslie Dixon is a very tempting victim.
He's here, now, in Monte Carlo.
Leslie Dixon will be dead by midnight of 1 week from tonight, when Sherlock Holmes fails to identify the murderer and returns to London, defeated. I shall meet you on the evening of his departure, in this same room, where you will pay £100,000 to me. Cash, of course. Agreed?
Agreed.
Ready for your evening swim, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, Reynolds. Have my dressing gown and towels ready, as usual?
Yes, sir. They're back in the cottage, sir. I'll fetch them.
It's lovely tonight here on the beach, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dixon. I shall return within the customary half hour, sir.
Fine, Reynolds. Now for a dip.
How is it, sir?
Water's wonderful. I'll see you later. I'm swimming out toward the rafts.
Very well, sir. I'll be at the cottage.
Legs. Cramp. My legs. Reynolds! Oh, my head. Dizzy. Dizzy. My legs. I can't swim. Reynolds! Help! 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 Oh.
There is the body of Monsieur Dixon, Monsieur Holmes. Washed ashore here on the beach just as the police found him.
Bewildering, eh, Holmes? They say Dixon was in perfect physical condition. Superb swimmer. The sea was very calm. No signs of violence. What do you make of it?
You've interviewed the butler, Monsieur Guillaume?
The police did so, yes. He failed to hear anything. If Dixon called for help as he drowned, the butler was out of earshot.
He might simply have developed a sudden cramp. Eh, Holmes?
Rather doubtful, Watson. A thoroughly experienced swimmer would not enter the water immediately after having eaten anything that might cause a cramp.
Especially Monsieur Dixon. He was most careful about food. Gourmet.
I see. No, Watson, I'd say this is directly concerned with a visit to Monte Carlo of Messrs. Douglas and Denetrios. It would appear that the two geniuses of crime have concocted a special brew for me. I'd say... Quick, behind those trees.
What is it? What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down!
It's amazing what people can do working together. For instance, more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power and thus make possible Clippercraft, America's greatest clothing values. These friendly hometown businessmen know that to get and keep your friendship, they have to give you more for your money. And when you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8 and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, shall we return to the murder committed on a wager?
Yes, Mr. Harris, and to Monte Carlo, where on the beach in the moonlight we stood beside the dead body of Leslie Dixon. As Holmes bent over to examine the body, shots rang out from behind a tree. We fell flat upon our faces in the sand. When the firing ceased, I ran toward the trees from where the bullets had come. And as I returned...
See anyone, Watson?
No, Holmes. They've escaped. Just vanished into the darkness.
It is Denetrios and Douglas. They are after you, Monsieur Holmes. They are afraid you will solve the murder.
Yes, their fears are well grounded. I suggest the body be removed. I shall be interested in the results of an autopsy.
Autopsy?
Yes.
But it is obvious that Dixon died of drowning.
Nevertheless, I urge an autopsy. I have good reason.
I shall so instruct the police. They are most cooperative with requests made by the bank.
Good. And as for me, I shall discuss this case with someone well qualified in these matters. Mr. Denetrios.
But he has just attempted to kill you. Now you would walk into his hands.
Physical defeat has never frightened me, sir. It's the danger of mental defeat that lures me to whatever Denetrios has planned. Coming, Watson?
Oh, dazzling crowd, eh, Holmes? Princes, millionaires, cabinet officials, diplomats. See the Indian Rajah in the ruby-trimmed headdress there?
Irrelevant, Watson. We've business with Mr. Denetrios.
That croupier said table 3. Ah, yes. Wouldn't that be he?
Mr. Denetrios.
Good evening. Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I'm complimented that my face is internationally familiar.
I've been expecting you. Shall we step into that private room?
I wouldn't, if I were you, Holmes.
You are upset by something, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I certainly am, sir. If I were you, Holmes,
I accept your invitation, Mr. Denetrios.
Oh, before we step into the room, would you like to hold my gun, Dr. Watson?
Well,
Here. Perhaps it would put you at ease, huh?
By Jove, I will take it.
Excellent. After you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
I shall save a great deal of time for you, Mr. Holmes. I did not kill Leslie Dixon.
Didn't you?
I was in the gambling rooms at the time of his death. For 2 hours previous to that, I enjoyed dinner at the Hotel Maurice. I can produce a dozen witnesses to that effect.
Yes, I'd no doubt you'd have a flawless explanation.
Previous to dinner, I attended a lawn party. Again, as many unimpeachable witnesses as you like.
I see. I'm curious, Mr. Denetrios.
About the game you played or the wager you made with Roger Douglas last night. Could it in any way have been connected with the death of Leslie Dixon?
Very directly. I wagered, Mr. Douglas, that I could murder Leslie Dixon in such a way that you, Holmes, would never succeed in proving I had committed the homicide. The sum, £100,000.
Astonishing. Of all the effrontery, throwing the gauntlet in your face, Holmes. Now, really, this...
Very amusing.
Well, there's the motive, Holmes. There's your man.
I see no reason for concealing the wager. Besides, it would be unjust of me to collect. I did not kill Dixon. I intended to, yes, but I was late. I hadn't even started my plans when I had the news of his death.
Hadn't you?
Perhaps it's a move by Roger Douglas. He wanted Dixon to die. He suggested the wager. He might eliminate me that way as a competitor. His own men execute the crime in their own manner, being sure it's done properly. The guilt would seem to be mine. Ah, Mr. Douglas. You know Mr. Holmes, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do? We were discussing the late Mr. Dixon.
Really? I was at the theatre when he died.
Can you prove that, sir?
Of course, Dr. Watson. I can prove my whereabouts throughout the entire evening.
I told Mr. Holmes about our wager.
You did?
Why shouldn't I?
Aren't you writing an invitation to the gallows for yourself?
Not at all. Mr. Holmes must produce concrete evidence before I lose. Evidently, he's finding it impossible.
Oh, quite the contrary. We're leaving, Watson.
May I offer my carriage, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, no. I don't believe it's much of a walk to the morgue.
The morgue, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, I must visit the morgue. The dead, you see, are often more articulate than the living.
Well, there's the body on that slab, Holmes. The police surgeon said you could examine whatever you wished.
Yes. I see they've already performed the autopsy.
Dixon drowned, Holmes. Now, what the dickens are you probing about for? His lungs there show clearly that he was drowned.
Yes. And why did he drown? Aha, as I thought.
What do you see?
I see that I must pay a visit to the late Mr. Dixon's cottage.
Well, Holmes, if you insist upon being secretive...
You, Watson, return to the casino. Keep an eye on Demetrios and his associates. I shall meet you at the casino very shortly with a thorough explanation of the murder and the identity of the killer. Thank you, driver. That was indeed fast enough.
Well, Holmes, I've been waiting for you here on the steps of the casino for 2 hours. Did you go to Dixon's cottage, speak to the butler? What have you found?
Where are Demetrios and Douglas and their crew?
Well, they're having cigars and brandy on the terrace. This way, Holmes. It's the terrace on the cliff, overlooking the sea.
Hurry, Watson. We must find them. I have the evidence.
You have?
Yes.
Where is it?
Here, in my hand.
In your hand? What is it?
This small bottle of salad oil.
There they are, Holmes, with that girl. The table by the railing there.
Oh, yes, I see. I regret disturbing you, gentlemen.
Mr. Holmes, you've met Mr. Douglas. This is Deborah Stevens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Stevens?
I presume, Mr. Holmes, you've some sort of evidence you believe will prove I killed Leslie Dixon?
No, Mr. Demetrios. Your remarkable instincts are wrong, for once.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Holmes, you are prepared to accuse me, believing I carried out the crime, having engineered it so that Demetrios would suffer for it.
No, Mr. Douglas.
But Holmes, one of them...
Neither of them, my dear Watson.
Then the butler?
No, the butler. Mr. Leslie Dixon was killed by you, Miss Stevens, with this innocent-looking small bottle of salad oil.
Where did you find that?
You know what you are talking about, Holmes.
It was obvious someone had contrived for Dixon to drown. But how? There was no external evidence of violence. No, the sole possibility was that he'd been given something internally. In all likelihood, something that would cause him to lose control of his arms and legs, that would cause unconsciousness, so that when he set off on his nightly swim alone, he'd drown.
Stay where you are, Miss Stevens. I've had my service revolver along this trip. I knew I'd have use for it. Go on, Holmes.
So I insisted upon an autopsy. It revealed to me that Dixon's stomach lining was affected by an extreme irritant. It confirmed my suspicion. Dixon was subtly poisoned.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better, Miss Stevens. It's your death warrant. I raced to Dixon's cottage. I spoke with the butler. I inquired about what Mr. Dixon had had for dinner prior to his swim.
His dinner included a salad prepared with a small bottle of oil. This bottle, which had been presented that afternoon as a gift to Mr. Dixon by Miss Deborah Stevens. This oil contains an overdose of camphor.
Camphor, Holmes? What sort of diabolical notions...
Camphor, as you know, Watson, is soluble in oil, but not in water. The salad oil was a magnificent idea. The minute amounts of camphor could easily be blended with other flavors and odors, so its presence might not be detected.
Deborah, of all the
Shut
strange...
up! Shut up, all of you!
Camphor, Miss Stevens, is obtainable easily at a chemist's, isn't it? There's no suspicion of poison when you purchase camphor, is there? And just a bit too much of it will cause leg cramps and dizziness. Will it not, Miss Stevens?
Stop it!
And an autopsy might well be a routine drowning report without evidence of poisoning. Am I correct, Miss Stevens?
Yes. Yes, you're quite right.
At one time or another, she's been associated with all kinds of men. Lord knows what sort of mess she was in with Dixon.
I was to be married next week. Dixon knew about where I've been and what I've been. He was very much in love with me, ever since we met when I was dancing in cabarets and he did his magic act. I loathed him. Every time I had a chance to marry, he would speak to my fiancée and break it up. He was going to do it again.
So you couldn't wait, could you, Miss Stevens? You couldn't wait for Mr. Denetrios to eliminate Dixon. Besides, it was an ideal circumstance. If there were any suspicion of murder, it would point to Denetrios.
Yes, but Holmes, the shots are on the beach.
Fired by you, Miss Stevens, to create the impression that an organized gang was responsible.
I won't go to prison. Dixon won't have another victory over me. I won't allow his death to send me to even more misery. No, I won't go.
Here, let go of my revolver.
I would get her away from you.
And she's tripped. She's falling back over the railing.
Well, fisherman down below said Miss Stevens' body struck the rocks. Floated out to see her.
Yes, a more satisfactory finish for her, Watson, I dare say. Avoiding the long, painful trial and inevitable execution. Now, Mr. Denetrios, Mr. Douglas, if you'll excuse me.
Returning to London, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and to Baker Street. But before I go, gentlemen, I propose a toast.
A toast, sir?
Yes. To George Denetrios and Roger Douglas, two surprisingly pleasant scoundrels. To our next meeting. To your next fantastic wager.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very gripping adventure.
Indeed it was, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure have you for us next week, Doctor?
I have called it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. It concerns a medical diagnosis, a restless corpse, and a domestic quarrel.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. A happy birthday to the Girl Scouts. March 12th is your 37th anniversary. You and Girl Scouting are important, and we salute all of you all over America. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet.
Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... You see the cloudy white precipitate?
I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. The slow, creeping, and malicious death.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Why, I see you're just adding your signature to a new memoir.
Yes, Mr. Harris. This particular adventure took my friend Holmes and me out of London for a few days to the historic English Shrine of Learning, Cambridge University.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
I call it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet, Mr. Harris. As soon as you have regaled our audience on the merits of Clippercraft clothes, I shall be very happy to recount it to you.
Spring, as they say, is just around the corner. That means you're going to want to celebrate with a new spring suit. It's like a tonic for that worn-out winter feeling. And you can get it without spending a fortune in a Clippercraft suit. Because the new Clippercraft suits for spring are styled to make you look your best. Broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the athletic look. And the price for all this super tailoring and workmanship is as welcome as spring itself. You pay only $45 for a pure worsted Clippercraft suit. And if you shop around and compare values, you'll find your Clippercraft suit has all the workmanship, the new pattern effects, and the quality materials of suits costing many dollars more. And while you're choosing your Clippercraft suit, take a look at Clippercraft top coats in all wool, gabardine, or covert. Only $40 to $47.50. Yes, Clippercraft clothes make you feel like a million, look like a million, and still leave you money to spare. And now, Dr. Watson, what about The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet?
As I said, Mr. Harris, it began at Cambridge, seat of one of Britain's greatest universities. A quiet place of mellow buildings and green lawns. And specifically, it began in the area of Keyes College, the medical college of the university. Holmes and I became involved because of my old friendship with Ashley Webb, professor of anatomy at that college. But actually, the story began at the home of Dr. Charles Stanhope of the medical faculty, who at the moment was engaged in a violent quarrel with his wife.
I tell you, Alicia, you've got to stop seeing so much of Professor Webb. The whole university is beginning to talk about it, and the faculty, too.
Oh, they are they? Well, let me tell you something, my dear Charles. There is nothing between Ashley and myself.
Oh, so it's Ashley now, is it? Alicia, for the last time, I forbid you to see Professor Webb.
Oh, you do you? Well, I shall see him all I please. He's a fine man, and I'll not let you dictate to me. I'll leave you first.
You don't mean that, my dear.
Oh, yes, I do. That frightened you, doesn't it, Charles? You're very clever, dear boy. You married money. But if I leave you, who'll pay your gambling debts in London?
Alicia!
They'll sack you from the faculty when they find out about your debts, won't they, Charles? You'll be ruined, disgraced. And if I leave you, I'll change my will, naturally. You won't get a shilling. Well, Charles, now are you going to be nice to me?
Oh, Very well, Alicia.
Thank you, darling. And since I'm going to have a few things to say around here from now on, there's one wish I want you to attend to immediately.
Yes?
I want you to discharge that new valet of yours, Briggs.
Discharge Briggs? But why?
I simply cannot stand the sight of the fellow. He acts so furtive, and he looks pale and ill. Get rid of him at once, Charles.
Your bath is ready, Dr. Stanhope.
Oh, Briggs, never mind the bath. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir?
My wife thinks you look pale, ill. You're feeling well enough?
Why, I think so, sir.
Do you ever have pains in your chest?
Well, sometimes, sir.
From observing your eyes and the pallor of your skin, it could be symptoms of...
Of what, Dr. Stanhope?
Oh, it's probably nothing, Briggs, nothing at all. Still, we can't be too careful, can we? Suppose we step in my laboratory while I give you a complete physical examination. All right, Briggs. You may put on your shirt now.
Dr. Stanhope, what is it, sir?
I'm sorry, Briggs. Terribly sorry. But you've got only a few months to live.
A few months?
A year at the most.
Dr. Stanhope, you're sure?
Positive. My examination has been conclusive. It's your heart, Briggs. There's a severe weakness in the heart wall. An aneurysm, we call it.
A few months to live.
I'm sorry.
A few months walking a tightrope. Never know what moment will be the last. Waiting to die in your sleep, maybe. Wondering whether you'll drop dead in the street. Oh, Dr. Stanhope, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Well, for one thing, Briggs, I promise you there won't be any pain. I'll give you a special medicine for that. As for the few months of life you have, I would suggest that you live.
Live? How?
To the full, Briggs. Have the things you could never afford before. Wine, women, and song. Wear the best clothes, go to the theaters, the music halls. Live a lifetime in a few months.
Who's there? Who's in my room? No. No!
So they're holding you here at the police station? The charge of murdering Alicia Stanhope. Eh, Webb?
Yes, John. And believe me, I'm grateful that you should remember our old professional friendship and brought Mr. Holmes here to Cambridge.
Professor Webb, I must say that on the evidence it would appear that you are guilty and that we're wasting our time.
Holmes!
However, let us review the facts. Alicia Stanhope was found murdered in your home last night, while her husband, Dr. Stanhope, was presumably traveling on the continent.
Yes. Yes, that is true, Mr. Holmes. I had gone out for a long walk, and when I came home, she was there. The police believe... Well, they believe I stabbed her in an amorous quarrel. But they lie, I tell you, they lie!
I must confine myself to a healthy skepticism, my dear Professor. At least until I'm able to interrogate Dr. Stanhope, who I understand is hastening back to England from the continent. Come, Watson.
Yes, Holmes? Where?
To the home of Professor Webb here. The official police have not yet removed the body, and I should like to form my own conclusions. Observe, Watson. Alicia Stanhope was stabbed 3 times in the region of the heart. Doesn't that convey anything to you?
I cannot say it does.
Oh, come, man, you're being obtuse. It's like a signpost on an open road.
Holmes, you mean you know who the murderer is?
Not exactly, Watson, but I know who he is not.
Eh? But...
Observe again, my dear fellow. Although Alicia Stanhope was presumably stabbed on this couch, there's no sign of blood on the covering.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. The most peculiar phenomenon, Watson. Now, suppose we explore the garden adjacent to this room. Look, Watson. There are footprints here in the soil of the garden. Note how they go down into that steep gully and disappear in the underbrush.
Yes, Holmes. There seem to be 2 sets of footprints. One going toward the window, one moving away.
Quite. And they prove, Watson, that the killer carried the dead woman into Professor Webb's house and left her there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, my dear fellow. The tracks leading to the window are of a deeper imprint. Hence, the killer was carrying a heavy burden. On the return journey, as you see, the footprints are lighter. Therefore, he had been relieved of his burden.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Yes.
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
This gully proceeds in the rear of several houses along the street here. And I shouldn't be surprised if one of them belongs to Dr. Charles Stanhope.
Holmes, I hope you realize we're breaking and entering Dr. Stanhope's premises.
I cannot be concerned with legal quibbling now, Watson.
It's obvious now that Alicia Stanhope must have been murdered here, carried out to the garden, down along the gully, and from there into Professor Webb's house.
Rather a restless corpse, I must say. Oh, there seems to be a small servant room here.
Yes. It's been vacated very recently. Uh-huh.
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, the spoon on this shelf. It's covered with a light film of what seems to be some medical preparation. And it proves beyond all doubt that someone was here last night.
How'd you know that?
Because the film on the spoon is still fresh and damp. It hasn't had a chance to evaporate.
Someone's just come in.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
We might address the same question to you, sir.
Oh, you might, eh? But it just happens I am Dr. Charles Stanhope. And this is my house.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is certainly an exciting adventure. And what happened after that?
I shall be delighted to reveal the rest of the story to you, Mr. Harris, as soon as you've told our audience some pertinent facts regarding Clippercraft clothes.
You know, men, good style doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. You can be the best-dressed man in any crowd and stay within your budget when you buy Clippercraft clothes. A new spring Clippercraft worsted suit at $45 or a Clippercraft topcoat from $40 to $47.50 has the styling and the quality that you usually expect only in clothes that cost many dollars more. Now, that's because more than 1,200 friendly independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's amazing values possible. In Clippercraft clothes, you get all the quality workmanship traditional of New England. New England, the home of the famous Clipper ships, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. And Clippercraft clothes are sold by established businessmen whose business it is to give you honest value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the unfortunate valet.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. Dr. Stanhope had come into his house with his baggage, and he was stained with the dust of travel. But when we introduced ourselves, he immediately abandoned his idea of turning us over to the local police and became more tractable. He explained that he'd only just that moment returned from his trip to the continent, that he had not yet seen the body of his wife. But he was quite sure as to her murder.
It was Professor Webb, Mr. Holmes. Ashley Webb. He killed her. It couldn't have been anyone else. He was mad about her, wanted her to leave me, and he killed her when she refused.
Then, Dr. Stanhope, how does it happen that your wife, Alicia, was found at Professor Webb's house?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that he had some power over her. Blackmail, possibly. Perhaps Alicia had to go to his house. Perhaps she had no choice. I don't know.
I'm afraid, Dr. Stanhope, this affair will provide a holiday for the gossip mongers.
Dr. Stanhope, a question.
Yes?
Were there any servants on the premises while you were abroad?
Well, no. I did have a valet named Briggs, but he left my service a week ago.
May we ask why?
Well, he was in ill health, Dr. Watson. Very bad heart condition. A severe aneurysm, in fact. Poor fellow had only a few months to live.
I see. And where might we find this fellow Briggs?
I believe you can find him at the Carlton Hotel in London.
Well, Holmes, I confess I'm puzzled.
Indeed? Why, Watson?
Well, we telegraphed the customs at Dover, found that Dr. Stanhope did not pass through until this morning.
Yes?
Therefore, he couldn't have murdered his wife last night back in Cambridge. Well, I hate to say it, Holmes.
But you think Professor Webb might be guilty after all?
Well, yes.
Rubbish.
Eh?
A single glance at the corpse was sufficient to exonerate Professor Webb.
Yes, but how?
Remember, the killer plunged the blade into the victim's body 3 times in the area of the heart. But, Watson, consider that Webb is a professor of anatomy. If he were the assassin, he'd obviously know how to find the heart with one swift blow.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. But how can a valet live in splendor at a first-class hotel like the Carlton? And secondly, how could a man with a severe heart aneurysm carry a heavy body along a strenuous path, up and down a steep gully?
Yes, Elmer. More champagne, dearie.
Thank you, Jackie.
Nothing like
do.
the old bubbly, is there?
Right.
Ah, the old bubbly makes a man forget. That's what it does. Well, drink up, Selma. Drink up.
Oh, Briggsy, you're a real sporting gentleman.
Think so?
I should say, a real top. The suite at the Carlton and dinner and squab at the cafe and all the champagne there is.
And plenty more bubbly where that come from. All the champagne you can drink, dearie. You and me are going to do a lot of living, we are. You'll have pretty frocks, and we'll go to the races and the music halls and live like royalty. Go on, drink up for the bubbly.
Briggsy, someone's coming over to our table.
Who?
Well, I don't know, a couple of men.
I beg your pardon. Your name is Briggs?
That's right. And who may you be?
This is Dr. Watson, and my name is Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes? What do you want?
Briggs, we understand that you were valet to Dr. Charles Stanhope. As you no doubt know, his wife has been murdered. We should like to ask you a few questions.
Would you? Would you indeed? Well, I don't know nothing, see? I give up my post with the Stanhopes a week ago. And as for a nibs, good riddance, I says.
Now, look here, Briggs.
Watson.
Yes, sir?
Suppose we question this fellow another time. He seems to be in no condition to make sober answers at the moment.
Well, Holmes, we didn't seem to find out much from this Briggs fellow.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
What do you mean?
Our friend Briggs, my dear fellow, happens to be an ex-convict.
Eh? How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, Watson. The pallor of his face was characteristic of long confinement. And his hands proved the point even more.
His hands?
Yes, the kind of scarred hands any convict might acquire in the jute workshop of a prison. And speaking of prisons, Watson,
yes?
Our next step is to find which institution harbored Briggs as its guest. And after that, it would be most interesting to examine the fellow's medical record. Watson, look here. An interesting medical report. Very.
What do you mean?
According to the physician's report here at Newgate Prison, there's nothing wrong with Briggs's heart. Note, the report is marked excellent, and this is as recent as 6 months ago when Briggs was released.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, it does. You have the spoon we found in the servants' quarters at the Stanhope house? The spoon with a film of medicine on it?
Yes, I wrapped it in a piece of paper, put it in my pocket. But what now, Holmes?
Back to Baker Street. Back to Baker Street to conduct a chemical experiment. Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... You see this cloudy white precipitate?
Yes, I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. A slow, creeping, and malicious death. Quick, my dear fellow, get your hat. We must get to the Carlton Hotel at once.
The Carlton?
Precisely, to have another talk with a valet called Briggs. Well, Briggs, there's the evidence as I've related it to you. You murdered Alicia Stanhope at the instigation of her husband, Charles.
You still deny it, Briggs?
Deny it? No. Why should I? You got me dead to rights. And what do I care? I'm going to die anyway soon. I got a bad heart, I have. And I'll cheat the hangman's noose before it's time.
Briggs, I'm afraid you've been played for a fool.
Huh? Yes, your heart's in excellent condition. As strong as an ox.
That's a lie.
Not according to an examination given you by the Newgate prison physician not 6 months ago.
But, Dr. Stanhope, it's his diagnosis.
He duped you and deceived you, Briggs. He lied to you about your heart, bribed you with money, and used you as a tool. You thought that with a severe heart condition you had nothing to lose. But you were wrong.
Stanhope. So, he lied to me.
He lied.
You carried Alicia Stanhope's body from your house to Professor Webb's up and down a steep gully. A fatal effort for a man with your alleged condition. That led me to question the diagnosis from the start.
And I could have lived, a free man, without murder on my hands. And Stanhope, he even gave me medicine for my heart.
Exactly, but that medicine happened to be a slow and insidious poison, Briggs. Stanhope wanted to get rid of you after you'd done your work. And you would have died soon, just as he promised.
I see.
Holmes, look out! He's got a
Don't
revolver.
move, either of you. Don't try anything. You're not going to take me in. Not yet. Not until I keep an appointment with a certain gentleman. He just come to London from Cambridge. And I know you'll be glad to see me.
Oh, Briggs, Why, what on earth...
Hello, Stanhope.
What the devil? You're carrying a revolver.
You've got a bad heart, Briggs. Remember what you told me, Doctor? With a straight face, too, remember? I'm sorry, Briggs. It's bad news. You've got but a few months to live.
Now, Briggs...
You
listen.
lied to me. You cheated me. Made me kill for your dirty money. The £1,000 you gave me. And then you tried to poison me with your medicine. Didn't you, Doctor?
Now, wait a minute.
Hey, get away from that desk. Don't reach for that gun. But I still got time to send you to... I'll make sure of it. Remember, Doctor, you told me I didn't have long to live. You're right. You're right. But this time, it's better this way than dangling on the end of a rope.
Briggs! Briggs!
I saw him coming here, Watson. But those shots were...
Holmes. Good Lord. They're both dead.
Yes, Watson. We're too late. But note how justice has been done. They both have a bullet through the heart.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an unusual adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Oh, I almost forgot one thing.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
A subsequent investigation of Dr. Stanhope's background revealed that he was not entitled to practice medicine at all. He had cleverly kept this secret for many years.
I see. But now, what about next week's case, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the elusive agent. It concerns an interrupted honeymoon, the odor of a rare tobacco, and a strange new British invention which made a dramatic appearance during World War I.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. The Red Cross is always ready, always there. You too can act and help through the Red Cross 1949 Fund. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Mad Miners of Cardiff.
Hear that, Holmes? That crumbling noise?
Yes, Watson.
Well, this coal mine we're in may be collapsing, and we better hurry back to the lift.
Without discovering what awful thing has been driving the miners insane? Not a bit of it.
Yes, but listen. If we don't try to find the lift and return to the Earth's surface, there'll be just one consequence, Holmes. We'll be buried alive.
When you step out proudly in the Easter parade, dressed in your smart new Clipper Craft suit, no one will believe that you paid only $45 for it. But that's right, because now $45 is all you have to pay for a nationally famous Clipper Craft suit of carefully selected, tested worsted, of exceptionally fine tailoring, with a distinctive styling that sets Clipper Craft suits apart from any suits ordinarily sold at anywhere near this price. Now, here's how this is accomplished. More than 1,200 independent merchants get together and pool their tremendous buying power. That makes these low prices possible for Clipper Craft. So compare Clipper Craft clothes with clothes selling for many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in fabrics, such value in styling, such value in workmanship. In short, you get America's greatest clothing value when you buy Clipper Craft clothes. Dr. Watson, your memoir for this evening is entitled The Mad Miners of Cardiff. Cardiff is a city in Wales, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Harris. The very heart of one of the world's greatest coal mining centers. Our story begins one awful night at the mine owned by Mrs. Ann Powis. There were 2 lifts at the mine, huge iron cages operated by a chain winch that lowered the men down the shaft and into the winding, treacherous black tunnels below. One lift was rarely in use, since it dropped into a portion of the mine that was abandoned. It was there that the horror began to unfold. There stood Daniel Lowara, a veteran miner, covered with grime, his lamp still flickering in his hand, leaning on his pick and shovel. He had paused for a moment's rest on his way home this night, when he heard a sound. Strange, he thought. No one had used this lift in some time. This section of the mine had been picked clean and deserted as too dangerous, you see. Daniel walked slowly toward the mouth of the shaft.
Lad, it's you. What are you doing in this section of the mine?
It's God's justice, that's what. We're paying for it, we are. We've no right. We've no right.
Step off the cage, man. I've never seen you look like that. Can't you stand up? Here, I'll help you. Your eyes. I've never seen a man's eyes like that.
It's what I've seen. The saints preserve me, it's what I've seen.
Get hold of yourself, lad. A strong man like you, quivering. What did you see?
The thing. That's all you could call it. Down in the mine. I wish my eyes had been struck from my head before I saw it.
Try to make sense, lad. What's down the mine? What have you seen?
I've seen men's bodies crushed by the weight of coal. I've seen men dying of the lung sickness with the death rattle in their throats. But never this. Never this.
Tell me what happened.
If I told you what I saw, you'd be going out of your mind. It isn't right for human beings to know there is such a thing inside the earth. They'd kill themselves. I heard a noise at this end of the mine.
Go on.
I knew it was deserted.
Of course it is. Every beam is chalk marked unsafe. How could you?
I heard a noise. It was not a noise of this world.
Eh?
My canary was all right, alive and well, singing in its cage. And I knew there was no danger of gas. And then I saw it. You can't imagine what it is. It's Mother Nature striking back, that's what. It's the Earth's revenge. She's spewing out the secrets we never knew she held, and I've seen it. I've seen it.
Lad, no sight can do that to a man. Help! Someone! Lod's having a strange fit. Hurry, call the doctor! Call the doctor!
Lud, the miner, in a half-crazed state, was removed to the hospital. Then Daniel volunteered to descend the lift at the far end of the mine to learn what the unspeakable horror was below. When Daniel came up the lift...
Lud was right. Better I'd have been blind. A man's mind can't stand such a sight. In the name of mercy, make me unconscious. I mustn't think of it. But I couldn't think of anything else again. Ever. Not of life, nor of what we do in life. Just this. What is all I've ever known or know. Just what I've seen down in the mine.
Begging your pardon, Mrs. Powis.
Yes, Geoffrey.
I'm just one of your miners, Mrs. Powis. I've no right here in your house.
Oh, you're welcome, Geoffrey. I've told the men I keep the same rules my husband did before he died. My employees are always welcome. What can I do for you?
It's about this terrible thing in the mine. I know none of the men will work. I know you've tried everything. I know even the police won't go down to see what this devil of a thing is.
I won't accept any more volunteers, Geoffrey.
Oh, it isn't that, ma'am. It's... Well, I know you've troubles. The mine isn't worth a shilling now. I've some savings, ma'am.
Thank you. But I won't hear of it. I refuse to borrow, least of all from my own men. You've suffered, too, with the mine closed.
Oh, I knew a fine lady wouldn't borrow. I thought I'd buy the mine, ma'am.
But it isn't worth anything now.
I haven't much to offer. Precious little. But I might salvage the equipment, sell the land. I know you're desperate, ma'am. I wouldn't embarrass you. But you need a rest. You could at least go away. I was fond of your late husband. I want to help his widow. We men are fond of her, too.
I appreciate it, Geoffrey. But I shall try to keep the mine a bit longer. I must face it. This indescribable thing in the mine must be unmasked.
But how? You won't
Since
allow...
no one will descend the shaft and look at the site. I've one last hope, Geoffrey. He's an expert on the curious, the outlandish, on mysteries of this sort. He's in London. A Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mrs. Powis, you say 2 men became half-crazed looking at the spectacle in the mine?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Incredible. Can such things exist?
Lud and Daniel have been miners all their lives, Mr. Holmes. They're normally vigorous, healthy, and cool-headed. But I wasn't satisfied with their reactions.
What did you do?
I asked the mine doctor to go down the shaft and look.
And did he?
Yes, he did. And he came back up in the cage in a waxy, immobile state, without human response, as though alive, yet dead.
I see. Has he revived since?
Yes. The moment he was alone, he attempted suicide. We stopped him, fortunately.
In what condition are Lud and Daniel?
Well, Lud has left. He's gone to Edinburgh, where he's resting at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. He refuses to tell a soul what he's seen. Daniel is at home, feverish, fitful.
Have you completed your story, Mrs. Powis?
Yes, I have.
Then we must lose no time in reaching Cardiff and the enigma that lies in the mine. This is the lift that descends to the abandoned portion of the mine, Mrs. Powis?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. At the bottom of this shaft lies the thing that has driven 3 men mad.
Mrs. Powis! Mrs. Powis!
Yes, Geoffrey?
Daniel, he rose from his bed. They couldn't stop him. He's vanished.
Suppose you tell me the details. I've assumed command on this problem. I'm Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
Daniel's gone, Mr. Holmes. The town's in a state of alarm. Some folks say the evil at the bottom of the mine spirited him away. Some of the women are all for taking the children and fleeing to the hills.
What should we do, Mr. Holmes?
The answer is simple, Mrs. Powis.
Oh, Joe Holmes, have you the solution?
The path to the solution, Watson.
Well, what is it?
By the path before us, to that lift.
You're going down To see the thing?
Exactly.
There must be some other way, Mr. Holmes. You know what's happened to everyone who's seen it. You'll come up out of that shaft like the others, and you're my last hope. You'll be carried off that lift as though you'd seen Judgment Day.
That remains to be seen.
Why, you can't, sir. You mustn't risk your life, your sanity this way.
If you'll step aside, Geoffrey.
You'll not do this alone, Holmes. I shall see this through by your side.
This is not a calculated risk, Watson. This is an inconceivable horror beyond human calculation.
Whatever it is, Holmes, I shall go with you.
Mr. Holmes, please. I'd rather lose the mine.
The town itself is already alarmed, Mrs. Powers. We must face this.
I shall wait here, Mr. Holmes, and pray for you and Dr. Watson. Give them headlamps, Geoffrey, and a canary.
Certainly, ma'am. They're here by the shaft, the lamps. Just put these hats on. Mr. Holmes, so.
Thank you.
Dr. Watson.
Thank you.
The canary is in this cage. I'll take the cover off. As long as the canary seems well, you need not fear a gas leak. If the canary seems ill, if it dies, it'll warn you that poison gas is in the air.
Yes, quite. The gate, Watson. Close it.
Yes, right.
Now we shall look upon this thing below, whatever it is. Even if it's from the realm of another world, some monstrosity beyond man's limited imagination. Release lever, Watson.
Release lever. We're going down. The mark, Holmes. 10 feet. The mark. 20 feet. The mark. 30 feet.
Here's the way to get the most for your money when you buy a new spring outfit. Look for the Clippercraft label. Be sure of the Clippercraft label. You'll find it on new spring Clippercraft worsted suits for only $45, on all-wool covert cloth topcoats for $40, and on the Clippercraft all-wool gabardine topcoats for only $42.50. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th, and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham & Straus. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, we left you and Mr. Holmes dropping deep into the abandoned mine on the outskirts of Cardiff.
Yes, so you did, Mr. Harris. Holmes and I stood in the cage, bracing ourselves as we dropped down the black, musty shaft, prepared for what promised to be an intolerably awful sight.
We've almost reached bottom, Watson. Ready?
Yes. Ready, Holmes? Yeah, we're slowing down. Must be the bottom. Yes, here it comes.
Now, step off the lift. Keep an ear open for strange sounds. This is an abandoned area. A seam may crack and we'd be buried alive.
Where do we go, Holmes? Along this narrow tunnel?
Precisely. The light in our headlamps isn't very good, but it will suffice.
All right, go on, Holmes.
Hello?
What is it? What is it, Holmes?
Just ahead. A very strange object.
What does it look like?
It's against a beam. Turn your head, Watson, so the lamp in your hat lights the passage to the left. See?
Yes.
We'll have a closer look. Just move along. Foul air. The canary all right?
We'll see. Wait. Yes, this is all right. No poison gas in the air yet.
Good. Here we are. That object.
Why, it's a human body. A dead man.
From the description Mrs. Powers gave, I should say this is Daniel, the second miner to have witnessed the vision. The man Jeffrey said disappeared a while ago.
See his throat? Brutally strangled. But who could have done it, Holmes? How did this happen? You hear that? There's a crumbling noise.
Yes.
It might be a cave-in. Hadn't we better hurry back to the lift?
No, wait. Listen.
Well, come, Holmes. We must try to reach the lift and go to the surface. This mine may be collapsing here.
No, Watson, it isn't the mine.
Then what is it? The thing?
It was the other lift. Someone's approaching.
Someone's approaching?
Exactly, from the far end of this tunnel. I've been waiting for those footsteps.
Is this thing on human feet? Why have you been waiting for footsteps?
I've been waiting for the person you'll see standing before us in the passageway. It will be Jeffrey.
The miner?
Quite.
You found Daniel's body. I thought you would.
How did you get down here?
Via the other lift, Watson, at the working end of the mine, the one he's been using all along. Well, Jeffrey, I imagine you'll present the same offer to us that you made to Ludden, the doctor, and Daniel.
Offer, Holmes?
Well, you see, my dear Watson, there isn't anything in this abandoned mine. The ghastly sight, so-called, is a device, rather adroitly employed by Jeffrey.
My offer is very inviting, Mr. Holmes. You see, when I was down here just before this part of the mine was deserted, I located a new vein of coal, a rich vein. A vein that could make me, and all who helped me, millionaires.
Yes, so you decided to frighten everyone away, lest they discover it. At least to keep them away until you owned the mine.
I promised a share of the new vein to Ludd. He gave a fine performance, I thought. So did the doctor. I made an arrangement with him, too.
Not so splendid a performance, Jeffrey. He must have injected himself with drugs to appear waxy and immobile.
The story has worked well. It keeps the miners away. It makes the mine worthless.
Giving you the opportunity to purchase it from Mrs. Powys for a trivial sum.
She refused me, but she'll accept. Everyone comes round to my way of thinking.
Obviously, Daniel didn't. Evidently, he chose to return here for another secret rendezvous with you to demand a larger share. So you did away with him.
About my offer.
We'll make no agreements with murderers, sir.
My terms are that you will return to the surface. You will be as convincing a pair of actors as the others. You will rant and rave about what you've seen. You will, of course, say nothing of Daniel. You will collapse, seemingly hysterical. A few days in bed, then you recover.
That is one of the most desperate...
My terms are that you will swear like the others, never to describe what you have seen as long as you live. It is supposedly too hideous to repeat. In exchange for all this, 10% of the new vein.
And if we reject the offer?
Oh, I'm afraid there isn't much choice, Mr. Holmes. Listen.
But what is that hissing sound?
I tapped the spot where I knew a very small amount of coal gas would escape, Dr. Watson. It's filtering now into this tunnel.
I don't believe it. You're just trying to intimidate us.
Am I? Watch your canary, Doctor. Just watch. Watch.
The canary is dead.
Then extinguish your headlamp, Watson, instantly.
Yes, right.
I shall, too. And you, Jeffrey? Or will you risk creating an explosion?
I'll turn out my lamp. But as for an explosion, I suppose you believe me now. I've a box of matches, gentlemen. If I strike one, just one, it'll explode the gas. We will be blown to bits.
And we are to accept your offer, or you'll strike the match?
Oh, yes. If you return to the Earth's surface and reveal this, my life isn't worth living. I'd rather we all died here. And now, the gas will overcome us at any moment, with very little time. Here's the matchbox and the match. I'm ready to strike it. Do you accept my offer? Yes or no?
No.
You're sure you won't reconsider?
We will not reconsider.
I'll stand by that.
Just 1 second more and I strike the match.
Watson, I've got it! It's pitch black, but I've got his arms. Watson, the rope at his belt. Can you find it?
Yes, right you are. Hold him still now. It's so blasted dark here. Yes,
tie him up.
I've got him, Holmes.
Tie him up. I've got a simple jiu-jitsu that'll keep him still now.
If I can just find his wrist. There. And now the knot.
I can't move. Don't leave me here. The gas.
No, we shan't leave you, Jeffrey. We shall take you to the surface and turn you over to the police. Come on, Watson, along the passageway where we came. You find it with your hands?
Yes, I have it, Holmes.
Then go back. Now, after you, Jeffrey.
There's a small beam of light ahead. It must be the shaft.
That's it. That's the cage to the surface.
Yes, so it is. See, there's the lift.
All right, jump on, Watson. You too, Jeffrey.
I'll get on.
There we are.
It's as I feared, I guess. She always wins.
She?
The Earth. She's cursed, that's what. Her blessings aren't blessings at all. They carry a curse. The gold, the oil, the coal, the diamonds, all the riches of the soil. When we defy the soil and cut too deep, when we slash into our forests and slice the heart out of our mountains, she demands vengeance.
And she exacts her toll.
That is a lesson you should have learned earlier in the game, Geoffrey. The lever, Watson.
Yes, right, Holmes.
They called your friends the mad miners of Cardiff, Geoffrey. And in a sense, they were really mad. The cruel dream of power and wealth and glory, illicitly won. A dream not native to Cardiff, nor to these times.
By George, Holmes, I never thought we'd see the flat here at Baker Street again, eh?
Lack of confidence in my ability, Watson. Therefore, totally unjustified.
How did you know, Holmes, about there being no terrible sight at all in the mine?
Well, you see, the miner, Ludd, departed suddenly for Edinburgh and the Cosmopolitan Hotel, a very expensive hotel. Curious that a miner should do that, unless he'd suddenly received money. Mrs. Powers said Ludd was a miner all his life. Would he spend his little savings on a lavish excursion?
No, of course not. How did you know it would be Geoffrey in the mine?
Well, if you recall when Geoffrey ran up to us with Mrs. Powers at the lift.
Yes, I do.
Well, I observed a chalk mark on the back of his jacket. It was a portion of the symbols employed upon the beams in a mine. The chalk had come off a beam and soiled the jacket, though Geoffrey didn't notice. Although no one was supposed to be in the mine recently, Geoffrey had clearly returned from a visit paid just a few minutes before.
Oh, I see. Tell me, Holmes, about a sight that... Well, about some mysterious, unheard-of thing that would be so utterly awful it would drive the spectator instantly out of his mind. Are such things possible?
Is there any reason to believe they're not, Watson? Couldn't there be such a thing lurking around the next turn of the street? Or nearer, perhaps, at the corner of your hallway, or in the room next to where you're sitting now?
Dr. Watson, the Mad Miners of Cardiff was one of the most spine-tingling adventures you've ever related to us. You must tell us what sort of criminals we're to pursue with you and Mr. Holmes next week, Doctor.
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the case of the Burmese goddess. It concerns a strange legend, a man who lost his fingernail, and a peculiar auction sale.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley. Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Here's an important fact you probably don't know. It's possible to save up to 50% of all cancer cases if everyone takes proper and prompt action. Support the American Cancer Society. Send a generous contribution to cancer, care of your local post office tonight. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Burmese Goddess. This is I, Harris, speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Case of the Burmese Goddess.
Yes, Watson. This little jade goddess is an ancient relic of Burma, and its legend is as evil as its appearance.
Indeed? What is its legend, Holmes?
It's said that he who possesses this tiny goddess dies. But first he's forewarned by a strange death song, somewhat like the reedy melody used by snake charmers to...
Good Lord, Holmes! Listen!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. I presume you have one of your memoirs ready for us tonight?
Indeed I have. And this one, Mr. Harris, although taking place in our familiar haunts of London, had sinister and mysterious overtones from the Far East, which to a lesser man than Holmes might have defied analysis.
Well, what do you call this memoir, Dr. Watson?
Holmes and I always refer to it as the case of the Burmese goddess. And Mr. Harris, after our audience is properly informed about the merits of Clipper Craft clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this very unusual story.
One of the best investments you can make is a really fine suit of clothes. That's an investment that will help you socially, in business, and give you all-around lift. And you don't have to spend a fortune, because a Clipper Craft suit of finest material, designed and beautifully finished by master tailors, now costs you only $45. That's right, only $45. But don't let that moderate price fool you. Every Clipper Craft suit looks like it costs many, many dollars more. Here's the reason you get so much more in style, workmanship, and value in Clipper Craft clothes. More than 1,200 independent local merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clipper Craft values. But remember this, aside from the money you save, a new Clipper Craft suit will really do things for you. Put one on and see how it really hugs your neck, how it broadens your shoulders, slims your hips, gives you that keen, well-built look. So buy a nationally famous Clipper Craft suit. See what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the case of the Burmese goddess?
If my memory does not fail me, Mr. Harris, it took place in the summer of 1911. This was a time when England had consolidated her empire, and many of Britain roamed the far eastern domains in search of its ancient treasure. Among these was Sir John Brandywine, recently returned from Burma with a collection of priceless relics. He hadn't been in London an hour, however, when he received a strange visitor.
Sir John, my name is Daku. I had come a long way, indeed from my native land of Burma, for this interview.
Yes, and what is it you want, sir?
Some months ago, a sacred Burmese temple near Sitang was desecrated by vandals, robbed of its sacred relics. Among these was the jade goddess of Ema, the serpent goddess. Originally, there were two goddesses, the sisters of Ema, but one of them vanished centuries ago.
Yes, quite. And I have the only remaining goddess in my collection now.
Yes, Sir John. And I have come to purchase it from you and restore it to the temple.
I'm sorry, Daku, but the goddess of Amar is not for sale.
I am prepared to offer you a handsome sum, enough to keep you in luxury for the rest of your life.
I have no need of money, sir. And I repeat, the goddess of Amar is not for sale at any price.
I see. Sir John, no doubt you are aware of the old Burmese legend that he who possesses the goddess died, that he is first warned by the song of the serpent, and then...
Yes, I know the story. Pure nonsense and poppycock, of course. Doesn't frighten me.
In that case, there is nothing more I can say or do at the moment. Good night, Sir John.
Sir John Brandywine.
Yes?
My name is Bailey, Reginald Bailey. I am an art collector specializing in Oriental objects of art.
Well, Mr. Bailey?
A client of mine saw the goddess of Amar when you exhibited it briefly in Paris on your way to England here. He has commissioned me to purchase it for him.
My dear sir, you're the second prospective purchaser I've seen this evening. And I'll repeat to you what I said to the first. The goddess is not for sale.
My client is willing to pay £10,000, a generous offer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey.
Sir John, I'm afraid you're being stubborn. I've been a collector long enough to know that there is no such thing as a priceless item. Everything has its price, and if it is a question of money...
For the last time, sir, I shall try to make myself clear. I will not sell the idol at any price. And now, Mr. Bailey, good night. What? What's that devilish noise outside my window? No, it can't be. That confounded Burmese legend. It's absurd. I'll soon find out what this is all about. Who's down there in my garden? Good for you, speak up, or I'll... No. No!
So you think Sir John Brandywine was murdered because he possessed the serpent goddess of Amar, Holmes?
Obviously, Watson. His demise followed the legend to the letter. After he was lured to the window, he was struck by a blowgun missile soaked in deadly reptile venom, and he died almost instantly.
Oh, Joe, now all this makes it hard for a chap to believe he's living in the 20th century.
Yes, true, Watson, but Sir John's room was rifled in highly modern fashion. Fortunately, however, he had the foresight to lock the goddess and the remainder of his collection in a vault immediately after he arrived in London.
I wonder what became of the other goddess, Holmes, the one that vanished centuries ago.
I believe I can give you the answer to that, Watson.
You can? Who has it, Holmes?
I have.
What?
Yes, Watson. Oh, forgive me if it's one of the very few secrets I've kept from you these many years. Up to now, I saw no reason to mention it to anyone. You remember the adventure of the Rangoon Ruby?
Yes, indeed I do. That was some 10 years ago.
Yes. At the culmination of that affair, the Burmese potentate involved was very grateful for some slight service I'd rendered him, and he gave me the goddess. It seems that it had secretly been kept by his family for many generations.
But, Holmes, where is the goddess now?
Safely under lock and key in my tin box at Barclay's Bank. But the only other goddess of Amar in existence, that possessed by Sir John Brandywine, will soon see the light of day.
Eh? What do you mean?
Oh, I take it you haven't read the Morning Telegraph, Watson. It seems that Sir John's widow is auctioning off her deceased husband's entire Burmese collection tomorrow morning at Brandywine House on Berkeley Square.
Jove! Then in view of Sir John's strange death, it might be interesting to see who bids for the goddess of Amar.
Quite, Watson. And that is precisely why we shall attend the auction tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The next relic from the late Sir John Brandywine's famous Burmese collection is this tiny jade goddess, the famous serpent goddess of Amar, a rare collector's item indeed. I see a hand raised. Your name, sir?
Monsieur Pierre Levy.
And your bid, sir?
£50.
Holmes, that thin-faced Frenchman is doing the bidding.
Quite. He's the only one. The others are obviously afraid of the legend. Watson, note the condition of the fellow's hair and hands.
What about them?
Interesting.
Is there
Very.
another bid? Very well. I have £50. £50 once.
£100.
£100. I am bid £100.
£200.
300.
4.
5.
Holmes, what are you trying to do?
By the goddess, Watson, outbid this fellow Labille for reasons of my own.
Coming into her own. £500. Will someone offer 6?
6.
7.
£700. Will the gentleman in the rear row give me 8?
£800.
£1,000.
£1,000! 1,000 I have bid.
Holmes, the other chap stopped bidding. He's leaving the auction.
Yes, he is indeed, Watson. But we have a new and late arrival. Note the high-born Burmese gentleman hurrying through the door.
I have the 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, sold for £1,000.
Mr. Auctioneer, wait. My name is Daku, and I wish to bid.
I'm sorry, sir, but the Goddess of Amar has already been sold to the tall gentleman in the front row.
Someone's at the door, Watson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Reginald Bailey. I'm an art collector, Mr. Holmes, and a client of mine is interested in the Goddess of Amar you purchased at the auction this morning.
Well?
My representative, Monsieur Laville, foolishly allowed you to outbid him, thinking the price was too high. Well, I am interested in buying it now and am prepared to offer you a generous price.
How generous?
£10,000.
10,000? Holmes, that's 10 times what you paid for.
Yes, quite, Watson. But the Goddess of Amar is not for sale.
Mr. Holmes, you don't realize what you're saying.
On the contrary, I know perfectly well what I'm saying. I repeat, the Goddess is not for sale at any price. Now, Mr. Bailey, I bid you good night.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I can only say you'll regret your action. Good night.
Well, dash it, Holmes, you must be mad, turning down an offer like that.
Not at all, Watson. You recall the French gentleman who bid against me at the auction? You remember I referred to the condition of his hair and hands?
Yes.
The skin on the fellow's hands was desiccated and he'd lost his fingernails. Moreover, on certain areas of his head, he'd suffered a complete loss of hair.
Dash it, Holmes, what's all this got to do with the Burmese goddess?
It means, my dear fellow, that the jade figure I purchased is worth a fortune. It means that not one, but two mysterious parties want the goddess and will stop at nothing to get it. If I'm not mistaken, there may be a desperate attempt to kidnap the goddess tonight.
You choose your family doctor, lawyer, and banker because you have confidence in them. It's just as smart to choose the place where you buy your clothes for the same reason. Right now in your own city, a friendly, respected, independent merchant sells Clippercraft clothes. He believes and acts on the belief that you will appreciate the genuine savings he passes on to you. He doesn't sell dubious merchandise. His business is built four square on a firm foundation. Fine tailoring, outstanding style, value, and quality. Exceptional quality is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. That respected trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the case of the Burmese goddess.
So I was, Mr. Harris. Holmes did not explain his observations any further, and I did not press him. That night at Baker Street, I fell into a troubled and uneasy slumber, and my last recollection was of Holmes sitting in his easy chair, smoking his pipe, and facing the window. He seemed to be waiting for something, expecting something. And then...
Watson. Watson, wake up.
Holmes, what the deuce is there?
Listen.
Good Lord, Holmes, the warning song. The warning of death. That infernal legend, Holmes.
Wait. We have a visitor in the yard.
Well, confound it, let's go to the window.
No, stay away from the window, Watson.
Eh?
To approach and open it means certain death. We shall wait here in the dark and elude the trap they've set.
Who are they?
Obvious, Watson. They...
2 shots from outside our window.
Yes, something's happened which I did not foresee. Watson, take your revolver and follow me down to the yard, quickly.
There's a man here in the yard. He's been shot.
Yes. And look, there's a man. He's just run out of the shrubbery.
Hello there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Confound it, I missed him. He's right on the fence, Holmes. He's running down Baker Street.
Quick,
there.
after him.
The beggar was too fast for us, Holmes. He got away.
Yes, quite. But he's left us a souvenir in this corpse here. Right, let us examine the body. Aha!
What is it?
Identification papers, Watson. And note, they prove that this dead man is Inspector Paul Dubois of the French Sûreté.
Eh? What's a French police inspector got to do with a Burmese goddess, Holmes?
Everything, my dear fellow, everything. Remember, my competitive bidder at the auction was also French. Yes, the pieces of this remarkable puzzle are beginning to assemble themselves into a clear and precise pattern. And one moment, Watson.
Yes?
Observe this slip of paper on the dead man's body. Seems to be a torn piece of rather expensive stationery.
What of it?
On it are written the words Room 322 in red ink.
Well, Holmes, what does it mean?
It means that very soon, Watson, I shall have the answer to this whole riddle. Suppose you find the nearest constable and inform him of this affair. For the moment, I shall return to our flat upstairs.
Well, the police will be here presently. Good Lord, the place was a shambles.
Yes, Watson, our flat was quickly rifled by someone lurking on the premise.
And the idol, it's gone, it's stolen.
Quite. From now on, we must move with all possible speed.
What do we do first, Holmes?
First, we must make a telephone call to the prefect of police in Paris.
And after that?
Find room 322. And there we may discover the goddess.
Yes, but how are we going to do that, Holmes?
Obvious. The room number Inspector Dubois wrote down means that this is a hotel rendezvous. And from the expensive quality of the stationery, we may deduce that Dubois wrote down this number in some first-class hotel.
But, Holmes, London is full of first-class hotels.
Yes, true, Watson, true. But here is the salient fact. The room number was scrawled in red ink, a highly unusual procedure. It can only mean that this particular hotel ran out of blue ink.
In other words, if we can find a first-class hotel using red ink...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But come, we are wasting too much time in talk. We must resolve this affair quickly before the night's over, or it'll be too late.
Hello? Laville, this is Bailey. I'm down in the hotel lobby.
Ah, oui.
Did you get that goddess out of the Holmes flat?
Oui, well, he ran after you, Monsieur Bailey. I took it from his apartment. It is here on the table now. I have already broken the goddess from the lead base.
Be careful what you do, Laville.
Have no fear in these matters, monsieur. Am I not an expert?
Yes, but these Burmese devils are after that goddess too, Laville. They were outside Holmes' flat when I got rid of Inspector Dubois. I'll be right up and then we'll get out.
Oui, Monsieur Bailey. As for these Burmese natives, they do not know where we are. Monsieur Bailey.
What is it? What's the matter?
They are here. They've come for the goddess.
What?
The song, the death song. It is outside my window.
Laville, hide the lead base, you hear? Let them have the goddess. That's all they want.
Monsieur Bailey, there's someone at the window. On the fire escaping. No!
Laville! Laville! So, they got it. The Burmese devils, they got it. They took the goddess, but the base, yes, it's still here on the table. Oh, the Oriental fools didn't know. They left me a fortune. Now to get out. Canada, perhaps, Australia.
Or Newgate Prison, Mr. Bailey.
Holmes! Dr. Watson!
No, Bailey. Don't reach for that gun. As you see, I have my service revolver aimed straight at your head. I should not hesitate to use it at the slightest provocation.
Note, Watson, the dead man on the floor is Monsieur Laville, my competitor at the auction. And he suffered the same fate as Sir John Brandywine, the Burmese revenge.
Oh, yes. They've taken the goddess home.
Yes, and good riddance. Let them take it back to the sacred temple whence it was stolen. Our concern is with Mr. Bailey here.
How did you find me here?
A matter of routine investigation, my dear fellow. I shan't bore you with the details. And I wouldn't clutch that lead base so tightly if I were you. I believe you'll find it worthless.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's merely a solid block of lead. You see, my dear fellow, you purloined the wrong goddess.
What? Holmes, you mean you switched the figures? You took the goddess that you owned from the tin box at Barclays Bank and placed it in our flat?
Precisely, Watson.
And the goddess I purchased at the auction now rests quite safely in the custody of Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
You cheated me. You cheated me out of a fortune.
Quite.
What's all this about? What for?
Fortune in radium, Watson.
Radium?
Exactly. A grain of radium stolen from the Curie laboratories in Paris, hidden in the base of the goddess of Aymar, and thus smuggled into England.
Well, Holmes, now that we've delivered the smuggler Bailey to the authorities, would you mind telling me the course of your deduction? I must confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Well, the whole affair is really quite obvious. The Burmese motive to recover the goddess was simple enough, a sacred and religious quest. But it was at the auction, after observing La Ville, that a new element entered.
But how? How did you know?
The condition of the man's hands and hair. Loss of fingernails, desiccated appearance of skin, loss of patches of hair, symptomatic of work with radium. The fact that he was a Frenchman further heightened my suspicions.
Yes, but Holmes, I still don't see how...
La Ville, as I learned from the Paris prefect of police, was a worker in the Curie laboratory. He entered a conspiracy with this international thief Bailey to steal a grain of radium. The next problem was to smuggle it out of the country.
And so they concealed it in the goddess of Aymar, while Sir John Brandywine displayed his collection in Paris, eh?
Exactly. The lead base, of course, was a perfect carrier in which to hide the loot and get it past the customs and out of the country. They had planned to purchase the goddess from Sir John and then recover the radium. Their plans, however, went awry. Meanwhile, Inspector Dubois was hot on their trail, and they got rid of him.
And that, Holmes, closes this adventure.
Not quite, Watson. We are living in a new and dynamic age. I am a criminologist, not a seer, and yet I know that these radioactive substances hold the key to the future. And I cannot help but wonder if men will use them for good or evil.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure, sir.
Yes, indeed it was, Mr. Harris. It is, in fact, one of my favorite memoirs, and significant in the light of what is being done with radioactive substances today.
And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the golden pince-nez. It concerns an untidy rug, a box of Egyptian cigarettes, and a stab in the dark.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes, Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR, New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Golden Pince-NEZ.
Watson, keep your revolver at the ready.
But, Holmes, why?
The killer, my dear fellow, is here in this room with us.
What? Dash it, Holmes, what are you talking about?
Observe, Watson. The panel in this wall is loose. Suppose we open it to find what is revealed beyond.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Watson. I hope you have another one of your memoirs available for us tonight.
Indeed I have, Mr. Harris. Indeed I have. And it's a very singular adventure indeed. I might add here, it is one of my favorite memoirs, Mr. Harris, where the genius of my friend Holmes never shone more brilliantly.
And the name of this adventure, Doctor?
I shall always remember it as The Adventure of the Golden Pince-NEZ. And after you've taken a moment to remind our audience of the merits of Clipper Craft clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this amazing story.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe you've heard someone say, well, if I had his money, I could be well dressed too. But that's not necessarily so, because the amount of money you spend doesn't make you well dressed. It's what you buy, where you buy it, and how well it suits you. You can prove it to yourself. It's as easy as this. Just try on a Clipper Craft suit and see how well it looks on you. And you don't have to pay a fortune for Clipper Craft. A fine new Clipper Craft spring all-worsted suit costs you only $45. And at that moderate price of $45, you get the greatest dollar-for-dollar value in America because you benefit from the unique Clipper Craft plan by which more than 1,200 independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clipper Craft value, the finest materials, and the very latest in style and color made by master tailors. Yes, sir, a Clipper Craft suit at $45 is a great, great investment. So treat yourself to a Clipper Craft suit and see what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the Golden Pince-NEZ?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in the year 1894. And this time, Inspector Hopkins, Holmes's young protege at Scotland Yard, was involved. It began in Kent, at a great, gloomy house called Yoxley Old Place. Here lived a rheumatism-ridden scholar and professor named Coram, a strange and mysterious man. One night, the professor, hobbling about the house on his stick, surprised his secretary, Sergius, in his study.
Sergius.
Professor Coram.
What are you doing at that cabinet?
Why,
Trying to rob me, tampering with the lock when I came in, weren't you? I was a fool to trust you, sneak thief.
Professor Coram, I'm sorry.
Get away from that cabinet before I bash your head in with this stick.
Yes,
Now
sir.
leave this house. You're no longer my secretary. I'm giving you the sack, you hear, and if you ever come back to Yoxley Old Place, I'll kill you.
So he threatened to kill you, Sergius.
Yes, Anna. He gave me the sack and took on a new secretary, a Mr. Willoughby Smith.
Sergius, I must get into that locked cabinet in the study. I must. I will stop at nothing. Do you understand? And you must help me.
No, Anna, not I. I've taken an impression of the cabinet lock, and here's a floor plan of the house. This is as far as I shall go.
I see. So you are afraid.
Yes, Anna. I am afraid. I will have nothing more to do with this affair. This Professor Coram is mad, dangerous. To get in his way means death.
Very well, Smith. That is all the dictation I shall give you this evening. You may go.
Yes, Professor Coram. But before I go, I've something to tell you.
What is it?
I was in Chatham this afternoon. The greengrocer told me a woman, a stranger, was inquiring the way to the house here.
A woman? What woman? Did he describe her?
Why, yes. The greengrocer said she was a foreign-looking woman, sir. Black hair, tall, glasses, a tiny scar on her chin.
Then it's she. She's found me at last. One moment, Smith.
Yes, sir?
How do you know so much about this woman? How were you able to describe her so well?
Well, I told you the greengrocer...
That's a lie. She sent you here.
What?
You want what I have in that cabinet in my study. You're spying on
Professor
me.
Coram, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Smith. I'm afraid I misjudged you. Lost my temper for a moment. Forgive me?
Of course. Good night, sir.
Good night, Smith.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Yes, Susan?
Where are you going, sir, so late at night?
Into Professor Coram's study.
Well, Mr. Smith, I wouldn't do that. Indeed, I wouldn't. I've been the professor's housemaid for more than a year, and I can tell you, he doesn't like anyone in his study after dark.
I'm just going in to get a book, and the professor's in bed.
Maybe he is, and maybe he isn't. But mark my words, Mr. Smith. Don't go into the study.
Look here, Susan, suppose you go back to your room and stop giving me advice. I'm perfectly capable of managing my own affairs.
But, Mr.
Good
Smith...
night, Susan. Let's see. Where is that lamp? If I remember... Who's that? Who's there by the cabinet? Professor Coram, is it you? No, don't...
Well, Mr. Holmes, that's the entire story. This Professor Coram's secretary, Willoughby Smith, was found dead in the study. A sealing wax knife in his neck.
Interesting, my dear Inspector Hopkins, very. And as you say, the presence of a knife a considerable distance from the body would indicate murder, not suicide. This sealing wax knife was part of the equipment in the study?
Yes, sir. It always lay on the desk.
I see.
And other than that, Inspector Hopkins, you found nothing?
Nothing to put a finger on, Dr. Watson. That's why I returned from Kent in this beastly weather to consult you both here at Baker Street. Mr. Holmes, I need your help.
Yes, quite people who come to the end of their wits usually do. Now then, Hopkins, a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You examined the grounds?
I did.
What did you find?
A few faint impressions on the garden path. It must have been the killer. It was the only way to enter the house, since the front door was locked and bolted.
These footprints, Hopkins, were they coming or going?
I couldn't say for sure, sir. They were so faint.
Were they large or small?
I couldn't distinguish, Mr. Holmes. As I said, they were...
Oh, rubbish.
Holmes, what the deuce?
Oh, Hopkins, I'm disappointed in you. The faintest impressions in the earth, when viewed with open eyes, are enormously revealing. Now, in this pouring rain, they've no doubt been obliterated entirely. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Get your waterproof and your hat.
You mean we're going to...
Yes, quite. We're going to Yoxley Old Place in Kent. I believe there's a train for Chatham leaving Charing Cross in an hour.
Holmes, look here, along the garden path. There's a narrow border of grass along it, some 6 inches in width.
There is indeed, Watson. What of it?
Well, the killer could have trod this strip of grass in order to conceal his footprints. Perhaps that is why Hopkins saw nothing.
Oh, nonsense.
Eh?
Whoever entered the garden gate, Watson, and came along this path to enter the house had no intention of committing murder.
Well, how'd you know that?
Well, it's elementary, my dear fellow. A killer would have come armed with a weapon. But this assassin used a sealing wax knife snatched from the study desk. Hence, the murder was on the spur of the moment.
Yes, Joe Holmes, you're right.
Yes, quite. But now, Watson, let us join Hopkins in the study. My dear Hopkins, surely you're aware that the dead man, Willoughby Smith, has a pair of glasses clutched in his hands?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. They're his. He must have just taken them off when he was attacked.
Well, that makes sense, Holmes. They're just the type a secretary would wear. Pince-nez, black thread.
Oh, poppycock.
Eh?
Give me the glasses, Watson. Let me examine them by the light of the window.
Very well. Here you are, Holmes. Holmes, why the deuce are you trying them on? What can you find by...
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
These glasses tell a story indeed.
What story?
They belong to a woman. She's of good circumstance, a person well-dressed and refined. She has a thick nose, eyes set close together, a puckered forehead, peering expression,
and probably rounded shoulders.
Good Lord.
How the deuce do you know all that, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, it's obvious, Hopkins, obvious. The glasses are dainty and delicately constructed, hence a woman's. They're handsomely mounted in solid gold, hence the owner is a woman of means and probably fastidious in the rest of her apparel. The width of the bridge is wide, hence a broad nose. And yet the eyes are close together, since I have a narrow face and yet cannot focus my eyes through the lenses.
Yes, but Holmes, how do you know this mysterious woman has a peering expression, a puckered forehead, and rounded shoulders,
The lenses, Watson, the lenses, they're extremely strong, and since the woman is myopic or nearsighted, it's reasonable to suppose she possesses these characteristics. But come, let's leave this room.
Where to now, Holmes?
The corridor, Watson. The corridor leading to this room and the professor's bedroom. You may find it extremely revealing.
Well, seems to be an ordinary corridor to me.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I'm of a mind with Dr. Watson. Nothing seems amiss here.
Indeed? Use your eyes, Hopkins, use your eyes. Observe. This corridor between the garden door and the study is covered with a kind of coconut matting. So, too, is the hall leading to Professor Corum's bedroom. They're exactly similar in nature.
Is that significant, Holmes?
Very. It means that the killer never left this house.
What, Holmes? You mean the killer's here at this moment? Hiding somewhere, perhaps?
Precisely, Watson. And now, suppose we have a few words with this mysterious Professor Corum.
Here's some good common sense about men's suits. When you buy your new spring suit, don't deal in unknowns. Be sure to buy that new suit from a merchant you know and respect. And also be sure that it carries a label that merits your complete confidence. And that's exactly the sensible practice of thousands and thousands of well-dressed American men. They buy Clippercraft worsted suits at $45 from friendly, respected, independent merchants who give you real value not once in a while, but always. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. The trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Aberman Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the golden pince-nez.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes asked Inspector Hopkins to go to the kitchen and wait there with Susan, the housemaid, whom he proposed to interview later. Then Holmes and I entered Professor Corum's bedroom. Professor was lying in bed in a stifling fog of cigarette smoke. We introduced ourselves, and Corum greeted us cordially. Then he held out a cigarette box to us.
Cigarette, Dr. Watson?
No, thank you, Professor. Never touched...
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, by all means. I'm an avid cigarette smoker, my dear Professor.
Holmes, what the devil...
Watson, a light, if you please.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
These seem to be an unusual brand.
Oh, yes. They are a rare blend, sir. Do you like them, Mr. Holmes?
I do indeed. They're very mild, Professor. Now, about the murder of your secretary, Willoughby Smith.
Oh, yes, Smith, a great catastrophe. A fine young man, able and intelligent. The loss is paralyzing to my household. I shall miss him indeed.
And you have no idea who killed him or why?
No, Dr. Watson, I have not. Unfortunately, I knew very little of the young man.
He had no enemies that you were aware of?
Mr. Holmes, I do not pry into the personal affairs of my employer.
Yes, Watson?
Do you mind if I wait for you in the corridor? This room's so heavy with smoke.
Oh, not at all, my dear fellow. I have but one or two more questions to ask Professor Corum here, and I shall be out presently.
Ah, there you are, Holmes.
Yes, Watson.
What the deuce has happened to you, Holmes? Why did you tell Professor Coram you were a heavy cigarette smoker? I happen to know you never smoked one of those things in your life. Yet you were in there, puffing away for all you were worth.
I was indeed, my dear fellow. I had not one cigarette, but two. I found them both very helpful.
In what way?
I have high hopes that my new tobacco habit will help me catch a killer.
What? Holmes, perhaps I'm obtuse, but dash it, what the deuce has smoking cigarettes got to do with finding a killer?
All in good time, my dear fellow, all in good time. Suppose we have a talk now with the housemaid, Susan. Now then, Susan, what happened after you heard the scream?
Why, sir, I ran to the study, and there he was, poor Mr. Smith, lying on the floor. When I got to him, he opened his eyes for a moment before he died, poor lad. And he said something very peculiar.
Indeed? What did he say?
Well, it sounded funny-like, sir. He said, "The professor, it was she."
The professor? It was she?
Susan, why didn't you tell me this when I first questioned you?
Because I was afraid you'd think me balmy, Inspector Hopkins.
The professor, it was she. Well, I must say it makes no sense, the professor being a man and all.
On the contrary, my dear Hopkins, it's both a logical phrase and a legitimate observation. It is now clear...
Oh.
What's that bell, Susan?
Why, that's Professor Coram, sir, asking for his dinner. I'd better take it to him at once.
I see. By the cutlets you're bringing him on that tray, my dear Susan, I'd say the professor is a man of healthy appetite.
You're right there, Holmes. There's enough there for a longshoreman.
Susan, one more question. Is the professor a man of variable appetite?
Why, yes, sir. So it seems lately, sir. I must say his appetite has increased sharply.
Very good, Susan. You may take your tray in now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It's 1:00 now, Inspector Hopkins. We have only to wait an hour until 2.
Yes, Holmes? What will happen at 2?
Then, Watson, we shall talk to the professor again, and I shall produce the killer. Professor Coram, I hope that you don't resent this second intrusion, but there are 1 or 2 more questions I must ask.
Of course. Cigarette, Mr. Holmes.
No, thank you, not this time.
Now then, sir, what is it you wish to know? How can I help you solve this deplorable crime?
Oh, I've already solved it, sir. Indeed, I've already found the killer.
A remarkable statement, Mr. Holmes. A most remarkable statement. Just where is this killer?
Right here in this room.
Holmes, you mean the professor here?
I mean, Watson, that last night the professor here received a strange and unexpected visitor.
Oh, no, you don't, Mr. Holmes.
Holmes, he has a gun under his pillow there.
You'll never know the truth. Do you hear?
Give me that gun, Professor. Give it to me.
Holmes, thank heaven you managed to wrest the gun away and the shots went wild into the wall.
On the contrary, Watson, they almost reached their mark. You see, my dear fellow, the killer is in a recess behind that empty bookcase on the opposite wall.
What?
That's a lie, you hear, a lie.
Is it? Then suppose we see for ourselves. Note, Watson, this bookcase swings outward from the wall.
Good Lord.
So, you have found me.
Holmes, it's a woman. Just as you described her.
Exactly. The woman who killed Willoughby Smith.
I didn't mean to do it. I wanted the papers in the cabinet. I came to get them, and he walked into the room. It was dark, and he heard me, and then I seized the knife and...
Allow me to complete your story, madam. You struck Smith in the neck, dropped the knife, and ran. In the struggle, your victim snatched off your glasses, these golden pince-nez here.
Oh, you don't know what it is like to be half blind, have searched and searched.
In your myopic condition, and because the corridors appeared similar, you made a mistake. You ran into the professor's room here, instead of through the garden door.
Yes, I came for the papers. I had to have them. I had to.
What papers?
Anna, you fool, be quiet.
No, I shall not be quiet. It is you who are responsible, Anatole. Mr. Holmes, you must know the truth, the whole truth. This man is my husband.
Your husband?
Proceed, madam.
He is a Russian, not an Englishman. We were married in Kiev many years ago, and we were nihilists.
Revolutionists?
Yes, then trouble came, the Tsarist police. My husband here betrayed me to save his own skin. I was sent to Siberia, and he...
Silence, Anna!
No, I will go on. I met a man in Siberia. I fell in love with him. He's still there. I needed papers to procure his release. But my husband had them in the cabinet in his study.
And he would not give them to me out of malice and hatred.
Then why did he hide you when you came into the room here?
Because if I were found at large and arrested, he knew I would expose him. And I have friends who would cut his throat if they knew. That is why he hid me behind that bookcase, and for no other reason. But now what difference does it make? I have killed a man. I have killed a man, and I
Watson, she has a vial in her hand. Stop her.
Give it to the
Oh,
madam.
no. No,
Give it to me. There. That's it.
Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me take the poison?
Madam, it is more to your advantage, believe me, to stand before an English court and be judged. Here in our country, unlike yours, we do not subscribe to tyranny or verdict by decree. We have certain rights, and one of them is trial by jury. And in view of the nature of your deed and the motive behind it, there are certain extenuating circumstances. I'm afraid I cannot say the same for Professor Coram here.
I have done nothing, and I am not subject to arrest.
On the contrary, my dear Professor, you've shielded a murderer and a moment ago attempted murder yourself. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Suppose you admit Inspector Hopkins. He's waiting outside. Well, Watson, we shall be in London presently.
Holmes, how did you know this woman, Anna, hadn't escaped by the garden path?
Well, in order to do that, Watson, she would have had to run along the narrow border of grass to avoid leaving definite footprints. An impossible task, certainly, for a nearsighted person in the dead of night. Remember, Anna had lost her glasses.
Therefore, since Hopkins had reported no definite tracks, she had never left the house at all.
Exactly. And Professor Coram's voracious appetite indicated that two people were eating those cutlets, not one. Therefore, I suspected that she was hidden somewhere in his room. Then I noted that there was one section of bookcase built on hinges to swing loose.
But Holmes, what did the cigarettes you smoked have to do with it? You said they helped to find the woman.
They did indeed, Watson. I sprinkled the ashes on the carpet in front of the suspected bookcase. When we returned later, I noted that the pattern of the ashes on the carpet had been disturbed. That meant that our quarry had come out from her hiding place. You see, Watson, I may be a bachelor, but I know that any vain woman who has lost her glasses will go to almost any lengths to find them.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very interesting adventure indeed, sir.
Yes, Mr. Harris. As I said, it is my opinion that Holmes rose to sheer heights of brilliance on this occasion. And of course he gave the credit to young Hopkins of Scotland Yard. Holmes was the soul of generosity in these matters, you know.
Yes, Dr. Watson, I do know. And now, Doctor, what about next week's adventure?
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the blood-soaked wagon. It concerns a grotesque bonfire, a breathtaking chase across the countryside, and one of the strangest crises ever faced by the Royal Mint.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear Bill Henry on the news, which follows in a moment.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light?
It's light as leather.
Smart?
It's smart as leather.
And where?
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon.
Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Stand still, wait. That dart game.
What of it?
The stocky chap throwing the darts. I don't trust him. He's looking this way.
I see what you mean, Holmes. If he's working with the escaped murderer, he'll send a dart our way. A dart in a man's ear, penetrating to his brain, or a dart into the eye.
We must walk past him. Cautiously. Slowly, Watson.
He's staring at us. He's raising a dart. Terrifying expression on his face. Now he's going to throw it.
Here's some good advice about your new suit for this time of year. Be sure that your new suit for spring and summer is especially well tailored and comfortably fitted so that you look crisp and well dressed even in warm weather. And a suit like that does not have to cost a lot of money. You can buy a marvelous new spring suit, Clipper Craft designed and tailored of fine worsted, for only $45. And Clipper Craft suits in tropical weights for as little as $33.75 to $42.50. Now, men who know say that Clipper Craft clothes give you the greatest dollar value in America. When you buy Clipper Craft, you benefit from the unique Clipper Craft plan, by which more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power. They give you amazing savings, finest materials, and the work of master tailors. So if you wanted to look especially well-dressed this spring and summer, see what a fine new Clipper Craft suit can do for you. Well, Dr. Watson, you've entitled tonight's story, The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon. Why, it must have been a hideous spectacle.
It was, Mr. Harris. Began one awful night in the fall of 1899 on the outskirts of London. On a vast, desolate meadow, in the dead of night, a huge series of bonfires was blazing, surrounded by the silhouettes of armed men. Some men were shoveling what seemed to be piles of paper into the flames. Others stood about, revolvers at their sides. Holmes had invited me to meet him at the gateway to the meadow. Oh, Joe, why have you asked me to come out here at this hour? What is this weird ceremony?
I had no doubt you'd find it most intriguing, my dear Watson.
Yes, but what is it?
You know our British banknotes become dirty and mutilated from constant use.
Of course.
The Bank of England periodically calls in such currency and replaces the old banknotes with new issues. The old currency is then destroyed by fire.
Then what those men are shoveling into the fires is currency?
Exactly.
Astonishing. They're burning fortunes. But Holmes, why are you here?
The bank, Watson, foresighted as ever, realizes that this operation has its dangers. If anything were to go wrong, the financial stability of the empire would be gravely threatened. Therefore, they invited me to be present, stating that they'd feel more secure. Their sentiment was easily understood, and the invitation quickly accepted.
Fascinating operation.
This wagon before us, for instance, it's typical. 3 men on it. The driver and 2 guards, all armed.
Those others carrying the bundles from the wagon?
Well, they've removed the lower denomination bundles. The very highest value notes still remain in the wagon.
Yes, I see. They'll be extra cautious now, I imagine. You see, the driver's taken out his revolver. The guards are going to step down. Holmes, the driver shot the guards. It looks as if he's killed both of them.
Yes, Watson.
Good Lord, he's driving off! Stop him! Stop him!
All right, up, everybody. Get up, come after Robert. Get up. Let's go.
You other men, fire at that wagon.
The wagon, Holmes, but not the driver.
You must be after him, Watson.
The carriage I came in, Holmes. We can use that. It's over there. Come on.
Is the driver about?
I told him to wait. It's so difficult to find a cab out here. Yes, there he is. Driver, we want to follow that wagon.
Me, Governor? Drive my fine new carriage after that madman? Me drive after him so's we can all have our heads blown off?
Perhaps this will change your mind.
£5.
Yes, there's 5 more if we catch that wagon.
Ah, up aboard, gentlemen.
Quickly, man, quickly.
Right you are. Up. Get up! Get up!
But who can this fiendish murderer be, Holmes?
I have no idea, Watson, except that his name is Robert something. I distinctly heard him call to his horses, "Get up for Master Robert." Yes, Robert was clever. He knew it'd be black as pitch along this road. He's doused his wagon lights. Faster, driver, faster.
This is the best we can do, sir.
We must catch up with him. That insane criminal is racing across the countryside with 2 corpses and thousands of pounds of currency.
Can he dispose of the money, Holmes?
Indeed he can.
Yes, but how? The notes were recorded. A warning will be out.
Yes, just as in counterfeit currency. But it's impossible to prevent Roberts using it. Anywhere in the world, he can find countless persons who won't know that the currency is invalid. And it isn't counterfeit in manufacture, it's genuine.
I have in my service revolver, Holmes. What if we do find the blood-soaked wagon and its driver at the reins? How shall we seize him?
It will not be a struggle of physical objects, Watson. I shall do battle with my wits. Favorite weapon of your humble servant. We must do better, driver, in heaven's name. Look, Watson, there's an inn. See the sign?
Yes. Says the Dancing Lady.
There's the chance Roberts stopped here to water his horses. He couldn't have gone much farther. The beast would be exhausted. We shall stop and inquire.
Stop at the Dancing Lady, driver.
Yes, sir.
Well, perhaps Robert's hidden his wagon behind the inn, eh, Holmes? He might be stalking about with his revolver, waiting to dispose of anyone who's followed him.
Perhaps.
Hold up there. Whoa.
Wait here in front of the inn, driver.
Right, sir.
Step down, Watson. See the wagon anywhere?
No.
Precious few lights in the inn.
Foul looking. Building's half rotting away. Shall we go in?
By all means. Open the door.
Well, it's deserted. No sign of life. Except for the candles flickering by the bar.
The innkeeper must have heard our carriage. He'll be down.
Someone's coming down the stairs.
Maybe the innkeeper, but it may be Robert. Stand by that pillar, Watson, in the shadow, as I am. So we see him first. Shh. Wait. Wait.
Hello. Who's here?
You are the innkeeper?
So I am. What might be the idea of standing in the shadows? Trying to frighten a man to death?
I regret the necessity.
Well, I've no more room. Full up, bars closed. I'm tired.
We do not wish to utilize your facilities, sir. We are looking for someone who may have passed this way.
He answers to the name of Robert. He was driving a huge wagon with 4 horses.
I don't know anyone of that description. I don't mind other men's business. Even if I did know about this Robert, I'm not the one for tittle-tattle. Now, be off.
My gracious host, this is extremely serious. The man we're seeking is a thief and a murderer.
Then find him if that's your business. Tain't any of mine.
Might we look into your cellar? He may have taken refuge there without your knowing it.
Could he now? With the cellar door locked and the key here in my apron?
You might be concealing him there, and I shall report to Scotland Yard that you've impeded justice unless we're permitted in the cellar.
Very well, Mr. Pokeabout. Step this way. Here's a door.
Oh, step down first, Holmes.
Wait, stop, Watson.
What is it?
A board sticking up from the first step.
Why, I might have tripped on that. Fallen downstairs, struck my head.
And been killed, Watson, certainly.
Well, Mr. Innkeeper, was that an unfortunate accident, or did you arrange it?
Arrange it?
Robert couldn't have passed this in and bribed you to do away with us, could he?
Now, get out of here, or I'll take this.
A bread knife, Holmes. He's taken it from the table.
Now,
there.
get out, both of you. Or so help me.
I have no intention of leaving until we've seen that cellar.
All right. Then I'll just take that throat of yours and this knife and do what I promised to do. Night prowlers, eh? This knife's very sharp and will do the job nicely. Now we'll see how it cuts.
When you buy a new suit, remember, a good new suit is an important purchase, so don't take any chances. Be smart and buy that new suit from a trustworthy local merchant who wants to keep your trade by giving you the latest styles and the most for your money. In your neighborhood, there's an outstanding example of that kind of trustworthy service. The fine local store that sells famous Clippercraft clothes. Superbly designed Clippercraft all-worsted suits at only $45 and tropical weights from $33.75 to $42.50. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and sport jacket. The trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were caught with a furious innkeeper striding toward you with a bread knife while you lost precious moments in pursuit of the killer who'd run off with the blood-soaked wagon.
Yes, Mr. Harris? As that innkeeper drew closer and closer?
I told you. There's less likelihood of an accident, sir, if the knife were in my hand. Simple technique of jiu-jitsu. Take the knife, Watson. I'll force it from his hand.
Oh, my fingers! Yes, I have it, Holmes.
Excellent. Now, Mr. Innkeeper, if you'll step aside, we shall have a look at your cellar. Push this board aside.
I'll go down, Holmes.
Interlopers. That's what you are. I'll call the police.
I have an absolutely amazing faculty for remaining a considerable distance ahead of the police.
It's a very small cellar, Holmes. Empty. Just a few wine barrels here and some flour. No sign of Robert.
Come up then, Watson, quickly.
Brixton, that's where you belong. You two should be in Brixton prison.
To the carriage, Watson. We must continue along this road.
Yes, certainly.
Good night, Mr. Innkeeper. I return your knife with thanks for your dazzling hospitality.
All right, driver. We'll move along now.
Yes, sir.
Top speed, driver.
Top speed, Mr. Holmes.
Well, Robert may be very far away by now, Holmes. Out of our hands, free of justice. Prepared to flood the world with worthless currency.
Beg your pardon, gentlemen, but there's a crossroads up ahead.
By George, we won't know which fork Robert's taken.
We may, Watson. Look, on the road ahead.
The chap walking there?
Yes.
Miserable-looking creature. Vagabond, eh?
Pull up beside him, driver.
Up! Hold up! Whoa!
Hello there.
You call me?
Have you seen a large wagon with 4 horses go racing by?
Oh, no, not me. I didn't see nothing, so help me.
How long have you been in this vicinity?
Oh, a few hours. I was sleeping by that ditch. Tried to get a job with a circus down the road, but it weren't no use.
This wagon was driven by a criminal. Aiding him constitutes a serious offense.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing, honest.
Surely someone with a prison pallor as pronounced as yours is familiar with the law. Shall we escort you to the police as a suspect?
Oh, no.
Shall we examine your pockets, for instance, where we'd find currency? It would be a special type, I imagine. Faded, dirty, stolen by the driver of that wagon and presented to you as a bribe.
Well, all right. The bloke did pay me to keep quiet. It didn't worth the silly £5 note he slipped me. I won't risk going back to prison.
Good work, Holmes.
When did he pass here? Where's he gone?
Well, he was here about 10 minutes ago. Took the left fork of the road toward the village. Oh, you won't turn me in, will you? Be a kind soul, Governor.
No, we shan't turn you in. The left fork, driver, toward the village.
Well, we've passed the village, Holmes. Still can't find Robert. You know, look, Holmes, there.
Yes, Watson, his wagon. He's abandoned it by the road.
But stop!
No. The abandoned wagon's of no value. We must find the man. And since that traveling circus the vagabond mentioned is just ahead of us,
I'd say that Roberts left his wagon here and raced to the circus grounds. Pull up by that entrance to the circus, driver.
Righto, Mr. Holmes.
You will wait here by this main gate, driver.
I understand, Mr. Holmes.
Now, step down, Watson. Our man's somewhere at this circus.
Keep a sharp eye on that gate, driver. You may spot our man. Short, fat.
And carrying huge parcels, I'd say. Parcels of high-denomination currency.
I'll watch for him, Dr. Watson. If I see this Robert Sylvester, I'll whoop-halloo and hang on to him for dear life.
Splendid. Come along, Watson. There's the ticket booth.
Oh, beautiful bright lights, eh, Holmes? Oh, that queue. There's so many people.
I'll explain. We must pass through immediately.
Here, you two. To the end of the queue, if you don't mind.
Constable, I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson.
Yes, and I'm His Excellency, the Prime Minister. Now get along to the end of the queue.
Constable, a homicidal maniac has vanished with a fortune from the Royal Mint. He's somewhere inside these circus grounds.
Now, you shut up and wait your turn.
But I am Sherlock Holmes.
It so happens that I'm a very close friend of that great detective I am. Told everyone in the village about it. I helped him out on many a case.
Oh, you have you?
Constable, this gentleman standing before you with the pipe and the cape is Holmes.
Stay in line, you.
We're losing priceless time, Holmes.
Yes, confound it, that cashier of the ticket booth is very stupid and slow. Constable, did a short, stout chap pass into the fair a few minutes ago, probably carrying large parcels?
Yes, a friend of yours?
He's the criminal we're after.
Oh, yes, surely.
But it's all true, Constable. Won't you join us, break through this gate and pursue the murderer? Well, Constable?
Stay in line, I said.
If you won't allow us through instantly,
Wait, Holmes, the cashier's ready for us now.
At last. Two, please. Right, come, Watson. Let's search every booth, every tent.
Hadn't we better take the constable along?
That imbecile, what use would he be? Now, let's look for Robert. Very carefully, Watson. Remember, he's sporting a revolver and he's already killed 2 men. An additional 2 would mean nothing to him, nothing at all. Let's begin the search.
Well, no sign of Robert, Holmes.
We haven't inspected beyond the ground, Watson. Look there.
That woods?
Quite. He might have dashed into those woods.
Then let's try.
Wait.
What is it?
The dark game.
What of it?
We must pass it slowly. The stocky chap throwing the darts.
Aha, yes. He too might be in this with Robert, eh? If Robert's hiding in the woods, our dart-playing friend might send one our way, eh? Just one could easily be fatal. To the ear, to the brain.
Walk past him. Cautiously.
Bullseye. He's a dead shot.
Walk toward the woods and keep watching him.
Yes, I am. Just a few more steps. He'll be out of range. He's looking this way.
Never mind. Walk on.
He's raising a dart. Staring at us.
We're past his range. Now over the ropes, across the road to the woods. Run! It's not much light, Watson. Just the moon. Thick foliage. It's clearing ahead. I see water. Yes, there's the Thames.
Yes, there's the Thames.
All right, stand where you are, both of you.
You've led us a most intriguing chase, Robert, here to this river bank.
The chase is over. You're going to die now. Don't move.
You're waiting for a small boat, eh, Robert? With your dreams in those great parcels at your feet. The stolen currency. The boat will be headed across the river to fresh horses, I presume.
You won't live to spread an alarm, to announce my whereabouts. You're going to die, like the 2 guards. I still have my revolver, you see.
We must stop him, Holmes.
Oh, we have a moment, Watson. Robert must wait for the boat. And for his master.
His master?
What do you know of that?
A great deal. You must be joined by the man who devised this scheme. Your employer.
Who is it, Holmes? The innkeeper? The vagabond? Someone back at the meadow there? Someone we've never met, Holmes?
No, Watson. The head of this operation has been with us ever since this chase began.
He's what?
The man behind this criminal maneuver is the driver of our carriage, Watson.
Our driver?
He's not an ordinary carriage driver, however, not an ordinary criminal. This crime is the brainchild of the one man for whose prowess I have a certain degree of respect. The most dangerous man in England, Professor Moriarty.
You've again justified my faith in your powers of deduction, Holmes.
Pleasant to greet you by your correct name, Moriarty. I see you've dropped your disguise.
It's no longer necessary. Robert will now kill both of you.
I admit to having been deceived earlier, Moriarty, but you committed an error, too.
I did?
Oh, yes. As we left you at the carriage by the fair gate, you referred to this man as Robert Sylvester. No one mentioned or even knew this chap's last name, but you did. It meant that our driver had a direct connection with the escaped criminal. At the same moment, I realized that this was my first opportunity tonight to look at our driver closely, under the fair's bright lights which Watson admired.
And you saw through my disguise there?
Precisely. A superb idea. To be the carriage driver who brought Watson to the meadow. You could observe every effort to apprehend Robert.
Yes. An inspiration, I thought. One commits a crime, yet one is with the forces of law as they seek to solve the crime. A delightful experience for me. It appeased my appetite for new adventures in the world of evil. I see the lights of our boat approaching. Go on, Robert. You will kill Dr. Watson and Holmes. Now, empty your revolver into those two.
Yes, Professor.
Ready, Robert?
Ready, Professor.
I have always warned you, Holmes, that the ultimate triumph in our years of combat would be mine.
Oh, there you are. The constable from the circus.
Robert's gun, Watson.
Yes,
Yes.
I have it, Holmes.
No.
Stay where you are, Robert.
What on earth's this all about?
Moriarty, he's dashed back into the woods.
I'll ring him, Holmes. I missed him. He's gone. He dashed about those trees like a jackrabbit. Shall I offer him, Holmes?
No, Moriarty as a quarry is more elusive than your quickest animal.
Well, so you came to rescue us, eh, Constable?
Yeah, rescue you?
Yes. Now, there's our prisoner, Robert, with his stolen currency.
Stuff and nonsense. I came here to arrest you and your friend with the cape.
You what?
Cheating the poor cashier of his proper change, eh? She sent me after you. Took a while to find you, but the jig's up now.
I deliberately cheated the cashier, Watson. You may recall I noticed she was dull, easy prey. I knew we'd need a policeman to save us were we in trouble. I knew she'd send this lumbering woodenhead after us, probably the only way to come along.
Lumbering woodenhead, is it? You'll whistle a different tune at the village jail, you will.
Constable, don't you realize what's happened? Look at those parcels. Rip one open.
Why, there's a fortune in them.
Now, you can tell your friends the truth. You did work with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson, and you've helped us capture a thief and a killer. You've eliminated an awful threat to the economic stability of the empire. Do you believe us now?
Oh, I believe this fellow's a criminal, and that's stolen currency, and I've helped save the day. But as for him being Dr. Watson, and you're being Mr. Sherlock Holmes, oh, that's a likely story. A likely story indeed.
Dr. Watson, pursuing the blood-soaked wagon was an unforgettable experience.
Well, Mr. Harris, there are many such thrilling recollections of my adventures with Holmes. And one of the most surprising was the one I've selected for next week.
And what do you call it, Doctor?
It's the adventure of the three GARRIDEBS. It concerns one of the queerest wills ever fired. A butterfly collector and a gambler's duel to the death.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Three Garridebs. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes.
American Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Three GARRIDEBS.
Shall I pull up the blinds, let some sunlight into this awful room, Holmes?
No, Watson, we must have complete darkness.
Skulls on the table. Horrifying in these shadows. The ancient crumbling bones. Every sight here, every sound speaks of death.
Quiet, Watson, listen.
The front door's opening. I thought we were to be alone.
No, I'm expecting someone. Who? A professional murderer, Watson. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is he coming through that front door. The revolver ready?
Ready.
Now, Watson.
If you want to look your best this summer, take no chances on the kind of suit you buy for warm weather wear. Be sure it's light and cool, but be doubly sure that it's so smartly tailored, so perfectly fitted, that you never look heat-crumpled. Only expert tailoring can assure that. The kind of master tailoring you get in fine Clippercraft suits. And they don't cost you a lot of money. You can buy a Clippercraft summer suit of tropical weight for as little as $33.75 to $42.50. And for that moderate price, you get a suit that will be envied by men who usually pay more, much more. You save all that money through the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. A Clippercraft spring and summer suit will help you face the summer with the confidence that goes with perfect grooming. Dr. Watson, your memoir tonight is entitled The Adventure of the Three GARRIDEBS. Well, what in the world is a GARRIDEB?
Why, that's a gentleman's name, Mr. Harris. And the peculiarity of the name, Mr. Harris, has a great deal to do with our story. Holmes once said about this story that he didn't think in all our explorations of human complexities we had ever come upon anything more singular. It was January 1895. On Waterloo Road at a gaming club, two men were playing cards.
No, you don't, Evans. That's not the card you buried in the deck.
It certainly is, Prescott.
You didn't show the 6 of clubs. You showed the 4 of diamonds. I've been playing blackjack too long to be careless about such details.
I said I showed the 4.
You're a rotten double-dealing faker.
Why, you cheap, dirty-mouthed
You
tramp.
must have been cheating all along. I want my money back, every bit of it. And I want it now. Also, help me, I'll break your neck.
You know I played fair. You just want your money because you can't stand losing.
Give me that money.
I'll give you this. So you carry a gun, Prescott, huh? Well, if you like fireworks...
Following that exchange of shots, Roger Prescott died, and his gambling partner, Killer Evans, who'd been quicker at the draw, served 6 years in prison. It was a short sentence because he proved Prescott drew a revolver first and that he had shot in self-defense. After his term was over, Evans disappeared, into the dim, fog-bound world of men released from prison. One morning in late June of 1902, I was present when Holmes had an odd visitor at the flat on Baker Street. It was this first seemingly pleasant visit that was to lead us to the discovery of a great crime.
Mr. Holmes, pray sit down, sir. You are, of course, Mr. John Garrideb. May I present my colleague, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir?
Garrideb?
As for your problem, sir, your friend, Mr. Nathan Garrideb, has already invited me to be of assistance.
Yeah, so he told me. That's why I've come.
Nathan Garrideb? And you're John Garrideb? Brothers, perhaps, eh?
No, they're not brothers, Watson. No doubt John here will explain. It concerns this document in my hand.
Oh, Nathan sent that, did he?
He did, but with precious little explanation. If we might have a clear account from you...
In the presence
of Watson, certainly. We usually work together.
Well, years ago in the United States, there was a man named Alexander Garrideb.
A third Garrideb? Really, I'm rather confused about this.
It's simple, Doctor. Alexander Garrideb made his money in real estate. He bought land along the Arkansas River. He became fabulously wealthy, but he'd no relatives. And he developed a strange mental quirk.
Which was?
Well, he took a kind of pride in the queerness of his name. Garrideb. I had a law practice then in Topeka, and there we met.
I imagine he took a liking to you, since your name was also Garrideb.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. His pet fad seemed to be to find out if there were any other Garridebs in the world. In fact, when he died, he left a very queer will.
The document I have in my hand.
That's it. You see, his property was divided into 3 parts. I was to have 1, provided 2 other Garridebs were found to share the remainder.
Well, is it a considerable sum?
$5 million to each man.
Fantastic.
Yes. And since the sum was so gigantic, I set aside my practice to find 2 more gentlemen named Garrideb. There isn't one in the United States, so I tried England.
And here in London you found a Mr. Nathan Garrideb, my client.
2 days ago, at 136 Little Ryder Street. I located him with the London telephone directory.
Well, you're very fortunate. Does he have relatives?
No, none. And the will states that all 3 Garridebs must be adult males.
Whimsical, eh, Watson? Mr. Garrideb, have you tried advertising in the agony columns of the newspapers?
Yes, I have. No replies.
It's a most curious little problem. Oh, by the way, you mentioned having come from Topeka. I had a correspondent there once, who's dead now, old Dr. Lysander Starr, who was mayor in 1890.
Oh, yes, a wonderful chap. I knew him intimately.
Really?
Intimately. Well, Mr. Holmes, we must find a 3rd man named Garrideb somewhere in the globe, or lose millions. We depend upon you, sir.
As well you may. I shall communicate any new developments to you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Well, Watson, I haven't indulged in such a conversation for a long, long time.
What do you mean?
I mean that everything Mr. John Garrideb said here in this flat just now was a lie. What? Every word a lie.
Why?
A brightly colored camouflage, Watson. Very deceiving. But underneath it, I wonder what hideous crime.
Dash it all, Holmes. I've permitted you to smoke your pipe and meditate long enough.
Your faculty of keeping silent at the proper moments, my dear Watson, is one of the most impressive recommendations as a companion.
Oh, thank you, Holmes. Thank you. Well, tell me, why did you say John Garrideb died?
His English coat was frayed at the elbow and his trousers bagged at the knee with a year's wear. And yet he claims to be a provincial American recently landed in London.
Aha!
He placed no advertisements in the agony columns. You know I miss nothing there.
Yes, do go on, Holmes.
There isn't any Dr. Starr in Topeka. I invented the old codger.
I see. But John claimed to have been his close friend.
Precisely. Touch our Mr. John Garrideb where you will, he's false.
How do we arrive at the truth, Holmes?
By visiting the other Garrideb, Nathan, at Little Ryder Street, as quickly as a carriage will take us. This is Nathan Garrideb's residence, Watson.
Yes, I'll ring Holmes.
We begin on firm ground. Nathan Garrideb is indeed this gentleman's real name.
How could you know that, Holmes? Before we've even met.
Observe, Watson, the brass nameplate by the door, especially its discolored surface. Up some years.
Oh, yes, of course. Now that you've pointed out.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Nathan Garrideb, I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, do come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
This way, gentlemen. This way.
Fascinating room, sir.
Do you find it so?
I'm very proud of my collection.
Yes, incredible number of cupboards and cabinets.
That's my butterfly collection where you're standing, Doctor. In this case, gentlemen, my ancient coins. In that cabinet, the skulls of prehistoric men, flint instruments, early weapons.
Dare say I've never seen so singular a collection.
My doctor lectures me about never going out. But why should I, when there's so much to hold me here?
You never go out?
Very seldom, Mr. Holmes. I'm not too strong. My research is very absorbing. You may well imagine what a terrific shock, pleasant but terrific it was, when I learned of the will and my good fortune. If we find just one more man named GARRIDEBS, each of us receives $5 million.
Yes. Have you any specific plans for spending the money?
Oh, I shall spend it enriching my collection.
Tell me, when did John GARRIDEBS first speak to you?
Last Tuesday.
Did he ask for money?
No.
Do you know of any ulterior motive he might have?
None.
You told him we were coming here today.
I did.
Holmes, what are you driving at?
Have you any articles of great value in this collection?
Oh, it's a good collection, but not very valuable.
I see. How long have you been in these rooms?
Nearly 5 years. Now I see. You imagine I'm not mentally well. You see my collections, my fossils, bones, my skulls, my dusty room. You're suspicious. You picture me as a child, locked forever in a room with his toys. That is what you two gentlemen are thinking. I know. And you're saying to yourselves he's insane. What's he up to? Is he scheming with this John GARRIDEBS? Why, does every sight and every sound in this room speak of death?
Here's a friendly message from the fine independent merchants who serve you with Clippercraft clothes. They say, come in soon and have first choice of their outstanding summer suits. Come in soon before the sudden heat wave creates a buying rush. They want to give you the very best in service, in selection, and in alterations that may be necessary. They want your new Clippercraft suit to be an advertisement of your good judgment in clothes. And you certainly display good judgment when you buy from the fine local store that sells famous Clippercraft suits at only $45. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and sport jacket, the trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram & Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were visiting old Mr. Nathan GARRIDEBS at his very frightening rooms.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And GARRIDEBS had a wild gleam in his eye as he ranted on about himself and about how suspicious he thought we were.
You've exaggerated our viewpoint, Nathan GARRIDEBS.
Have I? I hope so. I hope you trust me. Actually, I'm a gentle and very innocent and rather exhausted old man. Now, who might that be?
I have it.
Well, Mr. John GARRIDEBS,
Mr. Holmes, I've found the third man.
Have you really?
I hoped you'd be here, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, to hear the good news. Look.
Well, where is the third man? Who is he? How'd you find him?
This newspaper.
May I examine it?
$5 million. Each of us collects $5 million.
What's in that newspaper? May I see?
I've made inquiries in Birmingham. My agent there sent me this advertisement from a local paper. Read it.
Let me see.
Howard GARRIDEBS, constructor of agricultural machinery, binders, plows, farmers' carts, buckboards, other appliances. Estimates for artesian wells. Apply Grosvenor Buildings, Aston. You see? Another man named Garrity.
Glorious! Glorious! I'm rich. My collection will be the most magnificent in all history.
Now we must see this thing through. I've written to this Howard Garrideb and told him that you, Nathan, will see him at his office in Birmingham tomorrow afternoon.
You want me to see him, John?
Well, wouldn't it be wise, Mr. Holmes? I'm sort of, really a nondescript American, but Nathan here is a Britisher with solid references. Look here, Nathan. All you must do is see the man, explain about the will, and get an affidavit of his existence.
Oh, dear. I must leave this room. I haven't been out in years.
Yes, but you can be at Birmingham in a little over 2 hours, and I could follow you if there's any trouble.
I'm not used to travel. I just know my room. The world outside is another world. I'd be confused, afraid.
I would urge you to go, Mr. Nathan.
You would, Mr. Holmes?
But the poor chap is elderly and infirm, Holmes.
I believe the journey might be good for him, eh, John Garrideb?
Oh, without a doubt. Look here, Nathan. I've come all the way from America, so it's little enough to ask you to go 100 miles so as we might collect $5 million.
Will you go to Birmingham, Mr. Nathan?
Yes. I'll go.
Fine. I'll call tomorrow and see you off to Birmingham. Good night, gentlemen. A joyful good night.
Mr. Garrideb.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I should like to examine your collection more closely.
I could take you around now if you have time.
Unfortunately, I have not. But while you're away tomorrow, would you object to my visiting these quarters?
Oh, not at all. Mrs. Saunders in the basement will let you in with her key.
Excellent. Oh, by the way, who is your house agent?
Is house agent Holmes?
Holloway and Steele in the Edgware Road. But why?
I was wondering if this house was Queen Anne or Georgian.
Oh, Georgian, beyond doubt.
Really, I should have thought it a little earlier. However, goodbye, Mr. Garrideb, and may you have every success in Birmingham.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And Dr. Watson. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Well, it's astonishing they found the third man for the will, eh, Holmes?
Is it, Watson? Did you notice nothing curious about the advertisement John Garrideb showed us in that newspaper?
Jove, yes, I did. The word plough was misspelled.
Yes, P-L-O-W, but we spell it P-L-O-U-G-H. It was bad English, but good American. Then the buckboards. That is American also. And artesian wells are commoner with them than with us. It's a typical American advertisement, but supposedly from an English firm. What do you make of that?
Well, this same liar, this John Garrideb, inserted the advertisement himself. Yes, but then there isn't any Howard Garrideb in Birmingham at all.
Quite.
Nathan's off on a futile trip, Holmes.
Precisely. I permitted him to go ahead, though. Deliberately.
But why? Why, Holmes?
You'll see, Watson. You'll see.
Holmes, where were you all morning?
I must warn you, Watson, I have more information. It points to an even greater menace than I thought. If you don't wish to continue...
I shall see this through at your side, Holmes.
Very well. I have identified this John Garrideb.
Who is it?
He is Killer Evans of sinister and murderous reputation.
Killer Evans?
Yes, I've seen Lestrade at Scotland Yard. I found this John Garrideb's face in the Rogues Gallery. He's a native of Chicago. Shot 3 men in the States. He escaped through political influence. Came to London in 1893, shot a 4th man over cards in a gaming club at Waterloo Road in January 1895.
A bloodthirsty madman.
The man he killed at the gaming club was a Roger Prescott.
Yes?
I've also been to the house agents, Watson. Nathan Garrideb's weird quarters were occupied before, by him, by a man who answers the late Prescott's description.
I see. John Garrideb murdered the man who once lived in Nathan's quarters. And the next link?
Take this revolver, Watson. This afternoon, as I arranged with Nathan Garrideb, we shall ask his housekeeper to admit us to his room. And there, Watson, we shall learn the terrible secret of the 3 Garridebs.
Shall I pull up the blinds? Allow some sunlight in, Holmes? This room of Nathan's so dark.
No, Watson.
Skulls. Horrifying. The shadows. Ancient crumbling bones here. This whole place, you know, so musty, as the air of a graveyard. Why have you told me to be quiet? Why don't you look about?
Because I'm expecting someone.
Who?
John Garrideb, alias Killer Evans.
Well, how do you know he'll come? Why should he?
Watson, the whole of this story about the 3 GARRIDEBS, the will, the $5 million they'd inherit, is an invention. An invention of the killers.
An invention?
Yes.
There isn't any Alexander Garrideb who died and left such a will?
There is not. John has woven his plot with remarkable cunning.
But what did he want?
That is what we're here to find out. There's nothing whatever to do with Nathan. This will was a device to send Nathan to Birmingham. John required such a device. Nathan was a fanatic about never leaving this room.
But what's in this room?
At first, I thought Nathan might have something valuable in his collection, something worth the attention of a criminal like John. The fact that Prescott, the gambler, lived here years ago points to a deeper reason.
Wait, hear that? Yes, it's a key. Someone's at the front door.
Quickly, let's hide behind that cupboard at the end of the room.
Yes, right you are.
Revolver ready?
Yes, ready.
Shh. The front door's opening.
It's John Garrett.
Yes. Watch him.
Just push the table to one side. Pull back the carpet. Now he's using a tool to pry up the boards of the floor. He's lit a candle. Holmes, there's a trap door under that carpet. It leads to something below there. Garrideb's going down.
Now Watson will seize him. Pleasant to see you again, Mr. Garrideb.
Holmes! If you look just behind you, you'll see that my revolver is pointed directly at your head.
I believe it might be more accurate were we to dispense with your fictitious name and address you as Killer Evans.
Well, I guess you've been too much for me, Holmes, eh? Has played me for a sucker from the very beginning. I've got to hand it to you. Of course, I've looked into the business end of a revolver before, and what I always do is...
I thought...
I have him, Watson. Struck him with my pistol. You hurt?
No, it's nothing, Holmes. Just a mere scratch. Look down there, Holmes. Through the trap door, beneath this room. There's machinery, papers, and bottles. Stacks of money there.
Yes, Watson. A printing press. This is a counterfeiter's outfit.
Just a moment. John's trying to speak. There's blood pouring over his face. He's trying to speak.
That's stuff down there. Oh, my head. That belonged to the greatest counterfeiter London ever saw. To Roger Prescott. No living man could tell a Prescott note from a bank of England.
Prescott, the man you killed in the gambling duel.
Yes. Let's make a deal. Those bundles of money. Prescott made them. They're perfect. Fit to pass anywhere. Worth a fortune. Take them. Let me beat it.
Not a bit of it. We're turning you over to Scotland Yard.
I was the only one who knew where Prescott made the notes. Oh, my head. I had to get Nathan Garrett out. That crazy bug hunter with a queer name living here on top of us, never knowing it. Dreaming of all the money in the world. When it was right beneath the dirty floorboards he walked on all night. Take the money. Let me go, please. I've done nothing, please.
Aside from a charge of attempted murder, sir, I'm quite sure that Scotland Yard has a formidable list of other subjects to discuss with you. Please give the Yard a call, Watson.
Yes, sir.
Tell them we have our prisoner, John Garrideb of Chicago. There's some doubt as to their familiarity with the name. And tell them the name of his captor, Sherlock Holmes of Baker Street. About the impact of that name, there's no doubt at all.
Well, Dr. Watson, what became of Nathan Garrideb?
Well, Mr. Harris, he never got over the shock of his broken dreams. When his castle in the air tumbled down, it buried him beneath the ruins. He was last heard of at a nursing home in Brixton.
And Killer Evans, Doctor?
Well, the bird was returned to his roost at the penitentiary.
I'm sure, Doctor, you've an equally thrilling adventure planned for us next week.
A breathtaking adventure it is indeed, Mr. Harris. I have given it the title, The Adventure of the Grey Pasha. It concerns a Derby favorite, a broken roof, and a trail of peculiar footprints.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Grey Pasha. This is I. Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Grey Pasha.
Whoa, Grey Pasha, whoa. Holmes, perhaps we'd better leave the store. This horse seems on edge tonight.
Yes, in a moment. But first I must... Watson, we have a visitor coming through the paddock gate with a lantern.
Yes. The visitor Grey Pasha doesn't like.
Look out, Watson. The animal's gone mad. He's trying to trample us to death.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Hard at work tonight?
Yes, I've just finished a rather remarkable memoir, Mr. Harris. It happens to be one of my favorites. And this time that word is apropos. In short, Mr. Harris, this particular adventure concerns the sport of kings.
Well, horses, eh?
More particularly, a horse, Mr. Harris. And after you've shown our audience why Clippercraft clothes should be the favorite of discerning men at any odds, I shall be glad to relate the story. And I'll wager it'll hold you on the edge of your seat, right down to the finish.
I'm sure it will, Doctor. It goes without saying that you'll be cooler in a specially designed summer-weight Clippercraft suit. But you have another great satisfaction. People will remark how cool you look. That's right, you feel better and look better in your new Clippercraft suit because Master Tailoring assures you that this suit won't creep up or crawl or turn into a mass of ugly wrinkles. That special smartness, that wonderful cool look, won't cost you a lot of money either, because you can buy a tropical weight Clippercraft suit for only $33.75 to $42.50. You get a better suit and save money through the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. So common sense says, be sure your summer suit is a cool Clippercraft. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the Grey Pasha?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in the spring of 1897, a few days before the classic Derby race at Epsom Downs. The odds-on favorite that year was a horse named Grey Pasha, owned by Lord and Lady Kempton. And the second favorite was Roulette, owned by a clubman and man about town named Alex Brand. Lord Kempton and Brand hated each other mortally, and London gossip whispered that Lady Kempton was the reason. Then one night in a London club, the two men gambled at cards. Lord Kempton lost heavily, and finally...
Well, Brand, you've cleaned me out. You hold my IOUs for everything I owe.
Oh, not everything, Lord Kempton. You still have one asset I should like to possess.
My wife, no doubt.
You forget your manners, my dear sir. Gentlemen do not bandy a lady's name over a gambling table.
Why, you oily swine, are you trying to teach me...
I'm trying to tell you that I'm interested in your racehorse, Grey Pasha. You bought him from me as a colt. Now I should like to buy him back. I'll cut the cards for him, Lord Kempton.
What do you take me for, Brand? A fool? You think I'd gamble away the Derby favourite? The greatest racehorse that ever lived? With Albert Moylan, the finest jockey in England, riding him, he'll throw dust in the face of that horse of yours, Roulette.
Perhaps. But what about these IOUs, your lordship?
After Grey Pasha wins the Derby, Brand, you'll get your money. Every dirty shilling of it.
Good boy, Pasha. Good run, lad. All right, Charlie. Take him, will you?
All right, Albert.
Now, make sure you give him a good rub down.
Oh, hello, Moylan.
Mr. Brand, who'd expect to... Mr. Brand, what are you doing here? If Lord Kempton finds you're about his training grounds...
Don't worry about his lordship, Moylan. I expect to own his estate here right after the Derby. That was a good ride you gave Grey Pasha just now.
Oh, we'll do fine in the Derby, I expect.
Suppose you don't do so well in the Derby run, Moylan.
What do you mean?
I mean, my horse Roulette can win if Grey Pasha doesn't. Naturally, I expect to pay for any small services you might render, and pay liberally. Shall we say £1,000?
Not for 10,000, Mr. Brand. You can't bribe me. I've worn his lordship's colours for 5 years, fair and honest, and I ain't going to sell him out. And if you're not off these grounds pretty quick, I'll call Lord Kempton to run you off.
So Mr. Brand tried to bribe you, did he, Albert?
Yes, Lady Kempton. He was hanging about the stables and the practice track.
I see. A contemptuous blackguard.
Yes, wait till I tell his lordship.
No, Albert. You better say nothing about it to Lord Kempton. He has a dreadful temper, and I'm afraid he'd kill Mr. Brand if he knew. At any rate, I'm worried.
Why, milady?
If Brand couldn't bribe you, he might try to do Grey Pasha harm. He'd do anything to win the Derby, anything. Albert.
Yes, Lady Kempton?
We'll be taking Grey Pasha to Epsom Downs in 2 days. Perhaps you better sleep in the stable with him just to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Here now, Pasha. There, boy. Now, what's come over you? Whinnying and prancing about half the night here in your stall, waking me from my sleep. Oh, I never saw you so strung up and edgy, I didn't. Oh, what is it, lad? There's no one about but us. Pasha, what is it? Here, what's come over you? Pasha, no, be still, boy. Pasha, have you gone crazy? Pasha, no, Pasha, no.
Watson, you are a devotee of the sport of kings, are you not?
Well, Holmes, I must confess some acquaintance with the bookmakers, much to my distress.
Yes, Watson, so I've observed.
But why this inquiry? Good heaven, Holmes, you're not thinking of wagering £1 or 2 on the Derby?
Oh, my dear fellow, I deal in facts and logic, not in speculation, however attractive. The fact is, however, that I've just received a telegram from the Royal Stewards. They wish to retain my services in rather an unusual matter.
Indeed? What matter?
You've heard of Albert Moylan.
Moylan? Well, Jove, Holmes, who hasn't? He's the greatest jockey in the Empire. A winner of the Gold Cup at Ascot and the Oaks 2 years running. Now he's riding Grey Pasha in the Derby.
He was, Watson.
Eh? What do you mean?
Albert Moylan was trampled by Grey Pasha in the animal's stall last night. The racing authorities suspect foul play. At this moment, the jockey lies at the point of death at St. Thomas's Hospital. Come, Watson, get your hat and stick. Moylan, listen to me. Try to answer my question.
He's in a bad way, Holmes. Took a horrible beating, smashing hooves of that horse. But he hasn't long to go.
Moylan, listen to me, old fellow. Did you see anyone around the premises when...
After Pasha went balmy, I saw someone running with a lantern.
Yes, go on, my lad.
With a lantern through the paddock gate. I thought it was...
Moylan.
Fred is gone.
Yes, poor chap.
Sad ending. A great career.
Yes, quite. Well, Watson, there's nothing more we can do here. Watson, about this man Brand. It's correct, is it not, that he and Lord Kempton, the owner of Grey Pasha, are mortal enemies?
Yes, Holmes. Not only that, Brand used to own Grey Pasha's colt. And now he owns Roulette's second favourite in the derby.
I see. All right, come, Watson, let's proceed to the Kempton grounds and examine the stables. It's barely possible that our equine killer had a human collaborator. Watson, did you notice anything unusual about Grey Pasha's stall?
No, can't say that I did, Holmes. Everything seemed in order.
Yes, quite, except for one peculiar and perhaps meaningless fact. The roof of the stall slopes backward and downward steeply, and...
What is it, Holmes?
Note the footprints here by the paddock gate.
What about them?
They're some hours old and probably were made by the person Albert Moylan saw last night. And apparently that person was intoxicated.
Eh? How'd you know that?
It's elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. Observe the irregular, staggered pattern of man's hobnail boots. Note how the prints veer onto the grass and then back onto the footpath. Watson, suppose we go up to the house and talk to Lord Kempton.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this whole affair has proved my ruin.
Indeed? How, Lord Kempton?
I'd counted heavily on Grey Pasha's winning the derby. I needed the purse money desperately for personal reasons. Now Grey Pasha can't win. Moylan's dead.
Do I understand, then, your lordship, that this jockey Moylan was indispensable?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Pasha's a high-spirited, temperamental brute. With unfamiliar hands at the reins, he'd be unmanageable. Only Moylan could ride him.
This will confound every tout in London, your lordship. Bookmakers are sure to name Roulette the favourite now. Jove, what a sensation this will be at Epsom Downs.
And Roulette is owned by Alex Brand, eh?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Alex Brand. Blackguard. He's responsible for this somehow. He hates me and he's trying to break me. He did something to Grey Pasha, Mr. Holmes. Somehow that villain Brand is responsible for poor Moylan's death.
Yes, perhaps not. In due time, Lord Kempton, I assure you I shall have the answer. At any rate, there's no need to detain you any longer.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I shall be at your disposal whenever you want.
Poor chap. He has his troubles. Eh, Holmes?
Quite. And particularly this morning, Watson. Did you notice the unhealthy pallor of his skin and his rimmed and bloodshot eyes?
Holmes, you mean...
Precisely. The symptoms are plain, Watson. Lord Kempton was intoxicated last night.
Now, let's begin by pointing out that Clipper Craft clothes are essentially economical. In fact, you'll be surprised at the amount of money you save on a fine Clipper Craft suit. But that's not the only reason Clipper Craft clothes are worn by the best-dressed men in your community. Men who could pay more, much more. They choose Clipper Craft because they like the master tailoring, the exceptional materials, and because they have such implicit confidence in the fine local independent merchants who sell Clipper Craft clothes. Each Clipper Craft suit and sport jacket is guaranteed by the Clipper Craft label, that famous trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England trade everywhere in the world. Now remember, you can get a superbly fitted, all-worsted Clipper Craft suit for only $45. That's why men who know insist on Clipper Craft clothes bearing the Clipper Craft label. So be sure to visit the Clipper Craft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the great Pasha.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. As I told you a moment ago, Lord Kempton had been intoxicated, and it was plain that the mysterious stranger who left the paddocks just after the fatal accident that night was also intoxicated. But my friend Holmes was never one to jump at hasty conclusions without all the facts. A few hours later, we visited Alex Brand at his club on Pall Mall.
Mr. Brand, would you mind telling me where you were last night?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Holmes, I was miles from London. In Liverpool, to be exact.
Liverpool, eh?
Interesting. Very.
Yes, isn't it? And if you doubt my word, you've only to telegraph the Adelphi Hotel in that city, and they will confirm my statement. Aside from this, gentlemen, there is no doubt in my mind that Lord Kempton is directly responsible for Albert Moylan's death.
Indeed? How, Mr. Brand?
It so happens, Mr. Holmes, that Grey Pasha hated his master. In fact, the horse always went into a tantrum whenever his lordship approached. It seems that Lord Kempton drank heavily and often beat him unmercifully.
Well, Jove, Holmes, then that would explain it. When Lord Kempton approached the stables in a drunken stupor, Grey Pasha went mad in his stall, and this...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But come, my dear fellow, back to the manor. So his lordship did leave the house late last night, Lady Kempton.
And in an intoxicated condition, eh?
Oh, yes, there's no use denying it. He drank heavily because he was worried about his debts to that blackguard, Mr. Brand.
It might interest you to know, Lady Kempton, that his lordship wandered down to the stables last night.
Charles? He went down to the stables? Then Great Pasha, he must have seen Charles coming, and he must have...
He must have what, Lady Kempton?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes, nothing.
I regret to say your hesitation is significant. Very.
What do you mean?
We have it on some authority that Grey Pasha hated Lord Kempton, went into a tantrum at his very appearance.
Mr. Holmes, what are you trying to say?
I'm afraid the implication, unfortunately for his lordship, is quite obvious. And, by the way, Lady Kempton...
Yes?
You smoke.
Holmes, what the deuce?
Quiet, Watson. Well, Lady Kempton?
I smoke?
Yes.
Why, no, Mr. Holmes. I've never touched tobacco. Why'd you ask?
Oh, an idle question, and perhaps irrelevant. Now, if you'll excuse us, Lady Kempton, I should like to have another look at Grey Pasha's stall. Well, Watson, there's Grey Pasha's stall just ahead of moonlight.
Bless it, Holmes. Why did you ask Lady Kempton whether she smoked?
Because I noticed a brown stain on her fingers resembling nicotine.
Well, what of it?
Merely a detail, perhaps worthless, perhaps significant. And speaking of details, did you notice that Lady Kempton is a slim and athletic woman? And that the rug on her sitting room floor was a bit untidy?
What's the floor of her sitting room got to do with all this?
I shall know better when I examine the roof.
Confound it, Holmes, you are a Chinese riddle tonight. First you speak of a floor, then of a roof. What roof?
The roof of Grey Pasha's stall here, Watson. As you see, it's quite accessible to anyone of reasonable agility because of its low pitch to the ground. I propose to climb up there now and give it a thorough examination.
Well, Holmes, what the deuce do you expect to find up there on the roof?
Patience, Watson, patience.
What is it? What'd you find?
The boards of the stall roof here are warped apart. I can see down into the stall itself through this aperture.
Is that significant, Holmes?
It is indeed very significant. Watson, suppose you find a dark lantern somewhere about the premises. I'm quite sure you'll find one of the groom's cottage, if nowhere else.
But why, Holmes? For what purpose?
I should like to examine the interior of the stall below, and particularly its occupant, Grey Pasha.
There now, Grey Pasha there. Easy boy, is he? Holmes, I don't like the way this beast is acting here in the stall. He's a high-strung animal, you know.
Yes, he is indeed, Watson, but try to keep him still while I examine the back of this brute by the light of the lantern
His
here.
back?
Yes.
Holmes, what do you expect to find there?
If I'm not wrong, my dear fellow,
Holmes, what is it?
Observe, Watson, note. These tiny scars on Grey Pasha's back, they're quite fresh, and... Watson.
Yes?
We seem to have a visitor coming through the paddock gate with a lantern.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
And it's a visitor Grey Pasha doesn't like. Watson, look out, the beast's going mad.
Holmes, he's trying to trample us to death.
Back, Watson, back, shrink against the wall. Stay clear of his hoof while I wave this lantern in his face.
Holmes!
Quick! He's shying away from the lantern. Out through the door. Back, you brute, back.
Hurry, Holmes, I'll get the door open for you. Quick, Holmes! Oh, thank heaven. Got out safely. That was close.
Yes. So speaking of getting out, Watson, our visitor's doing the same, running toward the manor in the moonlight.
Holmes, who can it be? I can't tell from here.
The man who plotted this fiendish and devilish scheme, Watson. Mr. Alex Brand.
Brand? And he lied. He was here last night when Moylan...
On the contrary, he was in Liverpool last night. I checked by telegraph.
Jove, Holmes, and who did Moylan see when...
Now, patience, Watson. I shall explain later. We must get to the manor at once.
Holmes, why aren't we looking for Brand? What did you interest you here in the closet of Lady Kempton's sitting room?
Watson, note that the rug is mud-stained. The stains are faint, to be sure, but they lead to this closet. And...
What is it, Holmes?
Precisely what I expected. A pair of mud-stained hobnail boots. The same boots which left the tracks we saw on the paddock path.
Lord Kempton's boots?
Exactly. But worn by Lady Kempton last night.
Holmes, what the devil...
My dear fellow, it's obvious. Lady Kempton wore her husband's boots, planted the footprints, staggered them in a pattern of intoxication. And it was she who drove Grey Pasha berserk so that he trampled Moylan.
Yes, but how, Holmes?
Think, Watson. The brown stains on her fingers. I have some knowledge of chemistry, and those stains looked suspiciously like those caused by concentrated nitric acid.
Nitric acid? You mean she...
Exactly. Lady Kempton approached Grey Pasha's stall from the rear, clambered up on the roof in the dead of night while Moylan was asleep. Then she poured concentrated nitric acid on Grey Pasha's back, through the aperture in the roof.
Jove, Holmes, no wonder the horse went mad.
Yes, Watson. And after that, she picked up a lantern at the paddock gate, leaving her husband's telltale footprints. Meanwhile, by previous arrangement, Alex Brand was in Liverpool to establish his own innocence. But I believe it was he who plotted this diabolical crime.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. I did.
Holmes, it's Brand. Lady Kempton.
Now, don't move either of you. I am noted as a good shot with a pistol, especially this one. Well, my dear, I'm afraid our little plan went all right.
Yes, Alex, but you were so sure Grey Pasha would crush these two when you approached.
Well, I must say he did his best.
It's obvious, my dear Brand, that it was you whom the brute disliked, not Lord Kempton.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I owned the animal as a colt. He was unruly, and I beat him till he bled. I'd hoped that he would take care of you if I visited him personally tonight. But apparently something went wrong.
Didn't expect us to get out of the stall, did you, Brand?
No, Dr. Watson, I did not. And that leaves me with some unfinished business before Lady Kempton and I leave. After all, I owe you both something. If you hadn't appeared, my horse Roulette would have won the Derby. And...
Drop that gun, Brand!
Wait, Watson!
Oh. This is Lord Kempton.
Quick, Watson, the gun. Seize
yes.
the gun.
Oh, no, you don't.
Watson.
Yes, it's all right, Holmes. Shot went wild. I've got the pistol now. You make one more move, Brand, I'll shoot you down.
Ellen, I heard everything at the door. So you conspired with this fiend?
Yes, you poor, weak fool. If I'd stayed with you, we'd have been penniless. You and your gambling.
You're responsible for this, Brand. You were going to take her away from me, eh? I ought to throttle you here where you stand. I ought to choke the breath out of you.
A rather unnecessary procedure, my dear Lord Kempton. When it comes to that sort of thing, no one does it more efficiently than the hangman.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an exciting adventure indeed.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And although neither Grey Pasha nor Roulette ran in the Derby, I managed to pick the winner.
Oh.
And shall we say, earned an extra month's pension money?
Well, good for you, Doctor. And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of Dr. Winthrop's notorious carriage. It concerns a bouquet of orchids, a purple vest, and a dismembered corpse lying in an alley by the stage door of an abandoned theater.
The The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes and the adventure of Dr. Winthrop's notorious carriage. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Bill Henry and the news.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, the adventure of Dr. Winthrop's notorious carriage.
Are you accusing your husband, Mrs. Winthrop?
My husband's lost his love for me, Mr. Holmes. He's betrayed me. I have no reason to defend him.
I see.
Lately, he's been impossible. He behaves like a sadistic lunatic.
Well, we better move quickly, Holmes. Look into this so-called accident.
Yes, Watson. But we must move cautiously if we value our own lives. For this is an elusive killer we seek, of great talent. A talent for slaughter, in a sudden and completely unexpected way.
Put on a fine Clipper Craft summer suit, and you find it delightfully light, cool, and comfortable. Wear it a while, and you notice your Clipper Craft suit keeps its smart appearance long after other suits are wilted, crumpled, and baggy. The amazing way a Clipper Craft lightweight suit holds its lines is assured by Clipper Craft's master tailoring and Clipper Craft's careful selection of fine summer fabrics. Try on a Clipper Craft suit tomorrow, and you'll see what we mean. You'll be delighted to see how little you have to pay. A tropical weight Clipper Craft summer suit costs only $33.75 to $42.50, and your new suit will be envied by men who usually pay many, many dollars more. You save all that money through the unique Clipper Craft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. Wear a Clipper Craft summer suit and feel better, look better, and save money. Well, Dr. Watson, who rode in Dr. Winthrop's notorious carriage?
Well, Mr. Harris, this adventure with Holmes occurred in the early 1900s. It began backstage at one of London's most famous theatres. It was in the dressing room of Margaret Ashley, an exquisite and very popular young actress. Her performance for that evening had ended, and Margaret had a visitor, a Dr. Charles Winthrop.
I've made up my mind, Charles. I'm going to your wife. I'm going to see Elizabeth.
Are you, Margaret?
I shall tell her that I adore you, that you and I have been sweethearts all these months. I shall ask her to give you your freedom. I think she will, too.
Well, that's very touching. And very foolish.
Well, why do you say that?
My word, you've an appalling, self-centered mind, Margaret. Like many women, you believe that simply because you want something, you'll automatically get it. My wife would not be struck at all by the magic of our romance. To her, this would be a rather cheap, sordid business, an insult to her ego. Being a mature and poised woman, she'd take this with an air of dignity and tolerance, but in her heart of hearts, I'm afraid she'd be furious.
Well, then let her be. Are you satisfied with these desperate, dangerous meetings? You're coming to my flat if and when you can find the time, if and when you can somehow lie to Elizabeth?
It has been difficult, yes, but...
I'm sick of it. I shan't tolerate it.
We must face it, Margaret. We must do as best we can.
I'll tell you you're tired of her. That you love me. That you see her only as a dowdy, bedraggled housewife. That your marriage was wrong to begin with. It's nothing more nor less than an exercise in boredom.
Now, look, Margaret, I want you to control yourself.
Control myself? In heaven's name, why? I want you, and I'm going to fight to keep you. When a thing is wrong, must you go on and on and on with it?
I said you will not tell Elizabeth.
Nothing on earth could stop me.
I will.
What do you mean?
You knew I was married, Margaret. You knew the terms of the bargain. You accepted them gladly.
But we love each other.
Do we? Now listen to me. You made a great romance out of this. I didn't. You wanted to believe I was in love with you, that I couldn't live without you, simply to please yourself, to cover up the truth.
What truth?
That this has all been just a lark for me. That I was attracted to you because you're very beautiful, and that's all. And that is all, Margaret. It begins and ends there.
I don't think it does.
Oh, yes. It's taken years for me to become a reputable physician, Margaret. It's taken every ounce of strength and every moment of time I had to achieve a position in my profession and in society. I've a well-ordered household. I've a decent, honest wife who loves me. You're not going to place a bomb under that structure.
Oh, yes, I am, Charles. Now that you've told me how you really feel, I'll give you a taste of my vengeance. I'll wreck your home and your life, and I don't think for one moment that I can.
You'll do nothing of the sort. And do you know why? Do you know why you won't say a word to my wife?
Go on. Tell me.
Because if you do, I'll kill you.
He'll never do that. You could never get away with it.
You underestimate me, Margaret. I haven't an ordinary mind. I've a way. A wonderful way. Remember that. And remember, if you go to Elizabeth, I'll murder you.
Good evening, Miss Ashley. Shall I call a cab for you, miss?
Yes, Peter.
It might be a bit difficult, miss. Awfully late. You're the last to be leaving the theatre.
I wanted to avoid the crowd that's always here at the stage door, Peter. I'm exhausted. I couldn't possibly write an autograph or smile at anyone.
Your gentleman caller hasn't been here in a few days, eh, miss?
No, he hasn't.
Such a fine gentleman. I certainly miss those tips of his, I do.
The cab, Peter, please, please.
I hear a carriage coming now, miss. Perhaps it's a cab. Yeah. He'll be having a talk with a bobby, he will, ripping down the alley at that speed. Look out, miss! He's driving right at you! He's locked a gun! Stop! Come back here, you! Stop! Stop! He's killed her. He's killed her.
Elizabeth, I must speak to you.
Yes, Charles, dear.
It's about this item in the newspaper.
Oh, one of your patients in trouble?
Now, read that, please.
Oh, yes. Yes, I heard about that terrible accident. And Margaret Ashley was such a lovely young actress. It was a horrible, premature death for her.
Elizabeth, darling, I don't know how to tell you this, but I must. I want you to try to understand.
Understand what, Charles? Darling, you seem so distraught. What's wrong with you?
Well, there'll be an investigation. The police will be after the driver of that carriage, the man who knocked her down and then drove off.
Well, yes, of course they will, and I hope they find him, too. Insane, brutal to drive so carelessly.
Well, the police suspect that it wasn't an accident.
The doorman's testified that the driver of the carriage seemed to go deliberately out of his way to hit her.
Oh, Charles, they suspect murder?
Yes, they'll probe very deeply. The most intimate details of Margaret Ashley's life will be exposed to public view, and so, Elizabeth, before you find out some other way, I must tell you.
Tell me what, dear?
I knew Margaret Ashley.
Oh, yes?
It wasn't a passing acquaintance. I was seeing her regularly. I visited her flat whenever I had the chance. She was in love with me.
Oh. You were sweethearts, Charles. Is that it?
Yes. I've no excuse. It's just some mysterious element in the chemistry of a marriage that does that to a man. I'm prepared to do whatever you say, Elizabeth.
Well, Charles, it's quite hard for me to say anything at all. It's very difficult for me to face it, dear.
I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. Terribly sorry.
Well, have you any idea who might have killed her?
I know.
Charles.
Yes?
Charles, did you kill Margaret Ashley?
Of course not. How could you think such a thing?
Now, Charles, don't lie. Don't try to live with a lie like that. You've told me some of the story. Please tell me the rest. I've got to know, Charles. Please, did you kill her? Did you drive the carriage that awful night?
No, I did not. I did not!
Listen to me. I might try to forgive an escapade of yours, but I couldn't forgive murder. Now, you must tell me.
Will you let go of me? You're out of your mind accusing me.
You did kill her. I can sense it in your eyes. Your hands are trembling. I've never seen an expression on your face like that before.
Shut
I know
up!
that.
Now get hold of yourself. Don't ever say that again. Is that clear? If you ever say that again, you won't live to say another word.
I had to tell you my story, Mr. Holmes.
I quite understand, Mrs. Winthrop.
My husband has lost his love for me. He's betrayed me. I have no reason to defend him. And lately he's been impossible. He behaves like a sadistic lunatic.
Why haven't you told the police, Mrs. Winthrop?
Because, Dr. Watson, I have no formal charge to make. I can't prove a thing. It's just my instinct. I feel that he killed that poor girl, and I will not harbor a killer. I need your help, Mr. Holmes.
Well, the circumstances of the accident, Mrs. Winthrop, make it almost impossible to prove willful homicide. Where does your husband say he was on the evening of Margaret Ashley's death?
He'd had a call, an emergency, quite far out of town. He claims that he left the carriage at home and took a cab. He was too tired to drive himself. He claims that when he reached the address given him, there was no such place. So he came home again.
Oh, it's very flimsy. Did he give you the name of the patient who'd called him on this wild goose chase?
Perkins. Mrs. Thomas Perkins. I did some investigating on my own. I telephoned every Thomas Perkins in the directory. None of them ever heard of Dr. Winthrop.
Did your husband mention this supposed patient who vanished?
Not a word. But, Mr. Holmes, you must find the evidence quickly. He knows I suspect him, and I'm afraid of what he might do.
I shall move as quickly as possible, Mrs. Winthrop. Come, Watson, we shall speak first with Peter, the doorman, the witness to the accident.
I'm ready, Holmes.
We shall move very cautiously, Watson, if we value our own lives. For this is an elusive murderer of great talent. A talent for slaughter in a sudden and surprising way.
With June just around the corner, you can expect a sudden heat wave any day. And that means many men will rush into Clippercraft stores for new, smart, cool, lightweight suits. So, to get the very best in service, the widest selection and prompt attention, it's smart to come in now for your Clippercraft summer suit. And it's smart at any time to buy your suits from the fine local store that sells famous Clippercraft lightweight suits at only $33.75 to $42.50. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and sport jacket, the trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram & Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were racing to speak with Peter, the doorman, backstage at the theater where Margaret Ashley died.
Yes, Mr. Harris. The enchanting Margaret was killed by a passing carriage. That night, Holmes and I stood in the dark, twisted alley by the stage door, under a pale moon, talking with the doorman.
You say, Peter, you had a glimpse of the driver of that carriage?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I did. He was wearing an eye hat and a cape. The cape was purple. I could see it flying in the wind.
Did you see his face?
No, it was too dark, and he passed like fury.
Did you recognize the carriage?
At first, I didn't.
You mean that you remember it now?
Well, in a way, Dr. Watson. It looked to me like... Well, it isn't very discreet of me, but seeing as this is so serious a matter, it looked to me like the carriage of a certain gentleman what often comes to see Miss Ashley.
Oh, see, Holmes? Do you know the gentleman, Peter?
No, I'm sorry, Doctor. He never told me his name. And whenever he stepped out of the carriage, he was carrying orchids for Miss Ashley. And he held them up in front of his face, you see. And he held the cape up, too.
A purple cape?
Sometimes, Mr. Holmes, yes. He didn't want anyone to recognize him, I guess. It must have been one of those romances what you read about in the papers, you know. Maybe he was a cabinet minister or some high mucky-muck who was in love with Miss Ashley.
Yes, quite. Would you know the gentleman were you to see him?
Not by his face, Mr. Holmes.
That makes it even more difficult, eh, Holmes?
More than you would imagine, Watson. Even if the doorman here did recognize our man, that wouldn't prove the accident was deliberate. Peter, after the accident, did you notice anything curious about the body or the street or any of the other circumstances?
I found a flower. Fell out of the carriage. An orchid.
Well, again, an indication of our man.
I say it's him, all right. Except I don't like to send a man to the gallows just on my say-so.
No. Thank you, Peter. You've been rather helpful.
Well, where to now, Holmes?
Every florist in the district, Watson. We have the rope. We must now draw the noose tighter and tighter.
That's the door to Dr. Winthrop's house, Holmes.
Let's just keep an eye on it. Mrs. Winthrop said he'd be leaving about this hour. Once he's gone, we can speak to her, look at the house, and search for clues. But we must have him out of the way first.
Holmes, that florist. He recognized the photograph of Dr. Winthrop. Said he always bought flowers there. But he wasn't there on the night of Margaret Ashley's death. You seem very impressed, Holmes. Confounded why?
Shh. Look, Watson, there he goes. He's leaving his wife now. See?
Yeah. As he's going down the street. She's waving goodbye to him from the doorway. Attractive blonde, isn't she? Why should he lose interest in her for the sake of that actress?
Fascinating as that province may be, Watson, it is not within the bounds of my territory. Now come, across the street. He's out of sight.
All right, I'll ring Holmes.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, he's just left.
Will he return shortly?
No, we've time. Come in.
Well, lovely home, Mrs. Winthrop.
It was, Dr. Watson, until the shadow fell across it. But I've been living in this house with a man I know is a murderer.
That is your husband's consulting room, Mrs. Winthrop?
Oh, yes. Yes, he does all his work down here. The drawing room and the bedrooms are upstairs.
Maybe go up?
Yes, certainly. But, Mr. Holmes, you must find the evidence. I can't stand it. I'm so afraid all the time. He's going to kill me, too, you know. I saw him alone in his office last night. He didn't know that I could see him in the mirror. He'd a scalpel in his hand, and he was fingering it like... Oh. Then there's another thing. The night before, we took the underground to go to the theater. I was on the edge of the platform. I realized it just in time. He was standing directly close behind me. He could easily have pushed me in front of the train. Then there are poisons here in this cabinet. He opened the cabinet just before he left. He must have stood gazing at it for a full 5 minutes. He'd never done that before, Mr. Holmes.
Calmly, Mrs. Winthrop, calmly. Come along, Watson. We shall search every inch of these quarters.
Now, George Holmes, we've gone through every room. No letters from Miss Ashley, nothing at all here. Not a scrap of evidence.
Mrs. Winthrop, in which wardrobe does your husband keep his clothes?
Oh, here, Mr. Holmes. But you'd better hurry. This has taken a great deal of time, and he may be back soon.
Looking for the outfit he wore the night he drove the carriage, Holmes?
Aha! The purple cape, trousers, double-breasted jacket to match, and on this shelf, a high silk hat.
Oh, please be careful. I never touch his things. If he suspects that anyone's been in his wardrobe, he'll have another one of his fits.
I see. Well, I believe this concludes the search, Mrs. Winthrop.
Yes, but have you found anything?
We'll discuss it downstairs, then we can slip out of the back door.
Yes.
Well, Holmes, should we risk Mrs. Winthrop's life again for another night? Wouldn't you advise her to leave on some pretense until you have the facts that you want?
I have the facts, Watson.
Really?
Facts which prove I killed Margaret Ashley?
Dr. Winthrop.
Charles, I didn't hear you come in.
I came in very quietly through the front door, Elizabeth. I heard voices upstairs. I kept very still and waited for you. You scheming, conniving...
My arm! You break my arm!
I just want to keep you close to me, that's all. If you move, Mr. Holmes or Dr. Watson, I'll take this scalpel I have in my other hand, and I'll drive it into my wife's back.
Charles, please listen to me. It won't help to kill me. Mr. Holmes will see that you die for it because he knows now.
You sent for him, didn't you? You wouldn't believe my story. I'd like to kill you slowly, Elizabeth. You should suffer a bit. Neat strokes of the scalpel to cause unbearable pain. But a slow death, the same slow death you've given me with your suspicion, your accusations.
Killing your wife now would accomplish nothing, Dr. Winthrop.
It would to me. I don't care about the consequences.
I said killing your wife would not be necessary, Dr. Winthrop. His Majesty's hangman will do that.
What?
I said His Majesty's hangman will do that.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
He dropped his scalpel. Watson, quickly pick it up.
Yes, I have it, Holmes.
I wanted to be sure you didn't pick it up, Mrs. Winthrop. Since you drove Dr. Winthrop's notorious carriage, since you killed Margaret Ashley.
I did? Mr. Holmes, that's preposterous.
Bolt the door, Watson, and guard it well.
Yes, right.
Elizabeth, my wife killed Margaret?
Precisely, Doctor. When Watson and I visited the florist where you regularly purchased orchids for Margaret, he told us that you hadn't been in his shop on the night of her death. It struck me as odd. Perhaps you purchased the orchids elsewhere, eh?
Of course, Holmes, that doesn't prove...
One moment, Watson. The driver of the carriage dropped an orchid on the cobblestones of the alley. The doorman told us that. Would a man stop to purchase orchids for Miss Ashley when he knew he wouldn't see her, but intended to run her down with a carriage? Definitely not.
But you accused me.
Exactly. Who else would have borrowed your husband's carriage? In the bedroom, you told us that you never touched your husband's things. But you had, Mrs. Winthrop.
You're guessing, Mr. Holmes. You're unable to prove one iota.
Your husband's purple cape, identified by the doorman, was draped over his double-breasted jacket. The jacket was neatly buttoned. You see, it was buttoned, Mrs. Winthrop, to the left, not to the right, the way a woman wears such a jacket.
Elizabeth.
You are a blonde, Mrs. Winthrop, and in the lining of your husband's high silk hat, I noticed a long blonde hair.
So, Holmes.
You called your husband that night, Mrs. Winthrop, to get him out of the house. You were the non-existent Mrs. Thomas Perkins. You gave him a false address far on the outskirts of London. Then you put him into a cab, convincing him that he was too tired to drive himself. You put on his clothes. You took his carriage. You purchased orchids. You killed Margaret Ashley, being careful to make the cape very conspicuous and to drop an orchid, so that the doorman's testimony would indict Charles.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes.
She wasn't satisfied with Margaret's death. She wanted to see me die, too, to hang for the murder.
Yes, she painted a vivid portrait of you as a murderer, Dr. Winthrop. Remember, Watson? The underground, the medicine cabinet, all lies.
And Elizabeth, you knew all along about Margaret.
For months, Charles. It just took a bit of time to plan my vengeance on both of you.
Well, call the yard, Watson. Come and fetch a prisoner. Now, my dear Mrs. Winthrop, I observed to you once that proving this was willful homicide was almost impossible. I should have added that nothing short of genius could accomplish it.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very astonishing development, to find that Mrs. Winthrop had driven the doctor's carriage.
Well, if surprises are your dish, Mr. Harris, then you've something to look forward to in the adventure I shall relate next week.
And what do you call that memoir, Doctor?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the curious CRYPT. It concerns a bow-legged man, a weird laugh, and a taste in silver.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Luckran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. The disabled veteran is paid to make the puppy you are wearing. He needs your support. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the adventure of the curious CRYPT. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Curious CRYPT.
Holmes, it's cold down here in this tomb. Black as pitch. Can't see a thing.
Quick, Watson, the lantern. Let's look about and see if...
Holmes, listen. Someone's walking on the roof of the tomb.
Yes, Watson. We have a visitor.
He's opening the crypt door.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris. Come in.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you compiling tonight, sir?
Well, tonight, Mr. Harris, I'm hard at work on an adventure that is outstanding among my memoirs for sheer terror. To recall it even now makes my flesh creep. My old friend Holmes always refers to it as the adventure of the curious CRYPT. And after you acquaint our audience with the facts on Clipper Craft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with this remarkable story.
Thank you, Doctor. Some hot, sticky morning, you gratefully put on your Clipper Craft summer suit. You are comfortable all day long. And that evening, people remark how nice and cool you look. And you do, because your Clipper Craft lightweight suit retains its smart appearance long after other suits are heat-crumpled and sagging. Clipper Craft suits stand up so amazingly well because they're fashioned by master tailors from fine selected fabrics of porous weaves that are designed to keep you cool. And you pay very little for all that extra quality, only $33.75 to $42.50 for a tropical weight Clipper Craft summer suit. You save through the unique Clipper Craft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. Wear a Clipper Craft summer suit, look much better, feel much better, and save real money. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the curious crypt?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in the summer of 1899. This was a decade when fortunes were being made in the New World by enterprising Englishmen. And among the new rich was a man named John Gibbon. Strange and eccentric man, this Gibbon, not without a rather shady reputation. He returned to England to retire with his son Cedric and his daughter Ellen. And it was said that the children hated their father bitterly. The London newspapers had dubbed Gibbon Silver John, since he had a distrust of paper money and of banks. And the rumor was that his fortune was a vast hoard of silver dollars, concealed somewhere in his house. Then one night, in the cellar of the Gibbon Manor,
it's around here somewhere. That money's buried somewhere, and I...
Cedric? Cedric, answer me. Oh, you're digging in the cellar again, eh? You stupid young fool.
Father, I...
Trying to find my money, eh? Trying to rob me, you young whelp.
I've begged you for an allowance, Father. Even a loan.
Yes, well, you'll rot before you get a penny, do you hear? I spent hard years in Canada, risked my life to make my fortune.
I know. I know all about it.
And if you think I'm going to let a dissolute son and an extravagant daughter bleed me into bankruptcy, you're wrong.
I see. You spent a fortune just for that mausoleum of yours at Kensington Cemetery with your statue on top of it. And yet not one penny for your own daughter and son.
My daughter and son? You want nothing from me but my silver dollars. Nothing. But you'll not get them. Not even after I've gone.
Why, you contemptible old blackguard. You rotten miser.
Cedric, what?
I ought to choke the life from you.
Cedric.
Curl my hands around your scrawny neck like this.
No, don't. It's murder, do you hear? Murder. Help! Help!
Cedric! Father! What are you doing? Cedric, stop it! Stop! Let go!
He's cut us off without a penny, Ellen. He deserves to die.
Cedric, don't! You're mad! Let him go! Please, please
All
let
right,
him go.
I'll let him go. I'll let him go, but the next time I'll kill him. As heaven's my witness, I'll kill him.
Get out. Get out, you young whelp. Get out of my house before I call the police.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, that's the story. The whole story. My father and brother had this awful quarrel in the cellar. And now...
Now your father's disappeared, eh, Miss Gibbon?
Yes. He's vanished completely.
Interesting, very. You have no idea of your brother Cedric's whereabouts?
No, Mr. Holmes. Not since my father ordered him out of the house.
I see. Why did you come here to Baker Street, Miss Gibbon? Why didn't you go to the police?
Because this is a family matter. The newspapers, they'd be unmerciful, Mr. Holmes. Besides, my brother Cedric, well, he might be involved in...
Murder, Miss Gibbons?
Yes. Yes, murder.
Yes, certainly, Holmes. The young man might have been desperate enough to have done...
Quite, Watson, quite. Now then, Miss Gibbon, let us review the facts. Your father, John Gibbon, made a fortune in ranching properties in Western Canada. He was a partner of a brother, Hugo Gibbon.
Yes, that's right.
Do you recall him, Miss Gibbon?
Uncle Hugo? No, Dr. Watson. Both Cedric and I were too young to remember anything.
I see. To continue. Your father cheated Hugo out of his share of the ranching properties, drove Hugo into bankruptcy, and then finally disappeared.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Will you help me find my father and brother?
You can count on me, Miss Gibbon. I find this situation rather bizarre, and hence much to my liking.
Open up. Open the door, caretaker.
What is it? What do you want?
I want to get into the cemetery. Unlock the gate.
Sorry, sir, it's past midnight. We don't allow visitors in Kensington Cemetery after dark.
Look here, caretaker. I just want to look at my father's tomb. My name's Gibbon. Cedric Gibbon.
Gibbon?
That's right. And, there's a quid in it for you if you'll do what I say.
Well, can't see any harm in it if you just want to look. Come along.
That's it. My father's tomb, curse him. There's his statue on the roof. Egotistical old fool. No. No.
Welcome to Kensington Graveyard, Sidney.
No, please. Don't.
Holmes, Joe, have you read the Morning Telegraph?
No, I haven't, Watson. What is it?
Well, Cedric Gibbon. He was seen last night.
Indeed? Where?
Yes, he entered the Kensington Cemetery shortly after midnight. And he never came out again. The cabby who drove him there, the caretaker Malsby who admitted him, both identified young Gibbon. That isn't the end of this devilish business.
What else is there?
Well, both the cabby and caretaker swore they heard Gibbon scream. After that, a kind of wild and weird laughter coming from the graveyard.
I see. And, of course, the police have already blundered into this case.
Yes, they have. They searched the cemetery and found nothing except for Gibbon's footprints and... Well, by Jove.
Well, what is it?
Well, according to this newspaper account, the footprints ended abruptly on the cemetery road, as though Gibbon had been picked up by some...
Watson, get your hat and stick. Let's be off to Kensington Cemetery at once. Note, Watson, Gibbons' footprints are quite clear here on the cemetery road. Luckily, the road's damp from the recent rain.
Well, David Holmes, this whole thing has a touch of the supernatural, ghouls and all that sort of thing. Who do you think did that weird laughing?
We shall find out in good time, my dear fellow, I assure you. And... Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson. Observe. The footprints.
Joe, that story in the Telegraph is accurate. The prints do end abruptly.
Not quite, Watson, not quite.
Eh? What do you mean?
Look, the earth has been scraped to the side of the prints and into the grass as though Gibbons' shoes had dragged.
Yes, so it appears, Holmes, so it appears. But what...
Observe, too, that these prints terminate less than 25 feet from the mausoleum of John Gibbon.
Is that significant?
Very.
Yes, but why, Holmes? What did you...
Later, Watson, later. At this moment, I should like to examine the roof of the tomb. The roof so jealously guarded by that marble image of the eccentric millionaire, John Gibbon.
Holmes, I don't see anything up here on the roof.
Don't you, Watson? Then you're obviously in need of spectacles. There are definite scratches on the polished stone surface of this crypt roof.
Yes, Joe, you're right, Holmes.
And what's more, they lead to this tightly locked door. Come, Watson, let's be off.
Where to, Holmes?
First, a talk with the caretaker, Malsby. And then we shall return to this crypt later. You see, I'm convinced that this tomb contains some devilish and macabre secret, Watson, and I propose to enter it tonight.
Here's a message from the fine, independent local merchant who sells you Clippercraft clothes. He points out that there's so much difference between an ordinary suit and one that has been scientifically designed for summer wear. And that's precisely what you get in a Clippercraft summer suit. Clippercraft master tailoring, plus the finest of summer fabrics, woven with millions of tiny windows to keep you cool. Every Clippercraft suit and sport jacket bears the Clippercraft label, that famous trademark derived from the staunch clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Clippercraft lightweight suits at only $33.75 to $42.50 give you remarkable value. Yes, this summer, just as all the year round, you can always rely on Clippercraft suits and the fine local independent stores that proudly sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the curious crypt.
Yes, so I was, Mr. Harris. So I was. As you recall, both John Gibbon and his son Cedric had vanished under strange circumstances. and at Kensington Cemetery, Holmes had conducted a thorough investigation, expressed his intention to return and enter the crypt that night. At any rate, as we came out, we stopped in at the cottage of the cemetery caretaker, Malsby.
You heard a scream, Malsby, and then a kind of wild laughter. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it was terrible, terrible. Enough to chill a man's blood.
Yes, I see. A question, Malsby.
Yes, sir?
The rules on the entrance sign state specifically that no visitors are allowed in Kensington Cemetery after dark. How does it happen that you admitted Gibbon through the gate?
Well, Mr. Holmes, he was John Gibbon's son, and the old gentleman's an important person here, so to speak. Built the biggest tomb in the graveyard. I couldn't very well refuse his son. And as he said, he only wanted to take a look at his father's tomb.
It didn't strike you strange that he wanted to view the crypt in the dead of night?
Well, no, sir. We got some pretty queer customers visiting the cemetery.
Yes, I see. One more question, Malsby. Have you ever met John Gibbon?
The old gentleman?
Yes.
No, Mr. Holmes. I've only been here a month or two. The only part of Mr. Gibbon I've met is that stone statue of him on the crypt roof.
I see. Well, Malsby, at the moment there's no more information we require. Thank you.
Sir.
Come, Watson, we must be off.
Well, Holmes, afraid we didn't find out much there.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
Eh? What?
Surely you noticed that Malsby was slightly bow-legged.
Bow-legged?
Mm.
Holmes, what the deuce is
Moreover, his eyes were watery blue and squinted.
Oh, dash it all, suppose he did. What's a man's eyes and legs got to do with it?
Merely details, Watson. Perhaps significant, perhaps irrelevant. What
is it, Holmes?
Look here on the path, Watson. A silver dollar.
Yes, so it is, so it is. What is that?
Rather unusual, don't you think, Watson, to find a silver dollar lying on the ground outside an English cemetery?
I suppose it is.
Yes, quite. I'm beginning to see the pattern here of a devilish and ingenious plot. When we return to the graveyard here tonight, I hope to unearth the last few missing threads. Well, Watson, we're in luck tonight.
Indeed? How?
There's enough moonlight for clear observation. Observe that massive marble building just on the other side of that deep hollow ahead.
Yes, the Gibbon tomb. An infernal statue of old John Gibbon standing on the roof. I must say the juicy thing looks almost alive there.
Watson.
Yes, sir?
I believe I just saw the statue move.
Move?
Yes. It raised its arm and turned its head toward us.
Well, Holmes, you must be mistaken. That statue of John Gibbon is made of stone. It can't move. Good Lord, what was that?
The statue. It's laughing, Watson.
Joe, Holmes, you're right.
Look at it. It's running across the mausoleum roof.
Holmes, this is incredible, incredible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me.
It's jumped off the tomb roof. It's running across the graveyard. Quick, Watson, after it.
Holmes, we lost sight of it. We ran down into that hollow. It came up the hill here.
Yes, and the roof is empty now.
Yes, but how could a stone statue run and laugh like a maniac, eh?
Obviously, the statue was human. Come, let's get up on the crypt roof. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Yes, right, Holmes.
Now, Watson, note this supporting pin on which the statue stood. Observe how shiny it is.
What does that mean, Holmes?
It means that the real statue, the stone figure, has been removed from this supporting pin and carried away. If I don't miss my guess, it's in the interior of the crypt. And our next step is to force open this metal crypt door.
Holmes, it's open.
Yes. Someone's been here before us.
Perhaps the thing is inside the tomb now, eh?
Yes, perhaps. Obviously, the only way to find out is to enter the tomb and see for ourselves. You have your pistol handy?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I have.
Good. Then let's proceed down these stone steps.
Holmes, why haven't you started down the stairs?
I'll be with you in a second, Watson. But first,
Holmes, what the deuce are you doing up there?
Merely closing the crypt door behind us. Now then, let's go down. We could use your dark lantern now and...
What the deuce, Holmes?
Quick, Watson, the lantern.
Yes.
Hold it up. Observe, the stone statue was lying on these stairs and you kicked it down. And by its sound, it's a hollow affair, probably a marble surface over a plaster base, and easy enough for a strong man to lift. Now, suppose we go down to the crypt itself.
place seems to be empty.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson. Look in the corner.
Good Lord. There.
Precisely. 2 bodies. One John Gibbon, the other his son Cedric.
The marks on the neck have been strangled.
Yes, they have indeed, in a fiendish and unique way, I might add.
What is it, Holmes?
There's a silver casket here on this raised platform. Another whim of the eccentric old gentleman, John Gibbon.
Holmes, you're not going to open it?
I am indeed.
Holmes, good heavens.
Yes, Watson, as you see, it's full of silver dollars and... Watson, listen.
Yes, footsteps on the crypt roof.
Quite. We have a visitor. The fiendish killer. Quick, out with that lantern.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I left the crypt door open for you. You walked right in, you fools. You walked right in.
Holmes, who is it?
It's quite obvious, Watson. This man is Hugo Gibbon, alias Smallsby, the caretaker.
Hugo Gibbon?
Precisely, the brother of old John Gibbon and his former partner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you are very clever. I am Hugo Gibbon. That cursed brother of mine robbed me, cheated me, ruined me, sent me to an asylum. But I escaped. I came back.
Yes, you came back and discovered that John Gibbon hid his fortune in his own mausoleum. You gained employment here, saw him come to the tomb and posed as the statue. In the dark, he was unaware that you were alive. Then, when he walked underneath, you lassoed him and strangled him.
Go on, Mr. Holmes. Go on. You are right.
You did the same to his son Cedric, who finally suspected that his father's wealth was buried here. You took the crypt door key from old John's pocket, hid both bodies here, and started to carry the silver dollars out.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. You are very clever, but it won't do you any good, because I'm going to lock you both in this crypt, bury you alive, and when you're both dead, I'll come back with the rest of the money in the casket.
Posey, he's got us trapped.
Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, good night and pleasant dreams.
Quick, Watson. Have your pistol ready and after him. Up the stairs. Hurry.
The tomb door. It's locked, Holmes.
No, it's not. I smashed the lock before we entered. Watson, there's Hugo Gibbon running through the cemetery in the moonlight. Quick, fire your pistol. Good shooting, Watson. You got him. Well, Watson, our man Hugo Gibbon is safely in the custody of Scotland Yard. Your shot was not fatal, but he will pay his debt to the Crown.
You know, it seems incredible, Holmes. So Gibbon, alias Malsby, hid the real statue in the crypt, posed on the roof himself, and lassoed his unsuspecting victims, eh?
Exactly. You will recall how the footsteps ended, but the marks on the grass indicated that something had been dragged across it. Hugo simply hauled in his rope with his strangling victim on the end of it.
But how did you know Malsby was actually Gibbon?
Oh, it's obvious, Watson. Only a man who'd lived in the West could cultivate such skill with a lasso. And the caretaker, I knew immediately, was a Westerner.
But how?
His legs were bowed, a characteristic symptom of long hours in the saddle. Then, too, his eyes squinted, another trait of ranchers used to staring at far-off horizons. Naturally, I thought immediately of John Gibbon's brother and old ranching partner, Hugo.
And the silver dollar you found near the cottage convinced you that he had robbed the tomb?
Quite.
You know, Holmes, I must congratulate you. I've never seen you conduct a more brilliant investigation.
Thank you, Watson. I am, as you know, fundamentally a man of modesty. Shall we merely call it extraordinary? And let it go at that?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure.
Yes, sir. It was indeed, Mr. Harris. And I might add that the police, at Holmes's suggestion, excavated the caretaker's yard and discovered some 200,000 silver dollars buried there, most of which had come from deep recesses in the walls of the Gibbon crypt.
Oh, a fortune in those days, Dr. Watson. And now, what about next week's adventure?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the Red Death. It concerns a bottle of laundry ink, a vengeful sea captain, and what was probably the greatest threat to the population of London in that decade.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Red Death. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Red Death.
Come, Watson, we're off to the docks.
Right you are, Holmes.
Not a word to a soul about where we're going. That applies to you also, Mr. Edwards.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a horrible panic than the knowledge that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
You owe it to yourself to look your best, even in the crushing heat of summer. And that's precisely why you should choose a Clipper Craft summer suit. When you wear a Clipper Craft suit of special, lightweight construction, you keep cool because millions of tiny woven windows afford such perfect ventilation. You look cool, too, because Clipper Craft suits are so perfectly tailored, they retain their crispness long after other suits are heat-crumpled and saggy. From every angle, a Clipper Craft summer suit is a fine investment. For only $33.75 to $42.50, your Clipper Craft suit will be envied by men who pay much more. Clipper Craft is one of the greatest values in America because you benefit from the economies of the unique Clipper Craft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. So look better, feel better, and save money. Look for the Clipper Craft label. Dr. Watson, what did you mean when you gave tonight's memoir the title of The Adventure of the Red Death?
Well, it was a type of death criminally administered by a certain gentleman in our story, Mr. Harris. The adventure began at a waterfront cafe by the London docks, which extend from the Tower Bridge to beyond North Woolwich, mile upon mile of quays, warehouses, great basins that are bursting with shipping from the farthest corners of the earth. At the West India docks, there was a cafe called the Smiling Duchess. It was frequented by men of all the seven seas. In the back room, the owner, Peter Nichols, sat by a huge oaken table in the flickering candlelight, talking to a very attractive young lady named Vicky, who was employed there as a waitress.
Is he here, Vicky?
Yes, Peter. Waiting just outside that door.
Have much trouble bringing him here?
Oh, he acted up now and then. Oh, it's to be expected. He's come from a home for the criminally insane, you know.
Bring him in.
Come in, Captain West.
I don't remember this place. Was I ever here before?
Oh, easy, Captain, easy. Sit down.
I don't remember you either. Or this girl. Why was I brought here? The doctors won't ask more questions, will they?
No, you're out of that place, you see. Now sit down. I'm Peter Nichols. You remember old Peter, the smiling Duchess now, don't you?
Oh, you certainly remember me, don't you? No man that comes here forgets Vicky.
I think, Captain, it was just a few years ago. Every time your ship docked here in London, you'd stop by for a swig of rum.
Peter Nichols. Oh, yes. Now I know you.
You're out of the insane asylum, Christopher West. Can you understand that? Now listen to me. You're free. We got you out. Me and Vicky.
You did?
We needed you. We needed your talent. So Vicky spoke with a guard at the asylum. I gave her money. She used her charms. The guard let you out and turned you over to her.
Ah, I see. I was confused. It happened so quickly. I'd fallen asleep in a cell. The guard woke me up.
You're going to enjoy yourself now, Christopher West, the way you liked her. We're going to find whatever equipment you need, and you're going to start fires for us.
Yes, a fire. They wouldn't let me. Most people won't admit the satisfaction, you know, but I do. Did you ever see how a man's eyes light up when he sees a fire? I want to see things burn. The flames eating away at the guts of the building till it's a black hulk. Where? When do we start the fire?
Soon enough.
Why do you want me to start it? Do you like to see things burn? Do you love the flames as I do?
Yes, Captain West. That's why. There's a warehouse nearby on Cuba Street by the Southwest India Dock Pier. I want to see it burn. That's why we took you out of that awful hospital.
I am grateful for that. They wouldn't let me start fires. And when I can't, there's pressure in my head. I can't stand it.
We need you. You can start fires so quickly, so easily, so surely. And no one will know.
When?
Tonight, Captain West. Tonight! You have the equipment, Captain West?
Yes, Peter. I'm ready.
Go on. We'll meet you back at the inn.
Good. At the inn.
Go on, Captain. Start the fire. That's it.
Now hide behind these bales, Vicky. I'll watch him. Wait. Shadow's disappearing, see? In the dark there? Now, wait. There, the flames. See 'em?
Yes, they're spreading quickly.
A marvelous idea of mine, eh, Vicky? West doesn't know what we'll do now while the fire's blazing. If they suspect arson, they'll chase him, not us. We can always deny having anything to do with him if he talks. He's legally insane. Irresponsible.
Please. They're furious now. We better leave. We've our part of the job to do now.
Come on.
Your name is Edwards, sir?
George Edwards, Mr. Holmes. I'm the director of the Hampton County Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Are you a physician, sir?
No, Dr. Watson. Mine is a political post, which is why I've come here to Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Just why have you come here?
A patient has escaped. Terribly dangerous man. Captain Christopher West, a pyromaniac. He's been responsible for the destruction of millions of pounds worth of property, the hospitalization of hundreds of fire victims, and the death of a considerable number of others.
Yes, I see. Why haven't you adopted the ordinary procedure and alarmed the police?
If I were to tell the police, Mr. Holmes, there'd be investigation. My political opponents would charge me with incompetence and I'd lose my post. You must find this maniac. Will you, Mr. Holmes?
Can you describe this Captain West?
I brought our file card, his portrait and characteristics.
Yes. Intriguing. The circumstances of his escape, Mr. Edwards, you've looked into that, I presume?
I have, Mr. Holmes. The guard was careless. He left the cell door open. West must have stolen down the hallway and then over the wall.
Well, is it a simple matter to climb over your protective wall?
Are you gentlemen implying that I've been lax?
Well, it's curious, sir, that an escape from a home for the insane, which should be child's play, a glance in the wrong direction by the guard, and the entire city of London's menaced. Curious juxtaposition of facts, Mr. Edwards.
Your juxtaposition, Mr. Holmes?
Come, Watson, a cab. We're off to the docks.
Why the docks, Holmes?
Because of this dossier I've read about Captain West. He was a sea captain with a great passenger ship. He was ordered to retire by his firm. He refused. When the firm insisted, he became furious. He desired revenge. He set fire to their ships as they lay in the docks.
Yes, but I don't see...
He found there was an immense satisfaction in creating fires. He became a pyromaniac. Always in the area of the sea. Always a fire that threatened a harbor and the ships at anchor there. We're off to the docks, Watson, and Mr. Edwards. Not a word to a soul.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of the good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a panic than the fact that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
One of America's proudest traditions is the saga of the staunch clipper ships. These wonderful vessels established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Today, quality is identified in finer men's suits by the Clippercraft label, symbol of quality and economy, guarantee of finest tailoring and choicest materials. The fine independent local merchant who sells Clippercraft clothes invites you to inspect his great collection of lightweight Clippercraft suits at only $33.75 to $42.50. Compare them with suits costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in lightweight summer fabrics, such value in style and workmanship. Undoubtedly, Clippercraft clothes represent one of America's greatest clothing values. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram & Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were dashing to the docks of London to find Christopher West, the escaped pyromaniac.
Yes, so we were, Mr. Harris. That night our carriage raced across the cobblestones by the edge of the water. As the silhouettes of countless ships passed to our right, London's fabulous docks flew past. The giant granaries, the endless acres of bales and packing boxes, the crates of wool and ivory, the pungent odors of oil and coffee, spices. Well, Holmes, you know as well as I do that London's docks are 45 miles long. How shall we find this Captain West?
He's already announced his whereabouts, Watson.
He has?
Smoke. See it? Curling up toward the sky from that warehouse on Cuba Street.
Well, Jove, he's been here, and at work, too.
Evidently the fire's been extinguished. We shall steal into this warehouse and see what we may see. Stop here, driver. Step down, Watson.
Yes, all right.
Keep the change, driver, and wait here. Now, let us hope that this smoldering ruin's been abandoned except for a watchman or two. Then we may examine this warehouse without incompetent meddling from the police. Careful, Watson, it'll be extremely dangerous.
Yes, rotting wood, loose beams, this blasted smoke.
Yes, keep your handkerchief over your mouth. We shall proceed very quietly into this wreckage. Slowly, carefully. The maniac may be hiding here.
Well, we've searched extensively, Holmes. Any clues?
I can confirm, Watson, that this fire is of incendiary origin. Most likely, therefore, the work of Christopher West.
How can you confirm it?
By those dark stains upon the floor.
They look like ink.
Quite. In carrying his bottle of ink, West spilled a few drops accidentally as he ran.
But why ink, Holmes?
This ink, Watson, is the type frequently employed for marking purposes at a laundry.
Well, I must confess I'm more mystified than ever.
Certain laundry inks, Watson, contain a compound that may be made highly explosive, so much so that they'll ignite themselves. Of course, assisted by bits of cotton and sawdust or paper, they'll soon create a considerable blaze. This is an empty warehouse. It's most unlikely that laundry ink would be found here unless it were brought in by a saboteur.
Look, Holmes, through the window. Another fire.
Run, Watson. You must reach that fire. Unless we make haste, we shall never find Christopher West.
Well, here goes the last of the firemen, Holmes. They've managed to extinguish the second blaze. There'll probably be a third shortly.
Yes. Watson, doesn't the geography of these two gutted warehouses strike you as fascinating?
The geography, Holmes?
Yes. Think of their positions. Then of the fact that both were deserted before the blaze began.
Where does that lead you, Holmes?
Close to the solution, Watson.
Then you know where Christopher West can be found?
Not just yet. But that may be determined quickly.
Yes, but how?
By my retiring to the King Neptune, which is a popular tavern nearby, for a glass of beer.
What the devil, Holmes? Hundreds of persons may be trapped and burned alive in the next few hours because this pyromaniac is scurrying about, fiendishly starting fires. You're retiring to a tavern, a glass of beer?
Oh, I've no use for the stuff, I assure you. It'll offend my taste. My preference for wine and for a certain vintage cannot be satisfied, however, at the King Neptune. Therefore, I must drink beer. Wait by our carriage, Watson. I shall rejoin you shortly with the exact site of Christopher West's next attempt.
We're doing well, Captain West. Very well tonight.
I'm proud of my work, Peter. Did you see the last warehouse? Like a great candle in the sky.
Let him start another fire, Peter. Just one more. We need one more.
That's foolish, Vicky. The fires so far will appear to be accidents. At least till we've taken care of our end of this business.
We haven't enough, Peter. I want a bit more.
A third fire'd be too much. You're greedy. You should be content.
Greedy, am I? After all these years as a grubby waitress, putting up with anything those drunken sailors did just to sell another glass of beer? Oh, no, Peter. You've a fine idea we're going to see it through for all it's worth.
Greed's been the ruin of more than one, Vicky.
Will you let him start one more fire? If not for yourself, then for me. Oh, Peter, we can go away together. You, do want to be with me, don't you?
All right. But then we get out. Out of London, out of England.
That's it. Do you know where the next fire should be?
I do. Come, Captain.
There should be more fires, Peter. Many more. No, I'm like an artist who hasn't finished an exquisite painting.
Now, this way. Quietly and hurry. There we are, Captain. That warehouse.
I see it.
How will you start this one?
This candle and this bucket of lime. Both will leave no trace. They'll be destroyed. I take the candle so, and with one delicate stroke, the magnificence of a great fire is born. The lime is clever of me, eh, Vicky? Kerosene leaves an odor. It'd make them suspicious. Not lime, though.
Go on, West. We'll see you after. Come on, Vicky.
I'm with you, Peter.
Now I do it again. I'll step into the warehouse. Just lift this window and climb in. And now, Christopher West, that wonderful moment again. That moment before you start the fire. You're alone, free, no one to disturb you. The match.
Who's there?
The watchman. I'll wait behind this post.
I said who's there? Here I
You'll break my neck. Shut up. If you make a sound, I'll break your neck. I can snap it like this. I'm going to start a fire and you won't stop me. You won't live to see that they take me back. I won't go back. I won't start the fire the way I planned, though. I've a much better idea. I'll start it with you. I can hold you and put the candle to your clothes. There. Clothes are burning, see? Soon the flames will reach deeper. Your face, your eyes, your hair. Burn!
Stand away from that Watson. Your coat, Watson. Take it off. Smother those flames. I'll keep an eye on West.
Right, Holmes. My coat. I'll put out the flames here.
West, for God, thank you. Thank you. Don't attempt to run off, Captain West.
But I just wanted to...
The watchman all right, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, yes.
Who are you? I am Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. John Watson. The gentleman before you is Christopher West, an escaped pyromaniac.
Glory be.
We shall return you to the Hampton Hospital, Captain West.
No, I'll never go back.
You won't have to go back. This revolver in my hand makes sure of that.
Pigeon Nichols.
Now, don't reach for the revolver in your coat, Dr. Watson. Just stand where you are. You too, Mr. Holmes.
You were just in time, Peter.
Yes, so I was, Vicky. Come along, Captain. We'll go. All of us.
Holmes, he'll kill us.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I'm a mite too wise for that. You see, if I know if they ever catch up with me, I'll serve time. But I won't hang for murder.
You'll serve time, Peter Nichols, for robbing the warehouses adjacent to those where you had West start the fires. Perhaps the robberies haven't been discovered yet, eh? The silks, the perfume, the furs you plan to take during this third fire?
They'll have to catch me first, Mr. Holmes. Come on, Captain. Vicky. Let's get out of here fast.
Run, Vicky. Run.
Right behind you.
Don't try to follow us.
Let's go after them, Holmes.
Don't fight, Watson. He might change his mind and shoot. Just wait. Wait. Now, Watson, your revolver. Take it. If they want to play hide-and-seek in and out of these countless crates and bales along these docks, we'll play their game.
I'm exhausted, Holmes. My leg. See any sign of them?
I saw a glimpse of Vicky's coloured dress off to the left by the gangways of the wine vaults.
Let's go in.
Very quietly, Watson. They may be concealing themselves behind a stack of wine barrels. I could swear I saw Vicky.
Think the three of them are there?
Yes.
Shall we look?
No. They might be waiting for us to do just that. Then they'd pounce upon us. Now, we'll take a chance.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Fire in that direction.
Yes, right. Well, it's gushing from the barrels where I shot. But Peter, the captain, the girl, no sign of them?
Oh, yes, you got them.
How can you be sure?
Look there. Spattered on the base of the barrels, Watson. Blood.
Well, Holmes, before you light your pipe and relax into one of your typical Baker Street reveries, from which I do not dare to disturb you, tell me, how did you know Christopher West would be at the particular warehouse where you found him?
Will you recall, Watson, my mentioning the geography of the burnt warehouses?
Yes, I do.
I observed that although each was empty, each was also directly beside another warehouse which contained priceless merchandise.
Go on.
It occurred to me that this was a maneuver whereby someone, Peter Nichols as it developed, had deliberately freed Captain West and set him loose to start fires. Peter, who was an old hand at the wharves, must have known the West case and the merchandise. The fire, you see, distracted the police. And during the excitement, Peter and Vicky would sneak into the adjacent warehouse and help themselves.
Aha, I see. But how did you know exactly which warehouse would be next?
Well, you recall I left you to visit the King Neptune Tavern. By drinking a beer with the seamen there, it was a simple matter to listen to their eternal gossip and to determine which warehouse had recently received a shipment of highly priced goods. That indicated the spot where West would most probably strike next.
There's it, Holmes. Why do these things seem so utterly obvious after you've explained them?
Because weak minds are like a microscope, magnifying trifling things, but unable to receive the larger ones. However, for your humble servant, elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Dr. Watson, the Red Death was a gripping adventure. What became of Edwards, the director of the asylum?
Well, he was innocent enough, Mr. Harris. He discharged the guard bribed by Vicky. Peter and Vicky, of course, received long prison sentences. And Christopher West was safely returned to the hospital.
Well, Dr. Watson, usually at this time I ask you what you've planned for next week, and we look forward eagerly to another exciting adventure with you and Mr. Holmes. But I'm very sorry to say that we've reached the end of our current series, Doctor.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Harris. Someone is with us again. Time for all of us to go scooting off on our vacations. So I regret that we shan't be together for a while.
Well, we'll be waiting for you, Dr. Watson. These evenings with you and Holmes have been most enjoyable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. And our thanks also to the makers of Clippercraft clothes. May I wish you and yours a pleasant summer holiday?
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you the last in the current series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories were based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by John Stanley and Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. And this is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
WOR, New York. 710 on your dial.